One thought becomes a Buddha, one thought becomes a demon. If I am a Buddha, there are no demons in the world. If I am a demon, what can a Buddha do to me? Li Yunxin is a man, but his actions are no different from those of a fiend. In his past life, he was a psychologist. In this life, he is a painter who can bring anything to life. But what he excels at most is manipulating the hearts of men. You take one step, and he is already 10 steps ahead. You try to plot against him, but your plot is already part of his. Whether man or demon, all are but pawns in his hands. Men, demons, and Buddhas alike tremble at the sound of his name. He is the Way River Dragon King, Li Yunxin. The story begins on a stormy, windswept night. Inside a temple, a piercing scream echoes. A man, terrified, stumbles backward unconsciously. Before him lies an incredibly gruesome corpse. He screams and runs out of the temple. There's a dead person. Hey, a monster is eating people. A moment later, he returns with several constables. Officers, after I went into the mountains to gather herbs, I came in here to rest. I never imagined I'd encounter such a horrifying scene. The leader of these constables is named Xing Tu. He gives a decisive order. Go inside and check. The frightened herb gatherer asks, Sir, shouldn't we find a Taoist priest to take a look first? He observes the trees leaning backward and knows that the monster has already left. He is certain that no Taoist priest is needed. After a brief search, a constable finds a sword in a corner of the temple. With just that, Xing Tu immediately turns around. This is the evidence. Clean up the scene. Take the body to the public graveyard. The scene shifts to a prison. The air here is damp, musty, and foul. A rat, sniffing something, approaches. Inside the cell, a man is sleeping fitfully on a pile of straw. It's Li Yunxin. The rat crawls onto Li Yunxin's toe and gives it a bite. The bite startles him awake. Even the rats in this prison are vicious, daring to gnaw on people. Fortunately, my things are still here. From the sole of his shoe, he pulls out a blue jade slip, recalling recent events. It's because of this thing that I was hunted by those two Taoist priests. Remembering the earlier scene, after the two Taoist priests realized Li Yunxin was hiding there, they drew their swords, ready to act. Suddenly, they sensed something. Right behind them, an enormous, blood-red eye was peering into the temple. A long, coiling tongue shot out and snatched the two priests. Li Yunxin's eyes widened in shock, staring at whatever this thing was. He forced himself not to make a sound. A terrifying monster had devoured the two Taoists. It wore a horrifying cloak of human faces. After the monster left, Li Yunxin clutched his wounds and ran to the nearest city. He then collapsed from exhaustion. That's how he ended up in this prison. He still hadn't recovered from the shock. That monster, what in the world was it? A clanging sound comes from outside. Li Yunxin's expression changes instantly. Sir, you've returned. I wasn't lying to you. It really was a monster on a rampage. The head constable seems to ignore him, replying coldly. Humph. Everything is clear now. That's great. I told you I was innocent. Before Li Yunxin can finish, he cuts him off. You are the culprit. Li Yunxin's face changes, filled with confusion. Xing Tu pulls out a sword and says, Does this sword look familiar? We found it at the scene. Li Yunxin is still confused. What does this mean? You have a sword wound on your body, and you were carrying a sword identical to this one. It's clear you killed the man to steal his sword. To hide your crime, you destroyed the body. Li Yunxin agitatedly grabs the cell bars. How could an ordinary person make the scene look like that? An ordinary person? After speaking, he points to some papers on the table. Look at this. We found these on you. You're a painter from a heretical magic society, aren't you? You used these to create an illusion of a man-eating demon. Li Yunxin remains silent, a look of realization dawning on his face. Xing Tu turns to leave. The reasoning is sound. Your sentence will be handed down soon enough. Stop your pointless struggling. Li Yunxin thinks to himself. They're in such a hurry to convict me. Are they trying to find a scapegoat to close the case quickly? Those two Taoist priests died horribly. The temple was destroyed, yet they convicted me in just one day. Even if I were the prime suspect, they couldn't close the case this fast. Could there be something else going on behind the scenes? I can't just sit here and wait to die. He recalls his past life. He was tormented and cursed by his alcoholic adoptive father. Following me is your fate. Me hitting you is your fate. The skills I teach you, how much you learn, that's also your fate. It was also on a stormy night that his drunken father was murdered on the street. He stared at his adoptive father's portrait and wondered to himself, is this also fate? In a desolate, deserted place, Li Yunxin was assassinated and died. A question echoed in his mind again. Is this also fate? Lost in thought, the call of a constable startles him. Time to eat. You're in luck. Xing Tu specifically ordered some good food for you. Li Yunxin looks at the meal before him and sighs. Asterisk in my past life, I lived in misery from a young age. If that old man hadn't adopted me, I probably would have frozen to death on the streets long ago. Later, I studied psychology and endured so much just to survive until graduation. But then the old man was killed by a local gangster. Even though it took me 10 years to get revenge, I could no longer live like a normal person. Asterisk. I thought I could live a peaceful life this time, but I still ended up in trouble. At this thought, his expression darkens. Seeing Li Yunxin's gaze, the constable feels a chill down his spine and hurriedly says, "What are you looking at? Hurry up and eat. Who knows when your next meal will be?" Li Yunxin says to the constable, "Sir, if this is my last meal, does it have to be this bad? You're in prison and you want to be picky? You're lucky to have anything to eat." With that, the constable hastily closes the cell door. The lock on the cell door springs open, as if the constable did it on purpose. Li Yunxin immediately realizes, asterisk, this door was left for me? They want me to escape prison? It seems no verdict has actually been passed down here. Asterisk. After a moment's thought, he picks up the food, puts it in his mouth, and mumbles continuously. At least they wanted to let me eat my fill. This steamed bun is better than that rancid soup, anyway. But there's not even a drop of water. Seeing Li Yunxin muttering something, another guard comes over and asks, "What's he mumbling about?" "I don't know. Can't he see the cell door? I even made a show of slamming it shut." Such an actor. Is this kid playing dumb, or did he really not see it? Should we give him a hint? No, don't make him suspicious. After eating, Li Yunxin lies down, his arm over his forehead, thinking, asterisk, it seems they're determined to get me out of this prison. Instead of letting them come up with more devious tricks, I'll play along for now. However, asterisk, the script won't play out as beautifully as they expect. After some time, seeing that Li Yunxin hasn't opened the cell door and left, one of the guards loses his patience and gets angry. Damn it, he went to sleep again. This idiot. Calm down. I'll treat you to some wine. By midnight, the two guards are drunk and snoring loudly. Only then does Li Yunxin open the cell door and step outside. He retrieves his papers, then quickly walks over to a guard and taps him on the shoulder. "Officer, wake up. I'm breaking out." The guard, though seeing this, pretends not to notice and lets Li Yunxin leave. The scene shifts to outside the prison. A group of constables is lying in ambush. One of them, tired of waiting, asks, "Why isn't he out yet? Did something happen inside?" "No rush. When he comes out, use your fastest blade to eliminate him. Avoid making a big scene that would make people suspicious." From the city gate, a figure slowly emerges. The constables immediately rush forward, but the person who stepped out is not Li Yunxin. Xing Tu angrily asks, "Look at me. What are you doing out here?" The head constable asks, and the man replies, "That kid told me to come out." Just then, Li Yunxin steps out from behind him and says, "Sir, your handling of this case isn't very elegant. You plan to have me take the fall, but if that monster appears and kills again, it will only prove you arrested the wrong person. It's better to solve this problem for good." "Solve it for good? What solution do you have, kid?" "I do have a few methods. I'm just afraid, sir, that you'll be so scared by that monster you'll lose your nerve and won't even dare to try. You've seen it before, haven't you?" Xing Tu's expression changes drastically as he asks again, "Who exactly are you?" "Who am I? As you can see, sir, I'm just a humble painter. If you count my past life, I was also a psychologist." Hearing the last part, Xing Tu looks confused. Li Yunxin continues, "It's nothing. Why don't you continue telling me about that monster? Can you really help me deal with that monster? If you don't believe me, you can kill me, but you won't find anyone else in this village who can help you. If that monster appears again." Xing Tu understands his words. He immediately orders his men to guard all 4 directions. Li Yunxin sits under a tree and takes out a scroll. Xing Tu recounts the details of the case. 3 months ago, the magistrate's son went missing during a hunting trip. The only survivor, an old man, said there was a man-eating monster. I suspect it's the same one. The first time I saw it was 5 years ago. That day, there was a thunderstorm and the wind was fierce. I had just had a son. Xing Tu holds his son in his arms. Before he could enjoy the moment for long, a massive monster stepped past his window. It smashed through the ceiling, its huge, blood-red eye peering in. It snatched Xing Tu's son and his wife. Xing Tu quickly grabbed the sword from the table, ready to fight it to the death. When he turned back, his face went numb as he saw a monstrous man holding his wife and child. The monster opened its massive mouth and swallowed the mother and son whole. At this point, Xing Tu's face is filled with sorrow. That monster, it ate them right in front of me. Remembering his own encounter with the monster, Li Yunxin understands. So it was the same with me. It likes to be seen by others when it eats people. This monster, its psychology is truly twisted. However, this monster can't possibly predict the human heart. Li Yunxin draws a portrait and holds it up. Look, is this it? Yes, that's it. Now, what do we do to force it to appear? I'm not sure. This thing is hard to predict. But a family, the most important thing is for everyone to be together, right? Xing Tu is confused. Huh? What do you mean? What I mean is, you should be reunited with your family soon. As he finishes speaking, he unrolls the painting. The monster from the painting lunges at Xing Tu. Startled, he draws his sword and slashes at the monster. Immediately, a puff of smoke dissipates, leaving only Li Yunxin's scroll behind. Xing Tu shouts in anger. That bastard tricked us. After him. At this moment, Li Yunxin is running for his life. In this life, I really am just a painter. He remembers what his father once said. All things are formless. Heaven and earth have a spirit. Cultivators can, through books or paintings, give spirit to the formless. Seeing the rice grains in the painting become real rice, a young Li Yunxin was fascinated. Wow, father, how did you do that? To bring all things, including people, into a painting, from vast mountains and rivers to the smallest objects. Only a painter can do that. Do you want to learn? When you're older, I'll teach you. Remembering this, Li Yunxin feels a pang of regret. Unfortunately, by the time I grew up, it was as if father had forgotten. He never mentioned it again. If I hadn't transmigrated and secretly learned from him, I don't know what would have become of me. Those two damn Taoists. If my sea of qi hadn't been sealed by them, I wouldn't have had to resort to such tricks with that group. After running for a while, he is spotted. Found him. Boss, over here. Instantly, Li Yunxin is surrounded on all sides. Keep running. Let's see how far you can get. It seems you're very angry, sir. Kid, you dare to trick me? Did you really think you could escape? Who said I tricked you? Li Yunxin glances behind him and says, hasn't he arrived? Do you think I'll be fooled again? As he speaks, Xing Tu raises his sword to strike Li Yunxin. Suddenly, birds in the forest cry out in alarm. Immediately after, the constables fall one by one. Xing Tu's sword seems to be knocked off course by something. The hoot of an owl sends a cold sweat down Xing Tu's back. The constables lie on the ground, their heads and bodies separated. At the same time, footsteps approach them both. Li Yunxin continues, don't be afraid. Turn around and see if it's him. Xing Tu presses him tightly by the neck, turns, and points his sword behind him. You have an accomplice? Come out. Stop playing tricks. From the darkness emerges a man holding a fan, smiling. Haha, we meet again. At this moment, a chill runs down Xing Tu's spine. Asterisk, it's the monster. He still remembers me. Asterisk, Li Yunxin, still held by the neck, manages to speak. One trouble shouldn't bother you twice. You saved my life last time. This time, I truly had no other choice but to invite you here again. Please save my life one more time. Xing Tu looks at the monster, then back at Li Yunxin. You two know each other? The monster can't hide his amusement and laughs. Haha, it seems not eating you last time was the right decision. What an interesting thing you are. It is my good fortune to have met you, ninth young master. Xing Tu is sweating profusely as he looks at the monster. Your accomplices? I knew I wasn't mistaken. Meanwhile, Li Yunxin is smiling. This gamble was the right move. He recalls the moment after the monster had feasted on the two Taoists. It sat down to chat with him. You little brat, aren't you afraid? Not afraid. If it weren't for you, sir, I would have died at the hands of those two Taoists. May I ask for your esteemed name? When I return, I will build a shrine for you and worship you daily. The monster's face was blank for a moment, then broke into a very friendly smile. Haha, you're quite interesting. Very well, you can call me ninth young master. At the time, he didn't know why the monster spared him, but knowing its name meant that when he painted it, he could borrow a sliver of its spiritual power. A demon with such vast supernatural powers would surely notice. Although it was like asking a tiger for its skin, with him here, as long as he didn't intend to eat me, I would be fine. The ninth young master suddenly speaks, asking Li Yunxin, didn't you say you would build a statue and burn incense for me? Where's the statue? Where's the incense? Li Yunxin forces a smile. I hadn't even found a place to stay before I was thrown into prison. These past few days, I haven't been able to eat or sleep well, thinking of you every day, young master. Today, I finally had a chance to paint your likeness, but it ended up troubling you to come and save my life again. As Li Yunxin speaks, Xing Tu cuts him off. Shut up. Don't come any closer, or I'll kill him. The ninth young master is even more amused. Trying to threaten me? He wants to kill that person. Hearing this, Xing Tu trembles even more with fear. Li Yunxin adds, this man is very weak. I thought that after seeing you, he would at least have some backbone. The one who avenged your wife and child is right in front of you. Yet you only dare to raise your sword at me, while all you want to do is run away. Shut up. If you say another word, I'll kill you. Li Yunxin continues to manipulate him psychologically. If I don't speak, can you be at ease? When your wife and child were killed, you could only stand and watch, like a cowardly dog. But if you continue to be a coward today, you won't survive either. You kill me, and after I'm dead, you'll die too. You're terrified right now, aren't you? You want to run? You want to survive, don't you? No, I don't. Haha, you don't. A person like you can't even hold a sword steady, let alone kill him. Don't think about anything. Kill him. Now is the time. Go. Kill him. Li Yunxin's words seem to control his mind. Despite his fear, Xing Tu still manages to charge at the ninth young master. But before this great demon, Xing Tu is no different from an ant, with a casual, light wave of the fan in his hand. His fate is sealed. He is certain to die. Seeing Li Yunxin's talent for psychological manipulation, the ninth young master is also very curious. Interesting. How did you do that? Li Yunxin, slightly weary, replies, just a little trick. From the moment I stepped out of the prison, I was already influencing his thoughts, ruining his plans. Talking to him, his memories, that painting, the night's atmosphere, following the scent of blood, until you appeared. One by one, I ruined his plans, step by step, making him anxious, worried, angry, afraid, breathless, not knowing what to do. In the end, every word I spoke pressed down on his breathing, giving him no chance to calm down. Finally, I pointed out a vague path for him. He followed it and died at your hands, ninth young master. And it's good that he died. He can be reunited with his family as he wished. You truly are a good person. A good person? The ninth young master freezes for a moment, then bursts into delighted laughter. Haha, interesting. So interesting. That's the first time anyone has ever said that to me. A person as interesting as you. I really want to taste what you're like. If you want to taste, then have a taste. But there aren't many people like me. You should eat sparingly. I just got out of prison this time, so my meat is quite foul. If you eat me next time, I'll even add some seasoning for you. The more the ninth young master listened, the more he laughed. You really are. You owe me a life. With that, ninth young master gradually fades away with the wind. I'll come find you. If you become boring, I'll eat you. Li Yunxin lets out a long sigh, looking up at the sky and thinking, I'm alive. Last spring, my parents died unexpectedly in a storm. I originally planned to follow the customs of this world and mourn at home for 3 years. But 9 days ago, 2 Taoists came seeking shelter. The one with the beard was Taoist Danqing, Qi Songzi. The other was Zhang Shangzi. Qi Songzi stroked his beard and said, everyone has a spiritual soul, some strong, some weak. We Taoist cultivators need a strong enough spiritual soul to mobilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. As for the method of cultivating the spiritual soul, in reality, it's simply transcending a tribulation. Li Yunxin asked curiously, what is transcending a tribulation? Although it sounds simple, if your spiritual soul isn't strong enough during the tribulation, or if you're distracted by external factors while casting a spell, it will backfire on you. However, there are always opportunities and fortunes. If you can obtain the famous scrolls of ancient masters, it becomes much simpler. On the 3rd day of their stay, they finally revealed their true colors. I don't know where they heard it, but they said my father had a scroll left by the Taoist Danqing from 1,000 years ago, called the Map of 1,000 Miles of Mountains and Rivers. But they didn't know what he actually left behind. Was the legendary Hua de Secret Manual, the Tongming Jade Slip. I've been on the run for exactly 7 days. I should have died back then, but thanks to a man-eating demon, danger turned into safety. Snapping out of his reverie, Li Yunxin gets up and walks over to the dead constables. He takes some money from them and stuffs it into his robes. Asterisk hunted by people, saved by a demon. How strange. I wonder if I can bluff my way through our next meeting. Asterisk. The next morning, someone steps in a puddle of blood left by the constables. It's the same herb gatherer from chapter 1. Looking around, he panics. Constables, these are all constables. What happened here? Why do I keep running into things like this? A Taoist priest. I definitely need to find a Taoist priest this time. At the same time, on the road, Li Yunxin comes across an escort caravan. Standing by the side of the road, he waves his hand. Can you give me a ride? We're all travelers in this world. May your journeys be safe and sound. The old man with a scar on his face and a fashionable beard is the escort chief, Xiao Duanhong. Xiao Duanhong's daughter sees that Li Yunxin is quite handsome and happily strikes up a conversation. Why are you all alone in the wilderness like this? My father usually doesn't let strangers join the caravan. He's afraid they might be spies for mountain bandits. Li Yunxin smiles and asks back, do I look like a bandit? Seeing Li Yunxin smile, the young lady is completely smitten. She turns her face away, shyly replying, "No. What kind of bandit would be that handsome?" Seeing her like this, Li Yunxin decides to tease her a bit. "That's right. I'm actually a demon from these mountains." "Humph. So what if you're a demon? We have a Taoist priest with us. He'll capture you." The old man sitting beside them says with a stern face, "Don't make jokes about this old Taoist. My job isn't to capture demons." After a quick glance, Li Yunxin points at the old man's equipment. "Seeing the painting tools you're carrying, Senior, could you be a dancing Taoist?" The old Taoist is a bit surprised. "Your eyes are quite sharp, young man. You know of the Dongxian sect, don't you?" This humble Taoist is the sect master of the Dongxian sect. For a senior to lead an entire sect, you must be a great master. Don't believe him. His Dongxian sect only has him. He's just a swindling painter. Hearing her badmouth him, the old man gets angry. "You call me a swindler? This humble Taoist has real skills." "Real skills? I heard there's a monster causing trouble on the mountain ahead. Do you dare to go catch it?" "I've already said, painters don't catch demons." "Humph, so you have no skills. I once saw you in Weicheng, painting for a lady at the e-home brothel, using magic tricks to coax her." "Nonsense. When did this humble Taoist ever do such a thing?" Xiao Duanhong comes over, picks her up, and scolds her. "When did you go to the e-home brothel? Is that a place a young lady should be?" "Father, not here. I'm already 15. 15 is not old enough." "Father, let me explain." Seeing the drama before them, the two can't help but laugh out loud. Li Yunxin turns to the old Taoist. "Master, please tell me about painters." "Listen up. This humble Taoist has been practicing for 36 years and has some reputation in Weicheng. Seeing as we're fated to meet, I'll tell you a little. Cultivators have 5 realms, from bottom to top: Xin, Zhen, Hua, Su, and Yi. For a painter, reaching the Yi realm allows one to channel spiritual energy, infuse it into paintings, and affect others' 5 senses and fortune. At the Su realm, one can condense energy into form and create illusions. The Hua realm allows one to summon objects. What about the Zhen and Xian realms?" The old man suddenly sighs. "Currently, the art of painting is in decline. You have to go to the capital to find a Su realm painter. It's unknown if there are any Hua realm masters left, let alone those in the Xian and Zhen realms. As for Yi realm painters, there are no more than 5 in all of Weicheng, and I am one of them." "Wow, master, you truly are a great expert." The old Taoist strokes his beard, thinking to himself, "I'm the only one in my temple. He believes me so readily. I might as well take him in. A proper young man like him could be a great help. He can work, and wouldn't that be wonderful?" Li Yunxin also has his own plans for the old man. Although this old Taoist is weak, he's still a painter. I can use his identity as a cover wherever I go, and I'll have a place to stay. The old man speaks first. "Young man, I see that we are fated, and you wish to seek the Tao." Li Yunxin immediately understands. He kneels and kowtows. "Master, please accept this disciple's bow." The girl returns to see them, and her jaw drops. "I was gone for a moment, and now you're master and disciple?" The handsome young man has become a Taoist priest. A man in the caravan sees this and mutters under his breath, "He looks so good, but he's just a fool." "You're the fool." After a while, the sky darkens. Xiao Duanhong raises his hand and orders, "Make camp. Rest for the night." At this time, Li Yunxin is fetching water when the purple-haired girl comes over to talk. "What is it? Are you here to get water too?" "No. I wanted to tell you, don't let that lecherous old Taoist fool you. That old man is terrible. He loves to put on an act to seduce young ladies." Suddenly, the girl blushes and stammers, "And I'm not talking bad about him behind his back. And you're not a young lady. It's just, I'm worried about you. Coming to find me in secret. Are you worried about my pride? I understand. Thank you. But since I've already acknowledged him as my master, I can't go back on my word. Let's go. We should head back." Suddenly, she grabs Li Yunxin's sleeve, her face turning even redder. "It's okay to go back on your word. If you're embarrassed, I can help you talk to him. You can come to our escort agency." Suddenly, Li Yunxin senses something. He immediately grabs her hand and pulls her into hiding. In front of him is a dangerous-looking bandit. The bandit turns around and gives a friendly smile. Even so, 2 little mice still slipped through the net. The purple-haired girl immediately draws her weapon and gets into a ready stance. "Who are you?" But the one-eyed bandit is not afraid and points his sword at them. "I advise you to behave. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Li Yunxin immediately notices the sword he's holding. This sword. It's identical to the ones those 2 Taoists had. Could they be from the same sect? You keep him busy. I'll go back and get my father. Don't be rash. His cultivation is not simple. Stop whispering. Or should I chop off one of your legs first to keep you from trying to run? With that, the bandit moves towards Li Yunxin, intending to strike. Li Yunxin reacts quickly, stepping forward and shouting, "Wait a moment." The sword stops just inches from his face. The bandit is surprised. "Huh? What is it? Blocking the sword for your little lover?" The purple-haired girl's eyes well up with tears. "Why are you being so reckless?" Li Yunxin gently pushes the sword tip down. "You misunderstand, great hero. Your skills are superior. We surrender." Surrender? Hearing this, Li Yunxin takes the sword from the purple-haired girl and offers it to the bandit. "This is a gift for you. I hope you'll show mercy." Seeing that Li Yunxin knows his place, he turns away and says, "Humph. You know what's good for you. Follow me." "Why did you do that? Look at the mountainside over there. He has accomplices. We can't escape." "That's right, we can't escape. So you just gave up without a fight." A moment later, the one-eyed bandit leads them to his accomplices. A member of the escort agency, seeing that Li Yunxin is more handsome than him, feels resentful. TCH. Just a pretty face. I thought with a man by her side, he could at least protect the young miss while she escaped. He's not as good as me. Come here. Don't follow him. A useless pretty boy. Li Yunxin pays them no mind, carefully observing the bandits. These swordsmen aren't as strong as the two Taoists from before, but they're much stronger than the escorts. Although my parents didn't teach me the painter's techniques when I was young, they never neglected my foundational training. If my chi-si hadn't been sealed by those two Taoists, I might have been able to put up a fight. But now, a bandit orders Xiao Duanhong's group, "Come here. Burn all these goods. Then follow me." Xiao Duanhong steps forward and cups his hands. "I am Xiao Duanhong of the Hongfu Escort Agency in Luoqing. My friends in the martial world show me respect, calling me the river-parting water dragon. Friends, today you open for business. If you want to burn these goods, then burn them. But if you friends want something, or are looking for something, just say so. If I can help." But the bandit doesn't care and shouts, "Shut your mouth. Say one more word and you're dead." Xiao Duanhong falls silent in fear. After burning all the goods, the bandits lead Xiao Duanhong's group to another location. Li Yunxin analyzes silently. It seems they're not after the goods, but the people of the escort agency. They want to complete a slaughter tribulation. After walking for a while, the one-eyed bandit orders, "Stop for now. Rest a bit. Start a fire." When Li Yunxin approaches the escort group, he is stopped by one of them. "What are you doing? This isn't your place. Step aside." The purple-haired girl's eyes follow Li Yunxin, and she is scolded. "What are you looking at him for? What good is a handsome face? I think that kid is up to something. The journey was fine, but after we met him, we ran into all this trouble. Even now, he's still wandering around. I don't know what he's trying to overhear." The chief said these swordsmen are vicious. If things go wrong, our only choice is to fight to the death. We can't let an outsider drag us down. At this moment, Li Yunxin is drawing something on the ground. The old Taoist approaches him. "It's over this time. We've run into powerful enemies. I really shouldn't have gotten on this caravan. I'm afraid this old life is about to be handed over." But Li Yunxin's face is extremely calm. "Not necessarily." "Huh? Do you have a plan? Do you know of the night march of the clothed in brocade painting?" The old man is surprised. "You? How do you know about that?" "I've heard that the night march of the clothed in brocade is the work of a great painting master. It depicts the overlord of Chu, dressed in a cloud brocade golden dragon robe, traveling 300 miles at night to Kaixia to pay respects to his deceased wife. I'm almost done drawing it. I need you to do one thing for me." A moment later, Li Yunxin walks over to the bandits to chat. "Great heroes, my name is Li Yunxin, from Luoqing. I'm not with that group of escorts. I've traveled far and wide, but I've never met heroes with such high martial arts skills as you. I have always admired the great masters of the world. If you don't mind, I am willing to spend my entire fortune to befriend you heroes." The red-eyed bandit angrily kicks Li Yunxin back. Want to befriend us? Are you worthy? Go back and stay put." "Understood." Li Yunxin is kicked back, but his foot still manages to drag a few times to complete the night march of the clothed in brocade painting. A member of the escort agency sees this and thinks Li Yunxin is an idiot. Is that kid out of his mind? They didn't even care about the escort agency's money, and he thinks he can bribe them with his own. Li Yunxin points towards Xiao Duanhong's group. "That, great heroes, can we discuss something? I don't want to be crowded in one place with them. Can I find my own place to rest?" The bandit gets angrier. "Didn't you hear what I said? Go back and stay put. Stop babbling. Hero, spare my life." Li Yunxin pretends to be scared and backs away, his feet leaving a trail. After finishing the drawing, he winks at the old Taoist. "It's my turn. He recalls Li Yunxin's earlier words. My Qi Sea is sealed. The final step of infusing spiritual energy needs your help to complete. Wait for my signal. When I finish the painting, you will be the one to dip the eyes. Asterisk, you little brat. I can't believe you're. But this is easier said than done. It's easy to get yourself killed. Asterisk, the old Taoist also approaches. Hero, don't be angry. I am Hun Yuanzi of the Dongshin sect. On behalf of my sect, the bandit immediately points his sword at the old Taoist. Dongshin sect? A Taoist lineage? Something like that. This humble Taoist cultivates the orthodox esoteric arts passed down by the supreme celestial being. All Taoist sects in the world are one family. Since we're all one family, we shouldn't fight and kill. The old man pretends to back away, stepping onto the eye of the formation. The night march of the clothed in brocade immediately activates. All right, great heroes, please rest well. I'll take this unruly kid back now. The bandit throws his sword down, scaring the old Taoist so much he almost wets himself. If you dare to babble again, don't blame me for being merciless. Leaving right away. The old man whispers to Li Yunxin. Does this thing actually work? I was so scared I almost lost half my life. I wonder when the master will send news. I really want to take care of these guys as soon as possible. It's here. At that moment, a messenger crane arrives. The red-eyed bandit reads the message and frowns. These people are useless now. Kill them all. What a hassle. It's not a small group, and we led them for half the night. How can you just say they're not needed anymore? Xiao Duanhong immediately becomes vigilant. Asterisk, they're really going to do it. In a moment, I'll hold them off. Let the young ones escape first. Asterisk. Suddenly, Li Yunxin steps in front of them. Everyone, there's no need to hide it anymore. Who are you really? Why do you want to kill us? You fool. Do you need an explanation to be killed? With you? Haha, fine. We'll let you be informed ghosts. When you get to the underworld, don't report the wrong names of us 6 brothers. We 6 brothers are the 6 ghosts of Hajong. From the 72 grotto heavens, under the command of Huainanzi, direct disciples of the Lingshu sword sect, we were ordered to help our master transcend his slaughter tribulation. Today, you don't need to feel regret. Even though you have no fate with our master, we will give you a quick and painless death. Later, when our master has killed enough, you will be considered to have contributed to his tribulation. When we 6 brothers receive the spirit pills from our master, we will also remember you. Xiao Duanhong's face turns pale. The 6 ghosts of Hajong? I heard they were killed by the Black Saber, Ingjian. They disappeared for 2 or 3 years. Now they're revealing their identities to this young man. The old Taoist stands behind them, chanting a spell. 3 pure supreme sages, high immortals of the heavens, ancestral masters of the immortal sages above, protect this disciple, that I may overcome today's calamity. Asterisk, that's a spell? That young man is so calm. Asterisk. Asterisk, could it be they've used a Taoist art? Perhaps there's still a chance to survive. Asterisk. Suddenly, the red-eyed bandit shouts as if possessed. Damn it. We 6 brothers have endured so much to get to this day. Before, a mere black saber wielder could force us out of Hajong, hunted to the ends of the earth. But now, we have met our master. He bestowed upon us swords and pills. Just one spirit pill mixed with immortal water, divided into 6 parts, was enough to greatly increase our power. When this is over, and we receive our master's reward, we will definitely make that black saber and anyone who dared to look down on us kneel and beg for mercy. How did they suddenly change like that? It's the master using his magic. Li Yunxin turns and whispers to the group behind him. The formation my master just set up can only confuse them to this extent. Don't act rashly, or they will immediately wake up. The cowardly loudmouth is surprised. That kid and the old Taoist actually have real skills. Old master, it was I who had eyes but couldn't see Mount Tai. I kept looking down on you on the road. It's thanks to your great fortune that we found a way to survive. From now on, we will listen to your commands. Should we take this opportunity? Xiao Duanhong signals to eliminate them, but the old Taoist wasn't the one who drew the formation. He says nervously, no rush. My disciple is leading them deeper into the formation. Don't act rashly. What should we do next? Asterisk, the master of the Lingshu sword sect these 6 mentioned is probably a fellow disciple of the 2 Taoists who were hunting me. If I fall into their hands, I'm afraid my chances of survival are slim. These 6 cannot be left alive, but I can't act directly. This night march of the clothed in brocade is incomplete. It can only make those in the formation indulge in illusions of glory, not to the point of being completely mesmerized and losing themselves. Asterisk. I can only take a gamble. That old Taoist seems capable. You young ones go on ahead. Leave a few with good skills to help. I want to stay. Just get out of my way. Don't be a hindrance. Li Yunxin continues to manipulate the bandits. Hero, is that master's medicine really so miraculous? 1/6 of it can make you so powerful. If you were to drink all 6 parts, wouldn't you become a master yourself? I've been watching this group, and I still admire you the most. Perhaps the master also values you the most, right? Haha, of course. If I can follow the master and learn immortal arts, then I'll truly be different from mortals. How admirable. But why do I hear that you're only the second in command among them? I really don't understand. It's clear they all rely on you. Only the weak choose to band together for support, but they don't even realize they're relying on you. You have the title 6 Ghosts of Hajong, but who are you? No one in the world knows your name. How can you make others respect you? This cannot be allowed. You have a chance to let your name truly soar, to be known throughout the world. That's right. What's your name? Chen Dian. My name is Chen Dian. Go, Chen Dian. Let this name be known to all. The obstacle is right in front of you. As long as they are there, you will forever be just the second in command of the 6 Ghosts of Hajong. As if controlled, Chen Dian draws his sword and approaches the other bandits. Just need a good start. Li Yunxin's smile doesn't last long. The cowardly member of the escort agency sees a piece of red cloth and screams. There's a ghost. Chen Dian, who was about to act, is jolted back to his senses by the scream. The rat-faced man panics. Second brother, you? I didn't. A master has set up a formation. Kill them first. Li Yunxin grabs the old Taoist collar, and they split up and run. The bandits also give chase, determined to leave no one alive. As they are chasing, a headless ghost suddenly appears out of nowhere. Its head rolls to a stop in front of the bandits, causing them to pause for a moment. The ghost's head turns and repeatedly says, "Give me back my head." The bandits are scared out of their wits. On the other side, Li Yunxin is still running for his life. He recalls the purple-haired girl's words. Asterisk, she said there have been reports of a monster causing trouble nearby. I can't believe there really is a ghost. I'm afraid there are other strange things in this forest. Asterisk. Asterisk, unfortunately, although this ghost unintentionally helped me escape, the formation was also broken. I still need to find a way to deal with those 6. Asterisk on the other side. The bandits have recovered and slash at the headless ghost. A bunch of cowards. It's just a ghost that doesn't dare to show its face. After them. If even one gets away, don't blame me for being ruthless. At this moment, the cowardly loudmouth is hiding in fear. Xiaohuan, don't be afraid. When no one is around, we'll leave together. Why do I always run into things like this? From K. Brother, are you okay? I'm fine. Let's go. Quickly. Suddenly, a light flashes. A bandit leaps down from a tree, sending the cowardly young man to his death. Running? Let's see where you can run to. The purple-haired girl is so scared she can't move. Li Yunxin watches everything from above. Asterisk sigh. Why did I have to see this? Since I saw it, I can't just not save her. Asterisk. Otherwise, it will affect my state of mind. He draws something on a scroll and throws it. Just as the bandit is about to finish off the purple-haired girl, a voice comes from behind him. Second brother? Why are you here? Did the master have other instructions? The red-eyed bandit mumbles something, but no sound comes out. What did you say? A little louder. This girl is still useful. Li Yunxin suddenly appears behind him. He stabs his sword straight into the purple-haired girl. Seeing that the girl is no longer useful, the bandit immediately discards her. Suddenly, Li Yunxin dissolves into smoke, to the bandit's astonishment. It was all a trick. From above, Li Yunxin paints a massive wooden stake that hurtles down. The bandit is impaled by the log. He walks over, picks up the bandit's sword, and says, "Let's go quickly. This place isn't safe." The purple-haired girl opens her eyes and looks down at her stomach in surprise. I'm still alive. After dealing with everything, Li Yunxin grabs the hand of the escort chief's daughter, Qiao Duanhong, and they run for their lives. The second in command of the 6 Ghosts of Hajong, Chen Dian, arrives. Seeing the mangled corpse, he still recognizes his kin. He cries out in shock, "Fourth brother!" Chen Dian immediately turns to seek revenge. He thinks, was it that kid? Li Yunxin and Miss Qiao are hiding behind a large tree. He looks at the situation outside and immediately realizes something's not right. Miss Qiao, hearing this, looks as confused as a cow and asks, "What's not right?" Li Yunxin points to a small gash on the tree trunk and says, "This is a mark I carved. I originally intended to set up another formation while we were escaping, to lead them deeper into the forest. But this is the second time I've seen this mark. Something else is trying to trap us." Suddenly, a sound echoes through the deep forest. Li Yunxin is immediately on alert. He looks at the dense bushes and feels a sense of foreboding. Li Yunxin squints and thinks, Or maybe, it only wants to trap me. Xiao Duanhong's daughter, Miss Xiao, sees the change in Yunxin's expression and worries for the handsome man. Are you alright? What should we do next? The protagonist, Li Yunxin, looks at the girl before him. He sighs to himself, *, a young girl in her teens. In modern times, she'd still be in school. It hasn't been easy for her to get this far. *, to reassure Miss Xiao, Li Yunxin turns and pats her head. He says slowly, although we killed one of the swordsmen, there are still people chasing us. I know it's difficult, but from now on, you have to go on your own. Miss Xiao freezes when she hears this. A young girl, alone in the middle of the night. She asks in shock, go on my own. What about you? Li Yunxin glances away and says, I have a way to deal with them. Luckily, they've split up. If I can take out one more, your father and the others will have a better chance of survival. Miss Xiao, though terrified, puts on a brave face. She lowers her head in silence for a moment, then clenches her fists, looks straight at Li Yunxin, and says, I understand. You be careful too. Li Yunxin turns the girl around. While casting a spell on her back, he praises her, good girl. Go quickly. He sticks a talisman on her back. Then he raises his hand and murmurs an incantation. Peach branch, break the barrier. Go. As he chants, Li Yunxin reminds her, don't look back. Miss Xiao is scared but still walks away, tears welling in her eyes. After Miss Xiao has gone some distance, Li Yunxin turns back and pulls out a piece of paper. He thinks, * she's gone. Although I didn't want to, I have no other choice right now. Just wait a little longer. * You'd think he was pulling out some magic treasure, but it's a drawing of 9th Young Master. He must think young Master Jiao is too bored, so he calls on him from time to time for fun. Suddenly, the sound of a sword being drawn slices through the air, sending a chill down the walking Miss Xiao's spine. She immediately whips around and shouts to warn Li Yunxin. Be careful, someone's there. But when she looks, there's not even a ghost behind him, just a deep, dark path. The naive Miss Xiao is still frozen, sweating bullets, wondering to herself, there's no one. Before she can finish her sentence, a sword flies out and pierces straight through her temple, turning her into a human shish kebab. Miss Xiao is instantly killed. Her body falls to the ground with a thud, her eyes wide open. Li Yunxin, watching from a distance, sees the whole thing. He looks at the corpse with deep regret. You foolish girl. I told you not to look back. His mourning is cut short as his pursuer, the second in command of the 6 ghosts of Hajong, arrives. His eyes are as red as holiday decorations, but filled with killing intent as he looks at Li Yunxin. My 4th brother. You killed him, didn't you? You have a few tricks up your sleeve. Seeing the dire situation, Li Yunxin thinks frantically, she's already dead, so there's no need to wait anymore. He quickly pulls out the drawing of 9th Young Master, intending to summon him for another rescue. But suddenly, a voice echoes through the windy forest. Where did this arrogant fool come from, daring to cause trouble in my palace? While both are startled, the protagonist recovers quickly. Li Yunxin takes advantage of the second-in-command's shock and darts to a nearby bush. Thinking in panic, that voice. Where is it coming from? As Yunxin runs for his life, he calculates. * the spiritual energy in this voice is identical to the energy the female ghost emitted earlier. This might be an opportunity. *. The dark night and enveloping fog make the forest even more eerie. For some reason, a group of 2 people and a donkey appears. The blonde girl seems to be of higher status, while the black-haired girl beside her respectfully holds a lantern to light the way. Suddenly, the blonde girl sniffs the air and says thoughtfully, it smells really good over there. Let's go take a look. Her servant hears this and starts complaining. Young miss, a few days ago, you said you'd never seen a monkey circus, so we had to travel for 2 days to see one. You said you'd never heard a storyteller, so we spent a whole day at a tea house listening to the story of the Dragon King. Seeing her young miss say nothing, the maid continues her rant. The day before yesterday, you said you wanted to eat tiger cakes, so we waited in Huicheng for a whole day for the tiger merchant. Now you want to go to Weicheng to see the Lantern Festival. We're going to be late. The blonde young miss hears this but says nothing, just blushes and says softly, but it really does smell so good. Well, that settles it. What can you do? The maid has no choice but to indulge her master and search for the source of the fragrance. The 2 of them and the donkey grope their way through the dark. After a while, they arrive at the wreckage caused by the 6 ghosts of Hajong. The servant arrives and immediately covers her nose, complaining. It stinks. Bandits. I'm afraid everyone is dead. What smells so good? The blonde young miss just smiles mysteriously and says, don't judge by appearances. Someone with a very pleasant scent has been here. Then she whips out a fire and moves forward, ordering her servant. Let's go. Help me find him. The servant is stunned for a moment, then follows. Seeing the filthy corpses under her feet, she shrieks, "Walking in a place like this, my shoes are getting dirty. Oh my god." The blonde young miss clearly doesn't care, since she's riding a donkey, not walking. She just smiles brightly and says, "Dirty is dirty. Hurry up. I can almost smell him." Meanwhile, our protagonist, Lee Yunshin, has run some distance and reached a deserted temple. He cautiously glances behind him and says, "I've lost them for now." Lee Yunshin breathes a sigh of relief. He turns to look at the temple before him. It's surrounded by statues of cat emperors. Even the temple gate has a statue of a fat-faced emperor. Yunshin stammers, "The temple of the three-flower nine-eye?" Despite his playful demeanor, he's sweating bullets and extremely concerned. Asterisk, this doesn't look like a proper temple. Lee Yunshin thinks for a moment. But this is probably the place. Why did it lead me here? Asterisk, in the end, he decides to enter the temple. As soon as he steps inside, a bright green light flashes and a voice commands, "Kneel." This startles Lee Yunshin. He lets out a surprised "huh." Suddenly, 3 bells appear before him, gold with bright pink ribbons and a crimson flower. You'd think it was some beautiful woman, but no. Out steps a calico cat, walking on 2 legs with its arms crossed, looking arrogant. It looks down on Lee Yunshin and asks, "Who are you? You see this deity and you don't kneel? To see this deity, did you bring 3 sacrifices?" With a get-up like that, what's there to be afraid of? Lee Yunshin gracefully steps forward and says, "I didn't." Then he points behind him and asks, "So, I'll be leaving now?" She thought she had some tasty prey, but instead, she got a disrespectful brat. The three-flower nine-eye cat shoves her face into Lee Yunshin's and roars, "Is my sacred ground a place you can just come and go as you please?" A mere dancing Taoist dares to be disrespectful to this deity. Lee Yunshin flashes a smile that couldn't be more fake. His handsome face says, "Of course not," but his hand has already grabbed the three-flower nine-eye by the scruff of her neck. Of course, an emperor can't tolerate that. The three-flower nine-eye, the calico cat, immediately shrieks, "How dare you!" But before she can finish, she reverts to her true form, a tiny little cat demon. Lee Yunshin holds the calico cat tightly by the neck and says contemptuously, "A tiny little cat demon, but your stomach isn't so small." The three-flower nine-eye is now just a title. It struggles and yells, "What cat demon? Where? I am the three-flower nine-eye." But who is Lee Yunshin? He's the protagonist and a student of psychology. One look and he understands. He threatens the cat, "Stop struggling. Your title, three-flower nine-eye. Aren't you just a calico cat? You can't transform yet, can you? So you can only possess clay statues." Seeing that being too harsh might be counterproductive, Lee Yunshin softens his tone. "Little cat demon, just help me deal with those guys outside. You want meat? You want incense? You can have it all." This three-flower nine-eye is still very proud. She raises her paw and refuses. This nine-eye isn't interested. Seeing that the gentle approach isn't working, Lee Yunshin resorts to temptation. "What a pity. I was going to teach you something 1,000 times more fun than pretending to be a female ghost." Hearing the word fun, the cat is immediately hooked. Its eyes light up as it asks excitedly, "More fun? What's so fun?" Seeing that the enemy has taken the bait, Lee Yunshin smiles wickedly and thinks, asterisk, if the ghost was really her disguise, this little cat demon, though intelligent, is still young and naive. It still has its natural instincts. Too easy to trick. Asterisk, but suddenly, the three-flower nine-eye cat shrieks again, its claws flailing wildly. No deal. Without 3 sacrifices, this nine-eye won't help you. Unless. Seeing the cat playing coy with him, Lee Yunshin is intrigued. Unless what? The cat, thinking it has Lee Yunshin hooked, gives a sly glance and says, "Unless you give this nine-eye a body first." Ah, hearing that, Lee Yunshin's eyes light up with understanding. Asterisk, this little demon is too predictable. He thinks to himself, "No wonder this cat demon knew I was a dancing Taoist as soon as we met. So that's why." Asterisk. In short, spirits and monsters can cultivate magical power and intelligence, but they lack the elixirs and techniques to temper a physical body. Sometimes, the body is already dead, but the consciousness is immortal, becoming something like a human ghost after death. This is a spirit body, and spirit bodies are extremely fragile. Without a physical body or a spiritual object to inhabit, even a normal thunderstorm could cause its soul to scatter. The more Lee Yunshin thinks about it, the easier it seems to handle. He looks at the cat demon and makes a deal. "You help me with the immediate problem, and I'll help you with a body later. A body and incense are no problem." Seeing this deal is a bit shaky, the cat demon quickly bargains. But the body? But Lee Yunshin doesn't let up. He looks at the calico cat and threatens, A tiny little spirit dares to make conditions with me. Seeing that being too firm isn't good, Li Yunxin plays the soft card. He whispers, "Don't you know I'm a dancing Taoist? If you agree, I'll paint a picture for you to inhabit later. We can find any temple to worship you in. You'll enjoy incense, and achieving enlightenment is also possible." Oh, thinking about the prospect of having a body and being worshipped, the cat is so delighted it grins until its face freezes. It stammers, "The thing you said was fun." Li Yunxin, seeing his seduction was successful, leans close to the cat's ear and says, "Come here. Listen to me. Do you know?" Meanwhile, the second-in-command, Chen Dian, is still searching for Li Yunxin. He examines the tracks on the ground and says to himself, "The tracks end here." Then he looks at the cat-headed temple in front of him and thinks in disbelief. He's hiding in the temple? I thought he was smart. He must have been scared by the ghost and wants to hide in a temple for protection from the gods. Well, that's it. The second-in-command goes crazy, draws his sword, and walks over. His eyes are bloodshot with killing intent. Now, you can't escape anymore. Chen Dian confidently strides into the temple. He doesn't hesitate to shout, "Come out. Stop hiding. I know you're in here." Of course, no matter how much he shouts, Li Yunxin won't come out. They're playing a game of hide-and-seek now. Suddenly, the second-in-command sees the corner of a robe sticking out. He turns and shouts, "Aha! Found you!" Just as Li Yunxin is excitedly jumping up to stab the second-in-command, he smirks as if to say, "I knew it all along, but I'll play along for your amusement." He says, "You thought I would say that?" Then Chen Dian turns, kicks, swings his sword, and shouts, "Humph! I knew it. It's a trap." But just as the sword swings, Li Yunxin's head snaps to the side, dodging the blow in a way that looks eerily like something out of a horror movie. Chen Dian sees this and screams in terror, "What is that?" But Li Yunxin just smiles and stares at him. "You saw through it, huh?" Then Yunxin does a few flips and lands on the ground. After that, our protagonist throws out a bright yellow talisman and shouts, "Go!" Instantly, a green superhero with a sword and mask jumps out. Of course, in Chen Dian's world, this is even more absurd than the monsters outside. He roars, "It's just an illusion. You think I'll fall for that? Prepare to die. I'll give you a quick death." With that, Chen Dian charges with his sword towards Yunxin and the green superhero. But Li Yunxin just smiles. And when the protagonist smiles, it's a sure win. He says calmly, "This time, it's not an illusion." At the same time, the green sword-wielding superhero charges forward, delivering a clean slice that cuts Chen Dian into 3 pieces. His upper body, arm, and lower body are all separated. The second-in-command, Chen Dian, is now in 3 pieces. Blood spurts from his mouth. He only has time to utter 4 words, "How could this be?" before his body falls apart, each piece in a different place. Li Yunxin looks at the mess in front of him and says contemptuously, after making the other person let down their guard, the real trap appears. Suspecting you've seen through the ambush is just the opening act of the trap. Suddenly, the green-lit sword-wielding superhero raises his sword, looks at Li Yunxin, and says, "My sword is your sword." Then he transforms into green sparks and vanishes. The protagonist, Li Yunxin, is now extremely proud. He puffs out his chest and says, "The advantage of transmigration is that I can draw powerful beings that this world has never seen." While he's still pumped up, the cat demon has already jumped out. It looks at Li Yunxin with interest and asks excitedly, "What was that? Why did it disappear?" And being in a human body is quite fun. While the new emperor is still grumbling, Li Yunxin is panting with exhaustion, thinking, "My chi C is sealed. Luckily, it can borrow my spiritual power, so I can barely achieve the effect of turning illusion into reality. But there's no time for Li Yunxin to recover. The cat demon rushes over and says breathlessly, I want a human body." Of course, in his current state of wanting but not being able to, the protagonist can only weakly explain, "My body isn't convenient right now. Wait until I restore my chi C, and I'll definitely draw you a spiritual vessel." But this calico cat has a temper like a firecracker. It curses, "You liar. You obviously have one. I'll go get it myself," and dashes off. Li Yunxin sees this and says worriedly, "This cat demon. Where am I supposed to get a body for it? In any case, I can't let it mess around with my body." Suddenly, he remembers. Right. Isn't there still the body of Miss Chow who got turned into a human shish kebab? Yunxin exclaims, "No way." Then he runs off, shouting, "Little demon, don't do anything rash." So, all that's left in the temple is half of Chen Dian's corpse, with a talisman inexplicably inside it. Suddenly, the characters on the talisman on the corpse light up, and then with a boom, It explodes, sending blood and flesh flying everywhere. Scene change to a prison in Qinghe town. A hand is pulling a talisman from a bloody, mangled corpse. It turns out this person is Huainanzi. He frowns at the talisman and thinks for a moment. Huainanzi looks into the distance and says, "All the talismans heading to Weicheng have been destroyed. They ate my Fudan pills. Ordinary martial artists shouldn't be able to do anything to them, unless they met a master." Looking at this Huainanzi, who single-handedly wrecked the prison, leaving it full of corpses and gore, it's clear he's a master himself. Huainanzi, having just purged an entire prison, is still in the mood to calmly pull out a picture of a girl to admire. Then Huainanzi steps outside. He mutters to himself, "Was it him? What a hassle." Because of this unexpected event, he burned down the entire prison? No, Huainanzi has decided that he needs to kill even more people. The scene quickly shifts back to the misty, desolate forest. Li Yunxin is holding his face and sighing because he was too late. It seems he couldn't stop the cat demon from desecrating Miss Qiao's body. And it's true. The cat demon, having possessed Miss Qiao's body, is overjoyed and jumps onto Yunxin, rubbing its cheek against his and shouting with glee, "Hi, I have a body. Take me with you. Let's go play." Li Yunxin immediately pushes away Miss Qiao's face, which now has cat whiskers drawn on it. He says with disdain, "If she were normal, she wouldn't be so clingy." Looking at the creature before him, which is neither cat nor human, Li Yunxin can only sigh. "I don't know where her soul is, and I can't force the three-flower cat out. So be it. This can be considered their fate. If I just leave her, this young lady will probably rot in the wilderness." Well, what's done is done. He might as well indulge this cat demon. Maybe it will be useful in the future. Li Yunxin calmly holds up 3 fingers and says to the cat demon, "If you couldn't wait for me to paint a picture and possess a human body yourself, then you must follow human etiquette. Listen carefully. We will now make a 3-part pact." Li Yunxin says slowly. "First, you cannot harm human lives. Second, you cannot marry a human. Third," Li Yunxin makes an extremely serious face, but then stops without saying more. The cat demon sees this and asks with wide-eyed surprise, "What the hell is the third one?" Li Yunxin glares at it and says, "The third one will be added when the time comes. You are using the body of a girl from this escort agency, so you also accept the karma of that body. From now on, you will help me deal with the remaining swordsmen." Wait a second. The cat demon hears this and smells a rat. It puts its hands on its hips and whines. "You want this nine-eye to work again?" Suddenly, behind the cat demon, a shadowy figure appears with 2 blank white eyes. The shadow lets out a contemptuous ha. This proud calico cat hears this and goes crazy. It whips around and curses, "What? What dares to laugh at this nine-eye? Act!" Before it can even open its eyes to see what's happening, the light of a sword is flying towards its face. Only when the blade is a centimeter from the cat demon's eye does it frantically lean back to dodge, keeping the corpse intact. Even so, the close call terrified the cat demon. It lets out a long meow and pops out of Miss Qiao's body. Then it immediately hides behind Li Yunxin, crying boo-hoo. As for Yunxin, he can only stand there in shock and exclaim, "Such fast sword skills." It turns out the newcomer is Huainanzi. He sits casually on a tree branch, looking at Li Yunxin and the cat demon with contempt. "You demon creature. You have no eyes. You're quick to dodge." Yunxin knows he's run into someone he can't mess with. He quickly cups his hands and says, "This little cat demon is ignorant of the world. I hope the Great Master will forgive it. May I ask the Great Master's name, and why you have come here?" Huainanzi is extremely arrogant. He doesn't hesitate to introduce himself. "My Taoist name is Huainanzi. I've come to kill you." As soon as he finishes speaking, he throws 3 sword strikes straight at Li Yunxin. Fortunately, our protagonist does a few circus-like flips and neatly dodges the blows. Hearing Huainanzi's brief introduction, Li Yunxin understands the situation. He says with a serious face, "So you are the cultivator undergoing the slaughter tribulation. Just to break through a mental block, you would kill innocent people." Huainanzi, of course, doesn't hesitate to explain. "People are born with sin. Everyone has a reason to die. You, in particular, for killing the 6 ghosts of Hajong, already bear the karma of slaughter. The deaths of my 2 senior brothers are also related to you." Then he frowns and glares at Li Yunxin, roaring, "You deserve to die. Wait, that's wrong. Besides the 4th brother who got crushed by a pillar and the 2nd brother who was cut into 3 pieces, who else has the protagonist killed?" Li Yunxin shouts in shock. "The 6 ghosts of Hajong are all dead. Things are getting out of hand." He thinks to himself, "Asterisk, is there someone else in this forest? Or something else? Asterisk." But Huainanzi just wants to kill now. He's not listening to a word. He shouts, "Enough talk, and sends a flurry of sword strikes at the protagonist. Li Yunxin struggles to dodge left and right, thinking 1,000 curses in his head. What sin did I commit to get involved with these lunatics from the Lingshu sword sect? In this life-or-death situation, he chooses to ask for help from an acquaintance. Li Yunxin says, "It seems tonight I can't escape my fate of having to invite Ninth Young Master." He immediately pulls out his acquaintance card, Ninth Young Master. But before he can do anything, Huainonzi's sword flashes and slashes Li Yunxin's hand. Huainonzi frowns at Li Yunxin and warns, "What are you trying to do?" Then immediately snatches the painting from Yunxin's hand. Huainonzi opens the painting of Ninth Young Master. He suddenly becomes furious and asks, "This is a demon? What is your relationship with this demon?" Li Yunxin, even in this dire situation, has to smile to not waste his handsome face. He quickly smirks and says, "Haha, you care so much? That's my friend." Hearing Li Yunxin's answer, Huainonzi is clearly even angrier. His eyes flash as he growls, "Humph, colluding with other species to harm righteous cultivators. Your crime cannot be paid for with just one death." Suddenly, a figure appears behind the mist. Both Huainonzi and Li Yunxin sense it, but the clearest is the cat demon. It's so scared it hides, running off and saying, "Something scary is coming. Hide, hide." Huainonzi is still squinting his 10 out of 10 eyes to see who it is when a voice comes from below. "Are you two really friends?" To the astonishment of both Huainonzi and Yunxin, the blonde young lady jumps out of nowhere, sits down, and scrutinizes the picture in Huainonzi's hand. The blonde girl has eyes just like a cat's, and she looks at the painting with a curious, blank expression. Huainonzi must be very shocked. He shouts, "Who's there?" As for our protagonist, he smirks with a knowing look. After calming down, the blonde young lady stands up. The three of them face each other in the quiet, dark night. Huainonzi squints at the blonde girl and asks, "Fairy, I am Huainonzi of the Longshu Sword Sect. May I ask why you have come here?" The blonde girl pays no attention to Huainonzi. She walks right up to Li Yunxin, sniffs him, and exclaims, "I smelled a fragrance from afar. I didn't expect to find something so unexpected." Huainonzi doesn't hesitate to draw his sword and say, "This kid killed 2 of my fellow disciples and befriended a demon. I hope you won't interfere, fairy." Hearing this touches a nerve. The blonde girl suddenly whips around and asks with a sharp, murderous look, "Demons are no good?" As soon as she finishes speaking, she transforms into a red-eyed female ghost, brimming with killing intent. Huainonzi watches this transformation with wide-eyed terror and leaps back to dodge. He looks at the small girl before him, who is now shrouded in demonic energy, and stammers, "This girl is a demon?" Instantly, his righteous cultivator blood boils. Huainonzi shouts, "Demon, leave quickly. This has nothing to do with you. I advise you not to get involved." Before he can finish his sentence, a ha-ha laugh cuts him off from behind. It's the maid and the blonde young lady's panting donkey. The maid laughs heartily, points at Huainonzi, and mocks, "Young miss, he wants to advise you not to get involved." Huainonzi is still frowning and turns around, but what's waiting for him behind is the donkey demon's mouth, as wide as a black hole. In a single note, the donkey bites down and crushes Huainonzi's entire head. Of course, after that, our donkey gets a full meal. The maid sees it about to swallow him whole and reminds it, "Spit out the magic weapon. Don't eat it." After quickly dealing with Huainonzi, the blonde young lady stares at Li Yunxin, who is still terrified on the ground, and says, "The trouble is gone. Let's continue our previous conversation." Li Yunxin still can't escape the horror of what he just saw. He's sweating bullets and thinks, a powerful cultivator like that became food for a donkey in an instant. These two are not simple. The blonde young lady holds up the picture of Ninth Young Master and asks, "Do you know the person in this picture? Is he your friend?" Li Yunxin immediately replies, "You mean Ninth Young Master? We've had the pleasure of meeting a few times." Hearing that is enough to make the demoness overjoyed. She immediately grabs Yunxin's shoulders and says happily, "Really? Little Gio, where did you see him?" Seeing the demoness' eagerness, Li Yunxin answers honestly, "You two know each other too? The last time I saw him was in Qinghe County. It's like finding gold." The great demoness exclaims excitedly, "Qinghe County? Isn't that very close? Thank you so much. I've been looking for him all this time. Since you're a friend of little Gio, then you're my friend too." She looks at the painting of Ninth Young Master and continues, "Let me have this painting. I'll keep his portrait, and I'll trade this with you." Then the great demoness immediately pulls out a small sword and gives it to Li Yunxin. She continues, "Take this. No matter where you are, I can find you." Looking at Li Yunxin, the great demoness likes him more and more. "Don't let anyone eat you before then." Li Yunxin immediately replies, "You can rest assured about that." Just don't forget to come find me. This makes the blonde young lady laugh happily and praise him. Haha, you're really interesting. Suddenly, she transforms again, her grotesque, black-eyed face close to Yunshin's as she warns, "But if you try to run away, next time I'll eat you." The maid suddenly waves her hand and shouts, young miss, Little Black is full. Should we go now?" The blonde young miss replies, "Don't be loud. We're going to find Little Geo." Hearing the name Little Geo, the maid brightens up. She says happily, "Little Geo? Is it really Little Geo?" Without wasting any time, the blonde great demoness immediately shoots out a demonic spell, tying up her maid and donkey, and flies up into the sky. As she flies away, she calls back, "Remember, my name is Bai Yunshin. Yunshin, wait for my return." Li Yunshin watches the chaotic group of demons leave and breathes a sigh of relief. He silently prays, "Ninth young master, I'm sorry. Although I don't know why she's looking for you, it would be best if you two could fight to a bloody pulp." After that, Li Yunshin immediately buries the small sword the great demoness gave him. It's better not to keep these evil things. As he's busy burying it, the cat demon in Miss Chao's body returns. It says in a panic, "Are they gone?" "They're finally gone." That scared this Nai to death. After burying the sword, Li Yunshin turns and grabs the cat demon's head. "This body is no good. Come out. Let her be buried in peace." Of course, this cat won't agree. It shakes its head and struggles, crying, "No, I don't want to. It's mine." Seeing this stubborn cat has no intention of letting go of Miss Chao's body, Li Yunshin says, "If you insist on keeping it, it's not impossible." But before he can finish, the cat demon points at his chest and asks, "What's this? You still have something interesting?" Li Yunshin pulls out the glowing jade. He's also puzzled. He asks himself, the Tongming jade slip, why did it suddenly light up? While he's still thinking, 3 strange characters appear on the jade, startling both Li Yunshin and the cat demon. Li Yunshin is extremely surprised by the reaction of the Tongming jade slip. It opened? I tried countless methods before and couldn't open it. Why can it be open now? Recalling the earlier situation, Li Yunshin frowns and speculates. Just now. Only that great demon touched me. Could it be because of the demonic energy? The cat demon beside him sees the strange object and asks excitedly, "What's this?" "Let me see." Suddenly, the wind rustles the leaves. Li Yunshin shouts, "Who's there?" The cat demon is immediately swept up in the alarm. It spouts a stream of questions. "Who is it? Is someone there? Where?" Seeing the foolish cat spinning around vigilantly, Li Yunshin shoves the Tongming jade slip into his clothes and thinks, so easy to trick. This jade slip is no ordinary thing. And this cat demon can't keep a secret. I can't let word of this get out. I should wait until I'm in a safe place to study it carefully. This Nai cat is still worried and asks frantically, "Where are they? Why can't this Nai sense them?" Li Yunshin calmly replies, "It's nothing. I saw wrong. Let's go. Hearing that, the cat demon is relieved. It follows behind Li Yunshin and boasts, "Humph. I told you. How could anything escape the eyes of this Nai?" As they walk down a deserted path, a cry for help shatters the quiet night. "Help! There's a monster!" Instantly, a hand covers the fake painter's mouth. It's Li Yunshin. He puts a finger to his lips and says, "Calm down. It's me. The monster is gone." Finally seeing a living person, the painter is overjoyed and cries, then puts on a girlish pout and pummels Li Yunshin's chest. "Great master, you've finally returned. Just now, this old Taoist was scared to death." Yunshin, in pain, shouts, "Speak properly. What's the situation now?" The painter sighs and says, "Sigh. Most of them are dead." He looks at a body covered by a sheet and laments. Those swordsmen were too cruel. Only Escort Chief Chiao is left, but they cut off his legs. Then he continues his story. Escort Chief Chiao could have escaped, but then a man-eating demon appeared. Those swordsmen were chewed up like beans. After the demon left, I saw he was still breathing, so I helped him with some basic bandaging. Li Yunshin walks over to Escort Chief Chiao and lifts the sheet. His right arm and both legs have been cut off. Just as the painter said, it seems he won't live much longer. Li Yunshin looks at the painter, who is unharmed in such a situation, and praises him. "You have some skills, being able to escape the eyes of those swordsmen and that demon." The painter can only humbly reply, "You flatter me, great master." Luckily, this old Taoist still had a concealment talisman on him. It saved my life at the critical moment. "It's nothing compared to your abilities, great master." Li Yunshin looks at the ground, where the father is a limbless, half-dead man, and behind him, the daughter is dead and possessed. He's speechless. The painter points at Miss Chiao, possessed by the cat demon, and says, "Great master, has this child's mind been bewitched by a demon?" Li Yunxin doesn't dare to tell the truth and can only prevaricate. It's nothing. She was just scared silly by the demon. Also, stop calling me great master. You're my master. The painter is now scared to death. He doesn't dare to boast anymore. He shakes his head repeatedly and cries, "Master, it was this humble Taoist who was presumptuous before. How could I be worthy of being your master?" Li Yunxin gets angry and shouts, "Get up first. I can't accept a disciple as old as you." Hearing this, the painter's tears fall like rain. Sigh indeed. When you're old, you're useless. Suddenly, Li Yunxin points at him and says, "How about this? You don't ask about my background, and you don't tell anyone about what happened tonight. When we get to your Taoist temple, whatever you want to learn, I can teach you." Hearing this, the painter is overjoyed and asks, "Really?" Li Yunxin says calmly, "Umph. But on the surface, you are still my master. I don't want to attract attention." Hearing this request, the painter smiles broadly and rubs his hands together. "Simple, simple. As long as you command, master, this old Taoist will obey." Li Yunxin looks at the half-dead escort chief Qiao and says seriously, "Escort chief Qiao's family has shown me kindness. Try to help him survive and return home." Then he sits down and uses a spell to stop the bleeding for escort chief Qiao. "I'll stop his bleeding first, then I'll..." Before he can finish, he hears no more movement. Li Yunxin immediately turns his head to look. An empty, dark space with no one there. Yunxin asks in a panic, "Where did everyone go?" Li Yunxin looks from side to side. All around him are still dense trees. The space is silent, as if he's been alone here all along. Yunxin is shocked. Asterisk, what's going on? Is another demon causing trouble? Asterisk, suddenly, in front of him are two figures, one in black and one in white. That's right, it's a pair of Heibai Wuchang. Seeing this, Li Yunxin breaks out in a cold sweat. Ghost messengers? The Heibai Wuchang walk past Li Yunxin. Suddenly, the Heibai Wuchang turns back and says, "This person seems to be able to see us." The Bai Wuchang hears this and asks in surprise, "Is that so? Is his name in the Book of Life and Death?" The Heibai Wuchang quickly opens the Book of Life and Death. "Let me see." Li Yunxin glances at the Heibai Wuchang and thinks, "Why do those two sentences keep replaying in my head?" The Heibai Wuchang searches for a while, then glares at Li Yunxin. Strange. His name isn't in the Book of Life and Death. Seeing that Li Yunxin seems strange, the Heibai Wuchang immediately makes a hand sign. He sticks out his tongue and casts a spell. "Let me investigate his past and present lives. If his name isn't there, I'll just add it." Then he strikes through Li Yunxin's body. Suddenly, the Heibai Wuchang is stunned. Li Yunxin smiles and turns to look at him. "What did you see?" The Heibai Wuchang stares at Li Yunxin, unable to believe it. His past life was a person without a name. The Bai Wuchang, hearing what Li Yunxin said, becomes furious. He immediately takes out his brush and says, "How dare you? A mere mortal dares to question the Heibai Yinjun." Before he can do anything, he is stopped by the Heibai Wuchang. "Wait." The Heibai Wuchang turns to leave. This person is like that demon lord, not within the 6 paths of reincarnation. "Let's go." The Bai Wuchang hears this and asks in surprise, "Why are you suddenly leaving? We still haven't captured the soul of a certain woman." Before he can finish, the Heibai Wuchang shouts, "Capture what? From now on, don't capture any souls related to him." Seeing the Heibai Wuchang disappear, Li Yunxin panics and calls out, "Hey, make it clear first. Who are you really?" Li Yunxin stammers vaguely, "Who are you really?" while gripping someone's arm tightly. The man next to Li Yunxin is in so much pain from his grip that he can't stand it anymore. He lets out a loud, "Ah." Li Yunxin is awakened by the scream. He clutches his head in pain. Was that a dream just now? Suddenly, a voice beside him says, "Let go of my hand, friend." Li Yunxin looks at the purple-haired man, whose face is just as purple, and asks, "Who are you?" The purple-haired man is in so much pain he's sweating, but he still calmly replies, "I am Wu Ming of the Daqing Dynasty Escort Association. I was passing by and saw your escort caravan had been burned, so I followed the trail here." Li Yunxin lowers his head in thought, muttering, "I see." Then he clenches his fist and realizes he's been holding Wu Ming's hand a little too long and a little too tight. Li Yunxin immediately lets go. Wu Ming is speechless but still manages a forced smile. "Your grip is quite strong, little brother." This makes Yunxin smile sheepishly. "Sorry, I was having a nightmare." Wu Ming pats Li Yunxin's shoulder and says very seriously, "I saw the tragic scene in the forest. It's normal to have nightmares after something like that. Don't be afraid. Now that you've met me, Wu Ming, your troubles are over. It's great to find someone to help." Li Yunxin immediately cups his hands and says, "Thank you for your help, brave warrior Wu. Do you know what happened to us?" Wu Ming shakes his head, feigning sympathy. "Sigh. One look at that scene and you know. Vicious beasts harming people, huh? There are 4 or 5 bodies with their heads bitten off, blood everywhere. And some people seem to have died from internal injuries, probably from panicking and fighting amongst themselves." Before Li Yunxin can explain, Wu Ming is still lost in his own dramatic script. "Pity your family of 4, old and young. I can't imagine how scared you were yesterday. Luckily you met me." This leaves our protagonist speechless. But seeing Wu Ming so caught up in his own imagination is a good thing. Li Yunxin immediately smiles and says gratefully, "Thank you, big brother Wu. You understood the whole situation from just a small detail. You are truly brilliant. In the future, you will surely become a great hero, famous throughout the land." Outwardly, he's praising him, but inwardly he's thinking, he's really good at imagining things. Saves me the trouble of explaining. Outside, the carriage and Wu Ming are waiting. Wu Ming, praised by Li Yunxin, beams with a wide smile. Then he leads Yunxin to the carriage. "Let's go. Your family is all in the carriage. Where are you from? I'll take you back." Yunxin doesn't hesitate to reply, "We want to go to Weicheng." Listening to Wu Ming's imagined scenario and how he sees Li Yunxin's group as a family, Yunxin thinks to himself, "To see us as a family, your eyesight must not be very good." Wu Ming, unaware of the person beside him silently judging him, is still smiling from ear to ear. "What a coincidence. I'm also heading to Weicheng. Let's go together." Seeing Wu Ming's enthusiasm, the protagonist Li Yunxin's gaze towards him softens a bit. At least he's a kind-hearted man of letters, even if his mind seems a bit off. Li Yunxin glances at Wu Ming's carriage and silently gives him another point for being rich. It's not often you find such a good person in the middle of a deep forest. Wu Ming presents himself as a generous person, casually telling Li Yunxin, "Little brother, don't be shy. Just treat this as your own carriage." This makes Yunxin cup his hands once more to thank the enthusiastic Wu Ming. Li Yunxin opens the carriage door and steps inside to find the old painter, Miss Qiao possessed by the cat demon, and Xiao Duanhong lying weakly in the back. The old painter sees Li Yunxin and, with tears in his eyes and a pained expression, says, "I-oh. Great master, you're awake." Of course, this annoys him. Yunxin tells the old man, "What are you talking about? Stop calling me great master. From now on, call me brother Xian." Hearing this, the old painter quickly says, "Yes, brother Xian." Not knowing much about Wu Ming, Li Yunxin asks the old painter, "Is this Wu Ming a rich man?" The old painter, with tears in his eyes, replies, "This man is indeed very rich. Brother Xian, you've just arrived here, so you probably don't know. This escort association is famous for squandering money to buy fame." Li Yunxin opens the curtain and looks at Wu Ming riding his horse in front, silently assessing him. Indeed, a foolish, rich young master. In this kind of person's convoy, I can avoid a lot of trouble. While Yunxin is busy scheming, the cat demon in Miss Qiao's body is busy licking its lips. Thinking about arriving in Weicheng soon, it becomes even more excited. It smiles from ear to ear and thinks, "I can quickly get to a place with lots and lots of people." Wu Ming's carriage slowly makes its way towards Weicheng. Suddenly, the wheels turn a bit heavily. Oh, there's a shadow under the ground. I had to take a look to see what it looked like, and then boo. It turns out some sneaky person has been following under the carriage. What a scare. The scene quickly changes to Weicheng. The entire city is surrounded by a large, clear river. Then they arrive at a large courtyard. It turns out this is the Qiao family estate. In the courtyard, an old man is diligently sweeping leaves. But oh my, what's this? A corner of a robe flutters behind a tree. A closer look reveals a pair of adulterers playing a public game for novelty. The woman blushes with embarrassment, but is clearly enjoying it. She quickly says, "What are you doing? Wasn't one whole night enough? Hurry up, we have to go." The old lecher beside her, while fumbling with his hands, says with delight, "What's there to be afraid of? A deaf and blind old man can't possibly find out. I really love your scent, my good Annie." Ah, so the uncle is away, and the nephew is seducing his wife. As soon as he finishes speaking, the old lecher buries his face in her chest. The girl, who was shy just a moment ago, is now lost in a daze, her eyes closed as she moans, "Ah, Ming Lang." The couple on this side is playing their game, while the old man continues to diligently sweep leaves. A little closer, and you'll see he's paying attention. I don't know which fool spread the rumor that he's blind and deaf. He glances at the tree for a moment and thinks, today, the escort chief will probably return. And it's true. A short while later, Li Yunxin's caravan finally enters the streets of Weicheng. Hearing the hustle and bustle of people and carriages outside, Li Yunxin opens the window. Asterisk, we're finally here. The most important thing right now is to find a quiet place to research how to break the restriction on my Shuashan Qihai. Asterisk. While he's busy thinking, Wu Ming suddenly rides up on his horse, looking extremely eager. Little brother, have you been to Weicheng before? You ask, so I'll answer. I haven't been to Weicheng. Is there anything fun? Li Yunxin replies, not forgetting to butter up Wu Ming a little. I must thank you for this trip, Chief. Getting the green light, Wu Ming becomes excited and takes on the role of a tour guide. Although Weicheng can't compare to the capital or the prefectural city, because the way river converges here, many merchants choose it as a transit point, so it's very lively. The horse was galloping along nicely when some idiot pulled the reins too tight, causing the horse to foam at the mouth. Wu Ming's servant immediately jumps down, stands in front of the Qiao family estate, and announces loudly, Chief Wu Ming of the Escort Association has brought Escort Chief Qiao Duan of the Hongfu Escort Agency back. Hearing this, everyone in the mansion, young and old, exclaims, the master has returned. The master has returned. It turns out this Master Qiao has two wives. The one in red with a pale face is Qiao Wangshi, the second wife. She stands forward and says, I, Qiao Wangshi, greet the chief. The one with a red face and a green dress is Qiao Lushi. Probably. Mrs. Qiao Wang sees Wu Ming and cups her hands with a bright smile. Thank you for bringing my husband back, Chief. I don't know how to repay you. Please come in, Chief. I'll have the servants prepare some tea and pastries. Of course, someone as rich as Wu Ming doesn't care about a little pastry. He'd at least want some beer, so Wu Ming declines, shaking his head. No need for such trouble. Escort Chief Qiao ran into some trouble on the road. You should take care of him first. That's what's important. Hearing this, Mrs. Wang covers her face, her eyes welling up with tears. She exclaims in shock, what? Then she opens the carriage door and, oh my God, a storm is nothing compared to her husband looking like a mess. Seeing Mr. Qiao's disheveled state, Mrs. Wang is shocked, tears streaming down her face as she cries out, my lord, husband, how did you end up like this? Like this? What are we going to do? As for Mrs. Liu behind her, she's frozen stiff, her face pale with fear. Seeing a commotion and smelling drama, the townspeople gather around. The man named Ming Lang is no exception. He pushes and shoves his way through the crowd. Move aside, move aside. What happened? Then he rushes to Wu Ming's carriage and shouts, where's my uncle? Where are the other escorts? In this chaotic situation, Wu Ming is naturally the one to explain. He tells Ming Lang, they encountered a vicious beast while on escort duty. Besides Escort Chief Qiao and the young miss, everyone else is gone. Then Wu Ming points to the old painter and Li Yunxin. This is old Taoist Liu and his disciple. They were traveling together, so just ask them for the details. Ming Lang has to put on a show of grief. He clasps his hands and says, I see. Thank you, Chief. But inside, he's probably overjoyed. Asterisk, what a great opportunity. Now that only my aunt and cousin are left in the house, they'll soon be in my pocket. This might be a chance to play dirty. Asterisk. Ming Lang takes the opportunity to touch Qiao Lushi and feign grief. Aunt, please restrain your sorrow. You still have me. First, let's take my uncle and cousin back. Then Ming Lang opens the curtain and climbs into the carriage. Suddenly, the carriage shakes violently. It looks like Ming Lang is ignoring the situation and playing around with Miss Qiao. But surprisingly, the one screaming is not Miss Qiao, but Ming Lang. Who is it? What the ah? Before he can understand what's happening, Ming Lang is kicked out of the carriage by Miss Qiao. Then the cat demon in Miss Qiao's body pounces on him, punching him in the face. The cat demon gets more and more frenzied as it fights, its eyes turning redder as it sneers. Ugly. You have a disgusting smell. This leaves Ming Lang to do nothing but scream and cover his face, yelling, stop hitting me. Are you crazy, cousin? Before they can recover from this shock, they're hit with another. Seeing her normally gentle daughter now boxing with Ming Lang, Wangshi exclaims in shock, heavens, how could a good girl become like this? As for Lushi, she's only focused on Ming Lang, shouting, be careful. The cat demon is in a frenzy, about to deliver a final blow, when its arm is suddenly grabbed. It's our protagonist, Li Yunxin. He looks at Miss Qiao, who is now possessed by the cat demon, and glares at her as a warning, the three-part pact. Seeing Yunxin's glare, the cat demon is immediately scared. It nods its head as if it understands. After dealing with the crazy cat demon, Li Yunxin hurries to Wangshi and bows his head to explain. On the road, we first had to fight off a strong enemy, and then we encountered a fierce beast. That's why Miss Qiao was frightened. But unfortunately, the tree wants to be still, but the wind won't stop. Ming Lang, who was beaten like a punching bag, still won't shut up. He points at Yunshin and roars, "Nonsense! My cousin is usually very clever and well-behaved. How could she be so scared? You two are unharmed. You must have colluded to harm them and steal the escort goods. Today, you must give our Qiao family a reasonable explanation." Lu Shi, hearing her lover's words, naturally obeys. She immediately chimes in, "That makes sense. My husband has been an escort for many years, and he has so many brothers with him. What's a strong enemy or a fierce beast? You must come with us to report to the authorities." The old painter, being wrongly accused, of course refuses. He immediately protests, "Mrs. Qiao, listen to this old Taoist." This old Taoist is not the first time. But before he can finish, he hears the sound of gold hitting his hand. It's true that what can't be solved with gold can be solved with a lot of gold. The handsome Wu Ming slams a gold ingot down, silencing everyone. Ming Lang asks in fear, "Chief, what is this?" but is cut off by Wu Ming. The extremely handsome Wu Ming, because he has a lot of money, immediately points to himself and says, "I saw the scene with my own eyes. If it weren't for these two taking care of them, the escort chief and his daughter would have died long ago. As for the lost escort goods, the association will compensate for them. Do you have any other objections?" Ming Lang, feeling the weight of the money in his hand, smiles with delight. He sidles up to Wu Ming and whispers, "Chief, look, this has caused such a commotion. With you vouching for them, what objections could we have?" During this scene of Wu Ming using money to suppress people, Li Yunshin is also speechless. He sighs to himself, asterisk indeed, the money-scattering association. Asterisk after resolving the commotion, Wu Ming's men carry escort chief Qiao into the house. As they pass by the townspeople, everyone buzzes with gossip. But in the crowd, the most heartbroken person is the old man sweeping leaves in the courtyard. He looks at Qiao Duanhong, with his amputated limbs on a stretcher, and feels a pang of pain. Is that the escort chief? Very quickly, night falls. Inside the escort agency, 3 people are whispering and plotting. Ming Lang, holding a bowl of wine with his leg propped up on a chair, says casually, "Aunties, we can't just let my uncle's injury go." Mrs. Wang, being unreasonable, replies, "If we don't let it go, what can we do? Didn't the chief say it was caused by a vicious beast? Besides, we've already accepted the money." Seeing her lover being cornered, Mrs. Liu immediately steps up to defend him. "Sister, we should still listen to what our nephew has to say. The master is about to pass away. The Qiao family can only rely on gemming from now on." Seeing that Wang Shi is also swayed, Ming Lang continues, "Aunt, don't worry. How can that guy surnamed Wu keep an eye on us every day? We'll go sue that big-nosed guy. They harmed someone, so they should go to jail. Besides, I heard that the land of the Dragon King Temple is quite valuable." Hearing these words, Qiao Wangshi asks with some concern, "Will this work?" Ming Lang immediately leans closer and whispers, "I heard some news recently. A while ago, the prefect." This startles Wangshi, who asks, "Is that so?" On this side, in a certain courtyard, an old man is holding a lantern and looking inside. In the room, 2 maids are sitting by the fire, gossiping. Why did only he come back? In that state, he's better off dead. He took so many people with him, and they all died. Only he came back alive. The old man slowly walks past the 2 of them, then enters the room where escort chief Qiao is breathing his last. He goes to Qiao Duanhong's bedside and softly calls out, "Young escort chief." He looks at the mangled body of Qiao Duanhong, which is neither human nor ghost, and his heart aches. Then he pulls out a bandage and, while wrapping Qiao Duanhong's wound, sighs, "This family. I'm afraid no one wants you to survive. The young miss has also become like this. This old man is just a cripple." The old man pauses for a moment, his face thoughtful. "You have to hold on. For the young miss, for the business that the old escort chief spent his whole life building. At least wait until old Master John's people arrive. It won't be too late for you to go then." Hearing this, escort chief Qiao suddenly wakes up for a moment. The Qiao family is full of schemes, but the old painter's temple is different. It's noisy, with people shouting, "Old Taoist Liu, are you crazy? Why are you demolishing the temple? If you demolish it, how are we supposed to worship?" Liu the painter, busy demolishing the Dragon King statue, turns and boasts, "Esteemed elders and fellow villagers, don't panic. Today, I, Hun Yuanzi, am not being disrespectful to the Dragon King. The other day, my soul wandered into the celestial realm, and I happened to enter the sacred ground of the gods, where I met the Dragon King. He personally ordered me to offer incense to 2 gods in the mortal world." The crowd below, of course, doesn't believe him. They all shout, "Is that true? You're really good at making things up. You're so desperate for money you've gone crazy." The old painter, of course, doesn't back down. He pulls out 2 paintings and says excitedly, "Humph, humph. This painting was bestowed by the gods. Whether it's true or not, you'll know just by looking. These are the 2 heavenly venerables." This makes the crowd below stare with wide eyes. They thought they knew what mortal gods were like, but these gods are a bit strange. One is the Grand Supreme, most holy, mysterious, and marvelous, spirit treasure, imperial crown prince, whose face looks exactly like our protagonist's. He even boasts, the crown prince resides in the 9-layered heavenly kingdom. His magic is unparalleled. He can keep your family business prosperous, bring you wealth, and bless you with many children and grandchildren. Then he whips out a second painting. I don't know which god this is, but this god could probably turn all men into her followers. He continues his boastful speech. The second is the handmaiden dragon maiden of the Grand Supreme, most holy, mysterious, and marvelous, spirit treasure, imperial crown prince. She is the biological sister of the Rawhide Dragon King, in charge of rain and wind, protecting the prosperity of the region. After a round of boasting, the old painter quickly hangs up the 2 paintings and says, "Now, fellow villagers, please pay respects to the portraits of the 2 heavenly venerables." There can be no delay. To make everyone believe him more, the painter waves his hand and points at the 2 paintings, exclaiming with a look of awe, "You should know that sincerity will be rewarded. If you are not sincere, even the Jade Emperor Grand Heavenly Venerable himself will not pay attention to you." For some reason, the crowd below seems to have been bewitched. They all start chattering. Right. I didn't know old Taoist Lu had such a fortuitous encounter. Do you feel it? As soon as the painting was opened, my whole body felt relaxed, and my spirits were lifted. After a session of boasting and deceiving everyone, Lu the painter pokes his head into Li Yunxin's room, gives a hand signal, and asks, "How is it, Brother Exen? Did I do a good job?" Li Yunxin, lying with his legs propped up on a chair while fiddling with a jade slip, praises him. Not a bad storyteller. The old painter, hearing the praise, beams with joy. He rubs his hands together and says, "It's all thanks to Brother Exion's painting. It's been a long time since the Dragon King Temple was this lively. But this god is really special. I wonder which deity Brother Exen really is." Of course, Li Yunxin isn't foolish enough to admit it's himself. He quickly puts on a mysterious air and says, "I cannot say." Seeing Li Yunxin being so tight-lipped, the old painter doesn't ask any more questions. He waves his hand and says, Understood. Brother Exion has his reasons for everything he does. Rest assured, I will take good care of the incense offerings outside." After the old painter leaves, Li Yunxin thoughtfully looks at the Tongming jade slip in his hand. He looks at the glowing jade slip. Yunxin thinks to himself, "This jade slip is like the painting saint's personal notebook. The content is incredibly diverse, but my abilities are limited. I still can't view the content. It took me a whole day to find a way to break the seal in my Chi C." Clenching the jade slip, Li Yunxin resolves, "My current conditions are limited. I can only give it a try." Immediately after, Li Yunxin sits down to meditate. Spiritual energy flows through his body. He thinks, the jade slip says that to break the seal, I can use another force to counter it. My own strength is far from enough. I can only try to borrow the willpower of the masses and see if I can break through. Soon, dusk falls. Lu the painter, carrying a bag of meat and a jug of wine, calls out happily, "Brother Exen, time to eat. I bought some wine and meat to celebrate." He puts all the wine and meat on the table. Suddenly, he notices a mysterious aura emanating from the room and curiously peeks inside, calling softly, "Brother Exion?" Seeing Li Yunxin still cultivating, with green spiritual energy filling the room, the old painter sighs to himself. Still cultivating? Truly worthy of being a great master. Suddenly, a ghostly head droops down from above. What the hell? The old painter sees this and screams, "A ghost!" startling the entire area. Birds fly away in a panic. Li Yunxin sits with a frown. He feels his body is heavy and thinks in a panic, "I can't move." Li Yunxin feels a surge of spiritual energy so powerful he can't control it. He worries, "My Shueshan Chi Hai feels like it's about to explode." Li Yunxin sits in a corner, cross-legged, circulating his energy. The ghost lunges at him. At this moment, he frowns. This is bad. Willpower and spiritual energy are completely different. Without the suppression of spiritual energy, this thing is running rampant in my body. It feels like a chain is wrapped around him. He snaps out of it, his eyes flying open. If this continues, my spiritual soul will shatter before the seal is even opened. He circulates his spiritual energy. First, I must stabilize this scattered force. Then, asterisk. He points to the top of the seal. Go. His heart pounds in his chest, his eyes wide. A second later, he returns to normal, sighing. Asterisk. Luckily, it worked. The willpower accumulated this morning has been used up, and the seal has only opened a small crack. Asterisk. Just then, he is startled by the ghost. It's opening its black mouth, approaching him. He scrambles backward in fear, shouting, "There's a ghost in the temple." He takes a closer look at the ghost. There's a red dot right between its eyebrows. He jumps to his feet, pointing a finger at the ghost's face. "You are? Xiao Jiaowan. Are you Xiao Jiaowan?" Hearing this, the ghost immediately turns away. Yunten reaches out to stop it. Wait. But as he gives chase, his legs wobble. He frowns. Damn it. I used too much energy just now. Yunten quickly climbs through the window, thinking, north. That's the direction of the Hongfu escort agency. He frowns, his heart pounding. If this ghost is really Xiao Jiahuan, then my encounter with the Heibai Yanjun wasn't a dream. On the second floor of a mansion, cheerful laughter can be heard. Ming Lang, drink up. From now on, you are the pillar of our family. Heh, my good aunt, that's enough, that's enough. Ming Lang raises his cup, glances at his wife, and says happily, "It's a pity my little sister has gone mad. If she were sitting here too, it would be even more delightful." The lady sitting next to him glares. "You damn bastard, what are you thinking?" Ming Lang turns and grins sheepishly. I was just speaking my mind." His gaze shifts to the person opposite him. "Eldest sister-in-law, won't you have a drink?" She frowns. "No, as long as everything goes smoothly. It won't be too late to drink after this is over." Over here, a gloomy atmosphere prevails. A black cat appears. Is this a bad omen? It seems the young escort chief can't wait any longer. Old Meng says slowly, "The letter can't be delivered. The prefect is also useless." He turns to look at the seriously injured person. "Don't look at me like that. I have no other choice." Then this person replies to him with inarticulate sounds. The nearby crows are surprised. The legless old man is, what is he saying? Is he dead? After holding on for so long, he's finally dead. Quick, go report to the lady. With a single sword strike, old Ming decapitates the talkative man. The other person screams in terror. He stumbles back in fear. "I say you, what are you trying to do?" Old Ming points his sword at him, threatening, "If you don't want to die, don't move." This old man, when I was as young as you are now. Then his pupils constrict, and he stares at him. Was called the murderous ghost, Meng. With that, he turns back to the room from before. He throws open the door and looks at his limbless friend. He says softly, "Young escort chief, I only have this old bag of bones left." The young escort chief's eyes reflect Meng's stooped, old body. All around are screams. "Murder! Murder!" Everyone is in a panic, their faces filled with terror. "Old Meng, are you crazy? You damn bastard. You traitor. You dare to kill people." The surroundings are engulfed in a sea of fire. The white-haired man, with dangerous eyes and a firm grip on his sword, says, "Old Lang is gone." Then he swings his sword and shouts, "You all go down with him." The sound of the sword slicing through the air. The surrounding people shout, "Fire! Help, fire!" What sin did the Chow family commit? The space is engulfed in a sea of fire, and the screams of people make the atmosphere even more gloomy. The next day, the people whisper about what happened last night. The sound of rhythmic footsteps approaches from a distance. Soldiers kick down the door. The leader shouts, "Arrest the suspect." The person inside the house panics. "What's that noise?" Then he runs to the mansion gate and shouts, "Hey, what do you want to do?" The things in my temple are all spiritually infused treasures." The soldiers ignore him and ask, "Where are the people here?" In Bingji, a constable from Liuhe Prefecture, Weiqing, shouts, "The widow of the Hongfu escort agency, Xiao Lushi, has accused you of colluding with bandits, murdering, and robbing. Then you bribed a servant in the house, intending to murder the mistress and seize the Qiao family's assets." The soldiers tie him up. Bingji orders, "Come, take them all to the prison to await interrogation." The man from the temple sweats and explains, "Please, sir, be fair. If I wanted to harm him, why would I bring him back? Besides, the chief can testify for us." Bingji frowns, angry. "Who knows if you didn't do it to take the opportunity to show kindness, gain the Qiao family's trust, and make it easier for you to further your plot to seize their assets?" He frowns, unable to explain for a moment, and stammers. The constable frowns and asks seriously, "Do you know Meng Ge from the Hongfu escort agency?" As if seizing the opportunity, he cranes his neck and explains, "We're all neighbors. Who doesn't know each other? But I really don't know what happened." The constable turns away. "Then it's not wrong. If you really have a grievance, you can state it clearly in court." The prefect will make his own decision. Then he orders, "Take him away." The man is unwilling and shouts, "Brother Xin." After a search, one person reports, "Captain, there's no one else." The report said there was a young accomplice. He is surprised. He ran away? Bingji doesn't turn back, his eyes glancing to the side. He orders, "Seal the temple." The monk can run, but the temple can't. Just draw a picture and post a wanted notice. His subordinate immediately obeys. As he is being led away, he cries out pitifully, "I've been wronged. This old Taoist is truly wrong." On this side, Brother Xin is hiding behind a wall, listening to the situation. His face darkens. *. I knew the people at the Chow family were no good. I thought at most they would just cause trouble over the inheritance. If you insist on plotting against me. The temple is quickly sealed off. The surrounding people gather at the gate, whispering and gossiping. What happened? Is the Chow family's matter related to him? He just got a new god, and now he's in trouble himself. I told you so. Don't go anymore. Don't go. Brother Xin is annoyed, clicks his tongue, and then rushes out from the side. He jumps over the wall and rushes straight out. Looking at the temple, he thinks, it wasn't easy to find a workable method. I can't do without willpower. His face darkens. Xiao Jiaming is greedy for money and is having an affair with Xiao Lushi. It's understandable that he would do these things. But why would Xiao Wangshi and the prefect cooperate with them? If it's simply for money, how much does this old Taoist have? It's not worth all this effort. Then he looks up at the temple's nameplate, his face pale. Could it be? Then he clenches the brush and paper in his hand. If that's the case, then don't blame me. In a cell in the prison, Old Meng is tied to a rack. A hot brazier is nearby, ready for torture. A voice says, "Old Meng, why do you insist on suffering?" The person who was just arrested peeks through the wooden bars of the cell. Did you really kill someone? Why would you kill someone for no reason? This old Taoist has been miserably wronged by you. Old Meng closes his eyes and mumbles, "I'm really old." When the old man swung his sword, he thought another life had been taken, but no. He swung his sword and then rolled on the ground. The other guy smiled sinisterly. "Men, quickly, report to the prefect." This time, that old Taoist crime is confirmed. The official comes down to the prison to check on the situation. He still won't confess? The warden replies dejectedly, "Sir, not only do these two not confess, but that Menggu is even turning it around, saying Xiao Jiaming and Qi Lushi are having an incestuous affair and killed Xiao Duanhong." The official frowns. It doesn't matter what he says. Within 10 days, you must make him confess. The high official from the capital is coming to Weiqing for an inspection. In terms of procedure, we can't have any loose ends before we can bring him to trial. The atmosphere in the prison is truly gloomy. Animals like snakes appear everywhere. The old Taoist leans against the wall and sighs. Sigh, an undeserved disaster. It was so hard to meet a great master, and just when I thought I had escaped one calamity, I run into another for no reason. At this point, Brother Xin has probably, As he's speaking, a snake flies straight at his face. He panics and screams. The jailer is startled and shouts angrily. He bangs the hilt of his sword against the wooden bars, threatening, "What are you screaming about?" The old Taoist sweats, sits down, and covers the snake with his hand. He explains nervously, "Nothing, nothing. I was swatting a cockroach and pulled my back." The jailer shouts, "Stay put. If you dare to scream again, I'll whip you." Having escaped disaster, he breathes a sigh of relief. So the snake just now wasn't a normal snake. The old Taoist opens his palm and speaks to it. "Brother Xin? Brother Xin, is that you? Does Brother Xin have any instructions?" In his palm, his white head slowly appears. The old Taoist is overjoyed. He clenches his fist and brings it to his forehead. Yes. As long as I can get out, I'll listen to everything Brother Xin says." Scene changed to the street in front of the Li residence. The street is bustling with people. "Come try it. Come see." Brother Xin accepts the flatbread from the stall owner, puzzled. A baked flatbread. The owner is happy. Happy. This young master, 10 people. He walks in, observing his surroundings. The Li prefect's residence is right next to the yamen. Saves a lot of walking. He takes a bite of the baked flatbread. "If you're in such a hurry to die, then I'll settle the score for you." He walks through the crowd, still chewing. At this time, the areas near the yamen are still very lively. But after thinking it over, his eyes sharpen. But this liveliness seems a bit off. After a person dies, if their body is possessed, it's easy for them to become a faceless ghost. On this road, there are at least 70 or 80 of them. Although ordinary people can't detect faceless ghosts, and they don't cause disasters, For so many to gather like this, it must be the effect of Een spirit formation. He observes from the bridge. Why are so many ghosts attracted to this Li residence? Waiting at the gate? Are there no more residents of the Taoist and sword sects in the city? Suddenly, he freezes for 5 seconds after hearing someone call him. Young master, are you thinking of committing suicide? He immediately turns around. Oh, sorry to worry you, little brother. I'm not trying to kill myself. After turning around, Brother Xin feels a demonic aura lingering. Behind this person are many ghosts. The strange-looking brother replies, "That's good. I just finished buying things and was about to go back to the residence when I saw you standing on the bridge with a sorrowful face. I thought." He replies cheerfully, "Haha, I just felt the feng shui here is a bit strange, and there are gusts of Een wind, so I stopped to look and got lost in thought." He exclaims, his eyes wide. "You can feel it too, right? Ever since I left the residence, I've been feeling chills on this road. I was wondering why this road is so strange. Have you figured anything out, young master?" Brother Xin opens his palm and stares at it. "Little brother is very sharp. This place is between mountains and water. The terrain is very good. The government office is here, gathering righteous energy. It should be a place with very good feng shui. It's a pity that something has happened to ruin the feng shui, causing Een energy to gather. That's why you feel chills on your body. If you stay in this environment for a long time, even if you don't encounter evil spirits, I'm afraid your lifespan will be shortened." This brother is astonished. Faceless ghosts cling to him. He raises his hand, clenching it loosely. "Then, what should I do? Young master, you understand these things. Is there a way to solve it?" Tom Kahi raises his hand and instructs. "I only know a little about this feng shui stuff. Why don't you tell me if anything strange has happened in this area recently? Only when we determine where the problem is coming from can I help you think of a solution." This young master's face gets darker and darker, his eye sockets deep. He raises his hand and scratches his head. "If you're talking about strange things, something did happen a while ago. About 7 days ago, the prefect was still up late handling official business. Suddenly, there was a heavy rainstorm, and a huge thunderclap struck down the main hall of the yamen. It even killed 2 people who were bringing the prefect a late-night snack. If it weren't for the fact that the prefect had eaten too much and had to go to the back to relieve himself, he probably would have been buried inside too." As he spoke, this young master was sweating profusely. Brother Xin asks further, "Did you all see what happened?" This person continues, "No, we didn't. Because she was the prefect's beloved concubine, and being killed by lightning was not a good omen, the prefect invited the Taoist master of the Qingdan Pavilion to personally handle the scene. Ordinary people were not allowed to get close." Tom Kahi glances over, thinking to himself, "If that's the case, it should have been an exorcism. But now, the area around this residence is clearly being used by a Een spirit formation to gather souls. There's definitely something fishy going on." He quickly turns back and continues, "From what I see, that Taoist master only cast a protection spell for the prefect alone. Little brother, if you want to avoid disaster, I can help you make a peace talisman. But there are some materials you must bring yourself." This young master, as if he had found a treasure, smiles brightly and cups his hands. "Thank you, young master. Please instruct me, young master." 3 days later, in the afternoon, on the same bridge, Brother Xin waves the little brother over. It seems they still meet here. He asks cheerfully, "Is everything ready?" The brother, carrying a basket, says excitedly, "It's ready." This person pulls back the cloth cover and lists the ingredients. Rainwater from the reservoir in the residence, a piece of wood from the room struck by lightning, old clothes discarded by the prefect, and soil from the residence. It's all here. Brother Xin picks up the black piece of wood and examines it carefully. This piece of wood has definitely not been burned. This person explains, "Definitely. It's not cold yet, so the residence doesn't use much wood. Because you instructed me, young master, I specifically got it from that pile of firewood." Brother Xin doesn't reply, but his heart is in turmoil. He frowns. No, this isn't right. This isn't what wood looks like after being struck by lightning. It's clearly been burned, and the aura on it is indeed as I expected. He clenches the piece of wood. The brother can't wait any longer. "Young master, how is it? Can it be used?" He replies, "With these things as a medium, the effect of the protection talisman will be very good. I'll go back and make it now. Come here tomorrow at this time to pick it up." The brother cups his hands and bows deeply. "Thank you, young master." Tom Kahi waves his hand generously. "No need for formalities. Our acquaintance can be considered fate. From now on, we are friends. Being able to help you find peace is something I should do." Behind him, thinks, "A servant like me can become friends with such a kind young master?" This person's eyes look at him with gratitude. Then the two of them, each on one side, walk in opposite directions. At that moment, Brother Xian even glances back, his eyes filled with confusion. Back at the temple gate, he thinks to himself, this servant is more useful than I thought. The cinnabar the prefect used, the old clothes. I have them all. As someone who can see the prefect often, he can... Suddenly, from behind, a voice says, Jiaming, what are you doing? Get down quickly. Seeing this, he immediately hides behind something, eavesdropping and observing the situation. A man is climbing the wall into the temple. As he climbs, he says, really, a high official like the prefect has to follow some procedure? A few days delay. I think he's trying to find an opportunity to take the things in the temple. He jumps in. He said that besides the land, everything else has to be given to me. So what's wrong with me coming here to take a look first? On this side, Brother Xian scoffs. A dilapidated temple like this. Besides the land, what else is there to care about? Since you're here, then don't make the trip for nothing. He goes inside and sees the 2 paintings of the saints hanging on the wall. He wonders, what's this? After a closer look, he is startled. Just a painting, and it's already emitting such a glow? He takes a scroll. This is probably the most valuable thing in this temple. He immediately climbs out. After getting the valuable item, what if someone sees? The girl below turns back and forth, checking if anyone saw. He grumbles, isn't it because of you? Besides, sooner or later it will be ours. On this side, Brother Xian has heard everything. He goes inside and puts his hand on the table. He picks up a brush and starts writing. It seems, this world values procedure and righteousness more than I thought. On the table, there are many mysterious things. So, if you want to kill someone, you just need to not leave any evidence. 2 days later, the brother he met on the bridge brings a bowl of fish soup inside. He announces, Master, the kitchen has brought soup. A voice comes from inside. Leave it. The young man continues. Recently, Master, you haven't had a good appetite. The kitchen specially made a sour soup to help you improve it. The master glances back and looks at the bowl of fish soup. Suddenly, a demonic aura arises from it. He shouts, fish. The young man smiles and explains, Master, please try it while it's hot. See if the taste suits you. He looks at the bowl of hot, steaming fish soup. He is immediately terrified, breaking out in a cold sweat. He looks into the fish's eyes. A horrifying voice echoes in his head. The taste is extremely good. A second later, he throws the bowl of fish soup. The soup splashes all over the servant. He raises his hand to shield himself and shouts, Sir. Unexpectedly, he loses his temper, points to the door, and yells, This official doesn't eat fish. Get out. The boy kowtows to the ground. Sir, please calm down. Sir, please calm down. While wiping up the spilled soup, he mumbles an apology. It was this servant's own. Then he is shocked, his face ashen. The surroundings warp. He looks at the servant cleaning the floor and sees a monster. He breaks out in a cold sweat, points to the door, and shouts, Get out, quickly. This person is terrified. Yes, yes, sir. Then he slams the door shut. Outside the residence, the servant scratches his head. Strange. In previous years, the master loved fresh river fish the most. Why is he like this year? And his temper is getting worse and worse. As soon as he went outside, he saw the young master who had helped him waiting. He smiled and walked over to greet him. Young master, Tom Kahi replied. Little brother, you didn't have a good day, did you? He sighs and shakes his head. Don't mention it. The master's temper is getting worse and worse. I don't know who he takes after. I heard our old master died of anger because of his bad temper. That's why our master usually pays great attention to cultivating his character. But recently, I don't know why. Tom Kahi frowns, as if in sympathy. Haha, there aren't many servants who care about their masters like you, little brother. I can only lament that your master doesn't know how to cherish you. He scratches his head. Oh, the master is still the master. When he's angry, he just scolds me a little. If all the masters in the world were as easygoing as you, young master, then servants like us might feel uneasy. He pats this brother on the shoulder. What's this about servant or not? I already said we're friends. He was moved by these words. Then he left. Brother Xian crossed his arms and smiled as he watched him leave. A second later, he frowns. It should be soon, right? 3 days later, at the government office, a crowd of people gathers at the gate. The Chow family's case is about to be tried. I can't believe the Taoist priest at the Dragon King Temple colluded with bandits. Didn't he take on a disciple? That disciple ran away, didn't he? What disciple? I think he's a bandit. Inside the government office, a loud voice announces, Court is in session. Soldiers on both sides beat their staffs in unison. The stern official sits in judgment. A citizen speaks up, puzzled. Why are there 2 Taoist masters here? The one on the left of the official is Fa Nanzi of the Lingshu sword sect. The reason is probably because one of the criminals is a Taoist. The one on the right is Song Yunzi of the Shangqingdan Pavilion. What is old Taoist Lu? Those two immortal masters are truly great masters of the sword and Tao sections. I heard it's 100 taels of silver per hour. The official bangs his gavel on the table, stands up, and says loudly, "Bring the plaintiff and the suspect to court." The old Taoist cries out, "I've been wronged." This old Taoist really doesn't know anything. The man with the skin condition steps on him and says arrogantly, "Shut up. Did the prefect give you permission to speak?" He continues to cry out his innocence. This old Taoist really doesn't know anything. Old Ming sits in front, half dead. The official shouts, "Silence." Suddenly, a drum beats, drawing everyone's attention. The official is angry. Who is it? Who is beating the drum? It turns out Brother Xin is beating the drum. Everyone is surprised. Isn't that the young master from the Dragon King Temple who ran away? Remembering the night he was beaten by his boss, the official feels a headache coming on. His face is flushed, his eyes are bulging. "I'm going to die," he orders. "What are you standing there for? Stop him from beating the drum. Bring him in." The soldiers quickly obey. They rush out aggressively. The official breathes a sigh of relief. Phew. The two executioners look at each other, as if they have a plan. Shangqing Dan observes silently, frowning as he looks down. No unusual spiritual energy. Lingshu also observes. This prefect is really scared. With the Yin spirit formation set up by the Taoist sect, that thing can't possibly get in. At this point, even the court has to have us by its side. Who else could harm Han? The soldiers escort Yuntan in. He is startled. Looking at his outer robe, it looks like fish skin. He is startled. Brother Xian stares at him and introduces himself. This commoner Li Yun greets you, sir. His eyes show a flicker of surprise. This person, why does he look so familiar? He sees the image of the servant at home, overlapping with the person standing before him. He sweats. Li Yunxin, this official asks you, "Why did you beat the drum?" He replies, "This commoner is the old Taoist disciple. A few days ago, I heard my master was leaving Weiqing to go to the coast to pay respects to the Dragon King." He deliberately emphasizes the words that make him panic. To inform the High God that the small temple is now worshipping the Grand Supreme, most holy, mysterious, and marvelous, spirit treasure, Imperial Crown Prince, and the Dragon Maiden. I didn't expect to hear that my master had been arrested by the authorities as soon as I returned. The trial started today. In my haste, this commoner beat the drum to cry out for justice. That day, my master and I hitched a ride with the escort agency's chief to Weiqing. We got along quite well with the people from the escort agency. At night, when we were camping and lighting a fire, suddenly, a vicious beast appeared out of nowhere and lunged at us. The beast's claws almost got me, but luckily, Escort Chief Xiao blocked it for me. Unfortunately, Escort Chief Xiao's leg was torn apart by the vicious beast and became food in its mouth. On the road, Escort Chief Xiao received proper care and treatment. As long as he gets good rest, he will definitely recover. He listened while breaking out in a cold sweat. Lingshu, hearing these words, is displeased. That's not right. There's nothing unusual about the formation. Why is the prefect so scared? Shangqing, as if sensing something unusual, turns to look. Yuntan continues. But luckily, with the help of the chief's son, Escort Chief Xiao received proper care and treatment on the road. As long as he gets good rest, he will definitely recover. Shangqing thinks, that's right. There really is no spiritual energy fluctuation. How can this be? Yuntan sighs. Sigh, please, sir, be fair. After that, we all took Escort Chief Xiao home. Then he feigns anger and points directly at the deceitful Jumming. But after that, he was taken care of by that nephew for 2 days and died. There must be something hidden in this. The man grabs his head and punches him. Nonsense. Are you trying to frame me? The lady steps in to stop him. Jumming, don't. Let go. Let go quickly. Yuntan also adds, let go. This is a courtroom. The official seems to have no strength left and whispers, don't be loud anymore. Jumming is angry and pulls on Yuntan's shirt. You want to harm me? Impossible. He grits his teeth. You just wait. Master Li will soon. Li Yunxin's face is grim, his eyes narrowed. Will die. Hearing this, Jumming's face turns pale. What? Yuntan whispers in his ear, you will all die. Then he flashes a deadly smile. He is extremely angry and shouts, what did you say? Are you crazy? He says with a serious face. Company ha. I will kill you for you to see. Jumming's face is ashen. He points his finger and tattles to the official. Sir, he's threatening you. His wife sees this and steps in to stop him. Jumming, don't make a scene. The old Taoist and Brother Exine look at each other, as if their plan has succeeded. Yin winks. The old Taoist immediately kneels down, crying pitifully. I've been wronged. Please, sir, save me. The official's pupils shrink. The scene of the stormy night flashes before his eyes again. The cries for help of those people echo in his ears. Sir, save me. He slams his hand on the table and jumps to his feet. All of you shut up. Everyone falls silent, staring at the official. The official jerks, foam frothing at his mouth. His eyes roll back into his head. Then he falls backward, slumping in his chair. All the soldiers are shocked. They shout, Prefect. Lingshu, right beside him, checks his pulse and other things. He frowns. How can this be? Shanqing on this side takes his pulse and frowns. It's a relapse of his heart condition. Jiaming and his wife huddle together. What did you just say? Li Yunxin now reveals his ashen face and a wicked smile. I've killed them for you to see. Lingshu frowns and exclaims, how strange. The Yin Spirit Grand Formation was clearly set up, but I couldn't detect who made the move. A large circle suddenly appears in the sky. Jiaming's wife is shocked. It's him. He used demonic arts to kill the prefect. Then she points at Yuntan. He turns around and points at his own face. You're talking about me? Lingshu, seeing the situation, intervenes. Foolish woman, step down. She immediately runs over and grabs Lingshu's sleeve, shouting, It's true. It's true. Immortal Master, believe me. This man knows demonic arts. Quickly, he shows no mercy and slaps the foolish woman hard. She flies far away and hits her head against the wall. A stream of fresh blood flows out. A moment later, she dies on the spot, blood gushing out. Jiaming and his second wife are terrified, their eyes wide with fear. He killed someone. Shanqing beside him sighs. You were a bit too harsh. He replies, we are not as compassionate as your Shanqing sect. I have long since passed the stage of killing people. If we let this woman scream nonsense, do we still want to maintain the reputation of our two sects? Then he points at the remaining two. Let these two get out. Don't get in the way of this Taoist master. If you dare to scream nonsense again, don't blame me for being merciless. Bingji comes over from somewhere and asks about the situation. Two immortal masters, what about this case? Lingshu shouts, his face ashen. Case my ass. Do you think we don't know anything? This case brought disaster. All of you get out. And keep your mouths shut. Bingji orders his subordinates. Didn't you hear what the immortal master said? Get everyone out. Get them all out. On the other side, they quickly carry him away. Don't get in the way of the immortal master's work. Yuntan approaches Bingji and says with a smile, Constable, my master is truly wronged. Can I take him with me? The constable is at a loss for words for a moment. This. Then he leans in and whispers, Constable, let me tell you something. You can figure it out for yourself. After hearing this, everyone is terrified. Our master is wronged. I killed the prefect. Neither of these things is false. The constable is shocked, his face dark as he looks at the young man. What are you joking about? He can kill the prefect in front of two immortal masters? What kind of trick could do that? Yuntan continues, Oh right. Sir, if you tell the two immortal masters, I'm afraid they won't believe you either. Just look at Xiao Lushir. Then he glances at the coffin. Bingji is shocked and looks at the body. You're scaring me. He immediately reaches out his hand. Two of you, please feel free. Little T. Cups his hands. Thank you for your fairness, sir. Then he turns to his master. Master, let's go. Jiaming watches from behind, feeling a different kind of aura. He exclaims in his heart, this is a demon. This person is a demon. On the street, on the way home, the old Taoist is concerned. Brother Zong, the prefect was really by you? He replies calmly, Yes. The old Taoist was also frightened. Then he turned to look at him with his black eyes. Do you want to know how I did it? I can teach you. He exclaims softly, at the Munin residence, Yanglu Road. The old Taoist is worried. Brother Exine, we are not going back to the temple? This Munin residence is not cheap. He replies calmly, No rush. You've been in there for a few days. It wasn't easy to get out. You should eat some good food to get rid of the bad luck. He pours some more tea. Come, drink. He is shocked. This meal is a bit expensive, but it's worth it. The old Taoist picks up the teacup, fidgeting. I say, Brother Exine, you really killed that prefect? He takes a sip of tea and replies calmly. That's right. The old Taoist raises the teacup to his lips. But you, how did you do it in the end? He smirks. Don't you know, master? I killed him through your mouth. Hearing this, the old man spits out the tea in his mouth, his face pale. What? How could I not know? Brother Exine waves his hand, signaling the old man to calm down. Sit down. What are you getting so excited about? Anyone can see that the prefect died of a heart attack. With so many people on the street watching, no one would think of you. The old Taoist is shocked and says loudly, "Then what happened?" He looks up and explains slowly, "Do you know what consciousness is?" He scratches his head. "Is it the consciousness in the 5 and 8 consciousnesses of Buddhism? You can understand it that way." He continues, "But the basic understanding of the 5 senses of the outside world is the outermost layer of consciousness. For example, right now you are thinking about my words. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoes. It seems someone is coming up the stairs. Zonkani smiles. Hearing the footsteps outside, you know that it's probably the waiter bringing food. That's also called consciousness." The old man hears this and turns his head to observe. Asterisk like old Lou, those footsteps could be the waiter, a guest, or a constable from the yamen. Why did you hear footsteps and think, and be so sure that it's the waiter bringing food? Asterisk. The old Taoist is sweating. Isn't it because this is the Munin residence, and we just ordered food? Yuntan points to his temple. Right. These judgments and deductions are completed by your subconscious mind in the middle of the process. The waiter brings the food in. He continues, "It's always there. You just don't notice it." His face is towards the waiter, but his eyes are still fixed on the old Taoist. "But the things you hear, see, and think about every day, you think you've forgotten them because you didn't pay attention, but they are actually still in your subconscious." After seeing the figure disappear, he continues, "That prefect died because he suddenly remembered things he had forgotten, and he was scared to death." The old Taoist is puzzled. "Why do you say that?" Yuntan tears off a chicken thigh and says slowly, "From the servant Ajai of the Li residence, I learned that something unusual happened in the residence a few days ago. After seeing the things he brought, I was sure that night, a great demon appeared in the main hall of the yamen. And coincidentally, I've met that great demon before. That guy takes pleasure in eating people. It's highly likely that the 2 beautiful concubines of the Li prefect ended up in the demon's stomach. Besides, from the prefect's clothes and Ajai's story, this prefect is too fat and especially loves to eat fish. And he also has a heart condition. So I came up with a plan." At this point, his eyes sharpen, and he holds something in his hand. "I used Ajai to make the Li prefect temporarily forget the terrifying memory of that night." The old Taoist doesn't believe him and asks, "Humph, can you really forget something like that?" Yuntan replies, "Of course you can. Some people are so busy they even forget to eat. Besides, when people encounter such a traumatic event, they will instinctively protect themselves, making themselves slowly forget the fear." Suddenly, he senses something around him. The old Taoist panics, his face pale. Yuntan calmly glances over. "For example, you really think that constable just let us go like that? The way that waiter looked when he brought the food up was very unusual. I'm afraid he heard something and has already gone to report to the yamen." He looks out at the stairs, sweating profusely. "That can't be. Outside the stairs, someone is indeed coming up." Yuntan slams his hand on the table. Suddenly, the old Taoist becomes extremely panicked, his face ashen. He shouts, "This old Taoist can't go back in there. I can't go back in there." But nothing actually happened. The waiter is serving a guest. "Sir, this way, please." Li Yunxin looks at him and continues to explain, "It's as simple as that. I invited you to eat and drink and talk to you. You slowly relaxed, and the matter of going to prison seemed to have passed. But following my suggestion, when I knocked on the table, your subconscious made a connection, and you associated it with a reality that didn't exist." The Li prefect was the same. The servant's protection talisman did have a calming effect, but it also contained the aura of a great demon. Feeding him fish, clothes with fish scale patterns, a blazing fire. Yuntan cups his hands in front of him, the whites of his eyes turning completely black. Every action of mine was to recreate the scene of that night, to deepen the fear in his subconscious. His eyes widen. "Master," until one of your cries for help came out. "Sir, save me." He seemed to see it all again. He lowers his face, his eyes glaring. So, he was killed by his own fear. The old Taoist is shocked. This trick. Suddenly, a scream rings out. "Murder! Someone from the Hongfu escort agency has been killed." The 2 of them turn to look. The old Taoist stands up and looks down. Yuntan seems to have known beforehand. "Not bad eyesight. I told you, this meal is well worth it." The deceased is Qiao Wangshi, the widow of Qiao Duanhong of the Hongfu escort agency. Today, after leaving the court with her nephew, Qiao Jiaming, and bringing back the body of Qiao Lushi, Qiao Duanhong's concubine, it seems the 2 had a dispute after returning home. Her hand is still clutching the blade of a sword. Bingji stands with his hands on his hips, observing the situation. The valuables in the house have been stolen. Xiao Ming is nowhere to be found. His subordinate leans in and whispers. The coroner also examined Qiao Lushi's body and said she was 3 months pregnant. But 2 months ago, Xiao Duanhong was still on an escort mission. He frowns and looks down. Asterisk this humble one guesses. It's highly likely that Xiao Wang saw the relationship between Xiao Jiaming and Xiao Lushi. Xiao Jiaming accidentally killed someone and fled in fear of punishment. Sigh. It's a pity for the Qiao family's daughter who was locked in the backyard. Asterisk Bingji frowns. Asterisk the Qiao family has been having one incident after another. It can't just be a coincidence. Asterisk. Then Bingji looks down at the ground. 2 paintings are rolled up on the floor. He picks them up. These are 2 famous paintings. As soon as he lifts them, his subordinates shout, "Isn't that the statue of the imperial crown prince that was just worshipped at the Dragon King Temple? I heard it's very effective. Before the Dragon King Temple was sealed, I even went to see it with my mother." Bingji frowns, remembering Yuntan. Asterisk the Dragon King Temple again. Could this be his work? Asterisk. He holds the painting tightly and turns to give an order. Take the body to the morgue. Search the entire city for Xiao Jiaming. As for this painting, don't tell anyone outside. His subordinates immediately obey. After the people learn of the incident, they gather at the gate, whispering among themselves. Why did someone die in the Qiao family again? Did they offend the Tai Sui? The 2 of them walk past the gossiping crowd. The old Taoist points at them. Did you do this too? Li Yunxin smiles wryly. How could I? I'm not a ghost. He still doesn't give up on that idea. Then why did you know something would happen to them today? He replies softly. It's human nature. The sister-in-law always sees things she shouldn't. She silently curses, that bitch. He continues. Qiao Wangshe always knew about the dirty business between those 2. After Qiao Duanhong's incident, she got a hold of this information. She originally had the chance to kick them both out, but she wanted Qiao Duanhong to die a little sooner to swallow the family fortune. She didn't want to be the villain who harmed her husband, so she handed over all the affairs of the mansion to Qiao Jiaming, pretending to be weak and indecisive. Today, the Dragon King Temple case is dead. Qiao Wangshe's accusation has no one left to burn. So, the end of the road is near, and the killing intent is revealed. The old Taoist can't believe his ears. To the temple gate. Just for that. He killed someone? That kid doesn't look like he has the guts for that. Yuntan spreads his hands and explains. He made a wish to the gods, and the gods, of course, will help him. The old Taoist turns around. What god is so powerful? Inside the temple, after the old man discovers the 2 paintings are missing, he screams, shaking the house. Where are my grand supreme, most holy, mysterious, and marvelous, spirit treasure, Zhaoan imperial trial, and his handmaiden dragon maiden? The old Taoist cries, mourning, 2 streams of tears flowing down his face. My incense offerings. On the contrary, Yuntan smiles with delight. Now go to the yamen and report it. Just say the divine statues hanging in our temple have been stolen. In the future, the incense offerings in the temple will be even better than before. The old Taoist's back straightens, and he asks seriously, why? Is this also your arrangement? Yuntan is confused. Why? Just then, Bingji walks in, holding the painting. He says, go. The person who stole the painting is either dead or has fled in fear of punishment. Seeing this, Yuntan extends his hand to receive the 2 paintings. Io, isn't this our divine statue? Thank you, sir, for making a trip to deliver the painting. Bingji grabs his arm. He says, Li Yunxin, real name Li Xiao, from the state of Yi. Both parents are deceased. From the age of 7, he was a Taoist boy and flower boy, and knows a few skills. Yuntan hears this and is a little surprised. The other man's face is dark. He finishes, there have been 3 murder cases today. Before the new prefect takes office, I will be in charge for the time being. I don't want anything else to happen. Yuntan scoffs, a wicked smile on his face. Sir, are you threatening me or asking for my help? If you have evidence, you can just come and arrest me. If you're asking for help, then you should show the attitude of someone asking for help. His face is surprised. Their hands are still clasped tightly. Official Bingji lets out a long sigh. Then he lets go of his hand. A second later, he cups his hands again in a bow. I came here today, 1, to return the 2 divine statues, and 2, to ask you, sir, to be lenient and restore peace to this small city. Yuntan stares at him. I don't dare to accept the title of sir. If you are sincere, sir, I do have something I'd like to ask of you. Then he puts his hand on his chest and points to the old Taoist with his other hand. That Master Meng in prison is a friend of my esteemed master. The case is closed, and the plaintiff has also fled. Do you think that Master Meng was framed? Please, sir, investigate. He frowns. All right, I'll investigate this matter again. Yuntan carefully reminds him, with a hint of a threat. You are a good man, sir, and also a smart one. I think we will have many opportunities to interact in the future. I hope you will act quickly, sir. Otherwise, I can't be sure. He glares, looking straight at him. If I will get impatient or not. Bingji leaves the yamen, walking listlessly. Understood. The old Taoist shouts, pointing at Bingji. So you've got him? He explains. Liuhe Prefecture, our Weicheng. Under the prefect, the constable is the most powerful person. He has connections with both the underworld and the authorities. He walks past him. Don't worry about your girlfriend. Worry about your own head. You need to be a little more interesting. The old Taoist hears this and turns around in a panic. What do you mean? Brother Xin, please be clear. He doesn't listen and continues to walk briskly. Asterisk this time. I've borrowed his name again and touched his prey. Looking at the sky. If he's already here, I'm afraid I'll have to try my best to please him. Asterisk. At night, in the backyard of the Dragon King Temple. I've explained the situation to you. You decide for yourself. Yunten is serious. I'm not threatening you. If you want to leave me now, you still can. In the future, if we encounter someone more powerful, I'm afraid even your life will be hard to keep. The old Taoist sips his wine, tears streaming down his face. Brother Xin, this old Taoist knows you have skills and secrets. You helped me save the Dragon King Temple. When this old Taoist was in prison, you didn't abandon me. It's my fault. He sobs, raising his hand to cover his face. Yunten reaches out his hand. Sigh, don't cry first. The old man still sobs. I have been useless for half my life. He frowns and raises his wine cup high. From now on, I will go with Brother Xin. We'll die together. Other places. At this point, the old man's head slumps onto the table, but his hand still holds the cup. I'm not going anywhere. Li Yunxin stares at him. The candle on the table suddenly flickers out. Yuntan is startled, feeling a chilling air envelop him. A ghost is behind him, its arm covered in fish scales. It looks at him and says, Kid, you knew I was coming? Yuntan's panicked face turns cold and dark. He turns towards the voice and smiles. Of course. That's why I even prepared a surprise for you, ninth young master. The man glances over. What surprise? Yuntan explains. A few days ago, ninth young master, did you eat the 2 concubines of the Li prefect? Ninth young master smirks and replies. You even know about this? Yuntan's face is happy, satisfied with that answer. Knight, we know each other, after all. I heard that Li prefect, in order to seek revenge on you, found 2 big-nosed guys to set up an spirit grand formation. Then he turns his face and smiles even more brightly than before. Coincidentally, that guy also provoked me. So what? Ninth young master's eyes light up with interest. Is that so? He grins, showing his sharp teeth, and glances over. It seems my little toy was killed by you. Li Yunxin stands up and walks over. That's right. I killed him. So I thought if ninth young master hadn't gone far, he might come here to find me. He places his hand on the old Taoist's neck. He smiles wryly and says, Unfortunately, I only have an old man like this by my side. I don't have anything good to entertain you with. He looks at him, thinking. But a second later, he grabs his hand. A green aura emanates from his hand. It's fine. I'm nearby. We'll have a chance later. He reveals his hideous form, opening his mouth wide to eat the old Taoist's hand. But if he's already here, he can't disappoint him. Yuntan shouts to stop him. Ninth young master, wait. He has already wrapped his tongue around the hand, preparing to enjoy a delicious meal, when he suddenly stops. Yunxin cups his hands. To entertain a friend with such old and tough meat is not my way of hospitality. Why don't you wait for me? A force emanates from the front of his robe, suppressing the power. The 9th prince returns to his human form. He glances at the object, puzzled. You still have a good toy on you. He pulls out a necklace. He says flatly, Is it this? A piece of jade. If you like it, 9th young master, feel free to take a look. Sure enough, the Tongming jade slip only reacts to demonic power. 9th young master takes it and stares at it. Can this thing still be opened? He smiles and explains, Who knows? It's made of jade, after all. I usually just keep it with me. He crosses his arms in front of his chest. Luckily, he doesn't know how to open it. 9th young master loses interest and returns it to Yuntan, sighing. I thought it was some kind of treasure. Yuntan reaches out to take it, smiling. It's a family heirloom. It doesn't have any other function, just for keeping as a memento. But he snatches it back and continues to stare at it. Yuntan is worried. What's wrong? He grins again, showing his hideous teeth. If it's useless to you, why don't you give it to me? Later, when I want to eat you, I'll see it and remember that you gave it to me. I definitely won't eat you alive. Yuntan is flustered, sweating. Then I really. Thank you so much, 9th young master. The young master notices his strange expression and glances over, pouting. I don't want to take advantage of you either. I'll trade you something for it. Then he pulls out a yellow cloth from inside his shirt, sparkling. Yuntan is panicked. Where did he pull that out from? He touches the cloth with regret. He clicks his tongue. Yuntan is excited. He looks at the cloth and praises it. The Nguyen armor is so beautiful. Ninth young master is generous and gives him the shirt. If you like it, then take it. Just wear it normally. Our protagonist exclaims with joy. Then I won't be polite. But behind, his face darkens. Asterisk this armor. Even his claws can't scratch it. It must be a treasure. But I still have to find a chance to get back the Tongming jade slip. Asterisk he turns back and asks with a smile. Oh right. Ninth young master just said he lives nearby. Perhaps we. Then suddenly, ninth young master's claws extend, grabbing his face and pushing him against the wall. He asks, are you trying to find out where my residence is? Yuntan trembles, unable to resist. He opens his eyes wide and glares at him. This crazy guy, his voice echoes through the courtyard. I'm just concerned about you. Yuntan grabs his hand and pulls it away. Ninth young master is suspicious. Concerned. He smiles wryly and tries to push him away, explaining, you are my only friend in this city of Weiqing. Isn't it normal for me to be a little concerned about you? Ninth young master's pupils waver. A friend? The young master lets him go, his face showing a flicker of emotion. Immediately after, he avoids his gaze. Yuntan pants heavily and continues. Ninth young master, look. But before he can finish his sentence, he claps his hands, lifts his face, and levitates off the ground. He flies out of the roof of the backyard. Yuntan frowns as he watches him go. Asterisk he ran away. I guess I managed to coax this local demon away. But now, the Tongming jade slip is gone too. Asterisk the old Taoist was also sent flying while he was sleeping. He continues to look up at the hole in the roof. But if his residence is in Weiqing, he must have left a trace. The next morning, sunlight shines through the hole in the ceiling. The playful sunbeams shine into the old Taoist's eyes. He slowly opens his eyes. The sunlight is really too good. After opening his eyes wide, he sees a hole in the ceiling like a skylight. His face turns pale, his eyes wide as he looks up. Then he stands up and cries out to the heavens. Where is my roof? He goes to find Brother Xian. When he peeks into the room, he sees him sitting cross-legged, reading a book. He sweats and asks him, Brother Xian, has it been here before? Yunxin turns and says softly, you react quickly. Don't worry, it's fine. Your meat is too old. Hearing this, he looks around in a panic, stammering. Then Yuntan shakes him and reassures him. We can't run away. That great demon. There are still people from the Taoist sect watching us in the city. The most important thing right now is to quickly resolve the restriction in the Shueshanqi High. He points at him and reminds him seriously. Do this. You go out and say that the Dragon King appeared in a vision yesterday and taught you the Tao all night. At the same time, he ordered us to repair the temple and build another golden statue. The old Taoist panics and says loudly, another golden statue? We don't have the money. Yuntan's eyes are filled with killing intent. It's just an excuse. First, get some incense money to repair the house. As for the statue, 10 years, 8 years, it doesn't matter. He turns away, rubbing his sore shoulder. As he walks, he says, Brother Xian still has the ideas. I'll go open the temple doors now. Why is my body so sore? Yuntan says, go. After the old Taoist leaves, he frowns and thinks, if you're going to tear down my house, then you have to let me borrow your name. After studying 7749 books, he uses fish scales, likes to swallow, and appears with thunder and rain. Ninth young master, I finally know what your true form is. The Dragon King of Weiqing, the ninth son of the dragon. His face sharpens. Li Wan. He frowns and looks up at the stone dragon statue on the roof. Asterisk this game of being friends. I don't want to play it with you for the rest of my life. Asterisk Dragon King Temple. The old Taoist just opened the temple doors and saw an incredible sight. What the hell? The Dragon King Temple is actually so prosperous with incense offerings. The people flock to the temple gate. They say loudly, surrounding him. It's finally open. Don't be rude. The first incense stick is mine. Yuntan appears, surprised by the scene around him. People are clamoring. Why are there so many people? Who doesn't know these days that this Dragon King Temple is the most effective? A woman whispers to the woman next to her. Those black-hearted people at the Qiao family framed the Taoist priest in the temple and even stole the divine statue to take home. Guess what? They all died horribly. I heard that at night. The Qiao family's courtyard is filled with the cries of female ghosts. That Qiao Juming probably can't escape far. The important gods are watching him. Offending the gods is a crime punishable by 1,000 deaths. After hearing the story, Yuntan becomes serious. A female ghost? He turns and walks in another direction. Asterisk I'm afraid that Three Flower Nine is no longer bound and is starting to cause trouble again. I should arrange some things for her to do. A black shadow in the distance is watching him. It turns out to be Xiao Jiaming. He glares, pulling his hat down. That's right. This kid is definitely after the escort agency. He wants to force me out, then collude with my cousin to seize the family assets. That's not happening. He looks at the pile of straw below. He flashes a disgusting smile. Or maybe, you can die here in my place. At the escort agency, Yuntan is happy, looking at the surrounding scenery. Cleaned up, quite nicely. He continues to walk inside. But suddenly, a dark aura follows him from behind. It has caught up to him. It wraps around his leg. Behind him, there is a pile of gold, silver, and jewels. He is bored and clicks his tongue. The pile of gold surrounds him, echoing. Come here. Take me away. Come here. Take me away. He glances over and says coldly, too fake. Finally, the tree man appears. He gradually retracts the vines into his body, then suddenly attacks Li Yunxin from behind, his eyes and mouth black. Yuntin frowns, dodges to the side, and extends his hand towards him. You fool. He throws a pile of luck at him. He quickly falls to the ground. He steps on his face and asks, did the person inside tell you to guard the door here? A black shadow flashes by. He quickly catches it. Constable Ian, it's not that I don't respect you. It's that someone wants to die. I can't even stop them. He turns back and reminds the tree man. I'm here to find your master. Just stay here and guard the gate. Don't let anyone unrelated inside. The tree man scratches his head and nods in agreement. At the warehouse, Jiaming throws open the door, arrogant. Just a little oil, and even the great Luo gods can't save him. Suddenly, something is swaying in the darkness. A closer look reveals the fierce tree man calling out. Crack, 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 crack. He looks over there. His eyes light up, and he smiles with delight. A beautiful woman is seducing him. Come here, come here. He approaches, the old lecher getting closer to the girl, smiling. Hee, you light up the whole mansion. A figure is sitting, still mumbling scriptures. What are the three views? They are the view of life, the view of the world, and the view of values. A girl is meditating. Her face has cat-like markings. Several animals are listening intently. The rabbit is angry and asks, the view of values? What's that? She scowls, her face wrinkling. Shut up. Sit still. Is this Nai speaking, or are you? Speaking of the three views. Suddenly, Yunten bursts through the door. The animals are startled. They all turn to look at him in surprise, including the biggest cat. He frowns and says angrily, since when did I allow you to preach the Tao? Hearing this, the animals run away. The girl falls backward, raising her hands to defend herself, and explains loudly, spare my life, master. I didn't mean to preach the old master's teachings. They came to find it themselves. He is angry. You still deny it? Then he reconsiders. Asterisk, so she came here. Thinking about it, the night she left was when the Qiao family's incident happened. Asterisk. The girl points behind her in fear and explains, she's been here for a few days. She also likes to listen to the three views. He frowns and points behind him with disdain. I'm not blaming you for preaching the Tao, but you must remember that now is not a good time. Those little spirits are one thing, but where did that dried corpse outside come from? Outside, a person is in a very strange posture, crying out, ah, ah. The tree man strokes his hair, calling out, shoo shoo. As for him, he's busy climaxing with the pillar, his tongue lolling out. Ah. The girl explains in a panic. The dried corpse is a maid. The maid transformed. She wanted to steal things, but I didn't touch her. A cloud passed by, and with a swoosh, she dried up. She's wrinkled and cute, so I kept her here with me. Yunten frowns and glances behind him, thinking, asterisk fog, this isn't ninth young master's style. Then who is it? But Three Flower Nai can enlighten these spirits. She does have some skills. I'll keep her. She might be useful later. Asterisk. He places his hand on her shoulder and sighs, pointing behind him. So be it. Call your little ones back. The girl is tense. Oh, but she looks outside and is startled. A bad person is here. From the sky, a person slowly descends to the ground. She stands in front of the mansion gate, under the full moon. She frowns. Interesting. The girl walks inside. A voice laughs. Hee, someone else is here. Let me. The girl says coldly, so noisy. A man with a scary face approaches her to chat, extending his long fingernails towards her. Then he winks and smiles broadly. She places her hand on his. With a snap. He frowns and smiles with satisfaction. Then the two of them walk hand in hand to a secluded spot. These little demons are gossiping. The white rabbit speaks up. Did it work? I'm so jealous. A little one agrees. I wonder what Nai will reward us with. The kitten, who has been silent until now, suddenly arches its back. Be careful. Then a gust of wind swirls violently, exploding a section of the courtyard. Gianni is satisfied, but then he suddenly becomes a roasted dish in the dark. This part is rated 18+, so it's censored. He stares with wide eyes, panting heavily. The young man from before has turned into a rooster. The cat girl hides behind Yuntan. The girl waves her hand. What a strong body. Are you from the Taoist sect? He frowns and asks her, I don't know. Why did you barge into my sacred ground? The girl extends her hand and asks coldly, why did you harm people? The man beside her, Jiaming, has snot running down his face. Yunshin points at him and says, your question is too strange, miss. When did I harm people? From what I see, it's clear he was harming a demon. All he lost was, this part is blurred. But my great tree has lost its innocence forever. He stares and continues, since you are also a cultivator, miss, why do you only see people in your eyes and not all living beings? Your perspective is too narrow. The mysterious girl opens her mouth slightly. What you say seems to have some truth to it. He thinks to himself, asterisk, it seems she's a reasonable person. That makes things easier. Asterisk, he circulates his energy, which is all the luck of the little demons. He frowns. A beast that has just gained intelligence is no different from a child. The heavens have no evil intentions, only primitive desires. We Taoists only know how to eliminate evil demons, but we don't know how to teach them. We seize resources, but don't know how to share. The spirits are angry, but because they have no will, they only know how to kill. He places his hand on his chest, showing his sincerity, and adds, but in my place, if they have a heart for the Tao, I will teach them without discrimination. We cultivate the heavenly heart orthodox method passed down by the celestial beings, so we also have the responsibility to enlighten all living beings. The girl asks coldly, is this your Tao? Jiaming rushes over, his eyes green. Save me. Demons. They're all demons. She waves her hand, and he flies far away. Go die. A second later, he vanishes, only managing to let out a single scream. Yuntan and the girl stand opposite each other, staring intently. The girl speaks first. Are the things you just said the Tao you follow? He frowns in confusion. Asterisk, this woman, although she listened to my guidance, is cold-blooded and ruthless. I must be careful. Asterisk, he replies to her. That's right. My Tao is the hope that humans and demons can coexist, that the world will be equal. Hearing this, the girl looks down and smiles faintly. Equality in the world, humph. Your Tao is very interesting. He is a little annoyed. You flatter me, miss. I wonder why you are wandering the four corners of the earth. Is it to seek the Tao? Her face is cold. I am just searching for my Tao heart. Yunshin is surprised. Tao heart? Looking at the aura surrounding her. Asterisk, only a peak Hua realm cultivator, about to step into the Jin realm, needs to transcend the void tribulation to temper their Tao heart. I didn't expect her cultivation to be so high already. Asterisk, he cups his hands and smiles in thanks. Then I hope my humble opinion can be of some help to you, miss. She turns her face away. I know. What you said may not be true. What you're doing here may not be righteous. But your Tao is very interesting. I will think carefully about your words. If there's anything I don't understand, I will come and ask you later. He cups his hands. I am Li Yunshin. I still don't know your name, miss. The girl glances at him, not answering. She flies straight up into the sky. As she ascends, she calls down, Ling Kongzi, first disciple of Langia Grotto Heaven. In the mortal world, you can call me Lu Ling. He looks up at the sky, where Lu Ling is soaring under the moonlight. Asterisk, the Taoist sect ranked 918th among the Grotto Heavens, Langia Grotto Heaven. The first disciple of a Grotto Heaven sect is already comparable to the sect master of one of the 72 Taoist and sword sections. A strong background, good talent, a peak Hua realm master. If only I could be so fortunate. Asterisk, suddenly, a wave of pain hits him. He gasps for breath. He clutches his body, gritting his teeth against the pain. The tribulation has already begun. At the prison, the guards have all been killed. The surroundings are covered in cobwebs. A lucky survivor is still breathing, trembling, and calling for help. Someone is breaking into the prison. At the execution post, the person is gone. The sound of horse hooves clatters on the ground. Old Ming is on the horse, wearing a cloak. He says to the person who saved him, Great heroing, you really didn't have to save me. I'm old, and my master is gone. Living is just prolonging the inevitable. The black saber, Ing Jian, holds the reins and leads the horse, his face grim. You shut up. He glares ahead. If you've lost your fighting spirit, how can you practice my 7 kills saber? I heard you were framed. When I help you find that person and kill him, it will help you resolve your sorrow. Old Ming looks over fearfully and stammers. This is just a family matter. How can I involve you, great hero? If the county yamen comes looking, Jian doesn't care and continues to walk briskly. Who I want to kill has nothing to do with you. The 7-kill saber is a part of my 7-kill scripture. I will not allow a dull 7-kill saber to exist in this world. When they arrive, Jian asks, "Is this the place?" Old Meng's face is serious, and he exhales. That Xiao Jiaming might not be here anymore. Jian raises his index finger to test the air. No, there's still the smell of blood in the air. It's still fresh. Han is serious. Something just happened here. Let's go in and see. At the Dragon King Temple, Yuntan crosses his arms in front of his chest, thinking far ahead. Asterisk, there probably won't be any more trouble at the escort agency. I'll give names to those spirits. Asterisk, the mouse clenches its fist. Shuko, meaning to be relaxed and understanding, to restrain oneself and follow the rules. The cat raises its hand in a salute. Jing Chong, meaning the warning bell of the long bell, to always be self-reflecting. The green rabbit is wicked. CG, death is so close. You must work day and night, accumulating a foundation to build yourself up. The lovesick rooster, Chunji, cultivate diligently. When you become a mountain bird, you will understand my pain. The 4 spirits bow their heads, thanking Yuntan. Thank you for giving us names. He says flatly, call me Great King. Yuntan rests his chin on his hand, thinking, asterisk, I've also instructed 3 Flower Nai Nai to take care of Qiao Jiawan. With 3 Flower Nai Nai controlling the spirits, I should now focus on transcending the delusional heart tribulation. My delusional heart is because of the crisis brought by the great demon, 9th Young Master, which has made me yearn for a higher realm. To transcend the tribulation, there are only 2 paths to take. Either touch the threshold of the Zhun realm and find my own Tao heart, or eliminate the threat, asterisk. Thinking of being eaten, he shivers. Eliminate the threat. Should I go find 9th Young Master and let him have a snack? Suddenly, someone knocks on the door outside. He opens it. It's Bingji. He holds his head. I've done my job. I just wanted to avoid the limelight. In a few more days, I could have released him. You didn't need to. You didn't need to beat the drums and gongs to break him out. He is surprised. What? You're saying Meng Ge was broken out? Bingji's face darkens. I didn't know you had connections with the martial world before. I was a bit slow this time. I'll suppress this matter. I just hope that from now on, you can give me a heads up. I'll find a way to deal with it. Yuntan thinks deeply. Asterisk in your heart. You definitely think I found someone to do it, right? It seems someone else is helping Meng Ge. Asterisk, he smiles brightly and sees the guest out. All right, I understand. Please go back, Constable Ian. Bingji cups his hands in a salute. Then I'll take my leave. He slams the door shut, his face lowered to the ground, confused. Who could it be? Then he suddenly senses something. A palm passes through his body, directly shaking the foundation. He roars, who is it? We have no enmity, do we? The person from before, standing on the roof, points his saber down and introduces himself. Black Saber, Ingjuyan. You killed the person I wanted to kill, blocking my path. If I don't kill you, my saber will be dulled. He looks up in a panic. This guy's way of thinking is too strange. Old Meng, with his thin and weak body, tries to climb over the roof, reaching out to stop him. Great hero Ing, please stop. He's a good person. He turns to look at Meng Ge, then back at him. He's the one who broke out of the goal? Ing Juyan is still aggressive, pointing his saber straight at him. After I kill him, my saber can save even more good people. Then he rushes towards him, shouting, go to hell in peace. In the future, the people I save will all thank you. Yuntan is annoyed, gritting his teeth. Asterisk, damn it. What kind of twisted logic is this? Asterisk. Ing Jian charges straight at him, raising his sword high. Die in peace. Yuntan's eyes light up. His eyes also flash as he brings it down. Yunxin lightly taps the saber with his acupoint. Instantly, it is sent flying far away. The hand holding the saber also cracks open. He looks over in surprise. Seizing the opportunity, he immediately unleashes another technique. He presses his palm directly against his heart. Hey, it's 1,000 feet away. The force sends him flying through the wall. Jian's eyes are dark as he sits in the rubble. Yunxin asks slowly, can you continue? Old Meng sees this and shouts in a panic. Great hero Ing, this is... Jian clutches his chest and looks up at Yunxin. Sir, who are you, sir? He waves his hand, his face filled with disgust. I won't kill you. Go now. He can't say another word. He stands up and cups his hands in a salute. I have offended you. I'll take my leave. Then he turns and leaves. Old Meng calls after him. Great hero Ing, what should we do next? He turns his face back, serious. The slash I just made, the momentum, the will, all reach their peak. The saber light has passed through him. The goal has been achieved. Next, I want to kill even more evil people to save even more innocent people. Yunxin crosses his arms and smiles. What an interesting person. The next morning at the Dragon King Temple, the old Taoist scratches his stomach and yawns loudly. It seems I had a good night's sleep. As soon as he stepped out the door, a horrifying sight met his eyes. The old man fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. What happened yesterday? It's all silver. Bingji walks by and asks curiously, why did this courtyard end up like this? Do you need me to find someone to help repair it? Then he walks through the cracked wall. The old Taoist is flustered and hops over to him. Constable Ian, why are you here again? This courtyard is fine. 10 days inside. Are you here to find Brother Xian? Bingji pats the old man on the shoulder. That's right. I'm here to deliver invitations to you too. Just then, Yunten also walks out. Old Meng is puzzled. Invitations? He pulls a red invitation from his sleeve. You two are both painters. You've probably heard of the old fisherman, right? The old Taoist replies, yes. That's the posthumous work of the great master Dao Mitzi. Yuntan reads the invitation and speaks up. What is it? Has that painting come to Weiqing? Bingji places his hand on his chest seriously and says, that's right. Currently, the great master's, his nephew, is traveling the world with the painting. He has arrived in Weiqing these past few days. The great master knows there are 5 E-realm painters in Weiqing and has decided to stay for a few days to invite fellow Taoists to appreciate the painting. I've come this time to invite you too. Yuntan frowns. Asterisk, the old fisherman. Created by the Huarealm painter Dao Mitzi. He was originally the imperial painter. One rainy day, he put on a straw raincoat and went fishing in a boat. He felt light and at ease, as if he had no more regrets in life. No more regrets. It is said that when the painting was completed, a brilliant light filled the room. It was the masterpiece of Dao Mitzi's life. It's just a pity. Not long after this painting was created, Dao Mitzi passed away from a cold. Asterisk. He clutches the invitation tightly. If it's really that painting, it might be useful for my heart tribulation. The old Taoist strokes his chin. Humph. Brother Xian sees. He holds up the invitation and turns to Bingji. Constable Ian, this invitation wasn't easy to get, was it? He explains. Why do you say that? Your methods are brilliant, and you have extensive connections. With young Master Li's temperament, you must have an extraordinary background. I have offended you too much in the past, and I also want to take this opportunity to apologize. Yunten smiles. Constable Ian, you've gone to too much trouble. Constable Ian cups his hands in a salute. Then you two can go about your business. I'll take my leave. The old Taoist waves his hand. Then please go slowly, Constable Ian. He looks back at the invitation in his hand. Night falls. Blood flows everywhere. Lu Ling has appeared. A man kneels down, his face pale. Fairy, please spare my life. Her eyes are cold as she looks down, her face stained with blood. There's no need to beg me. You haven't harmed anyone. He shouts in terror. Fairy, be fair. I really haven't. F.A. Nanzi and his senior brothers killed innocent people to transcend their slaughter tribulation. Because they are from the Sword Sect, our Taoist sect can't easily handle them. The girl turns away, then looks back, her hair flying in the wind. So what if it's the Sword Sect? That man is a fool. He has harmed the lives of mortals, so he deserves to die. His face is sad. You're right. Ling Lu glares. Speak. Why did you two come to find me? The old man trembles and holds out a red invitation, stammering. Tomorrow. There's a Bao Hui. The old fisherman. Her eyes waver. The old fisherman? Is it the delusional heart tribulation? The old man frowns and explains. Yes. I thought. You could certainly overcome that tribulation, but this painting is the work of a secular painter. It's a very novel thing. Ling Lu reaches out and takes the invitation. I'll take it. In a courtyard in the middle of a lake, the great master. A man reminds the waiter. You must serve Master Bui quiet too to his satisfaction. This is a noble guest from the capital. The waiter smiles. Of course, of course. He looks at the portraits of the 2 officials hanging on the window. The golden-haired man holds a wine glass, swaying, his hand on his head. A withered talent doesn't know the warmth of a willow in spring. I thought it was birds singing in the middle of the night. His face glows with satisfaction. After a long journey here, there are not a few beauties to talk to. In this city of Weiqing, they are just ordinary women with makeup. He looks at the girl in his lap with satisfaction. She moans softly. I have been weak since I was young. I hope you will be gentle, sir. He licks her shoulder with pleasure. But tomorrow I can finally meet someone different. A celestial female cultivator, the first disciple of a sect, a fairy high above. I wonder what kind of jade leaf she is. He immediately remembers 2 lines of poetry. Plucking a flower to see the stamen, a gift for my lady. The spirit leaf opens its cord to serve Bui Lang. Entwined under the candlelight, she cries out, Sir is so brave. Please pity the horse beneath you. A guard outside has been knocked out. The demon raises its clawed finger and knocks on the door. He pants heavily, glaring and shouting, "Which blind fool is disturbing me?" The talisman on the door burns with a green flame. The door is being pounded on. "Open the door! Open the door! Open the door!" The girl is scared, her hair in a bun, holding a blanket to cover herself. She says, "Sir, who is disturbing your pleasure? They must be punished accordingly." At this moment, the blonde is in a panic. The song Junetown Madu has it burned down? A dark aura surrounds him. He says tremblingly, "The Ghost King is passing by. I should have welcomed him quickly, but the house is too simple. There are no 3 sacrifices. It's useless. It's useless." The girl is worried and asks, "Kay, are you all right, sir?" The town's demon has completely burned down. The candlelight in the room also flickers out. The door slowly creaks open. The scared ghost peeks its face in, its face pale, its eyes without whites, its teeth protruding. This scene is truly terrifying. It calls out mournfully, "Why didn't you open the door?" Then it reaches its clawed hand inside. The girl is terrified and screams, "Sir." 4. Immediately after, she is pulled towards the ghost, leaving the blonde man stunned. It holds the naked girl. She only has time to let out a loud cry. But then, her expression slowly fades. Bowie quiet kowtows to the ground and shouts, "Please, Ghost King, enjoy. Spare this humble student's life." He looks up. "Tong Yuan Turtle, after you've eaten your fill, please leave." It fiercely throws the girl aside. Bowie quiet looks over. She is staring at him, unable to close her eyes in death. His pupils constrict. This ghost doesn't eat blood. It's useless, and it eats without getting full. He shouts, "You." He writes some strange characters and frowns. "Stop. I am." Then the ghost touches a point between his eyebrows. Bowie quiet falls, his chin hitting the ground. A stream of blood flows from Quiet 2's forehead. Immediately, the ghost approaches and sucks all his life force. Then it turns and walks away. Bowie Quiet 2's body bursts into a green flame, just like the talisman from before. He screams, "Izie, Izie." The flame burns fiercely. Even his eyes bleed 2 streams of blood. In this tragic scene, he opens his black eyes wide, his dry lips moaning, "Someone, someone." Hearing this, his subordinates run to the mansion to save their master. The second day, the capital is noisy and bustling. People come and go, creating a chaotic scene. Li Yunxin crosses his arms and looks at the scene below. "Too many people. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid it will rain." The old Taoist holds a staff, fanning himself. "This is the biggest festival Weiqing has ever seen." Then he points down. "That carriage belongs to the prefect. Over there is the Wang family's carriage." Looking down at all the powerful people, he says, "It seems all the noble families in Weiqing, all the cultivators with any reputation, have come." The old Taoist looks at himself, his eyes filled with self-doubt. He sighs and turns to Yuntan. "Brother Exine, why don't we go back?" Yuntan smiles and comforts him. "A high-class banquet at the Chonghua Pavilion costs 50 taels. Are you not going to eat?" He sighs. "Well." Seeing the old Taoist's expression, he can't help but be startled. He sees a figure he has longed for a long time. After that figure, Yuntan smiles brightly and turns around. "Let's go." The old man doesn't understand anything for a moment, his head full of question marks. What did he just say at the end? But the 2 words, "Father, Father," were stuck in his throat. Then he cheerfully turned around. "Let's go." The old man was completely confused. What on earth did he just say at the end? Suddenly, a voice came from behind. "Taoist friend Hunyuanzi." The old Taoist was delighted and turned around. "Taoist friend Sure. Why are you here? Are you also attending the treasure painting gathering?" Shirgizi smiled and raised 2 fingers in greeting. "That's right. I heard about this grand event and thought it wasn't for small temples like ours. But yesterday, someone delivered an invitation. I heard it was from the first disciple of Langia Grotto Heaven, Taoist Ling Kongzi." Yuntan looked at the scene before him and stroked his chin with a pleased smile. "The most beautiful time is at sunset, isn't it? Seeing an acquaintance, one's heart is no longer timid, and one's courage grows. In one breath, one can climb 5 steps. Asterisk." He quickly went over to greet them, cupping his hands and bowing. "Greetings, senior." Shirgizi observed him and said with a smile, "Oh, old Taoist, is this your disciple? He's so handsome." The old man was flustered, looked over, and stammered, "This is..." Yuntan spoke first, respectfully saluting. "This junior is young Xinzi, my master's new disciple." "Greetings, senior." The old Taoist heard this and happily introduced him. "Ah, yes. This is my disciple. This is the guardian of the mountain god temple at the Great Lake, outside Weiqing. Taoist Master Shirgizi is an old friend of my master." She turned and said, "Since we've met, let's go in together. The old Taoist was happy. Good, 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 good. Please, Taoist friend, sure, go first. Then she extended her hand. Please. A red invitation was visible on her sleeve. This immediately caught his eye. In front of the Cheonghua pavilion, people were bustling, entering one after another. A waiter respectfully cupped his hands. 3 Taoist masters. Are you here for the gathering? Do you have an invitation? Sure. Gizi presented her invitation. The old man saw it and was startled. Then he broke out in a cold sweat and pulled out his own. Isn't that one a fake? But before he could say anything to Yunshin, he had already pulled out his own invitation, smiling cheerfully at the waiter. Here, this is my invitation. The old Taoist was startled. The man replied, Please, you too, come this way. After looking at their invitations, the waiter glared up at them. The old Taoist asked nervously, Is there a problem with this invitation? He smiled. Taoist master, you look quite familiar. Dare I ask if we have met before? The old man replied, This humble Taoist is from Weiqing, guarding the Dragon King Temple on Taoshi Road, Filiu. Perhaps we have met before. Then he took the invitation and ran off. Taoist master, please wait a moment. There might be a small problem. This humble servant doesn't dare to make a decision on his own. I must go back and report to the manager. Please wait a moment. The old man was understanding. It's fine, it's fine. You go ahead. Yuntan coldly watched the waiter run off, thinking to himself, This invitation is indeed strange. Sure. Gizi smiled at the old Taoist. Perhaps they made a mistake. I'll wait and go in with you. The old man scratched his head. I didn't expect to trouble you. Her face was serious. It's no trouble. Your invitation was prepared for a great person. If it weren't for you, how could I have seen it? Finally, I can go in. Compared to us, you are the true master. Yundan couldn't believe his ears and asked again, Is my master very powerful? Being praised, the old Taoist smiled shyly and scratched his head. Sure. Gizi affirmed, Of course. There are 5 E-realm painters in Weiqing, and your master is one of them. Although he's not as good as the other 4, your master's cultivation is all thanks to his own practice. He comprehended the teachings to build his foundation. It wasn't until he was in his 20s that he met your grandmaster and received the transmission. The old Taoist's face turned red with embarrassment. He explained, I'm not that powerful. You say that, and I almost believe it's true. She smiled and looked at the old man with admiration. If you were a little luckier and could have met a cultivator from a Grotto Heaven sect wandering the mortal world earlier, you might have become an immortal by now. Yuntan looked at the old Taoist and said slowly, But master never told me this. The old man laughed loudly. What's there to talk about? Yuntan thought. The path of cultivation. I was guided by my parents from a young age. As for the old Taoist, although he's ordinary, everything he has is thanks to his own comprehension. He still didn't take his eyes off the old man. So for a rogue cultivator, to have reached such a realm is already not easy. In the future, I will also have to rely on myself to comprehend and move forward. From a distance, the waiter and his superior ran over quickly. The waiter scratched his head, while his superior cupped his hands and apologized profusely. Taoist master, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. This subordinate is ignorant and has wasted your time. I have already reprimanded him. Please come with me. I'll take you in. The old Taoist asked carefully, That invitation, didn't you say there was a mistake? He smiled and explained as he walked. That was just someone below who has eyes but can't see Mount Tai. This invitation is very precious. How could there be a mistake? Taoist Hunyuanzi is one of the 5 great E-realm painters of our Weiqing. Of course he can't be absent. Suddenly, someone interrupted the conversation. Such a joke can also be said here? The man with a mole under his eye rudely interjected. I only know that Weiqing has 4 E-realm painters. Since when did a 5th one appear? Some words are fine to joke about in private, but today, in a place like this, it's really not appropriate. The superior chuckled. Well, suddenly, there was a commotion from the crowd. It's Master Xianchangzi. Really? Is it the top E-realm painter in Weiqing? The curtain was opened, and the light only illuminated half of the person's face inside the sedan chair. This was Xianchangzi. Jingwei, it's fine if Fa Nanzi can't come. Why did you invite this person? The driver shrugged. What nonsense are you talking about? It's not like I'm against you, Taoist friend. It's just that the Cheonghua Pavilion today has esteemed guests from all over. The guests are numerous. Some words, when spoken, make people laugh and lose face for the painters of Weiqing. I think you can understand. The lackeys whispered and snickered. The wife laughed after hearing the horse driver's words. I told you so. I haven't heard of him. Yinin was angry. So young, and he's learned nothing but how to be arrogant like others. He was arrogant and glared at him after hearing this. Are you talking to me? You're really bold. Yunxin looked at him with half an eye and shouted, "Humph! You want my master to talk to you? You." Then he pointed at the old Taoist and said loudly for everyone to hear, "Who here is not your elder? They haven't said anything yet. What are you doing here, pointing your finger and acting like a dog?" He looked at him with half an eye. Now it's good. Everyone knows. The Taoist boy of the great painter Xian Changzi has no manners, no respect for his elders, and no one to discipline him. Since Master Xian Changzi didn't teach you, I'll say a few more words. Then he deliberately spoke so the person inside the sedan chair could hear. "I think you can understand." The young man was angry and pointed. "You?" Xian Changzi stepped out of the sedan chair and placed his hand on the superior's shoulder, reminding him, "Take good care of this Taoist friend Han Yuanzi. There must be no delay. They are all esteemed guests." The superior immediately obeyed, but the driver was still very resentful. He had to turn away before he could get his revenge. They left first. The surrounding people also gradually dispersed. The old Taoist looked after them and asked him, "Brother Exen, are we about to get into trouble?" He replied softly, "Don't worry. If he comes looking for a fight, then I don't need to be polite." He glared and gritted his teeth. "In a little while, when we go upstairs, if no one steps on me, how can I comfortably slap someone's face?" In the hall on the second floor, a servant leads the two of them up. He says politely, "You two, please come in. This humble servant can only take you this far." Yuntan waves his hand. "Thank you." The old Taoist walks forward, stops, and looks at the scene before him in amazement, exclaiming, "Heavens! The prefect and the three prefects with the Earelm painters." The old Taoist also has a day to feast with them. Inside, people are talking animatedly. This is a gathering of talents. He places his hand on the old man's shoulder and reassures him, "This is nothing. In the future, they will also have a time when they beg you to feast with them." The old man smiles wryly. Brother Xian, don't make fun of this old man. Noticing something strange, he thinks seriously, if it were a normal invitation, that would be one thing. To send a gold-plated invitation to me and the old Taoist. I'm afraid even Yin Jiping doesn't have that much power. Then who is it? In the backyard, someone is walking with Ling Lu. He says, "Fairy, please wait a moment. According to the arrangements, there are still some ceremonies upstairs to welcome you." The girl is still floating above the ground. She says coldly, "You don't need to follow me anymore. You don't need to go up there today either." He is confused. "Fairy, what do you mean by that?" She still strode forward. "So noisy. Don't delay my demon slaying." He watched her back, slightly panicked. The girl was still climbing the stairs. The old man stammered, "Slaying demons?" In the front courtyard, the sky was dark, but the scene was still very lively. The crowd was excited to see the arrival of one person, exclaiming, "Master Bui Quiet too has arrived." The blonde, along with an escort. It turns out to be the guy from yesterday who was interrupted by a ghost while doing the deed. No wonder his face is so sad today. The crowd says loudly, "Quick, quick, let's go." Yunten pays attention to this side. As he passes, everyone is respectful. "Master Bui Quiet too, please take a seat." Yunxin watches him, taking each step towards the banquet. Outside, thunder and lightning suddenly rumble. He turns to look out the window. Lightning flashes across the sky. Outside, the rain is falling heavily. Each drop falls like a grudge. The escort scolds his subordinate. "Quick, close the window. Don't let the wind blow on the esteemed guest." Several servants quickly protect Bui Quiet too. Someone speaks up, their beautiful lips moving. "No need." Ling Lu appears from the door and says slowly, "The black clouds press down on the city, threatening to overwhelm it. The mountain rain is about to come, and the wind fills the tower. This wind and clouds are just right for the occasion." The girl floats over. The crowd stares at her. Yunxin looks at her in surprise. Is that her? Then he recalls each story one by one, including the Tongming Jade and his meeting with her. Then Ji Ping brought the invitation. He rested his chin on his hand and thought, this invitation. So it was she who sent it. It seems she knew my identity long ago. But why? To investigate the cause of those people's deaths? Or the Tongming Jade? The girl sits down at the banquet table and asks everyone, "Where is the old fisherman? Bring it out for me to see." The people below are surprised. This, just like that, we're looking at it? Is it really like that? No opening speech or anything. The old Taoist turns and gives a thumbs up. This is the difficulty of an immortal. Yuntan turns and asks the old man, "Old Lu, the black clouds press down on the city, threatening to overwhelm it. The mountain rain is about to come, and the wind fills the tower. Have you heard these two lines of poetry before?" The old man sweats and replies, "No. Although these two lines don't rhyme or have the right rhythm, they are a very wonderful sentence. truly worthy of being the work of an immortal. Such a good sentence. At this banquet, I'm afraid it will spread throughout Weiqing by tomorrow. He is regretful. You've never heard of it. He remembers. Asterisk those 2 lines of poetry. Ordinary people in this world have probably never heard them. But I've heard them since I was a child. Asterisk. He sits on his father's shoulders, fascinated by the lightning in the sky. Father, it looks like it's going to rain heavily. Then his father says, it's true that the black clouds press down on the city, threatening to overwhelm it. The mountain rain is about to come, and the wind fills the tower. Asterisk, and yet, she knows. That means she's in the small group of people related to the painting saint. And it's very likely she knows about the existence of the Tongming jade. Asterisk, he frowns, on guard. This woman is very dangerous. Then he looks at the blonde man standing in the middle of the road. On the outside, he is buoy quiet too, but occasionally, he has very strange expressions. But quickly, he returns to normal. The attendant finds it strange and reminds him, Sir, the immortal is asking you to get the painting. But a strange killing intent emanates from him. Yunin has noticed something strange. And him too. And no one has noticed that Buoy Quiet 2 is no longer Buoy Quiet Tuesday. Discovering something interesting, he quickly tells the person with him, placing his hand on the old man's shoulder and saying with a frown, There's still something fun to see today. The old Taoist doesn't understand. What? Outside, the rain is falling heavier and heavier, lashing against the corridor inside. Buoy Quiet holds out the painting for the fairy. Everyone below stares with wide eyes, their mouths agape. No singing or dancing, no small talk. The treasure painting gathering. Has it already begun? The girl opens the painting. The colors of the painting are truly moving. She wiggles her index finger. Not bad. Everyone below, come up and see. Then Ling Lu throws the painting into the air. Everyone is surprised. A man asks doubtfully, Is it our turn so soon? Can we see it too? Xian Changzi is disgusted and glances over. To let the people below come up directly is somewhat inappropriate. The old Taoist pieces together the famous paintings and comments. In the end, it's still the immortal who has the understanding. A genuine masterpiece can only be described with one word. Not bad. Like a cabbage, for everyone to see as they please. On weekdays, famous scrolls are rare treasures. Yuntan looks at the crowd gathering to see the painting. If you want to see it, go see it. You're one of the 12 too. The old man flies up first. I'm going. Aren't you going to see it? He cups his hands behind his back and tilts his head forward. I can see it from here. He observes the situation above. So close. A cultivator like Ling Kongzi, who has reached the peak of the Hua realm. And she can't see a man with a ghost by his side. He closes his eyes tightly, feeling the Yin energy around him. There is no Yin spirit on this young man's body. He whips around. If it's not because he's afraid of Ling Kongzi, then what is he hiding from? Someone walks up to him. It's the driver from before. He smiles and asks Yuntan, Is your master about to have bad luck? He feigns surprise. Why? He leans his face closer, arrogant. Do you want to know what will happen later? Yunshin turns his face away. No. His karma-filled lips continue. Hee. Even if you have a sharp tongue, I'll tell you. In a little while, my master will call your master to present a painting to that immortal. He spits as he speaks, his words incredibly grating. If your master's painting isn't good, hee, then your master is being disrespectful to that immortal. You know what your master's level is like. At that time, even if that immortal isn't angry, the prefect and the governor sitting with him will be angry. Then you. Yuntan just replies lightly, Really? Then he directly hits his wicked mouth. The punch sends him flying. He trembles, kneels, and covers his face with his hands, mumbling, You. His master whips around and asks coldly, What's wrong? He stands up, holding his face, and stammers. Yuntan glares. He bursts into tears and says resentfully, The wind was strong. I fell on my own. Then his master turns his head back, not paying attention. Then be more careful next time. He obeys. Shirgizi sees this and comes over to remind him. You little brat, why are you so impulsive? Luckily, Master Xian Changzi didn't pursue the matter. He turns back and says arrogantly, Didn't pursue it? I'm afraid he's already thought of a way to kill us. These people, they don't think about teaching those of a lower rank than them. Yuntan presses 2 fingers together, and a light emanates from them. After all, killing people like us is like killing an ant. Why waste time? Shirgizi sighs. Since you understand, why bother provoking them? He smirks, a strange smile on his face. Because I think so too. Ling Lu notices someone approaching her. Xian Changzi cups his hands and greets her respectfully. Today is the treasure painting gathering. Your presence, fairy, can make this Qianghua pavilion shine brightly. It is an extremely rare opportunity. I have a proposal. Ling Lu fairy frowns. A proposal? Then he speaks loudly, deliberately for everyone to hear. Today, the painters of Weicheng are gathered in one place. The fairy has come from afar. I propose that we choose one person to present a painting to the fairy. It can be considered a small token of our sincerity as painters of Weicheng. Ling Lu smiles brightly, agreeing. This is indeed what I had in mind. Today is the treasure painting gathering. Besides the old fisherman, I also want to see the works of the other masters. Then her eyes narrowed, revealing a dangerous look. Because I want to transcend the slaughter tribulation. Hearing these words, the people below were terrified. A man trembles and asks, slaughter tribulation? The girl continues, humph. Are you afraid I'll kill people? To rely on killing people until you're bored to transcend the tribulation. In the end, it's still about this matter. Foolish and sinful, unforgivable, she says, targeting the people below. But if you want to grasp it, you can grasp it. If you want to let go, you can let go. That is the true way to transcend the tribulation. She continues, today there are 36 painters. Regardless of TV, paint a picture with the theme of killing intent. Whichever painting is useful to me, I will transfer a chi-refining mind technique of my Langya Panglai as thanks. Hearing this, the crowd below cheers with joy. Chi-refining mind technique. A blessing from the fairy. With this, it's like stepping into the orthodox path. As long as you realize a little, everyone has a chance. Xian Changzi, as if he has achieved his goal, cups his hands in thanks. Since Ling Kong fairy is like this, then we will definitely not disappoint you. However, he deliberately targets the old man. The others don't matter. We 5 E-Realm painters must try our best. Ling Kong fairy has comprehended the true treasure scroll before. Our realm is shallow, and we still can't create it. But a masterpiece, if we 5 can't create it. Then he flashes a sinister, evil smile. Fairy, please don't blame us. We will definitely not take it lightly. The old Taoist is startled and scared. Oh no. The 5 of them stand in their places, preparing to paint. The old Taoist is very worried. The people below are delighted. 5 E-Realm painters are painting. I wonder how many masterpieces will be created today. This scene is truly rare. Then suddenly, a man mocks him, hurting the old man. Except for the bastard inside, haha. Xian Changzi approaches the old man and asks, Taoist friend Hunyuanzi, why are you not prepared? The old man smiles wryly. Humph, this old Taoist injured his hand a few days ago. He rolls his eyes and says, oh, with a look of contempt. Taoist friend is joking. This doesn't look like an injured hand. He looks down at the old man's hand rubbing his wrist. The old man doesn't know how to argue back for a moment. Haha, well that is. Yunshin comes over from somewhere and speaks up for him. My master here has an internal injury. Just now, on the road, my master encountered a dog. The dog bit my master. My master ignored him, but the dog kept biting. My master then gave it a slap, and as a result, his hand was injured. The man who was slapped earlier is humiliated and shouts, You. He is not flustered and looks straight at them. It's a sad story. I'm afraid my master won't be able to paint today. Ling Lu Fairy hears this and agrees. That makes sense. Then he doesn't have to do it today. The driver is not convinced and says deliberately, the fairy is too kind, letting them be so rude. But she scoffs. However, then she points a finger straight at Yunshin and orders, You. Wave your killing intent and create a true scroll. I will then grant you one condition. If you can't do it, I'm afraid I'll have to make things difficult for you. He frowns, confused. A true scroll. The crowd behind him all laugh loudly, including the dog that bit him. He is delighted and smiles with satisfaction. He's dead for sure this time. Even his master can't create a true scroll. How can he? This kid doesn't even know where he is, yet he dares to disrespect the elder. He's really angered a great master. Seeing him distracted, Xian Changzi reminds him, Go get his ink and brush. Today, those two won't be able to leave here in one piece. Taoist master Xian Changzi raises his brush and dips it firmly in the middle of the white paper. Then he paints with bold strokes. Truly number 1. The onlookers are amazed. A master, truly worthy of being an E-Realm painter. The old Taoist is worried and turns to ask Yun Tan about the situation. Brother Exine, a scroll with killing intent. You really? He flashes a wry smile, remembering his past life. He was surrounded by a bunch of police cars. He charged into the place where the man was chained up. He was terrified and could only cry out, Ugh! His mouth was gagged. Then another time, his face was covered with a white cloth. A man poured water on his face, torturing him brutally. Next, he met a grim reaper, his neck adorned with trophies, all skulls, human heads. Remembering such things, he is inspired. He puts his brush to paper and begins to paint. The old Taoist beside him is worried. Asterisk Brother Exine, I wonder what kind of painting he wants to paint. Even if it's not a true scroll, if it has the initial scene of the night march of the clothed in brocade, a famous scroll is possible. Asterisk. On the other side, Xian Changzi lifts his brush, having finished painting. His painting is of two black dragons intertwined, the brushstrokes incredibly firm. A beautiful painting, the 5 Nights of Slaughter. Everyone is surprised and exclaims, "A famous scroll. This is a famous scroll." A man claps his hands, highly praising the painting. 2 dragons fighting in the rain. Although the details are not clear, one can still feel the killing intent evoked in this painting. But it's not revealed. A true masterpiece. It fits perfectly with the storm today. I wonder if there are really true dragons fighting in the sky. Congratulations to Master Xianxingzi for obtaining the 3rd famous scroll of his life. Xuanzi is arrogant. You flatter me, you flatter me. It's just a clumsy work. I don't know if it can help the fairy pass her slaughter tribulation. He opens his eyes wide to look at the fairy, but the fairy is not paying attention to him, nor is she looking at his painting. Xuanzi whips his head in the direction of the fairy's gaze, surprised. The fairy is looking at that kid. Why? At this moment, Yunxin has also just finished painting. He looks over contemptuously. I wonder what the little friend has painted. He happily holds up his painting. The drawing is very funny. A glutton is sitting with his cheeks puffed out, eating with wide eyes. He says, "This is the pervert's gluttony diagram." The crowd gathers around, mocking Yuntan. Haha, what kind of ghost is that? It looks like a child's drawing. The old Taoist is worried and frowns. This isn't. Does Brother Xian have a plan? Gizi reassures him. Don't get excited. And I already said. Then suddenly, Immortal Xuanzi raises his hand and rushes towards him, shouting, "Nonsense. You're really bolder than the heavens. It's bad enough that it's worse than a true scroll. Ling Kong Fairy is dancing on the edge of slaughter. She needs killing intent. Is there any intent in your painting? Don't disgrace the painters of Weiqing." Suddenly, a spark flashes by, severing his attacking arm. He screams in pain, his eyes so pained he can't even see the pupils. The fairy Ling Kong is angry, her hand still not withdrawn. "Take your hand off." She is very interested in this painting and touches it. This painting is truly a treasure scroll. Xian Changzi shouts, "A treasure scroll?" He sweats, not believing his ears. No, impossible. This painting clearly has no killing intent at all. Fairy. The fairy Ling Kong looks at him coldly. "With your realm." Then she holds up the drawing board for everyone to see. The painting shows a fat man with a fierce face eating, his whole body radiating killing intent. Of course you can't feel it. When she unfurls the painting, a killing intent emanates from it, which he can only feel now. His pupils constrict. Asterisk, that is killing intent. Why? Just a teenager. How can he paint a treasure scroll filled with such killing intent? Asterisk, the painting appears more vivid than ever. He is painting a man-eater, directly tearing Xuanzi apart, and then eating him. He roars, "Don't eat me. I don't want to die. Help. Someone. Help." When she unfurled the painting, everyone gasped in amazement. The fairy Ling Kong closed her eyes, feeling the fortune, and said, "My slaughter tribulation," from deep red lips has now turned to a bright pink. She opened her eyes wide. Her whole body is transforming. She continues, "It has been transcended. Now, she has transformed into an incredibly beautiful person. She has transcended to another tribulation." Yunan looks at her. Congratulations, fairy, for successfully transcending the tribulation. You are one step closer to finding your Tao heart." She looks at him slowly. "I'm afraid I'll have to ask you." The two of them are in a closed circle, talking intimately. The people around them are gossiping. So scary. How can he be so close to the fairy? What are they talking about? Don't listen if you're not supposed to. The fairy has already blocked outsiders. Inside the circle, the fairy asks him, "That person, is he still in this world?" He is confused. "Who?" She frowns, showing clear disappointment. "The painting saint." He frowns in thought. Asterisk, it seems she's asking me about the painting saint. But in her heart, she clearly already has the answer. Asterisk. He immediately replies, "I'm not sure either." She squints and asks again, but clearly, in this world, there is no second person with a painting style exactly like his. He smiles wryly and asks her back, "Fairy, are you really here for the painting saint?" She replies, "You're trying to trick me into saying it. There's no need to trick you. If you're not here for the painting saint, then you're here for the painting saint's belongings." Her eyes narrow. She has to keep an eye on this guy. Outside, Shui Chinzi was convulsing, still unconscious. The driver shouted, Master, wake up." He trembled, his eyes shot with blood, drool streaming from his mouth. The driver noticed Pei Juezi standing silently in a corner, staring outside. He wore a chilling smile, his teeth chattering as if chanting a spell. Or perhaps he was simply possessed. Meanwhile, Yin Xian was busy bargaining with the fairy. He raised a hand. Let's discuss that in a moment. There's still one more thing I need your help with. She looked puzzled. He gestured toward Page Uezi. There's another ghost in this house. Startled, she looked over. What? The driver was being levitated into the air, wailing, "Help me." Below, the possessed Page Uezi laughed with delight, as if he'd found his next prey. In the next second, the driver's life force was completely drained, his body withering into old age. The fairy immediately flicked a spell in their direction. But Page Uezi instantly dodged it by inflating like a balloon. The men below screamed, "Master Uezi!" One shouted in terror, "It's a ghost!" Page Uezi swelled up, his bloodshot eyes bulging. Yin Xian was shocked. The aura on this ghost was... He grew serious, his face hardening with killing intent. He said to her, "Fairy, leave this one to me. I can tell you even more interesting things." Ling Kong looked at him, trusting. A promise is a promise. Boom. A massive explosion. Blood splattered everywhere. An attendant, half his face covered in blood, screamed in horror, "Master!" Fairy Ling Kong narrowed her eyes. Trying to run? From Page Uezi's body, a monster tore its way out. It opened its grotesque mouth, its eyes shining like headlights. Strange horns grew from its head and around its neck. The witnesses panicked, screaming, "Someone! Get over here! There's been a murder! A demon has killed someone!" An attendant peeked in to see what the commotion was about. The moment he stuck his head in, the demon locked onto him. He let out a long, haunting scream. The demon didn't hesitate, charging straight for him. Fairy Ling Kong calmly performed a technique. She pointed from behind the demon. Seal its eyes, her hand closed. It immediately lost control, stumbled, and spun around. It roared. The young woman showed no fear, calmly clenching her hand into a fist. Instantly, its body was twisted into a spiral. It struggled, its face slamming into the ground, blood spewing from its mouth. It whimpered, "Mercy." Seeing this, Yin Xian raised his hand to stop the fairy. "Fairy, please show mercy. Let me handle this ghost." Her brow was furrowed, but she calmly looked over and asked him, "Demons ultimately only harm people. Why not eliminate it?" Yin Xian looked at her with a gentle gaze and explained, "Just as I told you that night. Fairy, this is the Tao I cultivate." The fairy stood with her hands on her hips, looking at him. She stared thoughtfully. "All under heaven are equal? Humans and demons coexisting? So be it. I already promised that if you could create a treasure scroll, I would grant you one request. Consider this matter fulfilled." Hearing this, Yin Xian clasped his hands and bowed. "Thank you, fairy." With that, she once again created a soundproof barrier around them to prevent outsiders from hearing their conversation. The official in charge wiped his sweat with a handkerchief, ordering his subordinates, "Go, clean this place up. Bring back everyone who fled. The flower assembly isn't over yet." He glanced toward the fairy and Yin Xian, wondering, who is that young Taoist? Why does the fairy listen to him? They've already spoken privately several times. Inside the barrier, she asked him, "Do you know why I came to Wei City?" He replied, "Fairy, did you come for the smart jade slip?" She frowned, her annoyance clear. She reached out and grabbed him by the throat. "You," she said. "That's right. 3 cultivators have already died for that jade slip. I tracked it all the way here and finally found you. Is that treasure in your hands?" His eyes flickered slightly. "Yes, but also no." She stared. "What do you mean?" He struggled to answer. "A while ago, that jade slip was forcibly borrowed by a friend." She scowled, confused. "A friend?" Where her hand touched his collar, scale-like patterns appeared. He shrugged and looked at her. "I am willing to help you, fairy. It's just that this friend of mine is incredibly powerful and his temper is unpredictable." He took the jade slip by force. She was still frowning, not quite believing him. "You should know you never should have touched that treasure. That friend of yours is a demon, isn't he?" He lowered his head. "It's just as you suspect, fairy. I once wanted to use him to achieve my goals. If even a demon like him could be reformed, then we could surely look forward to a day when humans and demons coexist. But I never expected. Not only is he violent and unpredictable, slaughtering the innocent, but he also snatched the smart jade slip." He frowned. "TCH. To be honest with you, fairy, those 3 Taoists were also killed by him." Yin Xian's head bowed even lower. "I stubbornly call him a friend, perhaps because I don't want to accept that the Tao I've pursued for over a decade is nothing but a reflection of the moon in water, a flower in a mirror." The fairy turned her head away. "Your Tao has some merit, but it is completely out of step with the times." Fairy Ling Kong looked out the window. Outside, the storm still raged with thunder and lightning. "Accepting demons might, as you say, lead to equality for all in the world. But it is far more likely that the demons will seize power. Once that happens, the world will be in peril. She turned back to look at Yin Xian. Do you know the second reason I came here? Yin Xian was surprised. A second reason? He looked at her seriously. Fairy, please elaborate. Fairy Ling Kong's voice echoed, mingling with the thunder outside. It is to eliminate the remaining accomplice of the painting saint. The remaining accomplice of the painting saint? What do you mean? The world knows of the two saints of the realm, the calligraphy saint and the sword saint. Below the two saints are the 18 grotto heavens of the sword school, the 18 grotto heavens of the Taoist lineage, and the 36 grotto heavens of the Taoist saints. Further down are the 36 styles of the sword school, totaling 72 schools. The disciples of the two saints are famous throughout the land, known to all. But the world only knows of the two saints, unaware that 2,000 years ago, there were 3 saints coexisting. That would be the calligraphy saint, the sword saint, and the last one, the painting saint. His brush brought life to flowers, and his paintings contained all of creation. Yuan Xian recalled this, his eyes shifting to the right. Now, the name of the painting saint is no longer known in the world. It's said that even his masterpiece, the 8 Truths ancient scroll, has been attributed to some reclusive, peerless master, his name hidden by the sands of time. Yin Xian pondered deeply. Because later generations of painters failed to achieve greatness, they came to revere the Taoist lineage and the sword school, treating them as the orthodox path. As for why the painting saint's lineage vanished without a trace, I fear it's not unrelated to the other two saints. He placed a hand on his chest and respectfully asked Ling Kong, Fairy, you wouldn't consider me a remnant of the painting saint's lineage just because of a single smart jade slip, would you? She replied softly. The Taoist lineage is not unreasonable. It's just that the jade slip is of great importance. Once matters here are resolved, you will return with me to the mountain. As long as you do no evil, I have no reason to kill you. She frowned, observing him. Anyone who has touched the smart jade slip must be brought back. It is all for the crucial task of opening the jade slip. If that cannot be done, then it would be a pity for such an interesting person with such a firm Tao heart. Meanwhile, Yin Xian stared back at her. Not unreasonable. I'm afraid once I follow her up that mountain, there will be no coming back down. The fairy stepped closer to him, tilted her head up, and glanced at him. The remnant of the painting saint's lineage I want to eliminate is none other than your friend, that Long Zi. Can you bear to do it? Yin Xian was startled. She walked past him. He gaped. You already know who he is? He sighed and continued. He no longer considers me a friend. The Tao of the world is one, where humans and demons coexist. Is my path truly impossible to achieve? She said softly. Your Tao, while too idealistic and out of step with the times, is no reason for self-blame. When the time is right in the future, it may not be impossible to realize. He smirked. Haha. Fairy Ling Kong didn't understand what he was laughing about. Yuan Xian's laughter grew louder. Then he frowned, placing a hand on his chest as he looked at her. That's right. They say the times create the hero, but I must create the times. Yuan Xian spoke loudly. For a revolution, the class and aristocracy of the old era are the greatest obstacles. They will not step into the dustbin of history on their own. If they cannot be reformed, then we can only eliminate the great demons that stand in the way, and then build a completely new order. Ling Kong's eyes widened as she looked at him. He continued passionately. Only then will demons no longer commit evil from their hearts. Hearing this, her eyes grew wide, as if she had realized something. The fairy looked at him with admiration. Such powerful conviction. How can his path of cultivation be so clear? And what do I cultivate for? For the great Tao of longevity. But what's the point of longevity? The common people all suffer. By transcending the masses, can one truly escape the sea of suffering? My Tao heart, what is it really? Yuan Xian glanced over at her, seeing Ling Kong's gaze fall, as if deep in serious thought. Not bad. My heart is in turmoil. Even after passing the killing tribulation, her realm still hasn't broken through. She still hasn't found her Tao heart. He was manipulating Ling Kong's mind, and she was wavering in her own choices. The clearer, nobler, and more resolute my Tao is, the more hazy, distant, and illusory hers will become. Suddenly, he pulled her into an embrace. Thank you. She was taken aback, still processing what was happening. He held her, his eyes unwavering. And I am the one who can pull her out of this moment of confusion. She walked on the bridge, and he met her on his side. Is her heart in turmoil because of the Tao, or because of me? This seed has been planted. I must make good use of it. He released her, placing his hands on her shoulders. What are your plans next, fairy? He said slowly. To be honest, I want to capture this ghost to find Long Zi. He hasn't appeared since he took the jade slip. Just now, I detected a faint trace of Long Zi's aura on this ghost. It's very weak, but I'm certain that the ninth young master is Long Zi. I want to find him. The fairy had been silent this whole time, not saying a word. He waved his hand, trying to get her attention. Fairy? Fairy. She finally snapped out of it, startled. With this ghost, you can find him? He raised his hand to explain. I can find a way to force him to appear, but I'll need to borrow the temple masters from here. Ling Kong agreed. Your willingness to help me find him is a righteous decision. Yun Xian frowned. In that case, could you ask the people here to take care of my master? I'm the one who brought this trouble upon him today. If I follow you back to the mountain, I fear his future days will not be easy. The old Taoist was still nearby, watching him. Ling Kong smiled brightly. You are a person of great sentiment. It shall be as you say. The two continued their discussion. A moment later, Ling Kong announced to everyone present, this man is a Taoist friend from my Langya Grotto Heaven. There was a small misunderstanding before, but it has been resolved. From now on, he will assist me in exorcising demons in Wei City. She pointed to the ghost below. This ghost will be managed by him on my behalf. Today, the masters of all the temples are here. Henceforth, you are to obey his orders and work together to restore peace to Wei City. The officials bowed in unison, paying their respects to him. The fairy is most benevolent. She continued. The southern sect disciples use the lives of commoners to pass their killing tribulations. I have dealt with them in the name of the Taoist lineage. If anyone here knew of the southern sect's actions, or ever condoned them, you have 3 days to turn yourselves in. You will be interrogated first, then you must question yourselves. You will be punished according to your secular laws. With that, she turned to leave. The official clasped his hands and bowed after her. Yes, we will obey the fairy's command. Suddenly, she turned back as if remembering something. Oh right, this. She spoke loudly, referring to the old Taoist. Hun Yuanzi. She pointed at him. Hun Yuanzi is a friend of Langya Grotto Heaven. While he lives in Wei City, no one is permitted to show him any disrespect. Everyone bowed in obedience. Her face held a hint of sadness as she said her final words to Yun Xian. The tasks I've given you must be completed within 5 days. I wish to return to the mountain. He immediately complied. A second later, he frowned as he watched her. The thrill of dancing on a knife's edge is truly exhilarating. He chuckled. Ninth young master, look forward to the grand ceremony I have prepared for you. By then, Fairy Ling Kong was already far away. The rain outside had begun to fall, growing heavier. The twisted ghost was writhing on the ground below, abandoned. A voice echoed from above. Why has everyone stopped eating? You didn't get to eat anything upstairs, did you? Upstairs, Yun Xian was inviting everyone to eat, but they all looked terrified. He continued. A feast at the Guanhua restaurant is not something everyone gets to enjoy. He placed his chopsticks on the edge of his bowl and smiled. But it seems you won't be able to eat unless I make things clear, will you? The remaining men replied, their mouths smiling but their hearts filled with fear. Yes, it's better to be clear. We wonder, Taoist friend Yun Xian, why have you kept us here? Our cultivation is not high. We're afraid we won't be of much help. Yun Xian stood up and poured wine into a cup. Rest assured, everyone. The favor I ask not only involves no danger, but it also comes with great benefits. Many of the Taoists exchanged glances. Benefits? This. I hope our Taoist friend can explain further. Yun Xian walked closer to the tables. You are all temple masters and abbots. I don't need to tell you. You already know in your hearts whether the deities you worship are real or not, whether they possess spiritual energy. Originally, it wouldn't matter if you worshipped a deity without spiritual energy. It's just deceiving a few commoners. But if these divine thrones are possessed by demons and ghosts, who use the power of incense and faith to harm the people, then you will find it hard to escape blame. He frowned and continued. Just now, Fairy Ling Kong told me that she has discovered traces of demons and ghosts in many of the temples. A murmur spread through the crowd below, their fear palpable. Is this true? Will the fairy punish us? What should we do? He waved his hand, signaling for calm. Everyone, do not panic. Today, the fairy saw the treasure scroll I painted and discussed with me about creating new divine portraits for you all. This way, 1. The paintings will have spiritual energy to protect the incense and faith in your temples. 2. It will cut off the possibility of demons possessing the divine thrones. You will all have peace of mind in the future. Everyone rejoiced, clasping their hands. Thank you, they shouted. The fairy is most benevolent. Our Taoist friend is most benevolent. One man beamed with joy. If we can obtain the Taoist friend's treasure scroll, even my humble temple will be illuminated. The old Taoist heard this and glanced to the side. Xian is at it again. You all shouldn't celebrate too soon. Yun Xian took out a piece of red paper and performed a spell with his other hand. Instantly, a burst of spiritual energy shot out from the red paper. Gasps of surprise echoed everywhere. He walked ahead, the old Taoist following behind. Tomorrow at noon, please come to my place to receive your paintings. Farewell. The people behind them clasped their hands. As you command. Safe travels, Taoist friend Yun Xian. He continued on his way, smiling with satisfaction. After he left, the crowd behind began to wonder. Did Taoist friend Yun Xian mention how much his treasure scrolls cost? Another man scratched his face. I didn't hear anything about that. It doesn't matter how much silver he wants. If he asks you to pay, can you refuse? In the street below, a strange, eerie wail echoed. Yun Xian walked through the street as spirit money flew everywhere, carried on the wind. He clutched the stack of paper in his arms, frowning in thought. The painting supplies are all ready. It's going to be a tough period ahead. This time, it's a life-or-death gamble. But if I succeed and escape these two major troubles, from now on, the sky's the limit. Suddenly, a ghostly figure appeared in the middle of the street. It passed right through him. Realizing something was wrong, he glared and turned around. Mr. Bai. The ghostly figure slowly materialized, sticking out its long, dangling tongue. It's you. How can a little brat like you see me? He smiled. What's so strange about it? It's not the first time, is it? Mr. Bai tilted his head, confused. He chuckled. So be it. Do you know how much longer you have to live? Hearing this, Yun Xian was horrified, his eyes wide as he stared at Mr. Bai. Why would you say that to me? He spoke with his long tongue hanging out. You are truly audacious. Reincarnated into a human form in this life, yet you don't obediently cultivate the spiritual power of the heavenly Tao. Instead, you dare to use a human body to accept the faith power of mortals. Your Snow Mountain Chi is already severely damaged. You yourself are not far from having your cultivation dissipate and dying. His eyes were filled with sorrow, his hands hanging limp. So that means... His head bowed even lower. I know about this. But if I don't slowly convert my spiritual power to faith power and rebuild my Snow Mountain Chi, I won't be able to continue practicing the Heavenly Heart True Law in the future. I'll have to switch to cultivating the Divine Tao. Will that work? Mr. Bai's eyes were completely white. Haha, a newborn calf fears no tiger. Do you think no one has tried this idea before? Think about it. If you see a house about to collapse, and you use sand to replace the bricks and stones, it might hold up for a while. But in the long run, how can sand keep a house standing? He lowered his head, clutching the stack of paper. So my Snow Mountain Chi is the house made of stone, huh? He thought. What I thought was a lifeline has now become a death warrant. He frowned and asked seriously, what if I stop absorbing faith power now? Mr. Bai waved his hand. It's useless. Your foundation is ruined. In this life, you won't live much longer. After he finished speaking, Yun Xian's pupils contracted, his expression grim. The man continued, even after you die, your soul will not be intact. You will lose all consciousness and become a vengeful, wandering ghost, drifting through the mortal realm. In short, it will be nothing but tragic. He asked again, does that also mean, if I die, you won't take me either? Mr. Bai stuck out his tongue. We won't take you, we won't. You're just like that demon lord, always causing trouble. Yun Xian's eyes shifted. Demon lord, he explained, haha, it's nothing. In short, we can't manage people like you who use a mortal body to covet the incense of worship, vying for benefits with the heavens. Yun Xian immediately brightened up, thanking him profusely. Thank you, King Yama, for your guidance. I understand now. Mr. Bai didn't understand. What do you understand? At that moment, he grinned from ear to ear. I'm not going to be human anymore. Hearing such words, the man broke out in a cold sweat. This King Yama seems to have unleashed a terrifying monster. His hand was still supporting his long, dangling tongue. Yun Xian walked off in another direction, the moon as red as a ball of fire. A dark aura emanated from his body. After 400 years of wandering in Wei City, is it finally coming to an end? Yun Xian continued to stride forward. So, did King Bai not sense the great demon on me? Or did he not want to capture it? Is it because it's not within his jurisdiction? Or is it because it's too much trouble? Yun Xian frowned, staring straight ahead. I'll know the answer soon enough. At the Li Miao residence, a layer of ethereal mist surrounded the estate. Yun Xian stood outside, observing. He sensed the atmosphere around him and concluded. Fortunately, the large amount of Yin energy in the Li Miao residence hasn't dissipated yet. Mixed with the demonic aura, he probably won't detect me. He held up a red talisman, and it immediately began to glow. A figure slowly materialized. He said, "All right, show your true form. We need to have a proper talk." Xin raised 2 fingers and pointed at the figure's forehead. He communicated with it telepathically. He asked, "Have you ever met Longzi?" It replied, "When was that? It's been so long." "So that's how it is. I won't destroy your body and soul. In fact," he narrowed his eyes, a sinister smile playing on his lips. "We can even make another deal." Under the full moon, a loud shout echoed. "Wake up! Wake up!" Li Yunxin slowly opened his eyes, frowning and murmuring. "Did I fall asleep? It seems hypnotizing that great demon took too much out of me. I only meant to rest for a moment." His eyes fluttered open to see a lovely young lady staring at him with wide eyes. When she saw him wake up, she exclaimed happily, "You scared me to death. I saw you leaning against the side of the road, not moving at all. I thought you were dead. It's so late. Why aren't you home?" Xin looked down and noticed she had even carefully covered him with a thin blanket. He turned to her, his voice gentle. "Thank you for your concern, miss. I'll head back right away. Why are you still out on the street so late?" Then his gaze fell. The young lady was wearing a shoe on one foot, but the other was bare. Realizing she'd been noticed, she blushed with embarrassment. She quickly tucked her bare foot under the hem of her skirt and backed away, pointing. "I just couldn't sleep, so I went for a little walk. It's good that you're okay. I'm going home now." With that, she scurried away. As she ran past him, she tossed something to him. "And this is for you." Xin was surprised. He held it up. A pastry. He looked toward where the young lady had gone. She had already hopped over the wall on the other side and called back, "Finish it and go home quickly. Don't make your family worry." For a moment, Xin didn't know what to say. He lowered his head, amused. "So she thinks I'm a runaway kid? Haha, how silly." He stood under the tree, looking up at the bright moon. "Not only do I not have a family, but I'm also about to die." He trudged on, carrying his stack of paintings. As he walked, Xin noticed something. He looked up. "That's the Yin residence." He thought, "I can't believe it's Yin Jiping's estate. Could she be head constable Yin's maid?" He thought with disdain, "He's such a sinister person. To have a maid like that is a blessing from a past life." He turned and walked on. "I've had my midnight snack. Now it's time to get down to business." Early the next morning at the Dragon King Temple gate, the old Taoist was overwhelmed with visitors the moment he opened the doors. They had been clamoring since dawn. Slow down, slow down. Everyone will get one." "Money? What money?" "This is for the purification of Wei City's temples." "What money are you talking about?" After receiving their paintings, everyone's face lit up. "How noble. Taoist friend Xin is too noble. As expected of your fine disciple, Taoist friend Hunyuanzi." "Hey, my temple has you, Lao. Don't give me the wrong one." The old Taoist replied, exasperated, "You can't go wrong." He opened one to take a look, and it was like being struck by lightning. "This is..." Everyone anxiously asked each other, "Is yours like this too? Are they all the same? What immortal is this?" Xin walked step by step toward the chaotic crowd. He smiled and explained, "This is the divine portrait of the great accomplishment, utmost honored, supreme mysterious, marvelous spirit, treasure inscription, imperial August crown prince. Take it back today and replace your old ones with it." Everyone shouted in protest. "Replace the statue? That's not appropriate." They all loudly disagreed. "My grandfather's generation worshipped Lao Jun in my temple. How can we just change it?" "That's right. It was hard enough to invite the Dragon King to my temple." Xin cleared his throat, wanting everyone's attention. "Does any temple master have a different opinion?" After hearing this, no one said another word. He gave a wry smile. "What? No one's talking now? What did Fairy Ling Kong tell you all at the flower assembly? Who did she tell you to obey?" He took another tube of paintings from the old Taoist's hands. He smiled as he handed them out. "I worked hard all night painting these for you. I assume none of you will complain, right?" The person who was handed the paper was at a loss, not knowing how to accept it. Finally, he bowed his head and took it. "Ah, thank you, Taoist friend Xin, for the painting." He was satisfied. "That's more like it." Xin glanced at the old Taoist. "Everyone, please restrain your grief. By changing to this statue, everyone will worship the same God from now on. The spiritual power will only grow stronger, helping your incense offerings flourish. If you don't believe me, just ask Taoist friend Hunyuanzi how much income he received last month." They all turned to the flustered old Taoist. "Is it true that the incense offerings have flourished?" The old man held up 3 fingers. Since changing to this statue, the monthly income has been 3 taels of silver." Hearing this, the men were overjoyed. 3 taels? That's 2 months' income for me. They all once again bowed to Xin. "Thank you, Taoist friend Xin, for the painting. Thank you, Taoist friend Xin, for the painting." He turned and walked away, leaving the crowd clamoring for the paintings. The old Taoist distributed them, saying helplessly, "One at a time, one at a time." He walked to a place where the floor was covered in water. The workers whispered among themselves. The rain last night was really heavy. The sheds are about to collapse. One man looked into the distance. The south side of the city is bone dry. Half the city is raining, the other half is dry. The weather is getting stranger and stranger. A leaf fluttered in the wind. Yuan Xin descended the steps near a rushing stream. He looked into the distance. Wei River, isn't this the entrance to the sea? Yet the waves are vast and misty, surging and crashing. Managing such a large body of water, and you, ninth young master, still have time to eat people, fight ghosts, and make friends. He pulled a letter from his pocket and threw it straight into the water. It's time we met, my friend. On the paper was a drawing of him. His image appeared on the surface of the water, and then the waves began to crash violently against the shore. He was surprised. Huh? Not home. Seeing this, he immediately pulled out another stack of paper from his clothes. Leaning against a nearby tree, he said cheerfully, "Good thing I came fully prepared." He then laid out the papers one by one to summon his soul. He laid them out from high noon until the sun set, but still, there was no sign of him. He crossed his arms in frustration. The wind is really strong today. Suddenly, someone appeared from behind a tree. In such a hurry to summon this young master? What for? He peeked out from behind. Are you in a hurry to die? Yin Xin was startled. With a puppy dog face, he grabbed the man's sleeve. Why did you take so long to get here? I've been looking for you all day. Something terrible has happened. The man grinned, showing his teeth, and took his hand. Something terrible? Tell me, how is it so terrible? Yin Xin frowned, looking serious. You have to leave quickly. Someone wants to kill you. She knows you and I are friends, and wants me to help her kill you. Oh, is that so? Who on earth wants to harm this young master? Yin Xin replied. It's someone from the Taoist lineage. The gap in our strength is too great, so I could only pretend to agree with her. I don't know if it will work, but I've already had all your divine statues nearby replaced. She'll probably find you soon. The ninth young master's eyes blazed, veins popping on his forehead. You're the one who replaced those statues? How dare you? Yin Xin acted flustered, raising his hands. I know your identity. I was afraid she would find clues from the statues and track you down. So I lied and told her you often borrow the divine thrones of the temples to enjoy the power of their incense. He continued to ramble on. If those temples are destroyed and the faith of the believers is lost, your strength will be greatly diminished. Yin Xion's eyes widened. While she still hasn't found you, you must leave quickly. He raged, his voice rising. And she believed that nonsense? Yin Xion leaned against the tree and smiled. Why wouldn't she believe the words of a dying man? She knows you and I are friends. To gain her trust, I have offered to atone for the sins you've created, together. He continued. I replaced your statues with my own paintings, drawing the power of the incense into my own human body. Sooner or later, my cultivation will dissipate, and I will die. Hearing this, the man grew even more furious. He pinned him against the wall, roaring, You fool! You utter fool! Who told you to meddle? And here I thought you were an interesting person. The ninth young master bellowed, a draconic form shimmering around him. This young master is the Wei River Dragon King. Who could possibly take my life? Yin Xion looked up at the forming dragon as it opened its massive maw. He narrowed his eyes. The Wei River Dragon King? So what? He recalled what the great demon had told him last night. It had wandered the earth for the last 400 years of its life to escape the ninth young master. It had told him everything about the ninth young master's origins. The true dragon, a divine beast, subdued the demon clans of the world, ruling over the realm of demons. When the world was at peace, the true dragon went into seclusion, appointing its 9 sons to preside over the 7 great water systems of the world. Chunyo, Yazi, Chaofeng, Paleo, Swanni, Bishi, Bayan, Fushi, and Liwen. The world is vast, with countless rivers. But of the 7 great water domains, only this Wei River belongs to the 9th son, Liwen. To be precise, only a small section of the Wei River lies within the territory of the Qin Kingdom. The Wei River Dragon King? He's just the last, unfavored dragon's son. His face darkened. The 9th young master angrily grabbed his hand and took his pulse. After checking his pulse, he was horrified. Yin Xion grimaced. It's true. I've really lost all hope. He looked sorrowfully at the 9th young master. Although the 9th young master has a difficult and fiery temper, right now, he truly considers me a friend. A friend, or perhaps there's another possibility. He looked at him with wide eyes. 9th young master. The 9th young master pulled his hand back, his eyes dark. he said softly. I thought you had betrayed me. Yun Xian's eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe his ears. The ninth young master frowned, chiding him. You clearly knew this great king was looking for that great demon, yet you deliberately let it go, didn't you? I remember that moonlit night. Fortunately, this young master saw it. It was near the household where you let it go. The cheerful young lady from that day was being watched by him from the wall. He continued, I was angry with you at the time, but then I saw the happy smile of that little lady from the household, so I snatched her up and ate her. The ninth young master frowned. Honestly, if I had known, I wouldn't have eaten her. Although her skin was tender and her flesh was soft, she didn't taste all that great. I wonder if you knew that little lady. Hearing this was like a lightning strike for Yun Xian. He stared with wide eyes. What? A little lady? You mean the young maid from the inn residence? He looked down from on high. How would I remember something like that? It was just a meal. If you miss her, after you die, I'll offer a few more to you. Yun Xian lowered his face, a sly smile playing on his lips. He replied slowly, It's nothing. A second later, he smiled brightly. No matter what, I hope you can live well. The person looking for you is the head disciple of the Langya Grotto Heavens Taoist school. Her preparations are as follows. The two talked until the sky was completely dark. The wind blew through the dry leaves, and the white funeral banners fluttered. The shopkeepers nearby were gossiping. What happened at Head Constable Yin's house? The bun seller replied. I heard it was Head Constable Yin's niece. Sigh, what a pity. The child's parents died in an accident a while back. She was just brought to the city from the countryside a few days ago. She was perfectly fine at home. How could she just disappear? Such bad luck. I'm afraid she was harmed by a demon. Yun Xian stood nearby and heard the whole story. He looked regretfully into the inn residence. Fairy Ling Kong appeared and asked softly, What are you looking at? Yun Xian's gaze remained fixed. He replied softly, Karma. The young woman didn't understand and stared at him. He turned to look at her, his eyes glistening with guilt. Last night, another innocent person died because of me. If I hadn't befriended that demon, she would probably still be living a very good life. He remembered her smile, as pure as a spring breeze. She didn't even know me. Just because she couldn't bear to see someone passed out against a wall, she showed a moment of kindness, and that demon ate her on a whim. He bowed his head low. That child had just lost her father, then had to leave her hometown to live with relatives. Who knows, maybe Head Constable Ian would have treated her well, and Wei City would have become her new home. Her days would have gradually gotten better. But now, she's not even in this world anymore. He growled, grinding his teeth. It's all my fault. These demons, apart from their own kind, they are treacherous and cruel. They can kill anyone. His eyes flashed with red light, the air around him turning incredibly dark. A clap of thunder echoed. I want to ask you, Fairy. I am willing to give my all to help kill him. What are your chances of success? The young woman looked over gently, her voice calm. 100%. He looked at her in shock. 100%. That demon is called the Wei River Dragon King. He's been lurking here for hundreds of years. You're certain you can kill him? You must have made preparations. Fairy Ling Kong gazed into the distance. With his demonic body's innate, supreme power, if we were to meet by chance, I would most likely die at his hands. She looked over with confident eyes. But with time to prepare and set up a talisman grand array, once he steps inside, he won't be thinking about getting out. She asked him, More importantly, you've already met him, haven't you? What did you say to him? He turned his back and replied, Nothing much. I just told him I was being coerced by that woman from Langya Grotto Heaven. He clenched his fist. I'll pretend to agree with her for now and stand by his side. When you two are fighting, I'll secretly deal her a fatal blow. He turned with a smile. Actually, I won't make a move. At that time, Fairy, you can just play along. Hearing this, she immediately grabbed his hand. She pulled him around, questioning, and he believed that. He turned his head halfway. Why wouldn't he believe the words of a dying man? The fairy was horrified. Yun Xian turned completely around and continued. Didn't you entrust me with those temple matters before? I had them replace that dragon's memorial tablets with my own portrait. I've drawn all the faith power from those incense offerings into my own body. In his eyes, I am dying for him. Plus, this also weakens his own faith power. Hearing his words, she was horrified, then scolded him. Why did you have to go to such lengths? You should know what it means for a painter in his teens to be able to create a treasure scroll. He replied slowly, a genius? So what? Can that erase the sins that the dragon and I created together? As a human, I never should have befriended a demon. Then Yun Xian looked up at the sky, full of regret. As a friend, it's not right for me to harm him with you. My mistakes are too many. Only death is a worthy end for me. It's just a pity that I can't leave anything behind in this world. He turned and walked away. I wanted to go back to the mountain with you before. I'm sorry, but I can't go. Fairy Ling Kong was moved, her eyes wavering. She also turned and walked in the other direction. What a fool. Suddenly, his hand clenched tightly. A terrifying aura erupted from his body. His face contorted, and he trembled, gritting his teeth. It seems someone has replaced the statues with new ones. 3 days later, Fairy Ling Kong was writing talismans with a brush. What did he do today? The person beside her reported grimly, clasping his hands. Same as the last 2 days. He wandered the city, painting everywhere. Sometimes giving them away, sometimes selling them. He has produced a great many masterpieces. Today, near dusk, he even gave a precious scroll to a beggar. She was surprised, stopped her brush, and turned around. A precious scroll? Tell me about it. The man replied in a low voice. This morning, I secretly followed him to Chongmin Street. He was there from the time the market opened until near dusk. He set up a small stall, casually inviting customers to have their portraits painted while waiting for the sky to darken. The street was bustling at that time. The sound of a vendor's call echoed through the street. Sour soup. Delicious, appetizing sour soup here. He set up his stall near a beggar. The beggar scraped a stone on the ground. His bowl was chipped and on the verge of breaking. The vendor's call still lingered nearby. Hearing it, the beggar's memories flooded back. He told Yun Xian, I remember back when I was guarding the border at Jinwu Garrison. We only got 1 day off a month. The moment my brothers and I got out of the garrison, we'd want to drink sour soup. A smile appeared on his wrinkled face. In the cold, a bowl of piping hot sour soup, blowing on it to cool it down. There was nothing more comforting. Yun Xian listened. Here we go again with the back in my day stories. The beggar took 2 coins from his bowl. He approached the sour soup seller. Young man, give me a bowl of sour soup. The seller looked annoyed. The old man continued. Just 1 bowl is fine. Just the soup. The seller waved his hand, shooing him away. I don't sell it like that. The old man persisted. But I have money. With a shove, he knocked the old man's hand away, shouting, Get out of here. I'm not selling. Are you sick in the head? The shout accidentally sent the beggar's coins flying toward Yun Xian's spot. He gently picked them up. Then he raised his hand and called out, Hey, give me a bowl. Bring it over here. The seller shouted back, Come and get it yourself. It was unclear if this guy even wanted to do business, treating his customers like dirt. He sighed. Sigh, still a hothead. The old man pointed at himself. Young master, those coins are mine. He raised his brush, ready to paint. Don't be hasty. You want sour soup, and he won't sell it to you. So I'll sell it to you. Then he called out loudly, attracting the attention of the people around him. Whoever gives me a bowl of sour soup, I'll perform a magic trick for you to see. How about it? The crowd was skeptical. Are you trying to trick us? You know magic? A curious gentleman ordered his servant, bring a bowl of soup for him. A gift for the young master. Yun Xian received the bowl with both hands. After slurping down the entire bowl, he unfurled a pre-painted scroll. It was a scene of people releasing sky lanterns, making wishes for a peaceful life. Yun Xian touched the painting with his divine brush. Instantly, it emitted a wondrous light. All the onlookers were amazed. Wow! The soup stall owner stammered. Teach this is? How did you make my bowl disappear? The gentleman beside him reassured him. It's just an old bowl. This young master can compensate you for it. He quickly refocused on the magic trick before him. Continue, Yun Xian said enthusiastically. Thanks to the young master's bowl of sour soup. From the middle of the painting, a lotus flower emerged, enveloping the old soup bowl. He continued slowly. Now, I will invite everyone to eat. Everyone was astonished. Holy crap, the river in the painting from just now. That river has turned into a river of sour soup. He gestured with his hand. Please, help yourselves. People quickly grabbed their bowls and ladled out the soup, exclaiming excitedly, Sour soup. This is really sour soup. Huh, and it's still piping hot. He slurped a large bowl of soup, unable to believe his eyes. Is this real? The soup seller panicked and pushed his way through the crowd. Move, my bowl is in there. Seeing the beggar not coming to eat, he called out, Why aren't you eating the sour soup you bought? The old man scratched his head. An immortal's sour soup, it's too good. This humble one dares not eat it. Yun Xian handed him a full bowl. What immortal? It's just a little magic trick. Here, drink up. The old man took it with both hands. Thank you, immortal. Slurping, he finished the entire bowl. After drinking, he was extremely satisfied. This is the taste. Yun Xian turned to chat a bit. The people of this world can easily see it. A bowl of sour soup, a bit of money, a bit of power. They don't care about anything else. You are not like them. You know what you want, what you live for. The old man still held his bowl, bowing his head. Although I haven't succeeded at anything in my life, every path was one I chose myself. Seeing that my life is nearing its end, I've long since come to terms with it. Hearing this, Yin looked over. What if I gave you a chance to choose again? The old man was startled and asked, Young master, are you an immortal? He stood up and walked closer to the old man, combing his hair with a comb while continuously reciting, In the white jade capital of the heavens stand 12 towers and 5 cities. His hand wove through the old man's hair. An immortal touches my crown. He then tied the man's hair up, bestowing upon me the secret to long life. Quickly, the old man's hair was tied up neatly. He stood behind him and whispered in his ear, Do you wish for eternal life? The old man was about to say something, but Yin stopped him, handing him a painting. No need to answer in a hurry. This painting is your fortuitous encounter. Later, if someone comes looking to buy this painting from you, you can ask for any price you want. Then he turned and walked away. Before disappearing, Yin gave a final reminder. But you can also think about whether you should sell it or not. The soup seller, overjoyed, went to pick up all the intact bowls to take home. He thought to himself, What a haul. I've got dozens of bowls. I can't carry the rest, but I can't let anyone else get them for free either. He then stomped on all the bowls he couldn't carry. The beggar still stood in a corner. The people who drank the soup had now returned to normal. It's gone. It's river water. But that was a real immortal just now. Crash. The soup seller dropped the rest of the bowls he was holding. Seeing his empty pot, he screamed, That damn Taoist. You all just ate my sour soup. He was furious. That one up there, that bowl is mine too. I've already smashed a dozen bowls. Don't you dare leave. Don't go. Anyone who ate, come back and pay me. He screamed in vain, but no one paid him any mind. That evening, the beggar walked into an alley, thinking about the phrase, eternal life. As he entered, 2 men were already waiting in ambush. Yin appeared. The painting is just missing the final brushstroke. The beggar leaned on his staff, coughing all the way. He suddenly stopped. Jiping was waiting in the middle of the road, his sword already drawn. The beggar was terrified, waving his staff, his other hand still clutching the painting. Sir. The painting fell along with drops of red blood. The rain suddenly grew heavier, pouring down in sheets. The red blood mixed with the rainwater, about to soak into the painting. The beggar had been cut down and lay face down on the ground. Jiping walked over and picked up the painting. The old man trembled, forcing himself to speak. The immortal has granted me eternal life. Jiping tucked the painting into his robes and strode away menacingly. He grabbed a passerby, who said irritably, What are you doing? He barked an order. Go to the yamen immediately. Tell them to send men. There's been a murder. The man was startled, recognizing the familiar face. Head constable. You are, he shouted. Less talk. There's been a murder. Go now. The man scurried off. Another person lay on the ground, his eyes wide and red. Suddenly, a groan was heard from somewhere. Give me back my painting. The voice was incredibly eerie. Over here, Jiping was still aggressively shooing people away. There's been a murder. Don't come near. Move along. Suddenly, the voice grew closer, approaching the head constable. A stab. Jiping coughed up a mouthful of blood. Mr. Bai stood above, looking down with a sigh. The one who tied this old man's hair has sealed his fate. We can't take him back now. Mr. Bai said to Mr. He, but it's not eternal life. It's the eternal life of a ghost. Bai Wuchang turned to look at He Wuchang. I told you this Li Yunxin and that demon lord are cut from the same cloth. Mr. He narrowed his eyes and said grimly, Karma. Then he turned his face away. Let it be. This is none of our business. The emperor of the Li Kingdom died a moment ago. Let's take him. Then the 2 of them vanished. Meanwhile, the fairy was still engrossed in writing talismans. A voice called out. The man said, As per the fairy's instructions, I have told Jiping that his niece had met Li Yunxin before encountering the demon. I also revealed Li Yunxin's whereabouts for the past few days. He truly loved his niece. Ling Kong asked. After Jiping learned that his niece might have been harmed by Yun Exine, what did he do? The old man replied slowly. Just as the fairy predicted, Jiping did not go looking for Li Yunxin directly. Instead, he went to the old beggar to get the painting. After that, he went to find Prefect Zhao. When he came out, he didn't have the painting with him. He probably gave that precious scroll to Prefect Zhao. He frowned and continued. They say that great authority in the world eventually returns to its original masters. Prefect Zhao comes from the Zhao family of the northern lands. He has an arrogant temperament and was likely already dissatisfied with the fairy's decree. Jiping, in order to avenge his niece, has cast his lot with Prefect Zhao. Li Yunxin and the old Taoist of the Dragon King Temple will sooner or later meet with misfortune. It's just. Ling Kong turned completely around. Just what? He broke out in a sweat. It's just that this subordinate has a few things he doesn't understand. Since the fairy has already deduced that Yun Xin and the old Taoist have many methods, why go to such trouble? The fairy replied coldly, Is it because of this? Very well. You may withdraw for now. He obeyed and retreated. After he had left, she said loudly, I'm no fool. I'd like to see how you'll manage now that I've cut off this path for you. Scene change. Li Yunxin was wiping his treasured sword, caressing it. He was satisfied. The final brushstroke is complete. At the prefect's residence, the prefect was extremely pleased as he looked at the painting. So this is a precious scroll. He looked at the painting and sneered. How could that little brat be one of Ling Kongzi's people? Looking inside, the old beggar suddenly appeared in the painting. In the painting, he turned his head, his blood-red eyes staring at the prefect. The rain grew heavier and heavier. The old Taoist returned from somewhere, carrying a bundle. He opened the door and asked Yun Xin, Xiner, are you planning to leave? He turned around, not understanding what the old man was saying. The old man sat down at the table, pushing a vase aside. He was worried, but smiled. Since you came back from the Guanhua restaurant that day, you've been so busy. You haven't had a single proper meal. He set down the bundle, which contained delicious food. He said, This old Taoist has little knowledge and doesn't know what you're busy with. The old Taoist said gently, But we've been together for some time now. I know you like to be free and unrestrained. You can't go to that Langia grotto heaven with Ling Kongzi. The old man's face suddenly tensed. You're setting up a scheme, aren't you? He looked over. That's right. The old man smiled. Xiner, I want to go with you. He glared. Aren't you afraid to follow me? The old Taoist placed a hand on his chest. Xiner, I am not one who clings to life and fears death. Just as I told you before, even if I die, I will follow you. Yin Xin was moved, unable to speak. He lowered his head. Sigh. In that case, I'll be honest with you. I have no intention of running away. I will seize the opportunity to survive in their battle. Yin Xion's eyes widened. And you are a pawn in my plan. He leaned forward. Then what should this old Taoist do next? Ling Kongzi only gave you 5 days. The deadline is tomorrow. Are they about to fight? Outside, lightning flashed continuously. He stood up and turned away. No need to wait until tomorrow. Just let nature take its course. As soon as he finished speaking, the door was thrown open. The old Taoist shouted, Xiner. He ran outside quickly. He brandished his sword, standing in the rain. He looked up at the sky. They're here. The belly of a dragon coiled in the sky, its fins sharp. The 9th young master had transformed into an enormous dragon. Below, Fairy Ling Kong stood, looking up coldly. Her eyes shone as she stared at him. The rain grew heavier and heavier, causing floods everywhere. People were shouting at each other. Someone quick, hold it back. Check the dike. The women and children stayed in their homes, praying to the heavens. It's raining. The Dragon King is angry. May the Dragon King's anger subside. May the gods protect us. May the gods protect my son and bring him home safely. Yun Xin trembled and collapsed to the ground, looking at the scene above. Such immense power. That damn dragon is doing this on purpose. He's deliberately causing such a huge commotion. He gritted his teeth. It hurts. I can't take it anymore. He looked up at the fairy. Fairy Ling Kong also turned back and glanced at him, her eyes anything but friendly. He panted and laughed. Very good. You too. As expected, neither of you trust me at all. They're just waiting for me to die. Li Yunxin, though soaked to the bone, held his ground, his body trembling. A laugh echoed somewhere. If the one who was familiar with hunting him were to speak, she would say, You're already on the brink of death. Why struggle to this extent? He laughed lightly, scorning her. Aren't you enjoying this too? You all say you trust me, but in reality, none of you do. Seeing his suffering, she coldly rebuked him. That day, I only believed 70% of what you said. But in the days that followed, you arranged so many schemes, one after another. Now, I can only believe 30% of what you say. One side of her face was also drenched. She added, Although I never knew what you were truly planning from beginning to end, whether you wanted to escape, fake your death, or try to cultivate the divine Tao, it's all meaningless now. To them, whatever he did would only lead to today's outcome, right at this moment, before the might of the Dragon King. Lu Ling held her brush, preparing to paint a stroke. She informed him, I have set up a curse in Wei City. The moment I recite it, no one can escape. Her left hand held the brush, her right a scroll of heavenly paper. Under the rain, her voice grew deeper. Let me show you one last time the power of my Langia Grotto Heaven's ultimate treasure. To cultivate the Tao is to be able to die for the Tao. Li Yunxin's resistance was about to run out. On one side, Lu Ling began to perform her technique. Lu Oshu Treasure Scroll. On the other side, the Dragon King appeared, aiming straight for Yunxin. The rain was heavy, the force immense. This Dragon King wanted to ruin all her plans. She, in turn, was draining everything from him. Li Yunxin's mouth was already overflowing with blood, his spiritual power gradually being drained away. The Dragon King roared, cursing her, "Vile beast! Don't even think of rebelling." Combined with Lu Ling's spell, the entire capital was submerged in a rain of magic. The sound of the fierce wind and vehicles echoed in all directions. A swift battle was about to unfold. The Jiaolong was about to strike Lu Ling with a powerful blow, still roaring. But at that moment, a strike from another direction hit the Jiaolong. It cried out in pain as its scales peeled off and flew away, leaving only Lu Ling's formation to face it head-on. In the misty rain, a familiar figure with two blazing red eyes appeared. It was the ninth young master. He said angrily to Lu Ling, "You actually damaged my Dharma body." With that, he flew towards her, ready to fight. "You want to die?" Suddenly, a series of iron chains descended from the sky, without any support, yet they completely restrained him. He was unable to move, his hatred for her growing with every look. Lu Ling stood above it all, informing him, "The storm has settled. You cannot escape. Hand over the jade slip, or become a mountain-guarding beast for my Langya grotto heaven." The ninth young master, though bound, was still defiant. He gripped the chains and retorted, "I am Li Wan. My father is a divine dragon. Are you even worthy?" They were not on the same path, so they were not on the same level to talk. Lu Ling only felt that he was being incredibly stubborn. She looked down and asked Li Yunxin, "And you? Will you die just like this for this thing?" Li Yunxin felt his energy failing, but his mouth was still firm. "So what if I do?" He saw Lu Ling remove her hairpin. She said to him, "Then, just as you said, go and die." The rose hairpin was removed by her. And just then, the hour of Su arrived. The mask gradually peeled away, revealing a figure in red. It was Heaven and Earth's righteous paths enforcer, patrolling the mortal realm. The golden fillet was also revealed, placed on Lu Ling's head. It was called the Severing of Karmic Fruit. The entire green robe was cast off, and Lu Ling's primordial spirit appeared in its entirety before everyone. She declared, "Your time has come." Before her was still the screaming demon, Li Wan. The chains clanked. "I am the Wei River Dragon King. Killing me goes against the heavens and the earth. Can you bear the backlash of the heavenly Tao?" His heavenly Tao was different from hers. What was he to demand the heavenly Tao from her? She grabbed the armored body she had just shed. The armored body now became a weapon, soulless but with a physical form. Her voice rang out in condemnation. "Who said I would kill you with my own hands?" Li Wan looked at the armored body before him, and he suddenly understood. He asked hurriedly, "The feather robe?" "Exactly. The treasure, the feather robe. It can eliminate evil spirits, conceal one's appearance, and also use the master's essence and spiritual power to nourish a body just like a clone." Lu Ling drew a brushstroke, and the feather robe mirrored it. The karmic consequences of going against the heavenly Tao will be borne by her. A deafening crash echoed. The two were face to face. Finally, from the side, four figures, 10,000 feet tall, appeared. All four had ferocious expressions as they looked at the chained Li Wan. They were the night patrol gods, gathered here from all over. "By the decree of the heavenly master's true law, we shall slay this evil demon." Blood was dripping from Li Yunxin's sword-wielding hand. It flowed down with the rain, his whole body trembling. He still held on to hope. "Ninth young master, don't disappoint me." Why on earth was he pinning his hopes on this battle? Meanwhile, the night patrol gods were all charging forward in unison. Their main target was Li Wan. The sound of immense power gathering rang out. The blow struck, causing the earth and stone to explode like a volcanic eruption. The four blades were still forming a seal, and waves of sonic energy spread out, maddeningly intense. In the city below, a small child was being held in an embrace, crying in fear. "Wah!" The mother immediately soothed the child. "Hush now, hush. The immortals are fighting. It's okay now." The mother and child were caught in the relentless downpour. Li Yunxin looked at the person before him, who had now shed her cicada shell to become heaven and earth's righteous paths enforcer. He heard her say, "The Dragon Prince has paid for his crimes. And you? I'll give you one last chance." She paused to emphasize her point. "Completely seal your Snow Mountain Chi, and I can spare your life." She stressed again, her intention for him to convert to the righteous path. "You have the inheritance of the righteous Taoist lineage. Who knows, you might have other fortunes in the future." These words made Li Yunxin laugh with contempt. It turned out he had discovered something. He said defiantly, "It's not over yet." Hearing him say that, the immortal was surprised by his attitude. Hearing him say that, she instinctively felt that something was wrong. She glanced back at the pit where Li Wen was buried. She looked closely at the spot. The body was still continuously emitting immortal energy. The mother and child from before were trembling with fear. A demon. But then they heard Li Wen's voice. I am the dignified Wei River Dragon King. He once again transformed into a dragon, piercing through the great feather robe. His true form was revealed, and he roared, I am not within the 5 elements. Who dares to sever my karma? With one hand, he tore open the sky, his dragon scales already raised. Lu Ling saw that things were not good and immediately issued a command. Feather robe, return. She got back into a ready stance, confronting him, preparing to fight. A demon like you is worthy of being called a dragon king? Li Wen had truly been resurrected after that last blow. He charged towards her. Then you can try and see if this king is worthy or not. A mirror-shaped treasure was then taken out from her sleeve. It seemed every immortal had a treasure up their sleeve. She pulled the golden hairpin from her head. This was the signal to withdraw her troops. She swiped the hairpin across the mirror. As many swipes as she made, that many feather robes appeared. They all confronted Li Wen's wind-tearing charge, trying to block his path. Li Wen, now full of vitality and spiritual energy, even had time to scold her. Fool, do you think you can stop me like this? At this moment, she still didn't even frown, arranging her troops. She said, it's not just this. Seeing that Li Wen had bypassed the feather robes, she executed a technique, striking out with her palm. The palm strike hit Li Wen, but he only cursed louder. Foolish Taoist. If I am not within the 5 elements, without karma, why would I fear the Dharma gates derived from the great Tao of heaven and earth? He even mocked her. Once used, it's useless. This round, he was on top. She was attacked right as she was executing her technique. There was no sound of a massive explosion, but he had snatched the mirror-shaped treasure from her hand. He even teased, this treasure, this king will take it for sure. At this moment, she could only cough up blood and think, I was careless. And Li Wen was finishing the last thing. You must die. His face was contorted with extreme hatred. Under this pressure, she only had one word left, the only spell she could still use. One attacked, one defended. The sky was a mix of blue and red. The pressure from both sides was immense. Li Yunxin, below, looked up, his body still being drained of spiritual power. His mouth was full of blood, his body soaked in rainwater. He observed, every single item, every piece of jewelry on Ling Kongzi is a magic treasure. No wonder she used the feather robe to hide her true face, fooling me and the 9th young master for so long. Truly powerful. The old master under the collapsed house asked him, Exner, what now? He kindly replied, run. As far as you can. Ling Kongzi's formation is about to close. It seemed that a flexible cultivator like him was not yet cruel enough to his benefactor. The old master seemed more worried about him. He was about to go to him and call out, Exiner, but he grabbed the old man by the collar and threw him in another direction, shouting loudly. The old master was thrown far away from the formation's area of effect. He looked and saw him maintaining the formation by exchanging spiritual energy. Ling Kongzi's entire body was filled with primordial energy. She explained to everyone, this formation is called the square-inch array. Within this square-inch array, every time you use your strength, it will increase its suction to drain your power. This formation is complete. Today, you will surely die. That was why, the stronger Li Wen became, the stronger the formation became. And once the formation was strong enough, Li Wen would have to be even stronger to win. A vicious cycle. Finally, he roared, I am the Wei River Dragon King. I will not yield. Suddenly, he glanced down at the city below, looking at the mother and child cowering in the rain. Seeing this, the mother screamed. This was a classic case of being too weak and needing to replenish health. The child was snatched away by him. Still crying, the mother, trembling, could only say the word no. The baby cried even louder, Mama, Mama. As a water dragon, he held the child tightly without any mercy. The baby, in pain, cried, Wah. He said it was deafening. Then, with his mouth full of sharp teeth, he swallowed the baby whole. Seeing her child being swallowed, the mother clawed her own face, the pain indescribable. She would surely be haunted for the rest of her life. In addition, Li Yunxin witnessed the entire thing. He felt something from the rainwater. That is, the formation was gradually losing its effect. After replenishing his health from the child, Li Wen was once again full of power. I am the Wei River Dragon King. Ling Kongzi was also soaked to the bone. She held her sword and cursed him. You won't change even when you're about to die. The sword flew straight towards Li Wen, her mouth forming a spell. Exorcise. At this moment, Li Wen was able to break out of his cocoon. The Jiaolong appeared. Don't even think about trapping this king. The Jiaolong's roar echoed to the heavens, but the technique was blocked by the formation. Ling Kongzi sneered. The square-inch array is complete. Do you think eating all these people will do you any good? Li Wen looked at her with disgust, hating her the most. Mere mortals. But he also noticed Li Yunxin standing up. He was surprised why he had been rooted to the spot all this time, leaving him to fight alone. He was immediately answered by him. Ninth young master, I'm here to help you. The situation fell back into a stalemate. When Ling Kongzi saw what he was about to do, Li Yunxin, a body full of his faith power. If that beast eats him, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Li Wen now faced him. One person full of resentment, one person on the verge of death. He said to him, "Thank you." Then he opened his mouth, preparing to eat Li Yunxin. The word friend was shouted, but it was unclear by whom. A sickeningly sweet sound. The purple blood of a heart demon spurted out. Li Yunxin had managed to stab him just before becoming Li Wen's nourishing meal. He was now leaking urine, a sign that the battle was nearing its end. Li Wen's mouth spewed blood, and the dragon vein near his heart also gushed purple blood. Li Yunxin pulled out his blade. Li Wen's eyes were filled with hatred as he looked at him. He managed to utter, "You tricked me." Looking at the cold figure before him, Li Yunxin was exhausted. He said to the corpse in front of him, "If we can meet again, you can just eat me directly. My words, don't believe a single one." These words were spoken with a hint of loneliness. Hearing this, Li Wen, not wanting to breathe his last, roared, "I am." He unleashed all his remaining internal energy into a series of blades. The Wei River Dragon King. He stabbed straight towards Li Yunxin. He cried out, "Ah," and added one last sentence, "No one can deceive me." And then, officially, his life in this world ended. Li Yunxin was safe from the final attack just now. He heard Ling Kongzi say, "It seems he wasn't as bad as you thought." She walked over to him, her voice no longer friendly. But a beast is still a beast. Even in death, he wants someone to be buried with him. Yunxin thought about him. He replied to her, "Huh, he treated me well. He even gave me armor made from his scales." In the rain, his voice became even more melancholic. He is a cruel person, you can tell just by looking at him. But there are also some people who look kind, but are actually very scary. As he finished speaking, his already heavily injured body slumped even further down. Ling Kongzi asked him, "What do you mean by that?" He didn't answer her, but instead asked her back, "Are you afraid of me?" He held the sword that had just pierced Li Wen, pointing the hilt towards Ling Kongzi. I don't have long to live. I beg you, help me." He didn't even have the strength to kill himself. The sword fell, as he fell backwards, onto Li Wen's body. He pulled out a self-defense dagger, tempting her. "I'm already like this. What are you still afraid of?" His body could barely even twitch. Ling Kongzi looked at him with a face full of hesitation. She clenched her fist, still planning to watch him end his own life. But he used a pitiful tone to say to her, "It really hurts." Ling Kongzi closed her eyes and sighed. She joined her hand with his, her palm touching the top of the hilt. The last thing she wanted to say was, "In your next life, stay away from demons." One stab, ending Li Yunxin's life in this world. He looked at her, embarrassed, blood flowing from his mouth like a river. There was still a hint of reluctance. "Thank you." And finally, his eyes closed. After the battle, only Ling Kongzi was left in the rain. She thought, to be safe, and pulled out her mirror treasure. To collect his soul, it's better if you don't have a next life. She did the right thing. A person who comes back to life will only harm the country and the gods. The collection was complete. Closing the mirror, she felt a sense of relief. It's over. But the short sword showed a strange sign. A red ray of spiritual energy emanated from it. Only then did Ling Kongzi realize, letting out a sound. Looking closely at the sword, she wanted to pull it out. And she did. She was holding the sword in her hand. There was a sound behind her. She was on guard. Who is it? A figure on horseback appeared in the rain, pointing directly at her. The figure said, "You killed them." But the stranger thing was that the sword in her hand turned into a feather. And the feather had a magical effect. Was she summoned by this thing? She took the feather and held it between two fingers. The figure announced, "Li Yunxin, little Jiu, they were both my people." Only now could she see clearly. This figure had a pair of crow wings on its head. It took its feather and said to her in a deep voice, "You broke my treasure." Ling Kongzi was on guard. A demon. A great demon. She's even stronger than that dragon prince. She gripped the treasure in her hand, the mirror still emitting spiritual energy. The great demon's voice rang out, cutting off her train of thought. "Hey, don't just stand there." All that was left was a horse with sad eyes. And that great demon had already appeared behind her. Why do demons never like to fight head-on? Attacking from behind is enough to scare someone to death. She was furious. Tell me, why did you kill them? Ling Kongzi was still on high alert. Spiritual energy always surrounded her. She explained, Li Yunxin committed suicide, and that dragon killed commoners and committed every crime imaginable. He even tried to steal my magic treasure. This was her falling right into Li Yunxin's trap. She didn't stop there. She even detailed every treasure. The ultimate treasure, the luo shoe, the feather robe, and even the smart jade slip of my Langia grotto heaven. The great crow-winged demon's face broke into a wide grin. Huh? She asked Ling Kongzi one more time. The feather robe? A magic treasure? Her main point was that she wanted her to hand over the magic treasure, not caring about the disciple she had taken in. She launched an attack, trying to claw at Ling Kongzi's body. You killed my people. Having just gone through a battle to the death, Ling Kongzi dodged her like she was dodging evil. She knew she probably couldn't win. At this point, the initial formation had lost its effect. When the dust and smoke filled the sky, it was the decisive moment. One kick, a deep thrust, run fast, escape the claws of the great demon. Seeing that Ling Kongzi wanted to escape, the great demon with 2 crow wings cursed. Running away? How rude. When it was time to use it, her true form was revealed. 2 large crow wings on either side. Her whole body a captivating black and silver. As Li Yunxin said, you could tell she was evil just by looking at her. She fiercely pursued Ling Kongzi, constantly demanding, give me the feather robe. Give me back little Geo. Give me back the soul. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Step by step, they moved away from the formation, beginning a chase for the treasure between the 2 great females. A quiet atmosphere returned to this place. The great demon's horse slowly approached the spot where Li Yunxin and the 9th young master lay motionless. It flicked its ears as if to signal something in this scene. Then it suddenly turned, whinnying. All around were people injured from the recent battle to the death. The entire village suddenly began to show faint golden lights, while everyone was sound asleep. The primordial energy from the paintings that Li Yunxin had prepared for everyone to worship was released one by one. The primordial energy from the small novice monk to the gods of the world gathered in one direction. The scene was so dazzlingly magical. A strange formation appeared again. The center of the formation was him, Li Yunxin. 13 miles from Wei City, at the Earth God Temple of the Zhao family, the old master who had escaped earlier was sleeping soundly. A foot made of primordial energy stepped out of a painting. This light couldn't help but wake the guard. The old master opened his eyes. Before him was the true Lord of Manifested Holiness. He shouted, True Lord of Manifested Holiness. And this true Lord was none other than a part of Li Yunxin's soul. Following the flow of the soul, an inverted formation was established, aiming straight at Li Yunxin to cast a spell. The entire group shone as brightly as a star. Below, the scene was still one of morning. Only Li Yunxin's body suddenly emitted a faint blue light. Looking closely, it was still the 2 corpses. But Li Yunxin's arm moved slightly on its own, a sign that his arrangement of troops had succeeded. A perfect plan. Li Yunxin's primordial energy went to a location he had marked beforehand. Under the light of the formation, Li Yunxin continued on, the halo around him radiating steadily. Every household saw the sign of the spell. The image of a human-shaped formation appeared. The heart of the formation was the prefect's yamen. Li Yunxin stood among the crowd, or more accurately, among the mass of primordial energy he had painstakingly prepared. He said to them all, Let's go. Forward, open the way. Only this one area, the prefecture, was not yet covered by the formation, because this place was guarded. The guard said to the army of primordial energy before him, What manner of ghost or god are you? So this was the guardian of the entire prefecture. He was clad in armor, holding a saber, and mounted on a black horse. He cursed, How audacious, daring to barge into an important place like the yamen. Li Yunxin sneered at him. I come with the human chi of the 300,000 people of Wei City. He continued, Today, I have come to the yamen to borrow the town god's soul, that is, the divine throne, to reforge my dharma body. With that, he looked straight into the officer's eyes. Do you dare to stop me? His features were sharp, his aura shining. The 2 sides clashed in a battle of spirits. On one side was the primordial spirit of 300,000, on the other, the 10,000 troops of the prefecture. The general, while dealing with each primordial energy, cursed at him. I am the great general of Wei City, existing by the grace of Wei City's feng shui and heavenly Tao. With one slash of his saber, he wiped out a large portion of Li Yunxin's army of primordial energy. I protect the capital of Wei City, allowing no evil demons or heretics to enter. With me here today, don't even dream of getting inside. Li Yunxin steadfastly defended his own position. He said, The people of Wei City and their fortune protect the city. Yet you use this to protect one mansion, one family, one person. You use public office for private gain, and you obstruct the fortune of 300,000 people here. What is the foundation of your Dharma body built upon? These words were spoken to manipulate the great general's mind. His face was filled with anger, but he was also at a loss for words, stammering. Finally, he compromised. I will not stop you, but the gates of the yamen are protected by the laws of heaven and earth. I will not help you open them. Hearing this, Li Yunxin walked past him, looking rather unconcerned. He stood before the tightly shut gates of the yamen and replied to the great general, no need. Every door has its own way of being opened. Placing his hand on the main gate, he called out, Beggar, where are you? The capital was eerily quiet, but outside, tens of thousands of primordial energies shone with a brilliant gold. Only Li Yunxin's voice could be heard calling for that beggar. Do you want eternal life? Inside the capital, moonlight crept into every corner of the room, shining on a painting in the main hall. In the painting, a beggar was depicted, standing and looking into a lotus pond. Suddenly, this person heard something and turned towards the main gate of the prefecture. He said, I do. And so, his primordial energy stepped out of the painting. With one hand, he reached for where he needed to go. Immortal, give me. His primordial energy was not golden, but purple, because of his low status and also because the prefecture was not affected by the formation. He moved towards the sound of Li Yunxin's voice, constantly murmuring, Immortal, immortal. The gates of the prefecture were suddenly opened from the inside. A brilliant golden light shone directly on the beggar, who was still muttering immortal. Before him was Li Yunxin. Tears streamed down the beggar's face. He knelt before the might of Li Yunxin. Immortal, please grant me eternal life. Standing before him, Li Yunxin's intentions were clear. However, as he passed the beggar, he still assured him, in the future, you will naturally attain eternal life. The beggar, at this moment, not knowing what to think, suddenly said, he truly is an immortal. Li Yunxin's primordial energy, step by step, reached the main hall of the prefecture. His eyes continued to shine, his thoughts entirely focused on just one last step. He sat at the prefect's judgment table. On the table was a tool commonly used for passing judgment. He picked up the tool. A loud crash echoed. His primordial energy collapsed, absorbing the entire transformation process. This meant that all the spirits were released, and it also meant that the Dharma body was complete. The formation gradually dissipated. In the end, he had deceived everyone, and it was he who had planned every single step, from preparing to paint the primordial energies within a radius of several hundred miles, to having the ninth young master help him and then being killed by him, to causing Ling Kongzi to be pursued by the great demon, and even to him completing the formation, the new Dharma body. An explosion rang out in a corner of the prefecture's courtyard. Someone had come to visit him at just the right time. The entire city of Wei was under a full moon, returning to its inherent gloomy atmosphere. Those who had died, who had been injured in the battle to the death just now, were all coming back to life. They wondered, what happened? Where am I? Was I asleep? Returning to the prefecture, the beggar stood with the supreme being. More accurately, it was still the spiritual power of that being. Looking at the two people before him, Li Yunxin, who had now recovered both his physical body and his spiritual nature, said to the supreme being, borrowing the city to forge my Dharma body, solving your problem, helping you open your divine consciousness. Then he smirked. Don't forget to thank me later. The other person replied, I am a supreme being. How could I go back on my word? Looking at the beggar, Yunxin expressed his wish. Then, after you have fulfilled your remaining wish, enshrine this beggar as the local earth god. It won't be in vain that he formed a bond with me. The beggar he mentioned had a face that was already old and withered, but he still wore a smile, believing in him completely. He asked to be sure, is this okay? The supreme being saw no problem and assured him, of course, it's fine. You can rest assured. Now that the matter was settled, Yunxin didn't linger, as he had other things to do. He waved his hand. Then I'll go and finish my business. The chase between the great demon and Ling Kongzi had come to an end. The demon king was still at ease, while Ling Kongzi had been cornered. This great demon even scolded her. Really, you've ruined everything. My little Jiu, my Li Yunxin. Ling Kong's blood was mixed with mud. This must have been the great demon's doing. She was still wondering. And what else? What else? Ling Kongzi looked at her, her hand still pressed against her wound, holding on. What on earth are you? The great demon used her old trick again, her movements swift as she passed by her. She also screamed, where is my feather robe? And then she ended Ling Kongzi's life. This time, Ling Kongzi was truly dead, her body not even whole. Her face was buried in the mud and grass, her entire body lying still, dead from excessive blood loss and exhaustion. The crow-winged great demon hadn't even had enough fun yet. She stomped on her head, her mouth grumbling. Dead already? What a pain. Her eyes were a furious red. Returning to the scene of the battle, Li Yunxin looked at the ninth young master's corpse. He sighed. To die looking so handsome, what a pity. Was this the sign of the friendship he spoke of? He was the one who killed the ninth young master. He knelt down beside the two corpses, one hand pulling back the dragon scale cloth on the ninth young master's body. Looking at the scale in his hand, he sighed. His face held a hint of grievance. Thank you for giving me this. Only then did I have a chance to survive. The three eerie figures, when viewed from above, were accompanied only by Li Yunxin's voice, as if confiding. I didn't want to kill you, but only if you died could I live. So it turned out his purpose in killing the ninth young master was for this moment. Your divine status, I'm afraid I'll have to take it. With that, he threw the dragon scale cloth high into the air. Finally, everything merged into one. The vortex, with him at its center, penetrated deep. He cried out to the heavens and the earth, kneeling as he endured the integration of the new divine status. A sky-tearing scream, echoed along with the thunder and rain. The first change was his two eyes, which had evolved to be blue and red. Next, his hands had grown claws and were covered in dragon scales. Finally, the process ended. He clenched his fist. Under the rain, soaked to the bone, he felt it himself. I am the Way River Dragon King. With his eyes changing colors, blue. At this moment, back at Langia Grotto Heaven, in the Hall of Heavenly Mandate, every disciple had a blue life tablet placed on a shelf. In the event of their death, the tablet would fall and signal the entire Langia Grotto Heaven. And at this moment, the life tablet inscribed with a certain name fell from a high shelf. The blue light was as dazzling as could be. The fellow disciples discovered it. It's a direct disciple. Langia Grotto Heaven's sect master, Jun Yenzi. They immediately sensed it. That life tablet was Ling Kongzi, the one who had just died facing the great crow-winged demon. This event caused a great commotion in the sect. The disciples all flew to where Jun Yenzi was meditating to ask, Sect Master, what happened? Ling Kongzi, she. Another disciple couldn't believe his eyes. Ling Kongzi is the head disciple of our Taoist lineage. This has never happened before. We must investigate this thoroughly. It was feared that whoever was sent to investigate would meet the same end. Jun Yenzi called out, Yu Ziyun. The one named Yu Ziyun clasped his hands and called out, Here. This was the head of the Heavenly Scripture Law Institute of Langia Grotto Heaven. Jun Yenzi gave the order. Before you entered the Tao, you often traveled the mortal realm. I'll have to trouble you to make a trip. Bring Linger back. And while you're at it, investigate who killed her. He added, kill them on sight. The meaning was clear. No need for interrogation, a life for Linger's life. Yu Ziyun bowed. Understood. His voice was filled with determination. Returning to the scene at the Dragon King Temple, only Li Yunxin's physical body remained. His old master returned to him after the battle had ended. He said with pity, Xener, why did you have to suffer so much? This old Taoist will help you collect your body. Suddenly, the corpse's face was stomped on by an officer. He even shouted in condemnation, This disaster. It's good that he's dead. The old master raised his hand to stop his actions. Head Constable, Xener is already dead. He asked, Why are you doing this? This man didn't stop. He took his sword, and, while poking at Li Yunxin's body, felt a sense of satisfaction. Haha, death is too easy for him. Not only was he dead, the head constable looked at the old man, his eyes filled with vengeful bloodlust. Old man, you deserve to die too. The old man was frightened by him and fell down. Head constable, are you trying to kill me? As he spoke, he grabbed a rock from the side. The head constable didn't know his intentions, his curses growing more fervent. Anyone associated with him will not have a good end. He caused the death of my niece. He caused the death of so many people. He declared, I must kill you to rid the world of this evil. The old master, at this moment, thought of something and retorted, Head constable, you're afraid of Xener, aren't you? The head constable fell silent, looking at him with a question mark. The old man exposed him. You're afraid Xener isn't really dead, aren't you? He provoked him. You're afraid he'll come back to settle scores with you, to expose your evil deeds, aren't you? As he said this, the old master's eyes were swollen and red. The provocation was successful. The head constable couldn't hold back any longer. A heart demon appeared around his eyes. He raised his sword. I'll chop you, old man, to death. At that moment, the old master threw the rock straight at the head constable's face. He was caught off guard and fell backwards. The old master's hands were both holding rocks. The head constable fell to the ground, his mouth close to him. "You want to die?" The old master, at this moment, showed no mercy. He continuously smashed the rock into the head constable's head. He didn't even let him speak. You want to know why this old Taoist is so ruthless? Back in my day, this old Taoist killed people like swatting flies. His voice roared, his eyes red. Every smash of the rock was a sentence. "Take that, you stomper." And then, repeatedly, "Take that, and that," until the head constable's head was a bloody mess. He finally stopped. The corpse with the smashed head. He threw away the rock and ran to Li Yunshin's corpse, painfully wiping the blood from the corpse's face, as if looking at his younger self. After the blood was wiped from the corpse, its face was covered in scratches. He cried loudly in the rain, tears streaming down his face, mourning for his little X sign. That night, the rain continued to fall. So many lives were restored. So many lives had officially ended in this world. Alone, he dragged his old body, his shadow stretching to a small mansion. He knocked on the door, as if certain that this mansion was where he needed to be. The door opened, his face illuminated by the light. Haggard, soulless, full of loss. This gatekeeper also looked eerie. He asked him, "Taoist friend, what's wrong with you?" He confessed, "My original name is Lu Gongsan. A few years ago, I was a bandit. My nickname was Ghost Abacus. To get to the point, I just killed the head constable. I have nowhere else to go. Do you dare to let me stay?" To be honest with him, an ordinary person hearing him say that would probably give him a grand reception, not daring to make any mistakes. But this place seemed to be a place not for ordinary people. The figure of Li Yunshin stood on a large tree, observing everything. He looked deeply into the small mansion, then disappeared with the moonlight into the night. A long night finally came to an end. The Dragon King Temple in Baiwan Prefecture was a region of swamps and rivers, all with river mouths where cultures intersected. The Dragon King Temple itself was located separately from the mainland, like a small island. At the Weishui Pavilion, outside the Dragon King Temple, at the Sanha Estuary, people traveling in the area were sitting around discussing recent news. One said, "Have you heard the news? The Dragon King has manifested in Wei City." A brother felt that wasn't right and retorted, "I heard that the Taoist lineage was exorcising demons, and the entire road was destroyed." At this moment, the figure of Li Yunshin had appeared in the Taoist temple. The story of the three brothers must have caught his attention. The other person at the table spoke up with a different version. No, I heard that the Taoist lineage was greedy for the Dragon King's wealth. Unfortunately, the Dragon King saw through them. In his fury, he killed the Taoist." These words were immediately shot down by his brother. "Don't talk nonsense. Do you know who died? It was a direct disciple of Langia Grotto Heaven. How could she be greedy for treasure?" It turned out that the battle to the death that Yunshin had orchestrated had turned into many different versions passed down by word of mouth. In just a few days, as long as it was on the mainland, it could be spread with great embellishment. He heard again, "If the Grotto Heaven seeks retribution, there will be another rain of blood." The conversation at the next table had come to an end. Li Yunshin, dressed in green, elegantly held his teacup and asked the owner, "Old sir, the incense in this temple is quite good. Is it efficacious?" This owner was also very enthusiastic. He replied, "Very efficacious. I once heard my grandfather say that this land is where three rivers converge. On days of heavy rain, it would surely be submerged." He was both happy and added, "But since this temple was rebuilt, it has held back the Wei River. That's why we have such a peaceful scenery." He encouraged him, "If you are passing by, you must go in and offer some incense." He didn't want to offend the old man, so he just said, to get it over with. Then he asked him the question that had been bothering him. "But why do I smell the stench of rotten fish and shrimp in this temple?" In his eyes, this Dragon King temple was covered in a strange layer of blue. On the outside, the sun was shining, but the atmosphere around it was indescribably oppressive. There was something he couldn't understand. According to his speculation, the ninth young master had just died, and then he had obtained the divine status. He should have been able to immediately go and enjoy the great and small faith power of the Dragon King Temple in Wei City. He took another sip of tea, continuing his train of thought. But the plan had a slight flaw. He remembered the moment he discovered the short sword that the great demon by Yunshin had given him. Although the matter of Wei City is over, with Ling Kongzi's death, the Taoist lineage will definitely send someone to investigate. When he picked up the short sword, he remembered being a little surprised. Didn't I already lose this sword? Unless... After discovering the short sword that Bai Yunshin had given him before, he was thinking about how to use it. He remembered the scene where he stabbed Li Wan. At that time, he had a plan. I thought that if this sword was stained with the blood of the ninth young master or my own, it would definitely be able to lure Bai Yunshin out. And yet, just as he had predicted, Bai Yunshin, who in Ling Kongzi's words was a great demon, appeared. Originally, up to this point, everything was within my plan. I wanted to lure Bai Yunshin and Ling Kongzi into killing each other, and then reap the benefits. But no matter how perfect a plan is, there are always flaws. He lamented, I didn't expect Bai Yunshin to be so strong. Ling Kongzi was killed in an instant. He even blamed Bai Yunshin. She didn't even leave me any time to make arrangements. The images of the slaughter shattered into fragmented memories. He was also having some difficulty with the next step. The people from the Taoist lineage will soon arrive in Wei City. The only clue right now points to Bai Yunshin. Then he decided, I'll assess the situation first. It's best not to act rashly for now. He took another bite of a snack. He glanced at the Dragon King temple. Although I've said that, if I just leave it aside like this, my temple will be taken advantage of by others. Therefore, at this moment, he needed to solve the problem of the incense for his own temple. He called the waiter. The bill. 5 shiny gold coins were paid to the small shop. The owner cheerfully bid him farewell. Safe travels, sir. He even sighed for a moment. It's been so many years since I've seen someone so handsome. The words had just left his mouth when his eyes widened slightly, staring into the void. In his memory, all that remained was a figure in green, with long white hair. The image was hazy, his features unclear. What did that customer just now look like? Such a strange thing, yet he only explained it with one sentence. Am I really getting old? Li Yunshin, indeed, did not want to get entangled, so his technique was executed swiftly, making people unable to remember his face. According to the owner, if you pass by the temple, you should go in and offer a stick of incense. Whether he would or not, he wasn't sure, but he still needed to go in to admire the divine statue of this place. He was entering the main hall of the Dragon King temple, which was crowded with people coming and going to offer incense. Looking at the scene before him, his face unconsciously turned cold. He didn't want to speak yet, but the faint blue aura on the head of the statue of the Dragon King had already given him the answer. It was the answer to the question he had asked the owner. This place has the stench of fish and shrimp. I thought it was some demon, but it turns out to be an aquatic clan. He propped his fan against his chin, his face clearly showing a calculating expression. If you want my position so badly, then you might as well bear my troubles for me too. His trouble was the death of Ling Kongzi, and what he was wondering now was just, I wonder where this ill-mannered aquatic Taoist friend is. At this moment, a male voice sounded beside him. The man had not come to the temple to offer incense. He had come to collect a debt. Master Kuan Yangzi, return the 3 taels you owe me immediately. Li Yunshin looked over with his divine eyes and saw the faint blue light of the so-called water god on him. His name was Buzir. The one called Master Kuan Yangzi argued with this man. What are you talking about? The ritual has already been performed for you. The altar has been set up. How can you ask for the silver back? Zir pointed at Kuan Yangzi, shouting, You swindler! The divine maiden was perfectly fine, yet you treated her as an evil demon. Fortunately, your Taoist arts are not proficient, otherwise I would have really been deceived by you. Now return the silver to me. The theme, along with the blue light on Buzir, was more than enough to convince Li Yunshin to take a deep interest in this mysterious story. He turned to ask him, his tone concerned about the divine maiden he had just mentioned. Little brother, you just mentioned some god. Could you tell me more about it? Buzir had a rather thin face. Hearing the concern of the silver-haired, green-robed young master before him, he didn't mind telling the story. If this young master wants to hear, then it's just as well. I'd like everyone here to judge for me. He introduced himself. Buzir just turned 20 this year. I am a scholar preparing to take the exam next year. The story began when I rented a small house in the west of the city for my studies. Since I'm not well off, I had no choice but to save every penny to get by. The house was simple, with nothing but books and a grindstone. He continued to recount. On the day of the winter solstice last year, I bought a salted fish at the market. The thing he was saving was, I thought that every day when I ate, I would just need to lick it a few times to get the salty fish flavor to eat with my rice. So I hung it from the ceiling. The continuation of the story was even more sigh-worthy. He had lived like that for more than half a year. At this point in the story, everyone around him had a dark expression, embarrassed. Even Li Yunshin had the same thought. This guy is truly the king of saving money. What he said next was the highlight. But last month, a very strange thing happened. One night, when I woke up, I couldn't find the fish anymore. The door was clearly locked. There were no cats in the house, no mice, and even the rope was completely intact. But there really was someone who hung a fish near their bed. Just seeing it was creepy. Yet he continued, I just thought I was sleeping too soundly, and someone came in and stole it. Then he fell asleep, not pursuing the matter of the missing fish any further. But that night, I heard a voice. Someone was calling me. The voice was eerie, its origin unclear. Scholar Do, save me. Please save me. I thought I was dreaming. Unfortunately, the sound was real. Scholar Do, help me. I died a terrible death. Ah, boo-hoo. He pointed at Kuan Yangzi. After that, I went to him. He just said it was an evil ghost clinging to me, took 3 taels of silver from me to perform a ritual, said some vague, nonsensical things, and considered the matter closed. Kuan Yangzi was annoyed. He questioned loudly, whether it worked or not. I performed the ritual. That's the price. You can't bully an old man. He added an explanation. Besides, I told you before, the ghost resentment in your house is very strong. I might not be able to defeat it. Buzier gave a disdainful laugh, then frowned in criticism. Fortunately, it didn't work. The day you left, that night I had the dream again. In the dream, he described, it was a middle-aged man dressed as a scholar. He told me he was Daunting June. This Daunting June clasped his hands and pleaded, saying something to him. Save me, and you will be greatly rewarded. It turned out that the salted fish was his daughter. Because she had offended the dragon prince, she was beaten back to her original form and thrown into Daunting Lake. Unexpectedly, she was caught by a fisherman and made into a salted fish. Then he happened to buy it. The salted fish carrying his daughter had died a terrible death, her body not properly buried, so she had developed resentment. Her soul was trapped in the salted fish that he licked every day to eat with his rice. Every day, he gave her his human chi, so she was able to recover her magic power. To actually have such a resentful dream, one would vomit immediately. But he continued. She told me to dig under the bed. If I could dig up a salted fish, I could raise it in clean water for a day and a night. Then take the salted fish to Daunting Lake and bow to it 3 times. After that, she would surely thank me. Hearing this, it was almost certain that this salted fish was not a good omen. Yet he actually dug. His voice hurried on. Sure enough, I found the salted fish under the bed. I had to do as Daunting June said. Last night, it really turned into a large carp with red scales and swam back to Daunting Lake. He had witnessed a miracle last night. That belief was real. That night, Daunting June came to me in a dream again, saying I was his benefactor. He would come to thank me tomorrow. Just like that, this morning after he woke up, he went to find the old Taoist for an explanation. Buzier, at this point, was still angry because he thought Kuan Yangzi had ill intentions, tricking him out of his money. He confronted him, demanding, "You almost ruined my business, and you still want money? Give me back my money. I need to go and arrange a few things to receive Daunting June." Kuan Yangzi wanted to stop him, hoping he would act foolishly. "You, how can you be so unreasonable? You must be crazy. You're talking nonsense. There's no Daunting June." He even stressed, reminding everyone, "This great temple of mine," he pointed towards the statue of the Dragon King, "worships the Wei River Dragon King. This Daunting Lake is the Dragon Palace of the Wei River Dragon King. What audacious demon would dare to call itself Daunting June?" He pointed towards him, his hand aimed at his heart, straight at Buzier's face. "I'm afraid you've been deceived by a demon." After hearing this, Li Yunxin smiled. He thought, this young master is quite interesting. He didn't even notice that the divine statue he was worshipping had been replaced. Looking at the statue of the Dragon King, which was still emitting a foul blue aura, he confirmed, "Daunting June, is it? If the Dragon Palace is really in Daunting Lake, then I must go and see it." To achieve his goal, and to clarify everything, he intervened between the two. "You two please stop. Arguing like this in front of the Dragon King is disrespectful. Aren't you afraid the Dragon King will punish you?" With him as the center, he folded his fan and pointed it towards Buzier. Li Yunxin suggested, "I see that both of you have your own reasons. How about this? Although I have traveled far and wide, I have never met an immortal before. If you, sir, are willing to give me a chance to broaden my horizons, the silver for this offering will be paid by me. Is that acceptable?" These words made Buzier embarrassed. It also angered Kuan Yangzi. He scolded him as well. What's there to offer to a demon? Li Yunxin resolutely defended his point of view, ignoring Kuan Yangzi's words. He asked Buzier, "Is it okay?" The 2 people in front of him looked at him. One blushed from embarrassment, the other blushed because he was too generous. Buzier's purpose in coming here was to get his silver back. Yet, not only did he not have to exert himself, but just by telling a story, this green-robed young master helped him. He couldn't have asked for more. He scratched his hand and replied to Li Yunxin, "Then I'll have to trouble you, sir." This made Kuan Yangzi clutch his chest, struggling to breathe. Li Yunxin placed a large amount of silver in his hand, smiling warmly. He made an appointment with him. Then we'll meet again tomorrow. This transaction, it was unclear whether it was good or bad, who would profit, who would lose. At Du Zier's house, a full offering tray of pig's trotters, beef trotters, chicken, and other sumptuous dishes was already laid out. It was a stark contrast to the simple house behind it. Du Zier was seen kneeling and kowtowing, performing the ritual. The surrounding people gathered and wondered. Du Zier, did he strike it rich? Others even climbed trees to get a better look. What riches? I heard it was someone from another place. A kind person gave it to him. Du Zier's heart remained unmoved by their words. Someone else praised. Is there such a good thing? Kuan Yangzi also came to join in, less happy and more angry. He grumbled, "Humph, just you wait. This silver is as good as wasted." He was adamant that there would be a demon, not a god, coming to help Du Zier. One hand propped his fan against his chin, his mouth open to speak softly. Li Yunxin replied, "It's fine. I think this silver was well spent." Only he knew why it was worth it. What was about to happen would clarify his statement. As for Kuan Yangzi, he looked at the green-robed figure before him, only wanting to advise him. Little brother, I'm afraid you don't understand. A place that worships the Dragon King like ours, it's not possible." Before he could finish his words, the wind picked up, causing everyone to sway. A red stream of energy quickly swept past Yunxin, heading straight for Du Zier's feast table. Looking at this stream of resentful energy, Li Yunxin, for a rare moment, kindly advised the people around him. "I think if you have nothing else to do, you should all disperse soon." Everyone who heard this was indignant. They were in the middle of watching, and he was telling them to go home. Especially Kuan Yangzi. He asked him back, "What do you mean?" A couple next to them had a small argument. The husband felt something was wrong and advised his wife, "Let's go home." But he was scolded by his wife. "What are you rushing for? I haven't finished watching yet." The mixed red and green resentful energy from the river surged in, growing stronger. Seeing this, Li Yunxin kindly reminded them again, his face now somewhat colder. "I'm afraid if you don't leave now, you will die." A powerful whirlwind swept through the entire area where Li Yunxin was standing. All the curious onlookers were affected by the whirlwind. They all cried out in unison, "No way! What's happening?" The wind was too strong. None of them knew that danger was imminent. Du Zier was the center of the stream of energy. He suddenly opened his eyes, which were completely white, with only tiny pupils remaining. His mouth now curved into a smile as he spoke. Kuan Yangzi held a talisman in his hand. He was sweating, not sure who to ask. "What is this?" He looked at the group of people who had been normal just a moment ago. They had all become soulless, walking unsteadily, their eyes red and unfocused. He was horrified. He looked at Li Yunxin and blamed him. Where did this evil creature come from? "Back away." Li Yunxin, in turn, seemed to blame him. "I told you all to leave earlier." He held the fan, which was gently emitting spiritual energy, and pointed it at the man. His voice was dry. "Forget it. Since you didn't leave, then I'll let you die with a clearer understanding." Just when he thought he was about to be killed by Li Yunxin, he witnessed a terrifying scene. It turned out that he wanted him to be on the verge of death, but he had to know who was behind all this. The scene was gloomy, and he could even see large sewer rats holding red lanterns. He also saw human-like statues in red robes, blowing conch shells, their sounds echoing. Tutu. Kuan Yangzi's face was covered in sweat. He had discovered it. "I'm dead." Looking at the bizarre procession coming up from the river, and then at a bride in red with her face covered, he was certain that here, apart from that person, there was... He also saw grotesque, mutated fish and shrimp. The person next to him, no one was alive. The man, Du Zier, saw the white-robed figure before him and was ecstatic. This white-robed figure placed a mark on his forehead. His body immediately stiffened, his eyes officially losing their focus. And at this moment, the red-robed bride from the river was walking towards Du Zier through the gloomy smoke. She stopped where Yunxin was standing. Kuan Yangzi was now so scared that his face was drained of all color. Li Yunxin looked at her. Her eyes were dyed red. She covered half her face with a fan and looked at him. She asked, "What kind of Yin spirit are you?" He was still smiling. He bowed his head and replied gently, "Li Yunxin, I cultivate the ghost Dao using a Yin spirit. I have come especially to congratulate you on your joyous wedding day." The ghost Dao also had its customs. This ghost marriage was truly terrifying. She lowered her fan, revealing a pale face, red eyes and thick eyebrows, red lips, and a slender chin. She asked him, "Li Yunxin, if you are no longer human, why did you want to remind them to run? Or are you still attached to the mortal world?" Li Yunxin treated it as small talk. A beautiful woman before him made his voice a bit playful. That's not it at all. It's just that if there are no living people, where would we get our offerings from?" The old man, Kuin Yangzi, seeing the bride look at him, turned to leave while praying, "Dragon King, protect me. Dragon King, protect me. Help me escape this calamity." His voice trembled with fear. The bride confided in Li Yunxin, sighing, "But it seems he doesn't understand your good intentions." Li Yunxin went with the flow. "That's just how people are. Sometimes they want to know the clear reason for their death." Instantly, a joyous demonic spell, a green spiritual energy, shot towards where Kuin Yangzi was fleeing. The man stiffened, bearing the brunt of his attack. His entire body seized up, his heart squeezed tight. Before he could even cry out, his soul was completely sucked out by him. Holding the soul he had just captured, Li Yunxin smiled brightly again, respectfully addressing the lady before him. "Today, I happened upon your great wedding. I was in a hurry and didn't prepare any gifts." He held up Kuin Yangzi's soul and said, "This person has been enlightened by me. His soul is much nimbler than those of ordinary mortals." Seeing her about to pass by, he continued, "If you don't mind, I will gift him to you as an attendant." The bride looked at the soul he was holding, her voice tinged with surprise. "You were probably a human when you were alive, right? I didn't expect you to be so decisive." Li Yunxin smiled at her. "Haha, in this Tao, is the matter of people eating people so rare?" He liked her. "It's precisely because I killed too many people, and my killing intent was too heavy, that I couldn't enter the cycle of reincarnation. That's how I got the fortuitous encounter I have today." The fish-faced maid beside her tugged at her sleeve, reminding her, "Lady Hong, it's getting late." She looked at the little maid and said, "No rush." The white-robed demon official had finished his work. Du Zier was now just a demonic body, gaunt, his deep black eyes fixed on her with delight. "My fortuitous encounter has arrived. My lady." She ignored her groom-to-be and turned to press Li Yunxin. "You just said people eating people. What do you mean by that? Can people really eat people?" The maid beside her couldn't help but tug at her sleeve again, urging, "Lady Hong." She actually got angry and unleashed a powerful attack, shouting, "Do I need you to meddle in my affairs?" This attack sent the zombie's face smashing into the wall. It turned into a stinking, rotten fish. The bride's angry voice followed, "Gut it for me." The white-robed demon official, holding a gutting knife and the fish, carried out her command. She looked at Li Yunxin, her tone changing to one of slight grievance. "What a buzzkill." She added a bit of praise. "You are both handsome and interesting. I wanted to talk with you a bit more." The belly of the fish was just being cut open, the sound of the gutting mixing with her voice. "But it's getting late. If we don't go now, my father will get anxious." With that, she led the procession of zombies towards the river. She also wanted to make a date with Li Yunxin. "I'll accept your gift. We haven't finished talking today. In a few days, if you want to see me, come to the Dragon King Temple at the Sanha Estuary and wake me. I am the new Dragon King there." She turned her face slightly towards him and introduced herself. "If I'm happy, maybe I'll come to see you." So, the purpose of Li Yunxin's trip had been achieved. He wanted to find the one enjoying the incense of the true Dragon King, and now he had. He thought, "So it's you, huh?" He thought this, but on the surface, he was still playing along with her. "My lady, won't you invite me to the feast?" This time, she turned her face completely around and answered him. "The guests are all here. It's better if you don't meet my father." After some back and forth, "But don't you dare leave this place. I'll come find you to play later. If you're not there, I'll have someone gut you." She didn't forget to add a meaningful wink. Li Yunxin clasped his hands, feigning reverence. "I respectfully obey. I have nothing to do recently, so I won't be leaving Dongting." The wedding procession departed. The master of ceremonies friendly shouted, "Esteemed guests, let us be on our way." The crowd of onlookers finally got their lives back. The zombies and souls went straight to the bottom of the lake. The scene was eerily magical. On this full moon night, rows of human corpses lay scattered along the lake shore. Li Yunxin, seeing the party was over, left. He thought to himself, "This Lady Hong's presence seems much more ostentatious than the 9th young masters. What kind of character is that Dongting Jun?" He walked past the rows of corpses, twirling his fan, expressing his thought. "I wonder if he's strong enough to take the fall for me." The next morning, the entire town of Bailu was filled with funeral flags, people dressed in mourning clothes, the sound of mournful horns and wails echoing throughout the town. Back at the small inn, the same 3 wanderers from the other day were gossiping. One of them spoke up. "What's wrong with this Bailu town? Every household is holding a funeral." The person next to him remembered something. "Just last month, everything was fine." The waiter heard this and warned, "You've come at a bad time." He poured more tea for the guests, his voice hurried as he recounted. "The day before yesterday, more than 40 people died at the ferry. When they were discovered in the early morning, their bodies were all frozen solid. One of them wondered, Such a big event. Why haven't I heard about it? He added more tea to the cup. The waiter explained, the higher-ups don't take it seriously. It was reported, but I heard the prefect is resigning to go to the capital. His voice held a hint of anger. After a few days, they sent 3 constables here. They just closed the case arbitrarily. In my opinion, what's the use of sending constables? One of them urged the waiter. What do you mean? The waiter looked at them nervously, his voice trembling as he explained. Because this wasn't a case committed by a human. These words directly sent a chill down the spines of the 3 men. Just then, the owner came and grabbed the waiter by the ear, making him yelp. Ow, ow. The owner immediately apologized to the customers. I'm sorry, this boy's mouth is always running off. He scared you. Please, take your time. The waiter even argued back with his boss. I haven't even gotten to the part about Daunting June yet. The 3 men were eager to hear more. Let him continue. What about Daunting June? Outside the shop, Li Yunxin was strolling leisurely, hearing so many rumors about last night's events. He was thinking about something else. The Taoists of Wei City are all guarding Ling Kongzi's remains, not daring to act. This, in turn, gives me an advantage. Spreading the story of Daunting June is to find a great demon. Having used Daunting Lake as a base of operations for many years, it's impossible not to leave some traces. There must be someone who has had contact with him. Maybe I can find some clues. Right now, the stories he was hearing from the common folk were, Daunting June. Do you remember my 3rd granduncle's 2nd uncle's maternal grandson? The one who drowned was taken to be Daunting June's concubine. There have long been strange things in the lake. My grandmother said so. All these words made him feel hazy. But that's just talk. The information these people are spreading is really. He stopped walking, his eyes instantly noticing something unusual. Looking at the 2 people in the small inn, he felt a little worried. The man in purple was drinking tea with a Taoist. He asked, something happened? Are you still going to Taoist Master Li's feast? After all, so many people just died at the ferry. Going to June Mountain now, don't run into anything. These words didn't reach Li Yunxin's ears, but he recognized him. A mountain monarch? The 2 mountain monarchs continued their discussion, unaware that he had heard them. If I go, I've recently encountered a very rare and strange event. Who knows? I might even get to eat that thing. The other one supported him. Really? Then I'll go with you. It's a pity Brother May can't come this time. Otherwise, even if we can't tell a good story, Taoist Master Li would be a little more lenient. Li Yunxin only needed to hear that much, and he smiled slyly. Making up stories? That's my specialty. He then left, continuing his stroll. Half an hour later, still at the small inn, Yu Fenci was being solicited by the waiter. Sir, this way for 10 days. Just then, the 2 mountain monarchs were leaving. He immediately asked, Waiter, do you know how to get to June Mountain? The 2 mountain monarchs stopped in their tracks. One pointed at him, about to stop the man in purple. Wait, look at that person. He's so handsome. The man in purple asked, Him? You don't want to take him with us, do you? Is that okay? At this moment, Yu Fenci had sat down at a table, listening to the waiter's directions. Sir, you want to go to June Mountain? That mountain is in the middle of Daunting Lake. You have to take a boat to get there. The waiter added with some difficulty. And that lake sometimes has fog. If it's not a skilled boatman, they don't dare to cross it casually. It's easy for accidents to happen. He wasn't in a hurry and replied to the boy, Is that so? What a pity. It seems I can't go today. The 2 mountain monarchs had re-entered the shop and approached him with an offer. We just heard you say you want to go to June Mountain. You look very unfamiliar. May I ask what business you have on June Mountain? Yu Fenci appeared friendly. He replied, I love to travel through mountains and rivers, collecting strange stories. I've heard that the 1,000-mile Daunting has the most beautiful scenery in the southeast. Since I'm here, of course I have to visit the beautiful sights of Daunting. If I can't find a boat today, then tomorrow I. He also showed that he was very curious. These words immediately made one of the mountain monarchs find the key point. The other one asked in surprise, Sir, you really know a lot of stories? He replied shyly, Of course. There are so many strange stories in this world. If you want to hear them, I can tell them for a day and a night. The brown-robed mountain monarch was overjoyed, clapping his hands in praise. Good, good. He began to state his intention. What a coincidence. We are planning to go to June Mountain today. We have already found a boatman. We can go together. Then he hesitated slightly. But if you want to go to June Mountain, there is a great master on that mountain. You must go and meet him. Yu Fenci had long seen through his intentions, but he didn't expose them. He asked back, a great master? What kind of person is he? This great master was described by the mountain monarch. He is a man of refined tastes, just like you, sir, who enjoys strange stories. He then gave him a suggestion. If you, brother, wish to meet him, I can introduce you. That was all he was waiting for. Yu Fenci replied happily, Really? Then I must broaden my horizons. He then pretended to be hesitant. But, if I go with you to meet him, wouldn't that be too abrupt? Or perhaps, he meant that if he went with them, he was afraid the other person would be angry. The mountain monarch warmly invited him, taking his hand to lead him away. He explained, it's fine. That person is very hospitable. As long as you can tell a few interesting stories, he'll be even happier. Yu Fengzi continued to feign shyness. He also quickened his pace. Then I respectfully accept. The three of them set off together. The two mountain monarchs laughed with delight at having found a wandering companion. Amidst the sounds of safe travels, sir, Li Yunxin smiled lightly. His plan had also been carried out. By the time they reached the ferry, it was late afternoon. A gloomy mist enveloped the place. The willow branches swayed in the wind. A boat and a boatman were waiting for them. The mountain monarch invited Li Yunxin. Let's get on the boat. The bow of the boat was carved with a slightly creepy human face. Seeing this, Li Yunxin thought, it seems I've found the right place. This is it. Dongting Jun. The small boat moved gently across the vast expanse of water. The scenery was described as, the smoke on the river is still, the deep blue is not as deep as the color of the water. Li Yunxin exclaimed, the magnificent scenery of Jun Mountain, its reputation is well-deserved. The mountain monarch ate some snacks and praised him. This is nothing. Wait until I take you to Taoist Master Li's Purple Weft Palace to broaden your horizons. That place is truly a celestial paradise. There were a few snacks prepared on the table beforehand. Placing one hand on the table, Li Yunxin, who was leisurely admiring the scenery, also agreed with a few sentences. Hearing you say that, brother, I am even more expectant. Then he asked, by the way, do you two know why the small island in the middle of the lake is called Jun Mountain? The less talkative, purple-robed mountain monarch now spoke up. This, on the other hand, my old man once mentioned. The story was passed down that, about 3,000 years ago, when this place was still the 100 kingdoms of the southern marshes, neither the Wei River nor Dongting had a dragon king. But there was a divine person here. This made Li Yunxin extremely surprised. A divine person? He wanted the purple-robed mountain monarch to explain further. A figure in yellow and red was described by the purple-robed mountain monarch. He continued to explain, this divine person once helped the king of the Wei kingdom to pacify the southern marshes, establishing the territory of the Qin kingdom as it is today. Later, he was called Dongting Jun by his descendants. The boat had entered an area with many large and small standing rocks. The purple-robed mountain monarch's voice sounded steadily. The mountain where he lived was also named Jun Mountain accordingly. Li Yunxin at this moment remembered something and asked, Dongting Jun, is he the one mentioned in the recent legends? The purple-robed mountain monarch closed his eyes and sighed. Sigh, these are all just mythological stories from 3,000 years ago. Since the Wei River has had a dragon king, Dongting Jun has long since disappeared. He added, look, now there's not even a temple. The brown-robed mountain monarch also chimed in with a reminder. But didn't everyone on the street say that a few days ago, the dragon king manifested at the Wei River? This person also raised a question. Could it be that the dragon king wants to move to another place? Is Dongting Jun coming out? These words were immediately silenced by the purple-robed man, who covered his mouth. He also reminded him, hush, don't talk about the dragon king on this Dongting. The brown-robed mountain monarch realized he had misspoken and hurriedly begged for forgiveness. Hee, dragon king, please don't blame me, please don't blame me. Li Yunxin saw the awkward situation and smiled kindly, expressing his own thoughts. Don't worry, the dragon king won't be so petty. The story ended as the boat docked at Dongting. As soon as they entered the cave, the three of them immediately witnessed a scene of loud and soft arguments. A group of guards were stopping someone, which made the long-haired person angry and curse. Do you know who I am? You dare to stop me? Do you believe I'll kill you? This curse directly turned into a death threat. The brown-robed mountain monarch, seeing this, stepped forward to intervene. His words were meant to de-escalate the situation. This Taoist friend must have also come by invitation, right? Please, give me, Ding, some face. Don't be angry. The purple-robed mountain monarch praised his old friend Ding in front of Li Yunxin. Old Ding has always been so enthusiastic. But the long-haired, fierce-faced man showed no respect for old Ding. He forcefully pushed his hand away, causing old Ding to fall backwards. He could still hear him cursing, "What kind of thing are you?" Ow! He fell onto a wide-eyed man. Old Ding cried out. He blamed him. You're really... Li Yunxin helped old Ding up. He advised, don't be angry. Don't get angry. Don't you see he's wearing a Taoist robe? He's cultivating for longevity. What if he really beats us to death? Old Ding was so angry he had nowhere to vent. His voice was furious. He's worthy of cultivating for longevity? Why would Taoist Master Li let someone like this on the mountain? He glanced at the violent person from just now. Li Yunxin thought, isn't this Song Yunzi still guarding Ling Kongzi's remains? Why is he here? Then he patted old Ding's back, urging the mountain monarch on the main mission of today's trip. Let's go up the mountain too. Who knows, we might get to see some excitement. Looking at the stream of people heading straight up the deep, dark stairs, old Ding hesitated. This? Then he decided. Or maybe, let's go too. Everyone cheered. Let's go. Li Yunxin noticed the guard who had been pushed down by old Ding earlier and helped him up. Seeing him drooling, his expression lifeless, he concluded, he doesn't look human. He looked up at the brightly lit guard tower at the top and thought, if this is really Dongting Jun's residence, he wondered, then why wouldn't the ninth young master know about it? Old Ding's feet hurriedly entered Brother Li's room. The young man from this place reported, Brother Li, something big has happened. Brother Li had an old face, his hair and beard both long. He held a whisk and replied with a smile. Old Ding, why are you so flustered? What is it? This old Ding was none other than Song Yunzi. He was concerned about the crowd here and said, Brother Li this? Brother Li encouraged him. It's fine, just say it. Song Yunzi presented his case. Brother Li, Ling Kongzi's remains are gone. It's not that he didn't know. It's just that he was afraid that hearing it would be worse than not hearing it at all. Li Yunxin was startled. He heard Song Yunzi ask for instructions. The people from Dongting will be here in 3 days. Brother Li, I hope you will save me. His hands clenched the fan tightly. Li Yunxin found it interesting, as if he had just discovered something important. So there's such excitement too. This trip was the right one. This Brother Li, for some reason, remained as calm as ever, a stiff smile on his face. He reassured Song Yunzi. No rush. Guests have arrived. Friends, please sit down first. This made him dissatisfied. Brother Li. To avoid gossip, Brother Li addressed everyone and also invited. Since you are here, please sit as well. Everyone who had come, hearing this, bowed. Thank you, Taoist Master. Old Ding proudly said to Li Yunxin. That is Taoist Master Li. I didn't lie to you, did I? He added solemnly. I will introduce you later. If you can tell a few interesting stories, Taoist Master Li will have some good things to treat you with. Everyone went to their tables to sit. He and old Ding shared a table, sitting opposite Song Yunzi. Looking at him, he frowned and thought, Song Yunzi, a cultivator of a certain sect, is actually seeking help from this Taoist. And he's wandering all over the place. This Taoist Master Li is quite interesting. After sitting down, Song Yunzi reminded Taoist Master Li, Brother Li, this is no small matter. If they investigate, the high and mighty Taoist Master once again reassured him, there will be a way. Let's take care of the main business first. Song Yunzi, seeing that the old Taoist wanted to ignore his words, gritted his teeth in anger. To ease the tension, the old Taoist looked towards old Ding. We have a new guest today. Old Ding stood up and reported, his words respectful. Perhaps the Taoist master already knows. This Brother Li is someone we met in Bailu Prefecture. Brother Li travels the world, collecting the strangest and best stories. Hearing that the Taoist master also enjoys this, we came here together. Li Yunxin also stood up and bowed slightly. Greetings, Taoist master. The old Taoist looked at him and smacked his lips. So it's a friend with the same interests as me. He elevated the greeting, continuing. This friend has come at just the right time. If your story can move me, then you will be blessed tonight. Li Yunxin was half open, half closed, changing the subject. To be able to see this purple weft palace, as beautiful as a celestial paradise, I already feel very honored. I hadn't thought there would be other blessings. The Taoist master laughed loudly at this. In the central hall, I have prepared a full spread of delicious food, fine wine, and beautiful women. If the story you tell pleases me, you can all go up the mountain to enjoy it. Old Ding immediately chimed in. Brother, it's all up to you now. Hearing this, and going with the flow, Li Yunxin held his fan and smiled. Then I respectfully accept. Swish. The fan opened. His voice rang out. Today, I want to tell a story called. The entire hall listened intently as he spoke. The little snake looks for its mother. Only Song Yunzi was annoyed. What kind of nonsense is this? I think we should just drop it. It was unclear why, but as before, the Taoist master ignored him and gestured towards Li Yunxin. Please continue. His voice rang out again, officially beginning. Yes, the story goes like this. In a large lake, there was a little snake. It had a big head, a black body, and a long tail. It was swimming back and forth very happily. The little snake kept swimming and swimming until it saw a mother frog with a group of tadpoles. So it went over. The snake popped its head out of the water and asked, Are you my mother? The frog said to it, I am not your mother. Your mother lives in the water. Go over there and look for her. The little snake kept swimming and swimming. After a few more days, it grew dragon claws. It saw a little turtle swimming in the water, wiggling its legs, and hurriedly chased after it. It kept calling, "Mother, mother." The turtle, seeing it call, refused. "I am not your mother. Your mother has golden scales. Go over there and look." It continued to swim. After a few more days, it grew a beautiful horn. It looked more and more strange. It couldn't find its mother anywhere in the lake. It was heartbroken and jumped out of the lake. Suddenly, it saw a large carp. Its golden scales were shimmering under the sunlight. The carp looked at it gently. "Good child, are you looking for me?" It was now a strange snake. "Are you my mother? But we don't look alike." The golden carp explained. "Silly child, not all children look like their mothers. Look at these golden scales. They are not like your brothers." Hearing this part, Old Ding held his forehead in worry. This is bad. What kind of crazy story is this? Remembering when he first saw him, Old Ding sighed to himself. Looking at Brother Li's appearance, he seems to have read many books. Why is he like this at a crucial moment? I really shouldn't have brought him here. Li Yunshin's voice continued to drone on. The carp continued to say, "I am." Unable to listen to his story any longer, Song Yunzi slammed the table and shouted, "Absurd." He pointed at his face and cursed, "This damn thing. He's clearly toying with us. What's this about a dragon looking for a carp as its mother?" Li Yunshin was indignant, his voice annoyed. "I'm not finished yet. Haven't you heard of the dragon having 9 sons? Each one is different. I didn't expect there to be such an ignorant person in the world of cultivators. Taoist Master Li hasn't even spoken yet. Why are you trying to make your presence known?" Song Yunzi had long disliked him. He immediately retorted, "Fine. Then I'll ask you." Then he turned to Taoist Master Li. "Brother Li, what do you think of this story?" Taoist Master Li's eyes were a little wary, but he still opened his mouth to praise. "Very good." This praise was like a slap in the face to those who had criticized Li Yunshin's story, leaving everyone speechless. "What?" The Taoist master had also stood up, ending the topic. He calmly announced, "The feast in the central hall is ready. Please, everyone." This caused a stir among them all. "What about our stories? We don't need to hear them anymore." Li Yunshin agreed with Old Ding. Taoist Master Li is indeed as his reputation suggests. He is worthy of being a top-tier man of refined tastes. Hearing this, Old Ding asked helplessly, "Is that all?" Li Yunshin didn't explain much, just urged him, "Let's go." Looking at the Taoist masters retreating back, he thought. Faced with such a childish story, he didn't interrupt me, nor was he angry or disgusted. He was even very interested. He speculated, his relationship with the 9th young master is quite interesting. Tonight's feast was on the night of the full moon. The pavilion high above was lit with dazzlingly magical lights. The old Taoist master presided over the feast. He spoke, "Friends, please be seated. You are in for a treat tonight." Li Yunshin glanced at the arrangement. Each place only had a sitting cushion. He found it strange. A feast without a table. The Taoist master stroked his beard, that smile still on his face. He mentioned something. "To be honest with you all, I have recently taken a new concubine. Although my new wife is not convenient to meet everyone, tonight's feast will be a little more sumptuous." Then he sat down, his whisk raised. He called out in a loud voice, "Serve the feast. Please, everyone, enjoy your meal." A group of beautiful women, at his call, approached. Each one had a slender figure, their makeup somewhat sharp, their faces as if cast from the same mold, not too sad, but with a captivating look. One by one, they approached the esteemed guests. The beautiful woman stopped in front of Li Yunshin. Her bodice was removed, her whole body in a kneeling position, using her back as a dining table for the guests here. Looking at the gleeful Old Ding beside him, Li Yunshin immediately understood. No wonder Ding Chankue and the others all wanted to attend the Central Hall feast. He feigned praise. "Taoist Master, you are truly a wonderful person." The Taoist Master was also timely. He called out again, "Serve the dishes." More footsteps followed. One by one, his disciples brought in trays of meat. The Taoist Master's voice introduced, "Today's meat is flavored with vegetarian ingredients, using oily ingredients. The bamboo shoots, always in the shade, are used as a steamer, steaming the meat at a low temperature to remove its smell, then air-dried." He picked up a piece, chewed it, and said, "After 7 times 7, 49 days, with a little dip, the taste will be much better." Looking at the evenly cut pieces of meat before him, Li Yunshin was dazed. He was horrified as he remembered the scene of the 9th young master eating a person when he was still young. The bigger he got, the faster he grew, and the longer his tongue became, like a lizard's. He grew up to be handsome, but had a heavy palate. This young master likes to eat bold people. The meat must be a little fatter. His way of eating was steam at a low temperature, then slice thinly, air dry, wait for a day, cook it a little, then serve it as a drinking snack. His face in his imagination merged with the Taoist master's voice. Esteemed guests, please enjoy. It was unclear whose spiritual energy it was. Li Yunxin felt a chill just thinking about it. This guy's way of eating meat is very similar to the ninth young master's. He even seems to value it a little more than the ninth young master. He remembered, and with the recent situation he had been investigating, he saw that, apart from the Dragon King Temple at the Sanha Eshuri, the other temple's divine thrones were still hanging empty. He looked at the old Taoist master, who was holding his chopsticks motionlessly, as if waiting for something. After the series of events he had experienced today, the human-faced bow of the boat, the red-lipped, identical-faced dancers, the white-eyed, drooling man, and the procession of attendants, he had made a guess. I originally thought this Dongting Jun was just a small snake. I didn't expect to have jumped into a snake's den. Old Ding, seeing that he hadn't taken a bite, urged him. This is a rare opportunity. Why aren't you eating? You don't usually get to eat this meat. He was currently thinking, and the old Taoist master had noticed him. He asked, Taoist friend, why are you hesitating to eat? Is it not to your liking? Placing his chopsticks on the dancer's back, he moved his finger to the meat tray. He gave a reason. Thank you, Taoist master, for your concern. Although this meat is delicious, it would be a bit of a pity to eat it now. Song Yunzi started to criticize him. Humph, a mere mortal like you. How could you understand the wonder of this precious thing? He saw that at this point, his brotherly had to step in. He immediately called out, Brotherly. The Taoist master defended Li Yunxin, raising his hand to stop Song Yunzi's spirit. He said, Please continue. With permission, Li Yunxin recounted, I have a friend who once said that this meat is prepared on a day as a drinking snack. In the pavilion, only his voice could be heard. But right now, it is the night of the full moon. We cannot drink wine. He confided, I keep thinking of that friend, and then I see this precious dish. I really can't swallow it right now. These words actually made the Taoist master's face turn serious, his hand already gripping the whisk tightly. Just then, Li Yunxin suddenly knelt down. He pleaded, Dongting Jun, I beg you to avenge my friend. The image of Li Yunxin kneeling in the middle of the hall, still saying, I beg Dongting Jun to avenge my friend. Seeing him like this, old Ding looked at the scene with his mouth agape in surprise. As for Song Yunzi, he looked at the old Taoist master, wanting to ask if he was Dongting Jun. The Taoist master directly ignored him, only looking at Li Yunxin. He asked, When you came here, I still couldn't see through your true form. I knew you were not an ordinary person. Since you have exposed my identity, then tell me. His hand was still resting on the attendant's hip. This scene was truly filthy and despicable. Then he asked, Who on earth are you? Who is your friend? And what grudge do you have? Li Yunxin still bowed his head, his mouth replying, My name is Li Yunxin, and I am a painter. That Song Yunzi still didn't know the gravity of the situation and stared at him. Impossible. Li Yunxin is already dead. Li Yunxin didn't need to be respectful to this person. He stood up to confront him. Yes, I'm dead. Of course you know I'm dead. He had stood up, his voice full of resentment. If it wasn't for you and Lu Ling's scheme, how could I have died? Step by step, he advanced towards Song Yunzi, questioning him relentlessly. How did my friend die? He transformed back into his youthful, long-haired form, questioning Song Yunzi to the end. If it wasn't for you and the other demons fighting at that time, I wouldn't have the opportunity to stand here today. The old Taoist master, now Dongting Jun, looked at Song Yunzi and also asked, Is this true? Suddenly, Li Yunxin shouted, urging him, Speak up. Dongting Jun is asking you. You should answer. Song Yunzi stammered in reply, missing the point entirely. Brotherly, you are Dongting Jun? Li Yunxin didn't let him ask any more questions, grabbing him by the collar. He pressed on. In the end, you never expected it, did you? This is the clear will of heaven. He is Dongting Jun. What do you have to say for yourself? He then played the card of fanning the flames and shifting the blame. If Dongting Jun wants to protect you today, then even if I turn to dust, I will drag you down with me. Song Yunzi couldn't take it anymore. He swatted Li Yunxin's hand away, causing him to bend over, unable to escape. He cursed back. You shut up. I'm not. He was about to crush Li Yunxin. I'll kill you, you bastard. As his hand was about to touch Li Yunxin's head, a great force pushed him far away. Dongting Jun's angry shout echoed, insolent. The entire room was filled with a gloomy green energy. Song Yunzi looked up at the person sitting on high. This is... Dongting Jun's true form appeared before everyone, causing the attendants to fall to the ground immediately. He asked again, what this person said, is it true? seeing Brother Li instantly transform into a long-bearded, deep-eyed figure with a body covered in scales and a sharp face. Song Yunzi was terrified beyond belief. He screamed, "A demon!" Li Yunxin looked at him with contempt. "You should look clearly. I am not Li Yungzhen." Song Yunzi knew he had fallen into his trap of borrowing a knife to kill. He gritted his teeth. "Well played, Li Yunxin." Li Yunxin paid him no mind. He reported, "Your Majesty, please capture this evil man. I will report everything to your Majesty. I am willing to confront him." The moment the words were spoken, Dongting Jun opened his mouth. With a flick of his hand, he unleashed a technique. The moment the technique was unleashed, a swirling green water current shot out and imprisoned Song Yunzi. The water covered his eyes, bound his feet, and tied his tongue. He could only manage to utter muffled sounds. Mim, 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 mim. With that done, Dongting Jun had now fully revealed his true form: red face, black fur, deep-set eyes. He turned to Li Yunxin and questioned, "Taoist friend, there is no need to be alarmed. Tell me everything in detail." Li Yunxin knelt before the throne. "Reporting to your Majesty, that friend of mine is the Wei River Dragon King who appeared in Wei City a few days ago." He continued to recount, "This way of eating meat of your Majesties. At that time, the mountain monarchs who came with me were all killed. It was also he who told me." Li Yunxin recounted the entire story he wanted Dongting Jun to hear. Song Yunzi struggled in the whirlpool, hearing but unable to speak. Li Yunxin continued, "Just like that, I was killed by Lu Ling. As I was dying, I only knew that a great demon appeared and fought with her. The two of them seemed to be fighting over something very formidable." Dongting Jun explained, "The feather robe. It was because of the feather robe." Li Yunxin had an innocent look on his face. He asked back, "What is the feather robe?" Dongting Jun continued to answer, "The great demon who fought with Lu Ling is named by Yunxin. She is not of a common demonic lineage. Her foster father is the golden-winged Great Peng, who lives in another realm. To enter that world, one needs that feather robe. But it is said that 4,000 years ago, this feather robe was stolen by a Taoist with the surname Niu. Bai Yunxin has always wanted to find it." Li Yunxin's voice was respectful and obedient. "So that's how it is. I didn't expect it to have such an origin." He thought to himself, "I didn't expect this feather robe to be so important. If I can find it in the future, it could become a trump card to control Bai Yunxin." Now, it was Dongting Jun's turn to question. He pressed on, "What you said, on the contrary, is reasonable. But if you are already dead, then how did you cultivate this in-spirit body? And how did you know to come find me?" Li Yunxin was calm, but his heart was in turmoil. Here it comes. The two most life-threatening questions. He had to give a reason. "After I became friends with the ninth young master, we once exchanged keepsakes." Then he reached into his robe and pulled out a scale, saying, "He gave me this scale as armor. After I died, I should have been able to enter the cycle of reincarnation, but for some reason, my soul took up residence on this scale." Dongting Jun stared at the scale in his hand, listening to him continue. "Even after he died, he still protected me." Dongting Jun was now floating in the air, his beard and whiskers standing on end as he looked at him. Li Yunxin thought, from Dongting Jun's attitude, his relationship with the ninth young master is not ordinary. But in reality, the ninth young master never mentioned Dongting Jun. "I must be more careful with my next words." He had to continue to bluff. "The ninth young master once mentioned your Majesty to me." The old Dongting Jun looked surprised. "Oh." The atmosphere was as tense as a drawn bowstring. Li Yunxin immediately guessed something. As expected, then he presented a story. But in reality, it was only once. "At that time, I didn't know if he was talking about your Majesty or not. We had drunk quite a bit of wine that day, and were a little drunk. In a daze, I heard him mention Dongting. He said that there was someone there he wanted to get close to, but couldn't. Then I thought, for me to be able to stay, could it be that the ninth young master, he hesitated for a moment, wanted me to take him to see the person he wanted to see? That's why I came to find Dongting Jun." He was about to offer up the dragon scale he still had with him. Hearing this, the old man, whether he believed it or not, pursed his lips. He thought for a moment and then asked Li Yunxin, "He really said he wanted to get close, but couldn't?" "Yes," Li Yunxin replied. Dongting Jun let out a breath. The hall, both inside and out, fell into a deep, endless silence. The full moon shone right into the heart of the story. The old man closed his eyes sadly. "This scale, you take it." Then he waved his hand. "Bring Song Yunzi out," he said. "This Taoist, you take him too. I have known him for many years. I let him up here today precisely for this matter. Since you have made it clear, you can just deal with him." He had now sat down and gave an order. "This monarch is tired. You may all leave." With that, everything dissolved into a mist, as if nothing had ever happened. Only Li Yunxin was left in the fog, surprised. He looked at the corpses of the mountain monarchs before him. Oomph, it's over already? I still have to get my hands dirty. A black sack moved behind him. Li Yunxin heard a strange noise and looked back, which startled him. Huh. Song Yunzi, his pupils a fiery red, sneered at him. Haha, you thought that Daunting June really believed you? He attacked without a word, wanting to strike him. You rotten brat, your time has come. Li Yunxin just barely dodged the attack. A loud boom echoed right where he had been standing. Looking at the towering mountain before him, he dodged and thought, Daunting June. Very good. Fleeing from Song Yunzi's attack, he shouted, I'm not playing with you anymore. Song Yunzi was even more enthusiastic. He chased after him, trying to run. Let's see how I deal with you. And so, the two of them chased each other out of the forest. Song Yunzi relentlessly unleashed his techniques. Li Yunxin, running ahead, nimbly dodged each wave. Suddenly, they reached a rocky area. He stumbled and fell. This fall was intentional. It gave him a chance to channel his internal energy, just in time for Song Yunzi to catch up. He cursed him, You wandering ghost, where do you think you're running? Looking at the forest in front of him, he thought, Finally, I'm out. He immediately slapped him across the face, counterattacking Song Yunzi. He cursed the old man. Shut up, old man. Song Yunzi was caught by surprise. His body was sent flying, his face bruised, his teeth and lips a mess. He asked helplessly, You're not a ghost cultivator? How can a ghost who has only been cultivating for a few days stand up to me? Li Yunxin cursed even more enthusiastically. Your mother. You're the wandering ghost. Then he prepared to stomp the old man's body to pieces, saying one last thing. I. A loud rumble echoed, sending rocks and dirt flying everywhere. And the way River Dragon King. Song Yunzi's entire body caved in, embedded in the ground. Li Yunxin looked back at the place where they had just feasted and thought, Daunting June is, in the end, a demon. No matter how human-like he is, no matter how sad he is about the ninth young master's death, he wouldn't care about the life or death of me, the ninth young master's friend. He even pushed Song Yunzi out, to let us fight and kill each other. Song Yunzi's soul escaped from his body. Li Yunxin looked at his soul. An eerie voice echoed, Just a few days, just a few days. He thought for a moment. His soul has been stopped for 3/4 of an hour. Why hasn't that person come yet? King Yama finally arrived. He looked at the figure waiting for him. Humph, you captured this Taoist soul. Were you waiting for me? Li Yunxin smiled harmlessly. If it weren't for King Yama, I'm afraid I would have been scattered to the winds. I am here today to thank King Yama for his guidance. King Yama's voice was not very friendly in reply. It was a trick you thought of yourself. Whether it succeeded or not is your own ability. Don't push it onto me. Speak. What do you want from me? Li Yunxin was still adamant, denying it. No matter what King Yama thinks, I will still remember this kindness. He looked at Song Yunzi's soul and said to him, One trouble, two masters. King Yama, could you do me one more favor? I want to know something from this Taoist. It's a bit of a pain to torture him. Would you mind lending me a hand? King Yama's long tongue flicked out as he took Song Yunzi's soul, bargaining with Li Yunxin. You, on the other hand, know how to play with me. Taking the soul in hand, the old man asked him, Speak. What do you want to know? Li Yunxin, shameless as ever, said brazenly, I want to know everything in his head. These words earned him a scolding from King Yama. You, on the other hand, have some nerve. Speak human language. When the hard way didn't work, he chose the easy way. Li Yunxin still smiled shamelessly, only his voice was softer. Then, the events after my death. One hand hooked into Song Yunzi's soul, his mouth agreeing with him. King Yama made a deal. That's more like it. He pulled out a thread of memory and shot it straight into Li Yunxin. It made him so surprised he couldn't believe it. King Yama watched this scene, satisfied. Satisfied now. Li Yunxin touched the area where he had just received the memory. He said sincerely, Thank you. King Yama was arrogant. He passed by him. No need to thank me. As it happens, I have a little business. He leaned his back against a rock. Li Yunxin, hearing this, immediately thought, No wonder he's being so polite today. It turns out he's still waiting to arrange things for me. He didn't mind putting a rope around his own neck. Besides, he had just helped him get a grasp of what happened after he died. So he boldly replied, King Yama, what are your instructions? Please speak. King Yama sighed to him. Being a King Yama is not easy. That is to say, in this world, so many souls die every day, and I have to personally go and collect them all. The main point he wanted to make was to complain, to confide in Li Yunxin. I'm so busy I can't even rest. Leaning his whole body against the rock, he played with a few soul-catching chains, recalling his daily work. He pointed Li Yunxin to these souls. Ordinary souls, some I have to personally go and catch. Some I can use an incarnation or a puppet clone to catch. He mentioned some unusual souls. But besides that, there is another type of person. They have some influence, but they are not very important. His eyes were a verdant green, his resentment suddenly rising. His tone was a little unhappy. Not only does it consume the essence of my main body's clone, but using a puppet clone can easily lead to accidents. That's why he asked him for help. This matter requires you to go and catch them for me. Li Yunxin glanced over, his mouth not very happy as he probed. King Yama's meaning is. King Yama spun the chains in his hand, explaining to him, now that you have become a great demon, you even understand the ways of the world, and you have magic that can hide your form. He stepped closer to Li Yunxin. Standing face to face, he breathed each word at him. Are you willing to be an adjudicator of the mortal world for me? His long tongue constantly swayed, his eyes still a verdant green. Li Yunxin, for some reason, didn't find it disgusting. He asked, why me? When it comes to catching souls and ghosts, wouldn't it be more professional to find a few Taoists? He wanted to decline this task from King Yama, so he pointed out his weakness. After all, I am just a demon. But he was scolded by King Yama. It wasn't that he wanted to be lazy. You think I haven't tried looking? But people, they love to use private matters to interfere with public affairs, to use their power for personal gain. In the end, it throws the world into chaos. He was referring to the people he had worked with before, who had all mixed public and private affairs, which is why he had to resort to asking a demon like him for help. The reason was because he turned his back to him, looking at his sharp-clawed hand. Unlike demons, who are ruthless and cold, and don't do anything unjust, cold-blooded and unfeeling, he suddenly turned his head, full of tongues, back to Li Yunxin, as if to scare him. Especially you. You are both treacherous and cunning, and ruthless and unfeeling. I am most at ease with you. Was this a compliment or a criticism? Li Yunxin fanned himself. Every time he fanned himself, he gave off an air of not caring about anyone. He also complained, is the feeling of being a judge of the underworld so casual? The great matter of life and death is so casually handed over to a cunning person like me. It turned out that to some people, he also admitted he was cunning. King Yama retracted his tongue, as if the previous game was not fun. He didn't even startle. He replied, you don't need to probe. Just execute. Bring the soul back. Don't let anything happen to him. He added in a superior tone. Besides, do you really think a person's lifespan and reincarnation can be decided by a judge looking at how many good deeds he has done in his life? These words immediately made Li Yunxin have an opinion. According to King Yama's meaning, this person is not the one who judges him worthy of death, but rather, more like, the person is already dead, and you go and catch the soul. Sure enough, King Yama confirmed with him, that's right. Then he also wanted to hear about life and death from his mouth, to see what he thought it was. King Yama, please elaborate. This King Yama saw that he was difficult to persuade, but since he was persuading, he had to persuade him completely. He is a demon, yet he still wants to balance the righteous path. I say, if you hear it, you must work for me. Are you sure you want to hear it? Li Yunxin was indifferent. Actually, whether I hear it or not, my purpose tonight is just to have a pleasant chat with King Yama. The matter King Yama is asking of me, I have long decided not to do, but chatting brings out the problem. So he was still enthusiastic. King Yama, please speak. King Yama explained, the matter of life and death is not just a matter of one's own life and death. A person does good deeds and bad deeds, for good or for evil, are all just small, insignificant matters. His tongue stuck out. What's important is to see what kind of influence he has on this world. If an evil person lives in a chaotic world, when he is a teenager, he is arrogant in his hometown, causing trouble for the people. Then he gathers strong bandits, robs in the mountains and forests. Then he competes for the world, defeats the heroes, and becomes the emperor. Next, when he is the emperor, he kills his loyal subjects, abuses his power. No matter how you look at it, he is an evil person. But he ended the chaotic world, allowing the people to begin a peaceful and developing life. This is a great merit. After death, he goes to the underworld for a trip, wants to be reincarnated. This person's fortune is in his body. As a person, as an emperor, it is much easier. You say, should I let him be reborn into a royal family or not? Looking at a person is looking at their whole life. Li Yunxin answered him. Although it is said to be reincarnation, there are some imprints that will not be completely erased. Some people do bad things all their lives, and after enjoying wealth and honor, they also enjoy wealth and honor in their next life. On the contrary, some people do good deeds all their lives, and then fall into poverty and desperation, and continue to do good deeds. Then he turned his back and walked away. Carrying such an imprint, to be reincarnated and do similar things, it must be a bit smoother. I didn't expect that the reincarnation of a soul could be judged like this. He felt that the world, good and evil are not distinguished. After death, the soul. There is no balance either. King Yama agreed. That is to say, there are many things in this world. Even just looking at the direction of the fortune would use up all of my divine power. That's why he went to ask him for help. How can I have time to care if he is a good person or an evil person? Li Yunxin wanted to end this ridiculous story with a few questions. He asked King Yama, so in this world, there really is no good and evil, no meaning? King Yama's eyes shone with a green light. He laughed loudly at his thought. Huh, a person like you cares about such things? His tongue wanted to touch Li Yunxin's face. His hand pointed at his chest. His mouth spat out insults. I really didn't see that. Li Yunxin was getting annoyed. He grabbed King Yama's tongue with his hand. The old man spoke in a throaty voice. How audacious. He didn't expect him to dare to do that to him. He advised, friend, you and you all, may have some misunderstandings about me. I have long known what this world is really like. He said, this world has no benevolence, righteousness, or morality. The so-called righteousness and justice are all built on power and struggle. Then he confessed, before, I always felt that there was no retribution in this world. After death, perhaps there would be. Li Yunxin's voice trailed off. And now, even after death, there is none. He sank deep into a bold thought. This world is too rotten. Li Yunxin let go of King Yama's tongue and began to lecture him. I must make it clear to you. If I were to be an adjudicator, if someone died, I wouldn't mind putting in a little effort to find someone who deserves to die, to make this world a little better. A better world, and I can live better. King Yama held his tongue, which was somewhat burnt, and looked at him in fear as he walked away. He walked and reminded, I am not the ruthless and unfeeling demon you said I was. Even if I am a demon. His eyes shone brightly. I, Li Yunxin, must also be a humanistic demon. King Yama, hearing this, thought he was crazy. A demon who wants to strive for the balance of justice. He was so scared he fell to his knees. Under the bright full moon of this eventful night, he turned back to joke. He waved his fan. King Yama, do you still want me to be an adjudicator? Their aspirations were not on the same path, making it difficult to work together. After Li Yunxin finished speaking, King Bai silently looked at him and said, it seems I have underestimated you. With that, King Yama pulled a red book of life and death from his chest and threw it to Li Yunxin, implying that he should keep it. Li Yunxin had just received the book when he looked up and saw that King Bai had disappeared without a trace. He could only sigh to himself, he's fast. Looking at the forest and then at the book in his hand, he said, there's quite a bit of work to be done. With that, he put it away and thought, for now, the most eye-catching thing is still the direction of the great demon and Langya Grotto heaven after that day. From Song Yunzi's memories, he saw that Lu Ling's Snow Mountain Chi Sea had been shattered, the whereabouts of her soul were unknown, and she could no longer be saved. He could only protect her remains and wait for the people of Langya Grotto heaven to arrive, but then the remains suddenly disappeared. The great demon Bai Yunxin would probably continue to search for the feather robe that was important to her, so she wouldn't have left this place too far. And Dongting Jun, because of his unusual feelings for the ninth young master, had set a trap at the Dragon King Temple, waiting for someone to walk right into their death. The person sent by Langya Grotto Heaven this time must have a cultivation level above Lu Ling's, either at the true realm or the illusory realm. The protagonist thought again, although I am already a demon, my cultivation is still only at the void realm. I originally intended to expand my following and gather believers after obtaining the dragon position, to be a majestic Wei River Dragon King. The more the protagonist thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Using this power to master the painting school's Dharma gates of this demonic body. Suddenly, Li Yunxin thought of Bai Yunxin and Dongting Jun and felt a strong pressure from both sides. Every step he took, every calculation he made, was difficult. He couldn't be arrogant. Later, Li Yunxin sat down and, while drawing chibi figures of the three demons, sighed. If you don't kill each other, I'll be at a disadvantage. Then he drew a circle around the three figures and said, let me help you cast the bait. The night sky gradually turned. At a village in Bailu town, a peaceful scene was unfolding. A little boy, about 2 or 3 years old, with only a small tuft of hair, was giggling while playing with a ball. The ball rolled and hit the base of the tree where Li Yunxin was perched on a branch. The little boy ran to pick up the ball and saw the great demon Li reading a book. He giggled and pointed up at the branch. Look, big brother. But the woman who was knitting was surprised and looked up, startled. There's clearly no one there. Then she pulled the little boy back home and said, to Anshuan, we still have things to do at home. Go home with mommy first, okay? We'll come back to play another day. Big brother is still there. As she led Toanchuan home, the mother thought, did he see something unclean again? Maybe I should go to the temple and light some incense. Our protagonist, sitting in the tree, had observed everything and only uttered one sentence. How cute. It's a pity that the first one to go is him. As he spoke, he looked at the name Zhao Toanchuan in the Book of Life and Death. If you're going to die sooner or later anyway, then before you die, help me do one thing. As he spoke, the protagonist looked towards the mother and son, Zhao Toanchuan, who were leading each other home. Scene changed tonight. Toanchuan's parents were carrying the little boy, struggling up a mountain. The man said, I think it's fine to just go to the Dragon King temple. Why do you have to come to this south mountain? Seeing this, the woman, holding her shivering child, said, no way. The Dragon King of the Sanha estuary can't even protect his own temple master. How can he be efficacious? This is the closest place. Too tired, the couple sat down on the steps to rest. The woman said again, he's been like this since yesterday. I don't know what unclean thing he encountered. With that, she looked at the child in her arms. The child's face at this moment showed a very strange smile. His eyes were completely white, his skin gray, looking extremely scary. The man, seeing this, wiped his sweat and comforted his wife. All right, it's right in front of us. Let's rest for a bit. When the sun comes up, we'll go up the mountain. The faint light in the dark night. The family of three were leaning against each other sleeping when suddenly, Toanchuan opened his eyes. The little boy stood up and walked through the bamboo forest like a soulless person, making a very creepy sound. At a nearby stream, an old man was fetching water. A poem echoed in the air. On the stone of 3 lives, the soul of the 9 stars, this month's wind and song need no discussion. Hearing the sound, the old man was surprised and thought, huh? Where is that child's voice coming from? Turning back to look, the old man was extremely surprised because in front of him was Toanchuan, constantly hitting the stream with a bamboo stick. As he hit, he said, an old friend from afar has come to visit. Hearing that, the old man quickly dropped the basket of water he was fetching and trembled as he walked step by step towards Toanchuan. Exiner, is that you, Exiner? Toanchuan was now sitting on a rock, his posture like that of an adult. The old man who had approached had already knelt down, tears streaming down his face as he tremblingly reached out his hand towards him, as if confirming something. You are. He didn't answer, just stood up slightly, clasped his hands, and smiled gently. I am deeply grateful for the care of my old friend. Because I was worried about your safety, I specially asked King Yama to let me enter the body of this dying child to visit you. When I was alive, I did too many bad things. After death, I have to suffer many punishments in the underworld. Therefore, I have a matter to ask for your help with, old friend. The old man, while wiping his tears, said, if you have anything to say, just say it. He said, the way River Dragon King that I killed was the 9th Dragon Prince, Li Wan. As long as the Dragon King's resentment has not dissipated, I will suffer every day. Mentioning this, he remembered being hung in the underworld, whipped day and night, which was extremely terrifying. Now, he earnestly begged the old man, if my old friend can worship the Dragon King in this mortal world, gather incense for him, and erase the Dragon King's resentment, then I can escape this suffering. The old man, seeing him kneel, hurriedly said, Exire, how can this be? I will definitely help you with your matter, but for now, I want to stay on this south mountain. How can this small temple gather incense? He explained, in the future, there will naturally be a fortuitous encounter. If my old friend one day establishes a sect and takes in disciples, then worship Li Wan. Call it the Divine Dragon Cult. The old man immediately agreed. With the matter settled, Li Yunshin's soul left the boy's body, causing the boy's body to fall. The old man quickly caught the boy and examined him, murmuring, Exe, you are the only one who remembers this old Taoist. Just then, the couple had found their way to this place. Seeing the old Taoist holding the child, they shouted, Toanchuan, who are you? Give me back my son. The old man, hearing the voice, turned around and said slowly, is this your son? I am a Taoist who lives here. I just saw this child faint by the stream and came to see what was wrong. The boy's mother anxiously took him and thanked the old Taoist. Thank you, Taoist master. Thank you, Taoist master. So that's what happened. We were in too much of a hurry. This child has been possessed by an evil spirit. We were going to go up the mountain to ask a Taoist master to perform an exorcism. Hearing this, the old Taoist suddenly remembered his old friend's words that this child was about to die. He shook his head and replied, you two should not waste your money worshipping the gods. Go home. This child's time has come. With that, the woman's eyes widened in disbelief at what she had just heard. She asked in a panic, what did you say? The next morning in the village, Li Yunxin, hidden, stood by and watched the scene below. The couple had returned. The villagers gathered around and asked, "You're back? Is the child okay?" "He's okay, right?" Tuanshuan's mother held him, sleeping in her arms, her face scowling as she replied, "What do you mean, his time has come? What a jinx. Our Tuanshuan is clearly fine, and he had to go and say such unlucky things." The people around, hearing this, said, "Maybe you should try another temple. I heard there's a very efficacious Taoist on June Mountain." The protagonist crossed his arms and looked down, saying coldly, "It's time." Around the protagonist at this moment, a faint white mist appeared, then directly transformed into a stream of white and blue smoke that flew towards the child. The scene seemed to freeze as the smoke flew straight into Tuanshuan's body. The little boy, who had been lively just a moment ago, suddenly became silent, then suddenly said, "My time has come." Then he slipped out of the woman's arms, to the astonishment of the people around him. Before escaping the crowd, he said, "My time has come." The people around them said in astonishment, "What's wrong with this child?" While the mother, horrified, covered her mouth and whispered, "No." Tuanshuan said, "There's no need to be sad. I am the Dragon Crown Prince of the Haohan Sea. I snuck out of the Dragon Palace for fun, and my primordial spirit was drawn into your womb, replacing your dead child. I could have left immediately, but my royal father allowed me to play in the mortal world for 4 years. The Ligun who appeared in Wei City a few days ago was my true form." While the woman buried her face and sobbed over the loss of her child, the people around them whispered, "Are we so close to an immortal? Tuanshuan is a dragon." He added, "Thank you for raising me for the past 4 years. To repay this kindness, I have left a golden statue in your house. If you worship it often, with luck, I will ensure your complete protection." An old woman suddenly interjected, "Can we worship it too?" Tuanshuan replied, "Of course you can." An old man, clasping his hands, asked doubtfully, "Your Highness, you'll be so busy when you return to the Dragon Palace. Can you really hear us?" The boy answered confidently, "In a few days, a dragon emissary will appear in the world to act on my behalf among mortals." Hearing this, everyone shouted, "Long live the Dragon Crown Prince." "The time has come," the boy said. "I must go." Hearing this, the woman, tears streaming down her face, suddenly rushed forward in horror. "Tuanshuan, my son." The moment the soul left the body, Tuanshuan's body lay limp in his mother's arms. The woman placed a hand under the boy's nose to check. "Is he really dead?" An air of grief enveloped them. The woman, as if all life had been drained from her, sobbed uncontrollably. The man came to comfort his wife. "Don't be sad anymore. He's of the dragon race. He has returned to enjoy a blessed life." He then turned towards their home and said, "Why don't we go home and see? If there really is a golden statue, it will at least be a memento." All the villagers simultaneously wanted to go and see. From above, Li Yunxin looked down, the soul of Tuanshuan bound by a chain beside him. There was no story of a playful dragon crown prince. It was all a play staged by Li Yunxin to achieve his goals. However, if you're going to put on a show, you have to see it through. Everyone eagerly went to Tuanshuan's house to see the golden statue. The moment the man opened the gate, there was indeed a golden statue standing in the middle of the courtyard. The golden statue depicted the Dragon Crown Prince holding a spear, with a golden dragon flying vividly around him. On its body were the words, "Divine Dragon, Supreme Honored One, Immortal Blessings, Eternal Life, Equal to Heaven." Everyone gathered around to look at the golden statue, except for the woman who had just lost her child, who stood in the distance, looking disheveledly in this direction. After reading the 3 lines of poetry, a dazzling golden light shone from around the statue. A miracle occurred. The man who had gray hair just moments ago now looked like a young man. His hair turned black again. This made everyone even more joyful, and they cheered. "It's truly a divine miracle." Everyone knelt down and kowtowed to the golden statue, chanting as they bowed, "Divine Dragon, Supreme Honored One, Immortal Blessings, Eternal Life, Equal to Heaven." Finally, Li Yunxin took the chain binding the boy and pulled him along, saying, "Let's go. It's time to hit the road." A few days later, the couple's home became a place of worship for the Dragon Crown Prince of the Haohan Sea. People from all over heard of its fame and came to offer incense. Many people discussed and inquired, "Is this Dragon Crown Prince of the Haohan Sea very efficacious?" Of course he is. He manifested his divinity in Bailu Town not long ago. A red-haired man, dressed very differently from those around him, heard this, glanced at the empty space beside him, and said, "With so many temples, how many times have you seen a divine manifestation? The divine dragon cult is far more efficacious than other places. From beside him, though no one was there, a voice sounded. This old monster, Dong Bingjun, is quite a schemer, to be able to create such a large cult. I don't care what that old monster wants to do. I only care about the jade slip of wisdom. The unseen entity asked again, is that thing really in Wei City? The man said, of course. Li Chuanfeng's child died in the battle between Ling'er and the Dragon Prince. If that jade slip of wisdom isn't with Ling'er, then it must have fallen into the hands of either Bai Yunxin or that old monster Dong Bingjun. Hearing this, the entity sounded annoyed and angry. How infuriating. I killed Li Chunfeng. The jade slip of wisdom should belong to me. The man simply said, don't be so impatient. Once we get into Wei City, I'll find a suitable vessel for you. With you and I working together, the jade slip of wisdom will fall into our hands sooner or later. After speaking, he performed a spell and vanished. The people around them were bewildered. What just happened? Wasn't there someone here just now? At this time, outside the Three Rivers Estuary Dragon Temple, the protagonist was sitting by the river, releasing fish. However, it wasn't to free them. He was waiting for something that liked fish to appear. He leisurely lay under a tree with a jar of wine beside him. He took a sip of wine, feeling refreshed. He said, it's great to have the power of incense offerings. Since that day, I've had San Huanyang and the others disguise themselves as Dragon King emissaries to spread the word of the divine dragon cult. Whether it's the Dragon King of the Haohan Sea or the Dragon King of the Wei River, the essence is still Li Gun. In this world, only he is Li Gun, so all the power of incense offerings converges on me. After tossing fish for a while and seeing no one appear, the protagonist muttered, is it still not enough? Why hasn't it appeared yet? With that, he threw the entire bucket of fish into the water. He then looked down at the water and muttered, still not enough? Just as he was turning to leave, a voice came from behind him. For no reason at all, you just throw things into my house. As the voice spoke, a foot in a red shoe kicked hard at the protagonist. The protagonist quickly turned and caught the foot. A beautiful girl appeared, dressed entirely in red like a bride. Her face was beautifully made up, captivatingly so. The protagonist, whether intentionally or not, squeezed the girl's foot, causing her to frown and question him. What are you doing? Let go of my hand. The protagonist, with a faint smile, did not let go of the girl's foot and said, previously, a little mouse told me that if I wanted to meet you, I should come to the Three Rivers Estuary Dragon King Temple and call for you. I'm here today, so why are you so angry? The protagonist's shameless demeanor angered the red-robed young woman. If you wanted to see me, why did you throw salted fish down here? The protagonist, while putting her shoe back on, said, of course, it's because I miss you, miss. The night I first met you, I couldn't forget you day or night. I heard about an interesting story about you from the past, so I went and bought a lot of salted fish to see if I could have the same luck as Du Shang, to be able to pick up a beautiful little fairy like you. The two stood in the water, looking at each other. The red-robed young woman blushed slightly at Li Yunxin's words. I wonder if Miss Li is doing well after her marriage. Hearing this, the young woman's expression showed a hint of shyness, but it was quickly replaced by a seductive and slightly wicked look. She gently raised her hand to her mouth, caressing her lips as she said, that Du Shang, when he was alive, was an interesting scholar who studied hard. But after becoming a ghost, he's foolish all day long. Whenever he sees me, he just cries and makes a scene. It's incredibly boring. Then she moved her face closer to the protagonist, looking at him with seductive eyes and asking, if you have feelings for me, are you willing to come with me and become my red flower husband? The protagonist smiled harmlessly and replied, of course I'm willing. To be favored by a beautiful lady like you is a blessing for 3 generations of my family. However, she changed her expression again, pushing away the protagonist's approaching hand and saying, humph, do you think I'm a fool? That night, you only heard others call me Hong Yangzi, but did they ever mention my surname, Li? Hearing his deception exposed, Li Yunxin was slightly flustered. In contrast, Hong Yangzi moved closer and closer, pressing against Li Yunxin, saying, you, on the other hand, are quite clever. You realize my father is that Taoist master Li from Junshan. You didn't expect that, did you? I've already heard from my father about your affairs. Every word from Hong Yangzi made the protagonist fall silent. She continued, you put on such a show of deep affection to trick me into accepting you as my husband, and then seduce my father into helping you avenge your friend, right? At this point, the protagonist could only utter a single word of admission. Yes, so what? Her words seemed to enrage Hong Yangzi. Without hesitation, she drew a hairpin and stabbed it across the protagonist's face, creating a wound across his cheek. The blood that seeped out was indescribably eerie. The hairpin stabbed directly into the tree trunk behind the protagonist as a warning. She said in a low voice, "A shameless man like you. Do you know who harmed me back then and made me suffer so much? And yet you still think of using me for his sake? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you?" The protagonist placed his hand on the handle of Hong Yangzi's hairpin, gently guiding its tip towards the middle of his neck. His expression darkened as he said, "If I die, I die. My lady, if you want to kill me, then by all means, kill me." This action surprised his opponent, who said, "You." As if regaining the upper hand, Li Yunxin turned the tables and said fiercely, "A true confidant is hard to find in this world. At the very least, as his friend, I can only try my best. Your father was also his friend, yet when I mentioned this, your father wanted to harm me. Harming me is one thing, but what has he done these past few days?" These words left Hong Yangzi speechless. Taking advantage of the situation, the protagonist continued his story. Dongting Jun. He is a 3,000-year-old great demon. Has he ever suffered such humiliation? To have someone kill a dragon right before his eyes, establish a cult, and worship Li Gun? If I had a way, I would immediately seek revenge from that Taoist sect and that great demon. The protagonist's face showed a hint of sadness as he said, "But I am merely a newly formed Yin spirit. To get revenge, what does it matter if I rely on you for help? What does it matter if I'm killed by you? This is my last chance. As long as you are willing to help me, my lady, my life is yours to dispose of." This statement surprised Hong Yangzi. She said, "Let go of your hand. Am I really that cruel?" The hands that were gripping tightly suddenly relaxed. The protagonist pretended to be dazed and said, Hong Yangzi gently shook her hand and said, "Rely on me? What kind of talk is that? With my looks and temperament, would I let you suffer any grievances?" The protagonist quickly clarified, "I didn't mean that." She turned her face away and said softly, "I like this personality of yours, loyal and righteous, yet you understand how to be flexible. I'm not the person you think I am. I married that douching only to repay a debt of gratitude. I am a Yin soul, so I could only have a ghost marriage with him. How was I to know he would turn out like this?" Then she turned her head back and said, "But since I am already married, I am not a shameless person. You should cut off these thoughts." The protagonist, feigning understanding, scratched his head. "Yes, it was my mistake." Hong Yangzi added, "As for that divine dragon cult, you can rest assured. My father is certain that it was created by Bai Yunxin. But because of that, he's holding back, wanting to see how the Taoist sects can sit still with the divine dragon cult growing so powerful." The protagonist seemed to think for a moment, then said, "If that's the case, then I'm relieved." At this moment, Hong Yangzi sat perched on a wooden post, her hand supporting her chin as she looked up at the protagonist. "Your goal has been achieved. Do you still admire me now?" Faced with such a direct question, the protagonist was surprised and didn't know how to answer. As if she already knew the answer, Hong Yangzi threw something towards the protagonist. As she threw it, she said, "If you can't say it, then don't. Catch." The protagonist caught it and opened his palm to find a bell. Hong Yangzi explained, "This is the soul of a Taoist that I refined. That night, when you've thought things through, return it to me." After speaking, she dove into the water and disappeared, leaving the protagonist standing alone, lost in thought. "Is this little sprite playing with me?" Li Yunxin said as he looked at the bell in his hand. While he was thinking, someone came running from a distance, shouting, my lord, something has happened." His thoughts interrupted. The protagonist angrily kicked the troublemaker away, saying, "What's the big deal? Stop acting like some low-level villain. Spit it out." The man hurriedly reported, "A Taoist appeared in the city and killed his way out from inside. He's looking for our divine dragon cult." This news surprised Li Yunxin, who thought, is it someone from the Taoist sects? They arrived so quickly. The man continued, "Today, I was following your orders to patrol Wei City when I met a Taoist who looked like a Taoist from the Danding sect. Without a word, he found the two door gods at the inn outside the east gate. The old Taoist pointed his sword at the door where the two door gods were painted and said, 'Come out,' despite the people around him trying to stop him. Hey, what are you doing? Stop. Are you crazy? That's a 100-year-old carving." The Taoist stubbornly pointed his sword at the door, saying, "Come out," until he coughed up blood. The painting on the door suddenly shed tears of blood. Two monsters burst out from the painting. The Taoist, sometimes using his sword, sometimes using talismans, defeated the great demon in just a few moves. Hearing this, the protagonist thought, using talismans means he's from a Taoist sect. Using a sword means he's from the sword sect. Using both, is he a Taoist priest? Then the protagonist asked the man, "And then what?" The man replied, "After killing that demon, he committed suicide. Hearing this, the protagonist was suddenly at a loss for words. Suicide. The man then said, "My lord, you can see that this matter is not so simple." The protagonist slapped his hand on the man's head, causing his eyes to nearly pop out, and said, "All right, you did well in this matter. I have my own plans. You go patrol the temple." The man replied, "Yes, my lord." The protagonist added, "It seems the true person sent by the Taoist sects is not just one person. Since they've come knocking on our door, we might as well give them the divine dragon cult. I hope they're smart." At this moment, at the Tongfu Inn, the old shopkeeper was wiping away bloodstains while muttering and complaining. "That stinking Taoist, always meddling in other people's business. Isn't this just harming people? I can't even wipe it all off. Another death at my doorstep. Why am I so unlucky?" Suddenly, a voice appeared behind the old man. "Old man, move aside. I'm here to take care of this," which made him tremble with fear. The protagonist appeared behind the old man. Hearing this, the old man hurriedly waved his hands and said, "No need." Immediately, the protagonist grabbed the old man by the collar and said angrily, "You ignorant mortal." As the protagonist's face showed clear anger, scales appeared on both his cheeks, his teeth became sharp, and his unusually green eyes stared straight at the old man, causing him to be extremely frightened and repeatedly say, "My lord, spare my life. My lord, spare my life." The protagonist lifted the old man high and replied, "I, your great master, will kill you. Do you still dare to refuse? Look closely." With that, he extended a hand and cast a spell, causing the pools of blood below to completely evaporate. Then the protagonist said again, "See, I've gotten rid of it for you." The old man, still not over his shock, said, "Yes, yes, your majesty is mighty. Thank you, your majesty. Your majesty, please spare me." For some reason, this angered the protagonist, who slammed the old man against the wall and replied in a low voice, "That's not what I want to hear. Why don't you ask for my name? Then you can repay my kindness. Aren't humans supposed to be the most knowledgeable about etiquette and propriety? Why haven't you asked me yet?" The protagonist's face was now filled with furious malice. He then bared his sharp teeth at the old man, his eyes glowing with an eerie green light, and said, "I will eat you." Hearing this, the old man panicked and said, "May I have your majesty's esteemed name? In the future, this humble one will definitely prepare 3 livestock to show my respect to you." After saying this, he foamed at the mouth and fainted. This incident attracted a large crowd. Taking advantage of the moment, the protagonist said, "Listen carefully, all of you. I am a disciple of the Dragon God cult. Today, my Dragon God cult will help you eliminate this, understand?" Suddenly, the protagonist took on a hideous appearance, terrifying the people around him, and said, "If you get it wrong another day, I will eat all of you." Everyone was frightened and scattered in all directions. A demon. It's really a demon. No one cared about the old man who had been scared unconscious by the protagonist, while everyone was shouting, "Run, it's a demon. The people of the Dragon God cult are demons." A man in ragged clothes but with blood-red eyes appeared in an alley, muttering, "That Taoist body wasn't suitable. This one isn't suitable either. Is a demon's body suitable?" In an inn, the man from outside Wei City was drinking tea and said, "What a foolish demon." At this moment, a hand reached inside the door, accompanied by the words, "You fancy, I'm back." Then, the man from the alley entered, still in his ragged appearance. "The guy at the door really has no eyes, daring to stop me." The man named Ufensi said, "Your body died again?" The man, while eating a pastry, said, "That Taoist was useless. He tore his throat after just 2 sentences. I had to find another temporary one, but I've set my sights on the demon's body. You have to help me." Ufensi, standing up, said, "You mean the guy who caused trouble in front of the inn today, claiming to be a demon disciple of the Dragon God cult? Oh, you know all about it? You've been here for a few days. Why haven't you dealt with the Dragon God cult yet?" The man replied while munching on his pastry. Ufensi smiled, picked up a pastry, and said, "Haha, just because he says he's from the Dragon God cult, does that make it so? Just like this pastry. How foolish. If I say this is a flour cake, does that make it a flour cake?" As he spoke, he broke the pastry in half, revealing a green bean paste filling inside. His thoughts are very deep. If you open it up, you'll find that the outside looks very similar, but the filling is not. Ufensi's cryptic words annoyed the man, who swatted his hand, causing the pastry to fall. So annoying. Why do you like to play with riddles? So, in your opinion, he's pretending? Unless he's an enemy of the Dragon God cult, right? He's deliberately acting ferocious to destroy the Dragon God cult. Ufensi didn't answer immediately but picked up the red bean pastry and said, "An ordinary person, seeing this layer, might think they understand and not want to investigate further. Unfortunately, Some things you have to see for yourself to know what they are. As he spoke, he stuffed the pastry that had fallen on the ground into the other man's mouth. The man, while eating the pastry, said, "The taste of the pastry is actually very similar to a flour cake." After hearing this comment, Yufinsi frowned and said, "A mix of real and fake." This demon's mind is indeed deep. Still not understanding the issue, the other man slammed the table and said, "Just say it clearly. What's going on?" Yufinsi replied, "I've heard a rumor that Bai Yunshin always has a little maid by her side. She usually doesn't show her face, but she has some skills. The demon you saw is probably her. Bai Yunshin is staging this play to make us feel that she and the dragon god cult are enemies, provoking a conflict with our Dongbingjun. If that's the case, we'll play along with her." Then Yufinsi continued, "Since she wants to sound us out, you just pretend to be fooled and tell her what she wants to hear. Daring to use such tricks to play with me. She truly doesn't know how to live or die." The other man immediately agreed. "All right, this is a bit interesting. Once it's done," Yufinsi promised him, "the demon's body is yours to play with." Hearing the answer he wanted, the man rushed out, saying, "Haha, good. I'll go find her right now." The next day, at the Munanji in the north of the city, which was bustling with people passing by, Li Yunshin was enjoying a meal at an inn when the other man appeared, peeking his head down from above. "Are you waiting for me?" His sudden appearance startled the others. After being invited by the protagonist to sit with him, the man sat down naturally and picked up a chicken leg to gnaw on. While gnawing, he said, "You demon, you're quite interesting. You knew I was looking for you, and you showed yourself willingly. You even prepared a feast. I'm here, so whatever you have to say it quickly." Li Yunshin gently picked up his teacup and said, "If you were looking for me, then you must have something to say to me, don't you?" Suddenly, the atmosphere became silent. After a while, seeing that the man didn't respond, the protagonist stood up and said, "If you have nothing to say, then I'll take my leave." The man stopped gnawing on the chicken leg and said, "If you leave just like that, how will you report back to Miss Bai?" The protagonist stopped and turned back, saying, "What do you mean?" The man replied, "You put on a show on the street for us to see. Did you think we wouldn't see through it? You say you're a disciple of the dragon god cult, but in my opinion, you're actually an enemy of the dragon god cult, aren't you?" Hearing this, the protagonist's eyes suddenly sharpened, a dangerous red light glowing within them as he said playfully, "Oh my, you saw right through me." Seeing this, the man told the protagonist, "Sit." The protagonist didn't reply, just stood there fanning himself and said, "Since it's come to this, I don't need to hide anymore." The protagonist continued, "My identity and background, you've probably already guessed." Hearing these words, the man thought that Yufinsi, although he thinks a lot, his guess wasn't wrong. The man replied to the protagonist, "You're testing me." The protagonist picked up the wine pot, intending to toast the man a cup. "It was my mistake. I just wanted to see if you were a smart person worthy of cooperation." The man looked at the cup of wine the protagonist was pouring and asked doubtfully, "Cooperation?" The protagonist said, "My master has a treasure that she must retrieve, and it's in your hands. And you also know about this treasure. My master wants to get this treasure and return quickly. You probably know this very well, right?" The man looked at the protagonist as if he still didn't understand the issue and said, "So what?" The protagonist stood there, feigning intimacy, and said, "Because in this matter, we can be friends." The teacup on the table reflected the man's face. It was clear that the man was wearing a smile with an unclear meaning. "Be friends? Your master killed Linkong Xiantu of the Taoist sections. How can we be friends?" The protagonist asked the man in return, "Is Linkong Xiantu really dead?" The protagonist's face clearly showed that he knew everything. He smiled insidiously. Then Li Yunshin continued, "I heard that not long ago, that person on Daunting Lake welcomed a new bride. Isn't the timing a bit too coincidental?" As he said this, the protagonist slowly fanned himself like a true gentleman, without any trace of a sinister and cunning demon. The other man showed no reaction, only saying one sentence. The sky outside was turning to dusk, but inside the inn, the atmosphere was tense, like a drawn bow. The sword was overflowing. The protagonist continued, "The treasure we need to get, you also have. Whether it's Linkong Xiantu or the Jade Slip of Wisdom, my master is not interested. We join forces to kill Dongbingjun, get what we need. Isn't that a wonderful thing?" The teacup on the table trembled slightly, like the emotions of the two people. The man jumped up, leaning towards the protagonist, and asking, "You know about the Jade Slip of Wisdom?" The protagonist calmly replied, "Not only do I know, but I also know that the Taoist sects have killed quite a few people to find this jade slip. It's just that I let him escape." The man didn't seem to understand what the protagonist meant by this. The protagonist said again, "Don't you know, immortal master? This appearance of mine is a simulation of the best friend of that dragon prince, Li Gun." The man's eyes reflected the protagonist's image, full of provocation, as he said. The protagonist said a name, Li Yuntan. The man said doubtfully, "Is Li Yunshin that handsome? It's a pity I didn't get to meet him then." As he said this, the man's already ugly face became even more despicable. The protagonist was shaken as he remembered that night, the scene of thunder and lightning filling the sky, charred corpses lying everywhere. The protagonist said nothing, only thinking, so it was him that night. At this moment, the man picked up his wine cup, drinking as he spoke. "Why don't you say something? Why did you disguise yourself as him?" The protagonist feigned reluctance and said, "It's because my master likes it. She likes his taste. This Li Yunshin, he's quite a pitiful person. His parents were framed by others, and he himself died a tragic death outside. Tsk tisk." As he said this, the protagonist deliberately made a delicate gesture with his hand. Hearing about Li Yunshin's parents, the man slammed the table, pointed at himself, and said, "Framed, my ass. Let me tell you, I was the one who killed Li Yunshin's parents. I, Qing Liangzi, fought a righteous battle 1,000 miles away. So the ragged man's name is Qing Liangzi." Hearing this, a flash of murderous intent crossed the protagonist's eyes, but it quickly returned to normal. He said, my apologies. Your Taoist techniques are astonishing. You must be a master from Lengya Dantian, right?" The protagonist's hands formed a respectful gesture. The man, with a shameless look, picked his teeth and replied, "What's that shabby grotto heaven?" "It's not." The protagonist asked casually, "Then are you from the sword sect?" The more the man heard, the angrier he got. "Sword sect, my ass. All right, you probably can't guess anyway. Let me tell you, have you ever heard of the Hong Chi Hui?" Hearing this name, the protagonist was shocked and then fell into deep thought. The Hong Chi Hui. In the 18th century, a religious society called the Freemasons appeared in Europe. Asterisk, they claimed to pursue the will of human survival and understand the mysteries of the universe. To this day, there are still many unbelievable rumors about this organization. Asterisk, then the protagonist glanced up at Qing Liangzi and thought, what a coincidence. Though he thought this, on the surface, the protagonist still asked, "I've never heard of it. Is it some kind of charity hall?" The man laughed smugly and said, "Charity hall? Don't be disrespectful. A demon like you wouldn't understand anyway. My Hong Chi Hui was founded by hundreds of reincarnated ancient saints. It's to save the common people of the world from a great calamity that is about to strike, to work together with one heart." At this point, the protagonist realized he had misspoken and thought, the moment I mentioned the Hong Chi Hui, it immediately activated his internal defense mechanism. The protagonist said, "It was my mistake. I was just a little curious since I've never heard of it before." Qing Yangzi waved his hand dismissively and said, "You demon, you're quite good at listening. If you want to hear more, I'll tell you when we get back. I'm going to find you Fincy first, that's the guy from Lengya Dantian, to avoid making him anxious again." Qing Yangzi prepared to jump out the window again, saying, "You just wait here for a moment. I'll be right back." The protagonist said, "All right, I'll wait for news from you." Very quickly, the sky turned to night, and the once crowded streets were now deserted. The protagonist was still sitting there when the waiter came in and said, "Sir, we're closing. I'll clean these things up for you." The protagonist replied, "No need. I might stay a little longer tonight." Seeing that the protagonist wouldn't agree, the waiter raised his voice and said, "Sir, we've been waiting for your table for a long time." Not wanting to argue, the protagonist revealed the sharp teeth characteristic of a demon and replied in a low voice, "I advise you to leave quickly if you want to live. A little later, and you won't be able to leave." Seeing this, the waiter panicked and ran away. Yes, I'm leaving right now." At this moment, on the deserted street, a figure appeared, walking quickly towards the inn. It was Qing Yangzi. In two different places, two people simultaneously showed a fierce expression and said, "Tonight, I will kill him." As the words fell, on one side, the protagonist poured the wine from his cup onto the floor. On the other, Qing Yangzi, with a crazed look, pulled a talisman from his clothes and stuck it on a nearby wall. The talisman was extremely eerie, emitting a green light that quickly shot a beam of green Taoist light into the sky. A yin-yang battle formation appeared in the sky. At this moment, the protagonist, his white hair flowing, raised his wine cup and said profoundly, "Don't keep me waiting too long." A moment earlier, at the Danding sect's encampment in Wei City, the red-haired man held his cup and said, "We must kill her. She's a rather important figure." Qing Yangzi, still looking shameless, squatted on a chair and said, "Who told her to be so nosy and ask about that? I couldn't help it, so I told her. You fancy, hearing this, asked again. You told her your background? The other replied. Yes, keeping a secret for too long makes me uncomfortable. Since she's heard it, she must die now. Then he turned towards the door and said, Old friend, I actually quite like you, which is why I didn't tell you. So, your plan has to change. You fancy, hearing this, didn't seem to object and only advised. Whoever knows must not cause too much of a commotion. Currently, the man Xingyang Zi was walking into the inn. As soon as he stepped through the door, he heard the protagonist's voice. Fellow Taoist Xingyang Zi, you're too slow. Looking up, he saw our protagonist striking an incredibly dashing pose. The protagonist was lying on the roof tiles, one hand resting casually, the other holding a wine jar, his white hair flowing again. He looked completely at ease. The protagonist waved the wine jar and said to Xingyang Zi below, drinking under the moonlight. Care for a drink? Xingyang Zi looked up and said, You demon, you've realized you can't escape, yet you're surprisingly calm. The protagonist said, How do you know I can't escape? I'm waiting for you to walk right into my trap. Xingyang Zi, while speaking with a smirk, stomped his foot and activated a spell. The talisman from earlier glowed brightly, and a strange green light enveloped the two of them. Xingyang Zi said, Inside my restraining formation, not only can you not escape, but not even a sliver of sound or light can get out. If you cooperate and hand over the information about those great demons, perhaps I can leave your corpse intact. The protagonist just laughed and said, Haha, the person who killed the couple Li Chunfeng also has the nerve to say such superfluous words? The man retorted, You demon, why do you care so much about that couple? The protagonist jumped down from the roof, landing on the ground surrounded by a beautiful-looking green aura. Hee, did you think my master wanted to steal the jade slip of wisdom? These words surprised the man, but before he could finish speaking, the protagonist said, Aren't you and I the same kind of people? There are some secrets that, after holding them in for too long, you can't help but tell someone else. Xingyang Zi was so shocked he couldn't speak. The protagonist continued, You told me a secret. In return, I'll tell you a secret. The protagonist, holding a wine jar, slowly walked towards the man. He held the wine jar and poured it onto the ground in front of Xingyang Zi. As he poured, he said, This jar of wine is a toast to my father, Li Chunfeng, and to my mother, Shang Wanyu. Hearing these words, the man was horrified and shouted, You're not Bai Yunxin's maid. Who are you? The protagonist dropped the wine jar and said, I am Li Yunxin. As the wine jar hit the ground, a brilliant golden light erupted, enveloping the protagonist, with faint flashes of lightning within. The protagonist's entire body was wrapped in a dazzling golden light. The golden light shattered the formation that Xingyang Zi had set up, shooting straight into the sky and creating a deafening explosion. The protagonist, now fierce and revealing his true demonic form, said, I will righteously grind you to dust. The entire formation trembled, with faint golden cracks appearing. Xingyang Zi immediately took a defensive stance and performed a spell. He repeated the protagonist's name, Li Yunxin, and then, from the void, he summoned a golden sword. As he performed the spell, he said, This is indeed surprising. But even if you're at the transformation realm, your actual strength is only at the illusory realm. With that, he unleashed a move, aiming his sword straight at the protagonist and shouting, You want to kill me? Keep dreaming your foolish dream. With this one move, numerous illusory swords appeared around him, heading towards the protagonist. The protagonist used his fan to block all the illusory swords. The man, with a ferocious expression, shouted, Taste my dual cultivation Taoist technique. With that, the golden light heading towards the protagonist intensified, and then he suddenly said excitedly, It hit. However, before he could celebrate the hit, he was shocked and quickly took a defensive stance. He was sent flying by the light surrounding the protagonist. With a look of astonishment, he said, How can this be? An insignia appeared on the protagonist's chest. The illusory sword that struck the protagonist was blocked by this. The protagonist said smugly, Fast enough, but not strong enough. The Taoist seal on the protagonist's chest glowed brighter and brighter. Then, it transformed into beams of light that shot back at the other man, who couldn't react in time. The protagonist, holding out a leg scroll with an image of armor, said, You can't even break a leg scroll that I drew myself, yet you talk about righteously killing my parents? The man jumped onto the roof tiles and said, You really are Li Yunxin? So you're a ghost cultivator? A mere ghost cultivator dares to dream of killing me. The protagonist, with a serious expression, tore the leg scroll he had just used and said, Not only will I kill you, I can also. The tricks I've used once, I won't use a second time. So can you kill me? The protagonist's current demeanor was clearly meant to provoke the other man. Feeling it wasn't enough, the protagonist added, my parents taught me every single trick. I will use them one by one for you to see, to let you know just how ridiculous your so-called righteousness is. The madman found the protagonist's story incredibly amusing and laughed loudly. Haha, little brat, you think you're so great with just one leg scroll? As he spoke, a red aura swirled around him. He laughed continuously. A ghost cultivator, haha, a ghost cultivator. The red aura around him began to expand. He arrogantly said, today, I will capture you and ensure you can never be reincarnated. Right before the protagonist's eyes, he leaped up with the red aura, the full moon behind him creating an incredibly eerie and sinister scene. He used his sword to slash his arm, causing blood to splatter. From it, dozens of large and small red chains appeared, surrounding the protagonist. The chaotic scene was filled with a malevolent red color. Only the spot where the protagonist stood was green. The sound created by the technique was incredibly intense, shaking the very ground where the protagonist stood. Countless chains erupted from the ground where the protagonist was, shooting straight up. At the same time, the madman chanted a spell, Taoist sect's self-decisive lock, Yang Terrace, all-in spirits. Countless beams of golden and red light appeared around them, flying towards the protagonist with incredible ferocity. The sound they made echoed everywhere. The golden beams of light flew swiftly towards the protagonist. The other man then said, add the sword sect's mysterious leaf golden light art to that. Let's see if you can block it. The protagonist arrogantly said, block it? Humph, I wouldn't deign to block it. With that, he dodged a beam of light that shot towards him, and as he dodged, he pulled another leg scroll from his chest. With the same arrogant attitude, the protagonist said, this time it's strong enough, but not fast enough. A green light flashed across the protagonist's eyes as he held out a scroll painting of a general holding a halberd and riding a warhorse, looking incredibly majestic. He said, how long can your golden light last? Seeing this, the man exclaimed, I was tricked by this kid again, giving him time to prepare. Then he thought of something else. When I first fought Li Chuanfeng's couple, my divine soul transformed into my true body and fled, fighting for 1,000 miles. I didn't use the Danshin Taoist techniques. The mysterious leaf golden light art won't last much longer. I really shouldn't have fought a direct Taoist battle with a painter. I should use the sword sect's sword techniques to fight. The protagonist added, I've given you 2 moves. It's time for me to make my move. With that, the protagonist flew straight towards the madman. Seeing this, he immediately cast a formation. Thousands of yellow talismans appeared, surrounding him. He said, just what I wanted. I'd like to see what skills you have to be so arrogant. On the surface, he seemed calm, but inside, he was secretly thinking, I've added a restraining talisman to this defensive talisman formation. Once this brat gets cocky and rushes in, he will surely die. As the words fell, the protagonist charged straight into the heart of the formation and delivered a punch, saying, this punch is what you call righteous. This one punch from the protagonist slammed straight into Qingyang Zi's face, releasing a powerful shockwave. The sound also boomed like thunder. The impact shattered the once flat ground, sending debris flying everywhere. The 2 of them fell into the inn below, shattering the once intact building. A figure emerged from the dust. As the dust settled, Qingyang Zi appeared in a pool of blood, a large crater around him. He was now heavily injured, a stone pillar impaled through his body, looking incredibly terrifying. Even at this moment, he still didn't understand. How could this be? I clearly hit him, but why could a ghost cultivator with the strength of the illusory realm injure me to this extent? The protagonist also landed at this moment, saying, I'm no ghost cultivator. You didn't use your Taoist techniques, and instead wanted to compete in strength. These words were filled with contempt. The protagonist's face was now strangely different. One side of his face had a rough mask, and his entire pupil was dyed a golden color. Most notably, on his right eye, black streaks appeared, covering almost the entire eye. The protagonist said, don't you agree, Shouzi Yudao? The other, lying in a pool of blood, gasped, how could a mortal like you become a demon? The protagonist's appearance had changed dramatically. One side of his face had completely transformed into that of a demon, his pupils glowing a terrifying gold, and a horn had even appeared on his head. He said, wanna know? Why don't we play a game? The protagonist sat down near the man and said, we'll each ask the other 3 questions. You answer my questions, and I'll let you go with a clear understanding. How about it? The man, now toying with life and death, said, you want to show off to me how you tricked me, don't you? A pity I've already been caught by you. I want to understand. Go on, What do you want to ask? Did you personally kill Li Chunfeng and Shang Wanyu? The protagonist asked. The man coughed a few times and said, No. Cough, cough. Can you take your foot off first? Only then did he notice that Li Yunxin's foot had been on his chest for some time. The protagonist agreed. Then it's my turn. If you didn't kill them yourself, then who did? Although he had agreed, the protagonist's foot had not left the man's chest. The other man struggled and said, It was clearly you. However, before he could finish, the protagonist replied, That also counts as a question. A phrase flashed through the protagonist's mind. Once we find his plan, we must kill him. The protagonist continued, If you want to answer, hurry up. If you don't want to answer, then hurry up and die. The other man felt that the protagonist's words were quite shameless, but he still answered honestly. I was the one who injured Li Chunfeng's couple, but the one who killed them was the Divine Monarch. This name made the protagonist suspicious. The Divine Monarch? Who's that? The man, struggling to sit up, began to ask. All right, I've answered your question. Now it's my turn to ask. The protagonist smiled and said, You were just playing mind games with me, guessing that my next question would be about who the Divine Monarch is. But there's no need to rush. I have plenty of secrets you can ask about. Knowing that the protagonist had seen through his intentions, the man didn't bother to hide it. It's all the same. I don't need to know how you became a demon. I want to ask, if you really are Li Yuntan, then what are you plotting in Wei City? Do you dare to tell me? The protagonist was quite surprised by the question and didn't answer immediately. Taking advantage of this, the other man, though covered in blood, still smiled and said mockingly, What's wrong? Scared, the protagonist smiled at the interesting question and replied, You certainly know how to ask. Let me tell you my purpose, to prevent you from revealing my identity. Consider it an answer to your previous question to get my investment back. The protagonist suddenly moved forward, grabbed the man by the collar, and said, Since you want to know so badly, I'll tell you. The protagonist punched the man in the face before speaking. Right now, I am a dragon, the Wei River Dragon King. My purpose is to reclaim my rightful territory and make you unsightly people get out of here. The other man, having gotten the answer he wanted, said, Ha, good. You must want to know who the Divine Monarch is. I'll tell you. Although I've never met the Divine Monarch, he is a great supernatural being of the Hongqi Hui with heaven-defying abilities. I'll ask you again. Do you dare to tell me in detail what relationship that Divine Dragon cult has with you? The protagonist didn't answer that question, but said, What's your hurry? Who said I was going to ask who the Divine Monarch is? How do members of the Hongqi Hui contact each other? This question shocked the man once again, but he quickly calmed down and said, You don't dare to say, huh? You really are involved with that Divine Dragon cult. The man recalled something Yu Fancy had said back at the inn. According to my guess, the Divine Dragon cult was probably created by Bai Yunxin or Dong Bingjun. We just need to deliberately ignore it and let it develop, wait for the right moment, and then provoke it. At that time, we can eliminate two great demons without lifting a finger. The man said again, You pretended to be Bai Yunxin's maid to find us, wanting the old demon of Mount Jun to think that the Divine Dragon cult was created by Bai Yunxin and the Taoist sections. And perhaps Dongting Jun also has divisive thoughts. But in reality, all the incense-offering power of the Divine Dragon cult is in your hands. Haha, truly brilliant. A pity. This directly revealed the protagonist's entire plot, which made him appreciate it and say, You're not a fool, after all. A pity that since you couldn't answer my question, you have to die. With that, the protagonist brought his foot down, stomping directly on the man and causing blood to splatter everywhere. This one stomp sent Qingyang Zi to meet his ancestors. The protagonist laughed loudly in excitement. No wonder Lu Ling likes killing people so much. This feeling is so satisfying. The man's soul escaped from his body and said, You avoided my question, which only exposed your guilt. I've seen through your entire plan. Do you think destroying my physical body is the end? Did you think I'd just let you kill me? The protagonist laughed and replied, Trying to run? The man, not yet realizing the gravity of the situation, still said, This plan of yours is not without its flaws. One wrong step, and you'll regret it when it's too late. Before he could finish speaking, the protagonist landed a punch on the man's divine soul. But he was still unharmed and said, This punch of yours can shatter a ghost cultivator, but it can't shatter me. Do you know who I am? Before he could finish, the protagonist cut him off, directly exposing his identity. An underworld emissary. The normal Taoist techniques of an unofficial member of the Sanluo Palace can't harm your soul. These words truly shocked the other man, who shouted, How did you know? The protagonist didn't answer but said with a resolute expression, I told you I would righteously grind you to dust. Have you forgotten? You feel very proud because you think you've seen through everything, that everything is within your grasp, don't you? Every word that came from the protagonist's mouth made the other man feel extremely panicked. The protagonist wasn't finished. He continued, "You feel very arrogant because you think you have a special status that no one can defeat, right? Just now, you made a good plan to leave here and make me regret it. But have you ever considered that the things you thought of were really your own thoughts? When a person is planning, isn't it very interesting to shatter their illusion at that very moment?" The man felt that something was wrong and tried to escape, but it was too late. Li Yunxin threw out an iron chain that directly bound the other man's soul, making it impossible for him to escape. He panicked, trying to pull the chain off with his hands, but he couldn't. "Since when could he touch me?" The protagonist smiled and walked closer to the bound man, saying, "The timing is so coincidental, so joyful. Fellow Taoist, you are an underworld emissary, but I am a judge of the mortal world." The man seemed to disbelieve it and shouted, "No, impossible. There are only a few judges of the mortal world. How could you be one?" Seeing that he still didn't believe it, the protagonist said, "Then let me perform the final step and grind you to dust." He still seemed to disbelieve it and shouted, "The Lord of Hell will absolutely not allow you to do this." Before he could finish, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky. Before he died, he still couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "How dare you kill me? How dare you?" At that moment, the bolt of lightning passed directly through him, creating a massive aftershock that affected the surroundings. Such a large commotion affected Yu Finci, who was meditating far away. Yu Finci said in astonishment, "Why is the commotion so loud?" In the dense dust where the execution had just taken place, Li Yuntan jumped onto a nearby roof. After settling down, he said, "Such a joyous occasion can't be enjoyed by me alone. I thought I had lost all my emotions, but I didn't expect that the moment Qingyang Zi told the truth, I would be so enraged." The protagonist, holding a wine jar he had just materialized, poured it onto the pile of ashes below. The moon behind him made the scene even more desolate. He said, "Using Qingyang Zi's ashes as a side dish for wine isn't bad at all." Not a few seconds later, Bai Yanjun appeared behind him, accompanied by a sigh. "You actually dared to kill my underworld emissary. How audacious." The protagonist showed no fear and leisurely drank his wine, replying, "But Yanjun didn't stop me, did he?" Yanjun didn't deny it, but instead asked curiously, "Huh, Your Grace, I thought there would be a good show to watch. Why did you obliterate him like that?" The protagonist wiped his mouth and said, "What else? Listen to him beg for mercy? After finishing this jar of wine, I have to go. But before I go, I want to know who exactly wanted you to come and help me." Yanjun didn't understand and asked, "What do you mean, help you?" The protagonist said with deep meaning, "Qingyang Zi said that there are only a few judges of the mortal world in this world, but a few days ago, you gave me this book and chain. If not for that, I really couldn't have dealt with him. Don't tell me it was all unintentional." Yanjun laughed and said, "Your esteemed self thinks too much. It was just a test." The protagonist casually guessed, "Was it the painting saint? Is he still alive?" Hearing the name, Painting Saint, Yanjun was slightly surprised, but said, "The Painting Saint, one of the 3 saints of the world. That troublemaker died long ago." Then, turning around, Yanjun continued, "This official was just conveniently providing for you. To see what you could do, whether you could do good work for this official. But it seems you really like to take risks, huh? In half an hour, you were able to create that armor diagram, which was already your limit. The so-called formation-breaking diagram was just an ordinary thing. In 1 or 2 sentences, he had laid bare Li Yunxin's scheme. Yanjun, face to face, continued, "You tore the painting just to make a show of force and lure that fool into a contest of strength with you. Heh, a fellow like you always talks about being righteous, but in reality, you use nothing but deceitful tricks. You'd even use your own parents to win, wouldn't you?" The protagonist, with a blank expression, said, Yanjun has seen through it all. But Yanjun was still curious and asked, "How exactly did you escape his talisman?" The protagonist didn't answer immediately, but looked at him for a moment before speaking. "If I said I dodged it, would you believe me?" With that, he placed the wine jar in Yanjun's hands. Before Yanjun could speak, the protagonist had already run off, leaving only a sentence behind. "The rest is for Yanjun to drink slowly. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first." Yanjun didn't stop him, only watched the direction the protagonist was going and sighed. That golden light. If he had been hit, he would have surely died. This kid is truly a madman. With that, he also disappeared. A moment later, Yu Finci arrived at the spot where Qingyang Zi was obliterated and examined it. Qingyang Zi had the body of an underworld emissary, a great achievement in the true person realm, and the strength of a peak transformation realm cultivator. Who could have obliterated him like this? At this time, In the Wu residence, in young Master Wu's room, while he was sound asleep, a voice called out, "Young Master Wu," causing the sleeping person to startle awake, rubbing his eyes. He saw the faint figure of the protagonist, which frightened him. He said, "Ah, is this a ghost?" The protagonist clasped his hands and bowed, saying, "I am Li Yuntan. Do you still remember me, benefactor? 2 months ago, in the wilderness outside the city, you met a Taoist and an unconscious young man, and you saved him and brought him back to the city." Young Master Wu looked at him, said, "Ah," but then said he didn't remember, which made the protagonist stop in his tracks. The protagonist said, "That's right. Benefactor finds joy in helping others and has saved countless people. Of course, you wouldn't remember." Young Master Wu said again, "It's all right. But if you were saved by me, how did you become a ghost? Were you harmed by someone else?" This made the protagonist let out a ha. Before the protagonist could explain, he launched into a long speech. "Brotherly, you were framed by a villain, and your wronged soul cannot rest. The first person you sought out was me, trusting in Wu. In that case, Wu will certainly not let Brotherly down. Whatever grievances you have, just speak up." These words left the protagonist speechless. Should I say he's smart or stupid? The protagonist's wicked thoughts stirred. Asterisk, that's good. Right now, there's no one in all of Wei City more suitable than you. Asterisk, turning, the protagonist replied, "Benefactor, listen to me. After I was saved by you, I took shelter in the Dragon King Temple. There, I encountered a battle between demons. The statue of the Dragon King Temple was destroyed, and both the temple keeper and I were killed. The Dragon King was furious that the temple keeper and I had failed in our duties, so he sent General Pang to take me and the old Taoist to the Dragon Palace to suffer hundreds of tortures without release. I hope you can save me, benefactor." To make his words more convincing, the protagonist's expression was one of extreme suffering, as if he had truly endured brutal torture. These words surprised young Master Wu, who asked, "How can I save you?" Li Yuntan said, "Benefactor, did you hear the thunder just now?" Young Master Wu, as if remembering something, said, "The thunder? Could it be? It was the Dragon Crown Prince of the Haohan Sea. When he strikes me with lightning, the destructive force will destroy the houses on the street. It's a great loss of merit. I would like to ask you, benefactor, to repair those houses in the name of the divine dragon cult." These words made Mr. Wu curious. Why must it be in the name of the dragon god cult? The protagonist, feigning urgency, said loudly, "The dragon god cult worships the Dragon Crown Prince of the Haohan Sea. If we can repair the houses in the name of the dragon god cult, it will accumulate great merit, and the Dragon King might be lenient." Then suddenly, as if seeing something, the protagonist shouted, "Ah, they're here." And then he disappeared, leaving only a faint white smoke behind. Before leaving, the protagonist didn't forget to thank his benefactor. "This humble one thanks you, benefactor." The protagonist disappeared before his eyes, leaving Mr. Wu surprised and confused. What happened? Then he suddenly fainted. The protagonist, having just disappeared, now reappeared outside the Wu residence. He thought, repairing houses is just a small sum for the Wu family. With Wu Meng's spendthrift nature, he will definitely do this. I don't need to worry about that. But, you fancy seeing the scene of Qingyang Zi's death and still not investigating further. That's a big surprise. With that, he looked towards the still smoky area and continued to think. Did he see through me? Or is he afraid of something else? Or does he know something I don't? At this moment, at the inn, Yufinsi was looking out the window, thinking. At the scene, there was the true fire of the nine heavens thunder, a technique that only the dragon race can use. Could it be that another dragon has come to Wei City? In his hand, he held a glowing talisman, his face showing some apprehension. Yufinsi's expression confirmed the protagonist's thoughts. The reason he didn't continue to investigate was because he didn't want to disturb something terrifying. He believed that the existence that could kill Qingyang Zi was an existence that even he would have difficulty dealing with. The next morning, in front of the Wu residence, a relief station appeared. A maid shouted to the people around her, "The Wu family is providing the funds, and the Divine Dragon Cult is performing good deeds, repairing your houses. Anyone who needs wood or silver can come and register to receive them." Inside the station was a noble lady and a maid. On the table was a lot of silver, and there was also wood beside it. As soon as this was said, many people gathered around to discuss the truth of the matter. Is there really such a good thing? Is the Wu family crazy? That's a lot of silver. Suddenly, someone spoke up. That's not much at all. Last year, when the Wu family hosted a banquet at our restaurant, they spent this much. As he spoke, the man held up 5 fingers. Someone doubtfully asked, 50 taels? But the man interrupted, 500 taels. It's about the same amount they're giving out today. Hearing this, the authenticity of the Wu family helping those whose houses were destroyed became clear. Everyone rushed forward to claim the aid. My family needs 10 taels. Thank you, young Master Wu. We are grateful to the Dragon God sect. After a while, when the distribution was finished, a maid from the Wu family entered the room. She carefully closed the door behind her. Then she said to the person inside, "The silver has been distributed according to your orders, young master. Toto and Lily have already asked around. Yesterday at Munin, they really met a strange person. The description somewhat matches what you said. That person closed the door and refused to leave, only advising the waiters to leave quickly to save their lives. The person lying inside was young Master Wu. At this moment, he was leisurely fanning himself with his eyes closed, seemingly half listening to the maid's words, and instructed, 'I'm thirsty.' Immediately, another maid served him by hand, saying as she did. The people around there also said that last night, a little man brought fragrant wine and forced them to leave their homes. Young Master Wu kept his eyes closed, chewing on the pastry he was served, and said, It seems I didn't help the wrong person. The maid fanning him said, but according to the waiter, that person probably had a fight with someone else. Then he came to our mansion pretending to be a vengeful spirit to scare you, young master. Could it be some kind of conspiracy?" Young Master Wu let out a long yawn and said, "What else could it be? Of course, he wants me to spread the teachings for their Dragon God sect." The maids agreed with this idea, but one was still a bit hesitant. "But I just feel like something isn't right." However, she was cut off by him. "No need to worry. Anyway, my father has already heard me talk about this. He also said this is the best way." Young Master Wu sat up and walked towards the door, saying as he went, "I am a key figure in the Daching Escort Guild. Helping the poor and acting righteously is what I should do. It's just that I actually want to go see who exactly from that Dragon God sect is pretending to be a god or goes to trick me. How did they know I once saved someone?" As he spoke, he ran outside, causing the two maids to chase after him, calling out, "Young master, wait for us." This entire scene was witnessed by Li Yunxin, who was sitting on the roof. He casually chewed on a melon and said, "Still the same." Then he suddenly looked towards the opposite side where a few people were walking and talking with emotion. "But on the contrary, I've discovered some interesting people." Saying that, Li Yunxin disappeared into thin air. At this time, with those three people, the woman with a red headband said to the man behind her, "Is it really useful for us to block people like this?" The man, who looked scratched up all over, said aggressively, "If the Wu family didn't do a good job, they can't blame us. They still have the thick skin to pretend to be good people here. This time, we must expose them in front of others. If the two of us meet them, we should let them have a taste." While the two were talking, they were interrupted by the male lead who suddenly appeared on the wall next to them, startling them into a defensive stance. The male lead playfully held a piece of melon and asked, "What disaster?" These words immediately made them vigilant. The woman even drew her sword and questioned, "Who are you?" The male lead jumped down to the ground, smiling to show he wasn't dangerous. "I'm just a passerby. Just an ordinary melon-eating spectator. But right now, I'm quite interested in the disaster you mentioned. What exactly happened?" This still didn't lessen their vigilance. The woman, who seemed to be the leader, spoke up. "You should state your identity first. If you are a young master from some family, we wouldn't want a misunderstanding to ruin our harmony." The male lead signaled them to wait a moment, then opened his terrifyingly large mouth and swallowed the watermelon whole. The male lead actually ate everything, swallowing the melon rind as well. This action wasn't meaningless. The male lead intentionally did this to let those people understand that he was a significant figure, not someone they could mess with. Obviously, this action terrified them, making them think, a monster? A demon? A madman? What exactly is he? After finishing, the male lead returned to his normal appearance and said, "You are escorts, right?" As he spoke, the male lead looked over the three people in front of him. "Judging from your shoes, you've traveled far. The color of the dirt looks like the red soil only found towards the Li Kingdom. You're injured, and I don't see any goods. There's an 80% chance something went wrong." These words left them speechless with shock. The male lead continued, "If there's a major incident in the direction of the Li Kingdom, it means the Emperor of Li has passed away." The male lead raised his fan, gesturing as he thought. The Wu family already stopped their escort teams heading towards the Li Kingdom. But hearing your accents just now, I'm afraid the Wu family also anticipated the disaster at the end. Li Kingdom, could there have been some massive chaos? As soon as he finished speaking, the woman with a gloomy face and eyes full of caution said, "Just from a few words, you can deduce so much. I don't recall any young master in the city having a mind like yours." Seeing the other party so guarded, the male lead just smiled and replied, "Don't be tense. I'm just an ordinary follower of the Dragon God sect. Hearing the name Dragon God sect, those people reacted as if their reverse scales had been touched, shouting excitedly. It's the Dragon God sect. They're definitely in cahoots with the Wu family. Let's capture him first. Saying that, those people drew their blades and prepared to attack. The group surrounded the male lead without a single gap. In the center, the male lead calmly replied, "Don't look at things so superficially." At this moment, a fierce-looking man rushed forward to slash the male lead. However, before the blade could even touch him, the male lead disappeared, leaving the man utterly shocked. The next second, he appeared behind the woman. Pointing his fan straight at her neck, he said, "Say something, madam." This action not only shocked her, but the others also cried out, "Third miss." She finally snapped out of her terror and said, "If I tell the truth, will you spare our lives? We will pretend we never met you today." The male lead thought, "Just as I suspected, the leader of this group is indeed a woman." He said, "I can. Speak quickly." The woman then said, "My husband is the chief escort Wan Tongda of the Wanshan Escort Agency." The agency's convoy was still on the road when they unfortunately encountered the emperor's passing. After staying in the city for a while, scared by every shadow, my husband hurried back. But he is still at the border. Both the goods and the people have been detained. The male lead frowned, increasing the pressure on his hand, and said, "Stop beating around the bush. What I want to hear about is the disaster you mentioned." The woman looked at the male lead anxiously and confessed, "Please don't be hasty. If it weren't for my family's matters, I wouldn't know the reason for this disaster either." She continued, "Beside my husband is a loyal servant who excels in the art of flying pigeon, risking his life to send news back to the Li Kingdom. The pigeon brought a letter saying that before they were captured at the border, they saw a battle involving demonic beasts." The male lead asked, "Mutated beasts?" She corrected him. To be precise, they were probably demons. Then she continued, "The leading demon at the border continuously destroyed 3 towns and villages. Later, it was said that the demon continued heading south, sneaking into the Yi Kingdom, and destroyed another village. Next, it will probably keep heading south until..." Before the woman could finish her sentence, the male lead interjected, "Until it gets here, right?" Then he coldly turned his back and walked away. Seeing this, those people signaled each other to rush forward and sneak attack the male lead. "While our true identities haven't been discovered, let's kill him." The male lead didn't seem to want to fight, only saying, "Thank you. Sorry to bother you. You guys just keep doing what you were doing." Just as the blades and swords were about to touch the male lead, he disappeared. Teleporting high into the air left the group bewildered, not knowing where the male lead went. The group angrily said, "Damn it, we need to leave here first. We've hidden our identities for so many years, we absolutely cannot let our efforts go to waste." The male lead looked at everything with profound meaning and thought. Things seem to be getting more and more complicated. Demons from the Li Kingdom. I still need to find someone to help gather information. Meanwhile, in the Danteang sect, Yu Fenci read the urgent report and was extremely shocked and furious. How could this be? 2 sect leaders of the Xianjing Grotto Heaven, 3 sect masters of the Xinjing sects. For dead, 1 crippled. An even more shocking piece of news was, the Heavenly Emperor of the Li Kingdom has actually become a ghost emperor. All the above news was incredibly shocking and had a significant impact on the sect. It greatly affected the sect's prestige and, more importantly, disrupted their previous plans. Late at night, during the 3rd watch, as the night watchman was walking and beating his gong to remind people about fire hazards, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. A figure riding a horse dashed right through the old man. It was clear that it wasn't human. Moreover, there was a scar on his face, and his eyes exuded a dangerous aura. Obviously, the old night watchman didn't see this presence. He only felt a chill and turned around. He happened to see the silhouette of the male lead. Coincidentally, the male lead, dressed in green with white hair in the dead of night, easily frightened people. Sure enough, seeing this, the man was terrified and thought, "It's so late. Could I have run into a ghost?" The male lead had no idea how much he scared people and was still lost in thought. A new ruler brings new ministers. Who could have imagined that this prefectural governor's mansion would be burned down by the previous dynasty's imperial palace? Beneath the prosperity, it's all just a wasteland. While the male lead was thinking, someone appeared beside him and reported, "The great Yezhui capital Jinwu Guard Grand General, Diwu Baiyu, by the order of His Majesty, has come to report on the matter entrusted by the Dragon King." Looking closely, this was a tall man wearing iron armor, looking several times larger than our male lead. Seeing him, the male lead said, "No need for formalities." The reason for today's situation was that when he first met that great ghost at the Qinghua Pavilion, he knew he was absolutely extraordinary. However, the male lead never expected that he was actually Emperor Yi of the previous dynasty, who had been wandering in the Qing kingdom for over 400 years. Later, the male lead took the opportunity to reshape his Dharma body, helping him recover his sanity. With his help later on, the male lead was like a fish in water here, everything going extremely smoothly. Outwardly, the male lead said, "General, your Majesty has let you out too, right? Having to run around for my affairs as soon as you get out, I've really troubled you." The man, unyielding to both soft and hard approaches, said, "The Dragon King is too polite. Ever since the traitor rebelled and massacred the capital, our great Yi Kingdom has been divided, becoming the Qing Kingdom and Yi Kingdom as they are today." Then he knelt and kowtowed to the male lead, saying, "If it weren't for the Dragon King's help, who knows how much longer His Majesty would have had to wander this territory, and I would never have had the chance to see the light of day." The male lead immediately helped him up and said, "All right, you don't need to be so polite. Let's get down to business. How are the two things I asked you to investigate going?" Hearing this, he reported, "First, regarding that Lady Hong of the Lord of Dongting. These past few days, I have interrogated the people and chefs in the city. The clay statues have spirits. The yin and yang energies converge at the San Yin god. It is confirmed that the woman has the means to mobilize the yin gods in the city. The Dragon King previously guessed that the yin gods in the city took away the remains of that female Taoist. This is indeed true. I have recorded all the yin gods that Lady Hong can command." Saying that, he handed Li Yunxin a dozen scrolls. The male lead took them and praised, "Not bad. So, does the Lord of Dongting know about the events in Wei City these days?" He replied, "He only knows what the Dragon King wants him to know. The wandering souls that Lady Hong can command are only a little over 10. Those wandering souls are all under His Majesty's control and have acted according to the Dragon King's instructions." The male lead asked again, "Very good. What about the second matter?" The man bowed slightly in apology and said, "Time was a bit tight this afternoon, so the information obtained is limited. I hope the Dragon King understands. Regarding the demons of the Li Kingdom, this afternoon, we caught a few souls from outside the city. Some were from the Yi Kingdom, and some were from the Li Kingdom. Upon detailed questioning, we found out it wasn't a demon, but the Emperor of the Li Kingdom." Hearing this, the male lead was startled, unable to believe it, and let out a "huh." The man continued, "The Emperor of the Li Kingdom died 19 days ago. The Li Palace temporarily withheld the news of his death from the outside world. Unexpectedly, a palace coup broke out that night, and coincidentally, the black and white Yamas couldn't hook the soul of the Heavenly Emperor in time. The willpower of billions of Li Kingdom citizens gathered on him. Within 3 watches, the soul of the Heavenly Emperor became a ghost emperor. His cultivation broke through to the peak of the Xianjing, directly forcing the Supreme to forget everything. Moreover, because the Li Kingdom hid the news of his death, the Taoist orthodoxy and sword sect sent cultivators to the Li Kingdom, and things became unmanageable. Many people died in the battle with the ghost emperor." He continued, "According to the descriptions of the Yi Kingdom ghosts, the heavily injured ghost emperor headed towards the Tongtian Sea border of the Yi Kingdom and fought with the second dragon's son. Their whereabouts are unknown." After hearing about the Tongtian Sea, the male lead seemed pleased and repeated it. The man continued his unfinished sentence, "Exactly. The Tongtian Sea spans across the Li Kingdom and the Yi Kingdom. After this battle, it seems both were heavily injured." After hearing this, the male lead thought, the Taoist orthodoxy is also involved in this. That person from the Dantang sect probably has more accurate information. In his eyes, Qi is already dead. The only ones who can use the 9 heavens thunder true fire to blow up the Qingyang temple are the Dragon clan. Thinking of this, the male lead was overjoyed, feeling like he hit the jackpot, and thought, hasn't the scapegoat arrived?" The male lead happily praised the man, saying, "You did a great job. I really like you. How about you come work for me? Later, when I become a true Dragon King, how about I appoint you as the Grand General of the 3 generations?" This half-joking remark from the male lead surprised the man a bit, but he quickly made his stance clear. "Dragon King, please don't make fun of me. I am loyal to His Majesty and absolutely have no other intentions." The male lead nodded. "Is that so? Then go do one more thing." Saying that, the male lead whispered something. The man just knelt down to accept the order, shouting, "Yes." In some corner, it was late at night, but the room was still brightly lit. A man sat in front of a pile of black powder, looking extremely sleep-deprived, muttering, "Gunpowder. Once I finish making it, I'll definitely show you how formidable I am." Saying that, he fell asleep. But at this moment, a wisp of black smoke entered his head. Right then, he wasn't paying attention and slammed his head hard onto the table. Then he sat up, his face still looking very sleepy. His forehead was hit so hard it was bleeding, but his mouth muttered, 15 parts saltpeter, 2 parts sulfur, 3 parts charcoal. This is the formula. Suddenly, he woke up, and after speaking, he shouted loudly, the gods have manifested. Meanwhile, the male lead was walking slowly on the empty streets. As he walked, he thought, the arrangements in Wei City are complete. Next, I should confirm the Lord of Dongting's reaction. At this moment, a female ghost appeared and hugged the male lead's arm. Strangely, the male lead didn't push those large, pale assets away, but just gave her a look. The female ghost said, Your Majesty, the matter you ordered, little Meow has finished. But what is the purpose of giving that formula to that scholar? The male lead said, That's called gunpowder. Something this world doesn't have. It's also bait for fishing. This made the simple-minded female ghost confused. The male lead didn't explain, just saying, Actually, you don't need to understand. How is your cultivation progressing now? The female ghost confidently said, Reporting to your Majesty, all 4 of us have taken form. Taoist Lu has broken through to the intent realm. Hearing this, the male lead thought, Old Lu actually broke through to the intent realm? This actually surprises me. It seems his claim that he had extraordinary talent in his youth wasn't a lie. The female ghost continued, Your Majesty, we have displayed quite a few divine powers in the city. Many citizens near Bailu Prefecture have become followers of the Dragon God sect. Should we let these people come to Wei City? The male lead indicated it wasn't necessary and replied, Not for now. Just wait for my news. As he spoke, the male lead looked at the female ghost and continued, These days, if anyone suspicious sneaks into Bailu Prefecture to gather information, don't alert them. Wait until I finish my business and return to handle it. The female ghost playfully blinked her unique heterochromatic eyes and said, Understood, Your Majesty. At the Dragon King Temple at the Sanha Estuary, the male lead arrived at the lake and called out, Lady Hong, I have something to say to you. Immediately, the woman in red appeared and said, We just met a few days ago. Why are you calling me again? The male lead didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, Does Lady Hong know any important news? The Emperor of the Li Kingdom. However, before he could finish, Lady Hong interrupted. I knew you came for this. But do you know that whether it's the affairs in Wei City or the Wei River, they are not things you can get involved in? I heard that you are currently in Wei City pretending to be a dragon god follower to build up their reputation. At night, there are people fighting in Wei City, even causing the 9 heavens thunder fire. Aren't you afraid? This attitude from the other party made the male lead feel something was wrong, and he guessed, No, this woman's emotions aren't right. Could something have happened on the Lord of Dongting's side? However, outwardly, Li Yunxin still said, Lady Hong, although I am just a Yin god with low cultivation, I still know a bit about the general situation. The Taoist Orthodoxy and Sword Sect lost 5 great divine power cultivators, and they were injured by a Yin god like me. They definitely won't let this go. And Lu Ling died at the Lord of Dongting's place. Perhaps the Taoist Orthodoxy will take this opportunity to make things difficult. If we don't act early. Lady Hong didn't listen further and said, Why do you care so much? Li Yunxin feigned surprise at the question. Lady Hong, this is... She stood up from the wooden fence and said, Now, if you promise me not to interfere with the affairs of Wei City and the Wei River, stay away and leave this place, you still have a chance to be a carefree ghost cultivator. The male lead, with a serious face, rejected this proposal and said, I can't just ignore it. I said I must avenge my close friend. Hearing this, Lady Hong just sighed and said, Sigh, if I can't persuade you, then I'll take you to meet someone. Saying that, she stomped her foot on the lake's surface. The water there immediately splashed up chaotically as if a mechanism had been triggered. She stepped onto the lake, reached out her hand to the male lead, and said, Follow me. The male lead hesitated a bit, pointing at the lake, and said, Are we going underwater? Or is there no other way? Hearing this, she said, Are you afraid of water? The male lead awkwardly said, Indeed a little. Therefore, before he could finish, Lady Hong grabbed his arm and pulled him down, saying, What's there to be afraid of? I'll take you. At this moment, in the middle of the vast lake, the boat carrying the male lead and Lady Hong seemed incredibly small. On the boat, the male lead looked apprehensively at the person beside him, while she seemed to smile and said, No need to be afraid. The male lead didn't know what to say and just gave an Amidst the boundless lake water with no shore in sight, she suddenly asked the male lead, Look at this 1,000-li Dongting lake. To mortals, it's incredibly vast, as massive as the sea. But if my father reveals his true form, his 300 zhang body swimming continuously here wouldn't even be able to. My father was born in Dongting Lake and attained the Tao in 3,000 years, but for 2,000 of those years, he has been trapped in the lake. For the sake of the aquatic tribes in the lake, he hasn't revealed his true form for 1,000 years. This Dongting Lake, as my royal father sees it, is nothing but a cage. He used to tell me that if he could swim in the vast ocean, he would have no regrets in this life. The atmosphere grew heavy. The male lead asked, "What about you?" This question surprised her. The male lead looked ahead at the vast lake water and asked, "That's right. You've only been talking about your royal father's dreams. Do you have anything you want for yourself?" Lady Hong said, "Me? Do you know how I offended that friend of yours?" The male lead, hiding his true thoughts, said, "How?" "Actually, my mother was a human, and I was born with my royal father's inheritance. I was born with a void realm demon body. Since I was born in this Dongting Lake, no one dared to disobey me. But that dragon got close to a true realm great demon. I already knew how formidable he was, and I knew I couldn't defeat him, so I originally didn't want to provoke him." This made the male lead, Li Yunxin, wonder, "Then why did you?" She continued, "Actually, it was my father who wanted it. Father wanted to use that dragon's hands to cripple my cultivation." When she said this, a sense of helplessness and difficult acceptance suddenly appeared on Lady Hong's beautiful face. "As long as I am killed by him and become a ghost cultivator, I can bypass the restrictions Dongting Lake has placed on us. When I go to Bailu Prefecture, I can also do some things for my royal father." Hearing this, the male lead just said, "So that's how it is. But being a ghost cultivator isn't an easy thing." Lady Hong replied, "I know you can understand me. How can a ghost cultivator not have an obsession? When I was still in my demon body, I often stayed by the lake listening to a person read. At that time, I thought, if I could go to Bailu Town to take a look, that would be great. The way of great learning lies in illuminating illustrious virtue. I wanted to see if those people really lived like the stories my father used to tell." Then she gave a bitter smile and said, "My obsession is love, but that is also my own wish." The male lead was affected by the emotions in the story Lady Hong told. Lady Hong turned back and asked the male lead, "Li Lang, do you want to be the Lord of the Wei River?" The male lead, who had experienced too many cunning schemes, already knew. Is she testing me? Following her is actually a good opportunity to learn the inside story of the Lord of Dongting. I just need to be careful. I can't let her see any flaws in me. The male lead, with a thoughtful face, replied to Lady Hong, "I've never thought that far ahead. Right now, I just want to avenge my friend. I haven't thought about other things for the time being." This answer from the male lead left Lady Hong unable to find any flaws, so she said, "You are single-mindedly seeking revenge, but let me tell you clearly, it's impossible for you to immediately go to Wei City to avenge your friend. You can only wait. Wait a very long time. If there's a chance, you might not even be able to wait." Saying that, she gave the male lead a meaningful look and said, "Knowing these things, are you still thinking of not going?" The male lead understood what Lady Hong's look and words meant, but he insisted that he and she were not on the same path and couldn't walk together. Fate had clearly placed them on two different front lines. They might even become enemies in the future. Even if they understood each other, they ultimately couldn't become soulmates. The male lead just gently replied with 2 words, "Not going." Anticipating his answer, she covered her mouth, smiled, and said, "Forget it. Even if you are like this, keeping you here is fine." The atmosphere that had dropped just now seemed to return to normal. She took the male lead's hand and continued, "Come." She directed the male lead to look ahead. The vast expanse of water from before had now changed. Before the male lead's eyes was still the wide Yangtze River, but now countless white bubbles were rising from beneath the water's surface. They were numerous and dense, rising together to form floating clouds ahead. This sight surprised the male lead, and he said, "This is," Lady Hong calmly explained, "these are Yin energy and essence energy. However, bringing Li Lang here today isn't to see them." After saying that, Lady Hong gently shook her fair arm. On her wrist was a string tied with a bell. At this moment, both the string and the bell radiated a brilliant golden light. Moreover, it created a loud noise. The Yin energy and essence energy that had formed a cloud just now parted to the sides, revealing a girl's corpse in the middle. The girl appearing amidst the white clouds looked strangely beautiful, her appearance even more stunning. The woman was dressed in white, looking even more like a fairy. This woman floated closer to where the male lead was standing. Surrounding them were countless wisps of Yin energy and essence energy, rising in an incredibly romantic and beautiful scene. However, the words the male lead spoke next were not romantic or pleasant at all. The woman's face became clear before the male lead's eyes. She also opened her almond-shaped eyes to look at the male lead. As her eyes gradually turned red, she said, "You're still not dead?" Li Yunxin looked in shock at the beautiful young girl in front of him. "Lu Ling, are you dead or not?" Lady Hong's red lips parted slightly, whispering in his ear, "How should I put it? You could say she's somewhere between life and death. Her snow mountain sea of qi has collapsed, her cultivation is crippled, and her soul has left her body. Logically speaking, she is considered dead. On her wrist is a soul-shocking yin bell, which has collected her soul. Currently, her soul is manipulated by this yin bell." Li Yunxin frowned in doubt. "Previously, when I went to the Three Islands Lake, the Lord of Daunting said he had taken a concubine. Could it be? Exactly, it's her. My father discovered this treasure and attached it to Lu Ling previously. Because of her arrogant personality, my father humiliated her, intentionally saying he would take her as a concubine. Now that her temper has been ground down, she should be sent to Mu Fun." Ling Kongzi suddenly opened her mouth at this moment. "You actually haven't." Li Yunxin realized Lu Ling still had her old memories. He couldn't let her say more. With a hateful face and cold eyes, he said, "Since you're not dead yet, I still have a score to settle with you. Do you remember what I said to you that day at the Qinghua Pavilion?" Lu Ling slowly recalled the night at the Qinghua Pavilion and shut her mouth, saying no more. At this moment, Li Yunxin gritted his teeth and said with a tone of deep resentment, "If you remember, you should know that I am someone who seeks revenge for every grievance. I will fight to the end." Any smart person would understand he was vaguely saying, "I will find a way to save you from this sea of suffering." He pulled Lady Hong to turn and leave. "Let's go." Lu Ling stared at Li Yunxin, her lips trembling slightly as she whispered, "Heavenly Dao, Zhaoing, wait for my grotto heaven. Senior, the team is involved." Seeing that Lu Ling understood, Li Yunxin breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, good thing I didn't let her expose my identity. If she didn't continue to question me, she probably understood that I was hinting at my helplessness and that I would find a way to help her." He frowned slightly and looked at Lady Hong. "Since you brought me to see her, what are your plans next?" Lady Hong interrupted him. "I just want to tell you that even if the Taoist orthodoxy comes here, my father is not afraid of them. Moreover, he has Ling Kongzi in his hands, which he can use to negotiate with the Taoist orthodoxy. It can be considered a merit for the Taoist orthodoxy. My royal father will also avenge the 9th young master. It's just that my father has been trapped for 2,000 years, so he's not in a hurry." She turned her head, her eyes fierce. In his eyes, the Taoist orthodoxy is a massive mountain, not easily moved. And the Taoist orthodoxy will sooner or later execute all the Yin gods in the world. When that time comes, it will definitely cause great chaos. My father will also have the chance to avenge you. Lady Hong secretly pointed out. Therefore, no matter what schemes he has now, wanting to provoke conflict between Dongting and the Taoist orthodoxy, my royal father will not make a move. Hearing this, Li Yunxin's expression changed in shock, looking at her sternly. "Lady Hong, what do you mean by this? I've never thought about." Lady Hong turned her head and smiled. "Li Lang, even though I know you are still lying to me, I still can't help but adore you." Li Yunxin was horrified. When did she see through his flaws? He asked back, "Lying to you?" Lady Hong looked at Li Yunxin infatuatedly. "You and he are really not the same. You speak gently, your smile is warm, and even when seen through, you are very gentle. And very beautiful. I have never met anyone as beautiful as you in Bailu Prefecture. It's just that you thought wrong." Li Yunxin's eyes showed confusion. Who is she comparing me to? Lady Hong softly analyzed. "In this 1,000 li Dongting, there is still a great secret. You all know it. Do you really think Dongting and the Wei River, which he left for you to manage, are safe places? But right now, this is the most dangerous place in the world." Hearing this, Li Yunxin was stunned and understood. "So that's how it is. She seems to consider me the second dragon's son." Li Yunxin's expression suddenly changed. He immediately stood up from the small boat. "How did you know? I originally had eyes and ears in the city, but for some reason, I lost contact with them. So I guess you might be playing tricks. This lake has a way to distinguish the aura on your body. It's the unique aura of the dragon clan. That's why I brought you here." Li Yunxin frowned tightly and said, "So you brought me to this place." Lady Hong hurriedly explained. "Li Lang, I just wanted to let you." Right at this moment, a massive creature suddenly appeared on the lake's surface. A giant fish tail slammed straight at Li Yunxin. Lady Hong immediately flew over and pushed him away, taking the hit from the fish tail herself. Lady Hong used all her strength to hold onto the fish tail and shouted at Li Yunxin, "Get out of here quickly! Don't come back!" Li Yunxin hurriedly flew towards the shore. A loud shout came from underwater. You rebellious child. Lady Hong immediately couldn't hold on and was sent flying by the fish tail, crashing into the cliff. Seeing this, Li Yunxin anxiously tried to go over, but was stopped by her loud shout. Don't come over here. She caught her breath and urged. Don't come over here, leave quickly. My father wants to capture you. As long as you are on the shore, he won't be able to do anything to you. Li Yunxin felt a bit moved in his heart. Why are you helping me? Lady Hong looked at the stunned Li Yunxin, smiled bitterly. You heartless man. Before Li Yunxin could react, she leaned in and gently kissed his cheek. Because I really like you. After saying that, she turned around, narrowing her eyes at Daunting Lake. If you really have the ability to kill the Taoists in the city, maybe my father will be willing to talk properly with you. With that, Lady Hong jumped into the water without hesitation. Next time we meet, please recite a poem for me. Li Yunxin still hadn't processed what just happened. His cheeks were burning, and he felt a slight flutter. What kind of scheme is this? Meanwhile, at the Nanshan Dragon God Temple, old Taoist Lu was carefully inspecting the mountain god temple, sighing, finally sent them away. Having too much incense isn't good either. After inspecting, he headed back home. At this time, Li Yunxin, who had been waiting for him for a long time, spoke up. You're back. Old Lu looked at the young man in front of him in shock. Brother Xin. Li Yunxin smiled faintly. I know you've broken through to the intent realm, reaching the void realm. Cultivating the void realm without guidance can easily lead to mistakes. I thought about it for a while, so I came here. Old Lu panicked for a moment, then calmed down, looking at Li Yunxin in a fluster. Yes, reaching this void realm, I just feel the snow mountain isn't stable, and the sea of Qi is chaotic. It's great that you're back, Brother Xin. He thought excitedly. Brother Xin is really alive. Seeing old Lu like this, Li Yunxin teased. Old Lu, why aren't you a bit more excited to see me again? I know you don't like that kind of thing. If I cried and told you what I've been doing these days while I wasn't dead, you might just walk away immediately. You just need to know I'm very happy you're back. Li Yunxin exhaled. It's still best talking to you. He then stated the purpose of his return directly. Old Lu, how about doing something big with me? A while later, the two of them walked down the mountain together. Old Lu asked worriedly. Are we just going to follow along like this? Yeah, whatever needed to be said has been said. The old man scratched his head awkwardly. There were no instructions either. Just wanted to say a few words upon meeting again. Li Yunxin found it funny. All right, I'll copy a portion of the water cloud mirror. And some talismans and pills for her. Once everything is done, if you want to go back, you still can. Brother Xin, how can this old Taoist thank you? In his heart, old Lu was already family. He reassured him, no need to say such things. Just leaving some life-saving means for her is enough, so you don't have to worry. In the city at this time, the streets were bustling with people carrying bricks and stacking wood. Curious bystanders gathered around. What are they trying to do? Someone explained, repairing the Dragon King temple. The Dragon King manifested before, so it was destroyed that night. After more than a month, someone finally came to repair it. Someone curiously asked, is it the new prefect taking office? No, it's the people from the Dragon God sect. Mentioning this new sect, they became even more curious. Recently, quite a few people believe in the Dragon God sect. That's right. I heard the road at Munin residence was also repaired by young Master Wu, invited by the Dragon God sect. At this moment, someone shouted, time for a break. The strong laborers each received a bowl of rice. They raised their bowls and shouted, may the Dragon God sect leader enjoy eternal blessings and longevity equal to heaven. Meanwhile, at the Wu family, Master Wu listened to reports about recent events in the city. I heard the Dragon God sect asked Manhwa for help. Have they entered the city? That's right. They've already started expanding the wooden construction on Daoshi Road on a large scale. It seems they're even welcomed by the commoners. Master Wu gently blew on his teacup. To be able to develop to such a scale in a short time, they indeed have some ability. But daring to scheme against my son, they're probably not anything good. If it's just a plot for money, it's fine. I just don't know if they have other intentions coming to Wei City. At this moment, someone reported that a greeting card had been delivered, saying it must be handed personally to the master. Master Wu doubtfully opened the card and read softly, Li Yunxin. The Dragon God sect wishes to do good deeds and hopes to meet the elder to talk. The subordinate narrowed his eyes and said, this Li Yunxin has also encountered our family a few times. A few months ago, the young master saved an escort agency, and there was a young man with the same name. He even had a conflict with the young master's cousin, Xian Dengzi, who cultivates the Dao, at the Baohua festival. Hearing this, Master Wu remembered. But didn't this young man die? A few days ago, he caused quite a stir. He chuckled, calling himself the Dragon Crown Prince of the Eastern Sea. Quite interesting. In 2 days, arrange for him to meet me. A few days later, old Lu and Li Yunxin came to visit, only to find they were directed to the back door. Old Lu was furious. Li Yunxin calmly said, "The Wu family is looking down on us. Master, the people have been brought here. Come in." Li Yunxin stepped forward, clasped his hands, and introduced himself. "I am the sect leader of the Dragon God sect, the Dragon Crown Prince of the vast sea, Chiwen." Li Yunxin greets Master Wu. After saying this, without waiting for Master Wu's reply, he flipped his robe and sat down. Master Wu opened his eyes upon hearing this. He was about to speak when he saw their actions and frowned in displeasure. The person beside him shouted, "Did the master tell you to sit down?" "Forget it." Old Lu hurriedly cupped his fists and stood up. "Master Wu, please understand. Our sect leader has come to the human world for the first time and doesn't understand human etiquette. I am Lu Gongzan, the chief elder of the Dragon God sect. I am originally from Wei City." Master Wu took a sip of tea and delivered a preemptive strike. "I know. You used to be a bandit." Old Lu was left speechless and awkward. "You even know about that?" "I know more than just that. Although my son helped you a few days ago, that was because he likes doing good deeds. I hope you don't think the Wu family has fallen for the tricks of you Jianghu charlatans." Master Wu opened his eyes and looked at old Lu. "Speak plainly. What exactly are you here for?" Old Lu pretended to be convinced by him, smiled bitterly, and hurriedly cupped his fists to say, "Master Wu is indeed an expert. Since that's the case, we will speak plainly without beating around the bush. Today, we came to talk to Master Wu about the general situation." Master Wu's face remained impassive, and he smiled faintly. "The general situation of the world? Huh. Tell me, let me hear it." Old Lu gathered his breath and explained in a deep voice. "As the saying goes, heroes emerge in chaotic times. Currently, in Wei City, Prefect Zhao has resigned, and the 3 prefectural officials are absent. Demons are causing havoc, and the commoners are terrified, not knowing where to turn. Now, I am rallying the Dragon God sect. Not only do we not collect money, but we also develop water conservancy, repair roads, and open mines." He got excited as he spoke and stepped closer to Master Wu. "This way, when the next prefect arrives in our Wei City, the commoners will have submitted, and we will have tens of thousands of followers. Under these circumstances, may I ask Master Wu, will the newly appointed prefect value us or not?" After hearing this, Master Wu asked, "If you've already planned everything out, why come to me?" Old Lu confidently showed off. "Our Dragon God sect now has some reputation among the commoners, but after all, it's a new sect, and our foundation is unstable. If Master Wu is willing to lend our sect a hand, when our sect achieves great things, Master Wu will be a friend of our Dragon God sect. I want to ask Master Wu, do you want to share this Wei City?" Wu Qi finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Haha, the general situation of the world you mentioned is just Wei City." He looked coldly at the 2 ignorant fools in front of him. "I think you are looking for death." Old Lu looked confused and bewildered. "Master Wu, what do you mean?" Master Wu questioned. "Developing water conservancy, repairing roads, opening mines. Are these things you can do?" He then pointed at Li Yunxin. "Pulling a country bumpkin fisherman to act as the sect leader, and daring to enter the city with such fanfare, openly buying people's hearts. I think you are rebelling." Li Yunxin had only ever heard others praise his outstanding appearance and fairy-like demeanor. Hearing such insults for the first time made his mouth twitch slightly. Old Lu hurriedly feigned fear and denied it. "Master Wu, we didn't think of it that way." Master Wu snorted coldly in disdain. "Do you know that when Prefect Zhao Wu of Wei City came to see me, he had to send a greeting card first? On what basis do you want to talk about cooperating with me?" Old Lu saw that the time was right, hurriedly knelt hard on the ground to show his sincerity. "Master Wu truly has sharp eyes. I am just fishing in troubled waters, trying to find a way to survive in these chaotic times. The Dragon God sect has over 1,000 people anyway. If Master Wu can help, I am willing to be at your disposal." Master Wu frowned deeply. "The crime of rebellion is not light. This Dragon God sect of yours is nothing but a motley crew. I don't want to think about it anymore. Master Wu, this old Taoist has no intention of rebelling. Please help me, Master Wu." Hearing this, Master Wu pondered for a moment before showing a hint of mercy. "Forget it. Seeing that you are a talent, I will give you a chance." Old Lu hurriedly replied, "Thank you, Master Wu. Please point out a bright path for me. The things you mentioned just now, you can't do them. As a prominent local gentry figure, I will give you the funds and allow you to do them. But you can only do it under the name of the Wu Mansion. Consider it as me shielding you from disaster." Only then did a look of joy appear on Old Lu's face. "Thank you, Master Wu." Wu Qi lowered his voice. "In addition, Go investigate the movements of the Wanshun escort agency people in this way city. Once you find out, you will be a member of my Wu Mansion. From then on, let alone a prefect, even a provincial governor won't be able to do anything to you. Li Yunxin, sitting to the side, frowned slightly. Aren't the Wanshun escort agency people the ones who wanted to block Wu Ming? Why does Wu Qi care so much about them? Old Lu, looking moved, pointed at himself to confirm. Does Master Wu mean that the Dragon God sect is still in my hands? Master Wu didn't show it outwardly, but inwardly he despised the two fools in front of him for their narrow vision. Yes, you will still manage it. Thank you for your guidance, Master Wu. Then I will take my leave first. I will handle the arrangements you've made. Master Wu waved his hand. Show them out. At this time, a middle-aged man without a beard suddenly appeared beside him and asked, Master Wu, so Lu Gongzan still hasn't told the truth? His attitude coming here today, pretending to be profound, then speaking passionately, and finally revealing his weak nature. He's not emphasizing it. He frowned. Such a person, let alone achieving great things, probably doesn't even hold the Dragon God sect in his own hands. Master Wu glanced at him. That's why I said, there must be another expert behind him. He asked the pale-faced middle-aged man, Who do you think it is, sir? He narrowed his eyes. In my opinion, it's the newly arrived immortal from the Grotto Heaven of the Shangqing Dantang sect in Wei City. The golden statue of the Dragon Crown Prince at the Nanshan Dragon God Temple is truly possessed by a demon. He said disdainfully, These cultivators of the profound gates just don't want to see demons causing havoc. If it weren't for the Grotto Heaven immortal behind them, how could they be so unrestrained? As for Master Wu's intentions, it's extremely dangerous, especially since 14 years ago. We absolutely cannot make a wrong step. He wanted to use this matter to ally with the Taoist orthodoxy, calmly telling Master Wu, Let's just observe for now. Meanwhile, at the tavern, old Lu asked worriedly, Brother Exin, how was my performance just now? I wonder if they believed it. Li Yunxin calmly raised his wine bowl. They didn't completely believe it. They will probably observe us for a while first. Old Lu pondered. Just as Brother Exin predicted, the people from the Wu family have arrived. With the Wu family's help, their prospects can advance even faster. Looking at the rows of burly men standing in the courtyard, Li Yunxin happily took a sip of wine. That's enough. The Dragon God sect is one layer of cover for me. The Wu family is another layer of cover for the Dragon God sect. As long as the various forces behind him stand firm, he can find a way to survive among them. Old Lu crossed his arms and asked worriedly, What if we get exposed? He chuckled. Then we get exposed. After all, those people didn't really believe what we said, did they? Old Lu didn't understand. Li Yunxin signaled outside with his eyes. Look closely. Many of the people the Wu family sent are cultivators. Hearing this, old Lu hurriedly focused his senses. Sure enough, most of the people outside were experts. Then should we strike first to be safe? A scarred man outside sensitively caught old Lu's probing gaze. They were being watched. Li Yunxin put down his wine bowl. No need. The danger lies in maintaining the image. Let them follow you. I'll go outside the city to take a look. He then ordered old Lu to go back first. The Taoists outside saw old Lu come out and misunderstood. Sure enough, the real mastermind is that Taoist surnamed Lu. Follow him. On this side, as soon as Li Yunxin walked out, two people secretly tailed him. Seeing Li Yunxin stop in the middle of a wasteland, they hid in the bushes and waited. One of them complained in annoyance. We've been following him for days. Does a person with no cultivation really need two Void Realm cultivators like us to tail him? The person next to him kept his eyes glued to Li Yunxin and replied coldly, Just do as master ordered. The other guy, bored, poked his head out to look. I don't see anything special about him either. Why is he looking at the fields? Does the Dragon God sect have their eyes on these wastelands? Suddenly, he noticed the person in front of him had disappeared. The guy next to him shouted, Wait, where did he go? Before he could gather his wits, he saw his companion's head severed from his neck. Looking up, he saw Li Yunxin holding the severed head. His red eyes flashed with vicious light as he opened his mouth and whispered, So hard to eat. The tailor realized the person in front of him was a man-eating demon and fled in terror. This guy is not someone I can fight. I must escape and report back to master. He immediately raised his hand and threw up a cloud of dust. Li Yunxin didn't chase after him. He just raised an arm, bringing down bolts of lightning to catch him. The tailor screamed in terror, activated an escape talisman, and vanished into thin air. Li Yunxin lowered his head in regret. Let him get away. Then he looked up and smirked. You better bring the news back to me. He had already prepared the geographical advantage and human harmony. He was just waiting for the right timing. Heavens, please don't rain. At this time, in the Dantang sect, The tailor, who only had one arm left, hurriedly held his wound and cried out loudly, "Save me! Master, save me! We were discovered by him. The other person was killed by him in one strike." Yu Junzi frowned slightly and said, "Two useless fools. Why didn't you hide well?" "That's Yazi." The tailor trembled in doubt. He had never heard of this kind of demon. Yu Junzi recalled. He used to be a great demon at the profound realm of great achievement. Killing you would only require moving a finger. Even though he is heavily injured now, he is still Yazi. The tailor couldn't bear it, fell down in anger, and questioned why they weren't told. Yu Junzi looked coldly at the dead man in front of him, wishing him to be a smarter person in his next life. In this world, some people have to be sacrificed. He looked at the sky. It's time to go meet that Lord Tongtian. Meanwhile, Li Yunxin was setting pen to paper to write a poem. Suddenly, a gentle breeze blew by, and someone spoke. "Lord Tongtian is quite refined." Li Yunxin looked up with a face full of murderous intent. "Who is it?" In the sky, a middle-aged man was floating under the moonlight. It was Yu Finzi of the Langya Grotto Heaven. He stepped down on the moonlight, looking arrogant, clasped his hands, and said, "Rumor has it that Lord Tongtian has a fierce personality and is decisive in killing. Now you are happily mingling with mortals." Li Yunxin stared at him intently, then lowered his eyes in denial. "Lord Tongtian, there's no need to hide anymore. After all, this isn't your Tongtian Sea. There are still some eyes and ears of my Taoist orthodoxy here." He looked at the frail man in front of him. Legend has it that although Lord Tongtian is a dragon, his true form has a leopard's body and a dragon's head, and he extremely dislikes water. "When you entered Dongting, you took a boat, right?" Li Yunxin replied angrily. "What does that have to do with you?" Yu Junzi swooped down in front of him, detailing Li Yunxin's recent actions. Lord Tongtian used to be famous for his fierce reputation in the Yi Kingdom and Li Kingdom, cultivating the Tao of evil vows. Now your cultivation is almost crippled. You fled to the Wei River, founded the Dragon God sect, and want to recultivate the Tao of good vows. Yu Junzi lifted his chin, pointing at the sky. "Perhaps I can lend you a hand. Why would this lord need your help?" Yu Junzi immediately mocked. "Did Lord Tongtian come out of the city today to look at the dragon beans? The planting season is approaching, and the farmers are all hoping for rain. Seeing the Dragon God sect gaining momentum and expanding its followers in the city, they definitely want to pray to you." He threatened again. "But if Lord Tongtian's identity is exposed, I'm afraid all this good vow cultivation will shatter." Li Yunxin's face darkened, narrowing his eyes. The person who saw through this lord's plan last time was named Qing Liangzi. This poor Taoist is not like Qing Liangzi. I am someone who values my life. Do you know what is behind me? Yu Junzi raised his hand and pointed at the sky. The large, round moon in the sky lit up. "This thing is called the fluorescent treasure mirror. It's a magical treasure that this poor Taoist has refined for over 60 years. It excels at seeing through a cultivator's realm." He looked down at Li Yunxin sitting on the chair. Lord Tongtian's cultivation right now is nothing more than the peak of the transformation realm. He could kill him as easily as flipping his hand. Li Yunxin raised his head at this moment, revealing sharp teeth. Streaks of red light radiated from his eyes. This lord has never listened to others. Yu Junzi wasn't afraid either, calmly saying, "Instead of a crazy fight to the death, right now this poor Taoist would rather talk about cooperation. After all, the Great Tribulation is approaching. We are all in this vortex. Only by cooperating and planning together can we win a place in the world." Hearing this, Li Yunxin was startled. Great Tribulation? He lowered his head, raised his hand, and continued writing, calmly asking, "Where does the Great Tribulation come from?" As long as the Taoist orthodoxy doesn't meddle, this lord finds this world very peaceful. Yu Junzi told Lord Tongtian to stop playing dumb. If others don't know, fine, but as a dragon, how could you not know? The true dragon is secretly building a dragon god dynasty to control the demonic path. Although the world hasn't noticed, the demons scattered everywhere are secretly borrowing the willpower of humanity to grow stronger. And humanity, currently under the protection of the Taoist orthodoxy and sword sect, has become even more prosperous. You demons, relying on willpower to cultivate, will become even stronger. He saw that the outcome between the Taoist orthodoxy, sword sect, and the demons would ultimately be a war. Many cultivators are still ignorant, believing from beginning to end that demons are just disorganized. Yu Junzi looked seriously at Li Yunxin. Facing the impending war, the cultivation world is not yet fully prepared. Therefore, he wanted to help them prepare in advance. Li Yunxin paused his pen upon hearing this, sighing inwardly. So this guy is a warmonger. He looked coldly at Yu Junzi. "Taoist, I think you've gone mad. This is your heart demon. Yu Junzi laughed loudly. No, this is my Tao heart. His eyes turned red with stubborn madness. I used the heart demon to transform into the Tao heart. Use the heart demon to enter the true realm and kill all the demons in the world. For this, he needed to prepare for an all-out war. Yu Junzi clutched his chest and said angrily, First, there was Li Wen attacking the chief disciple of my Langia Grotto Heaven. Then there was the Ghost Emperor causing the deaths of 4 high-level cultivators. Now there's the Dragon Yazi, the Lord of the Dragon Court, whose fierce nature erupted, massacring 36 cultivators of the Taoist orthodoxy. Speaking up to here, he slammed the table. Lord Tontian, do you understand what you should do now? Li Yunxin frowned. Yu Junzi wanted to attack his own cultivators to find an excuse to instigate the Taoist orthodoxy and sword sect to go to war with the demons. He coldly threw his pen. Who the hell are you to order this lord around? Yu Junzi didn't care about Li Yunxin's attitude. He calmly picked up the pen and replied, I very much hope Lord Tontian becomes stronger. Because only when Lord Tontian enters the true realm and finds his Tao heart can he become a formidable enemy of the Taoist orthodoxy and sword sect. But if Lord Tontian is unwilling to cooperate with Lu Ling in the hands of the Lord of Dongting, it's not like I don't have other ways. His eyes radiated murderous intent as he looked down at Li Yunxin. And Lord Tontian, you only have one path, and that is death. Li Yunxin remained unmoved, looking straight back at him, and spat out one word. Yu Junzi then threw a talisman at him and disappeared into thin air, his voice echoing back, as long as the talisman in my hand is activated, within the next 5 days, a profound realm cultivator will come here. You will only have the path of death. So think it over. Li Yunxin frowned in the darkness, looking at the talisman in his hand, pondering and smiling faintly. The Dragon God Dynasty. This is actually an unexpected harvest. Sounds interesting. At this time, old Lu finally realized something was wrong and hurriedly ran in. Brother Exine, what happened? Li Yunxin raised his hand and destroyed the talisman, smiling coldly as he replied. That Yu Fenci has fallen into the trap. The next day, old Lu and Li Yunxin went to the Dragon God sect. The people around hurriedly gathered. It's sect leader Lu. The sect leader is here. Old Lu hurriedly coughed to interrupt. Don't call me that carelessly. This is the real sect leader. After saying that, he ended the greeting session. The sect leader and the protectors have some matters to discuss. Everyone, please step down for now. At this time, on the roof opposite, 2 old men were quietly observing everything. The black-bearded old man looked at old Lu and said softly, Your friend seems to have joined an evil cult, huh? The black-bearded old man pondered and analyzed. Behind the Dragon God sect is the Wu family. Do you know that 20 years ago, King Ung Bao Zun planned to wipe out the Qian family, the overlords of the Jianghu? It was the Wu family backing them up. If you want to save him, you still need to borrow strength. Inside the Dragon God sect, looking at all kinds of animals below, Li Yunxin sat in the main seat and spoke. It seems you guys are living quite well in the city, huh? A black cat, busy eating meat and drinking wine, looked up and flattered. Your Majesty, little Meow has been very tired these days. It's rare to get such relaxation. Li Yunxin looked at this bizarre group of animals gnawing on chicken and drinking wine, and said, Right now, the city is full of cultivators. There are already over 36 Void Realm cultivators. Among them, dozens are at the construction site next door. You guys, on the other hand, don't seem afraid at all. A calico cat demon hurriedly approached, rubbing its paws and smiling obsequiously. Hee, with your Majesty here, what is there to be afraid of? Is your Majesty counting by the 3 sacrifices? I don't have the 3 sacrifices of cow, sheep, and pig, but I have something else. Do you want it? Hearing this, the calico cat demon's eyes lit up, and it jumped up. Something good? Is it a body? Li Yunxin gently fanned himself and smiled. Yes, it's a body. But before I give it to you, I must say this. He took out a painting of a busted succubus with 2 horns on her head, warning in advance. Although the transformation realm can turn the fake into real, if the original painting is torn, the true form will also be lost. That's why I've never painted a body for you. But recently, I thought of a new method we can try. The cat demon looked at the beautiful woman in the painting, its eyes shining. It happily held its face with both hands and said, That's great. Give it to me quickly. Li Yunxin didn't waste words and shouted softly, Go. The painting instantly burned to ashes. The demoness in the painting shot out as a physical entity. The calico cat immediately jumped over. I'm coming. Third Sister Hua finished entering her new body, happily twisting her body and asking, Your Majesty, look, am I beautiful? Seeing Third Sister Hua successfully enter the body, Li Yunxin smiled and praised, "Beautiful." He knew he had successfully used the painted object, bringing willpower to mold a true form. The paper was torn, but the body didn't dissipate. It seemed this path was correct. The other ghosts and demons nearby gathered around to watch the excitement. Seeing this, Li Yunxin refused. "Not right now. The willpower consumed for this is enough for me to return to the middle stage of the transformation realm." He patted the demoness's head, telling her to wait a bit longer. Third Sister Hua happily approached and asked, "Your Majesty, with such a good body, can I go out and work now?" Li Yunxin replied with a gloomy face, "I do have something I need Third Sister Hua's help with. It just so happens I have a task for you. Go kill a few people for me." Hearing it was about killing people, Third Sister Hua asked hesitantly, "I can kill people now? Didn't your Majesty forbid harming human lives?" Li Yunxin smiled knowingly and corrected himself. "I misspoke. I want you to kill cultivators, Taoists. They are not humans, so you can kill them." Hearing this, Third Sister Hua happily clenched her fists. She hadn't fought in a long time. Just then, the rat spirit noticed a little bamboo tube peeking at them from the window. Seeing it was discovered, the little bamboo tube didn't hesitate, jumping over to Li Yunxin, putting its hands on its hips, and asking, "My master sent me to ask Lord Tontian, how is your consideration of last night's matter going?" Hearing this, Li Yunxin smiled coldly. Does Yu Junzi really think so highly of himself? He threw the little bamboo tube to the ground. "Tell Yu Junzi, this lord will also go on a killing spree. I'll play with you." Meanwhile, outside the Dragon God sect, two men sent by Yu Junzi were secretly observing. "Senior brother, what are we guarding here for? Didn't the immortal master tell us to block the Dragon God sect's tricks?" Senior brother Ji Yuzi replied, "Right now, dozens of Void Realm and Intent Realm cultivators have been dispatched to do these things. They don't lack the two of us. And if we want to show our talents, of course, we have to take a different path." Seeing Li Yunxin come out, they were about to secretly follow when a voice suddenly rang out behind them. It turned out the white-bearded old man who had been tailing them earlier had also seen the two. "I am Ing Jianjue of the Black Dao. I have some matters to discuss with you too." The two were startled. Where did this guy come from? Ing Jianjue looked at the two men's appearance and mistakenly thought they were like-minded individuals. "Are you two also here to strike at the righteous figures of the evil cult? How about we cooperate?" The junior brother also reported that they had lost track of Li Yunxin and his group. The senior brother angrily looked at the two annoying mortals in front of him and asked arrogantly, "Cooperate? You also want to find trouble with the Dragon God sect?" Ing Jianjue pointed at the white-bearded old man beside him. "To be honest, that sect leader was originally a brother of my subordinate. Old Lu was originally a scholar, but he succumbed to temptation and gave the Dragon King Temple to the evil cult." Hearing that the two old men in front of them knew old Lu, the two men's faces darkened. "You know him?" "That's right. He saved me once. Now that he has fallen into an evil cult, I must repay this favor." Hearing this, the senior brother didn't say much and immediately threw out a talisman to attack. Before the two old men could react, they were frozen stiff by the talisman, unable to move. "What is this?" The senior brother smiled sinisterly. "We are not here to do good deeds. Since these guys know that old man, we can't keep them alive." After saying that, he activated the talisman to crush the two. Right at this moment, the talisman was blown away and scattered. Ji Yuzi panicked and shouted, "Which expert is here?" On the roof, Li Yunxin was combing Third Sister Hua's hair. He asked the demons beside him, "Those two old men are a bit foolish, but they are good people. What do you think?" The black cat demon beside him smiled in agreement. "Your Majesty is absolutely right." The two men looked up and saw Li Yunxin sitting cross-legged, with a group of red-eyed demons guarding him on both sides. Ji Yuzi and his companion said disdainfully, "Humph, just a cultivator, yet you befriend demons." Li Yunxin's eyes were covered in cold frost. Demons can be educated, while cultivators kill indiscriminately. What's the difference between you and demons? He allowed Third Sister Hua to go test her true form. Ji Yuzi looked at the demoness, startled and afraid. This demoness, without any magic treasures or incantations, she instantly summoned a terrifying, blazing demonic fire. "What is this?" San Huanyang didn't waste words and spoke with her fists. "I've come to play with you all." A loud explosion erupted. A blinding light covered a large area of the sky. At this moment, Ing Jianjue, who was hiding in the distance, turned to his white-bearded junior brother and advised, "The rule of the martial world is, what you shouldn't see, you don't see. What you shouldn't know, you don't need to know." On the other side, before Ji Yuzi could react, San Huanyang had already pierced a fist straight through his chest. Until he fell, he couldn't understand why the Three Steps chapter had no effect on this female demon. Could she also be of the dragon race? Seeing Ji Yuzi use his remaining strength to take out a message talisman, he had to send the news back. San Huanyang delivered another punch, killing him with his mouth agape. At this moment, Ji Yuzi's soul emerged. Before it could escape, it was chained by Li Yunxin. Pathetic. The names of some mortals can appear in the Book of Life and Death, but you two are not worthy. The two Yin souls couldn't understand how Li Yunxin could chain their souls. Is he an underworld emissary? Just then, a real underworld emissary appeared. Li Yunxin recognized it as a puppet clone of Yin Jun. The one who has come to collect you has arrived. But these guys were still useful. He would collect them on Yin Jun's behalf. After collecting the souls, he turned to look at Yin Jun's puppet. The puppet was silent for a moment, then turned and left. Li Yunxin was startled. He thought he would have to fight for it to be released. It just left like that. He immediately discovered a new secret. So that's the principle. When ordinary people die, if by some coincidence they manage to hide from the puppet clone, they become wandering, lonely ghosts. He chuckled softly. How interesting. At this moment, Yufensi had also arrived. You killed them all. Seeing Yufensi, all the demon guards behind him rushed forward to protect Li Yunxin. Li Yunxin gently fanned his fan and said, "Don't be afraid. We're all on the same side." He looked coldly at Yufensi. They're dead, so they're dead. Why ask? The old man frowned. I didn't see you kill them with my own eyes. Just now, why did you set up a restraining barrier? Li Yunxin hated people who asked too many questions. When I, this lord, do things, do I need to report to you? If we're cooperating, it's best not to have too many hidden matters, to avoid any mistakes. Yufensi's brow furrowed even more as he looked suspiciously behind Li Yunxin. For tens of thousands of years, in this world, the dragon race has only had the true dragon and its 9 sons, a total of 10. But the dragon woman behind Li Yunxin, what was she? Hearing this, Li Yunxin also explained that he didn't think there would be any mistakes, which is why he didn't let their souls escape. Even their souls had to be scattered. Then he provoked Yufensi. If you're so timid, why did you come to me for cooperation? A grand scheme requires a bit of caution. Yufensi extended his hand towards San Huanyang. Also, I've never heard of the dragon race having this dragon woman before. I haven't had the pleasure of meeting her. May I ask, Lord Tongtian, which great power is she? Li Yunxin snorted loudly, turned directly, and led San Huanyang away. Taoists, a bunch of cowards. That's why I don't want to deal with you. But his next words startled Yufensi. She is my daughter, Princess Tongtian. Yufensi was suspicious. He had never heard that Lord Tongtian had a beloved daughter. Since I am working with Lord Tongtian on a great matter, now that I've met your virtuous daughter, I cannot be impolite. He raised his hand and gently performed a spell. In my humble hands, I have a water-splitting halberd that is very suitable for a woman to use. As a gift to my niece, consider it a meeting present. After speaking, a beam of light shot from his hand towards San Huanyang. Niece, accept it. San Huanyang looked back suspiciously. Li Yunxin spoke up. Someone wants to give you a gift. Just take it. Before her, a long spear flew straight at her face. San Huanyang caught it with her bare hands. Looking at her scratched, lightly smoking hand, she cried out in anger. There's nothing here. Are you playing with me? Yufensi smiled insidiously. I seem to have forgotten. I am currently in my divine soul true form. I can only make it up to you next time. He then said with a strange tone, Congratulations to Lord Tongtian for having such a beloved daughter. There is hope for the future. Do you need to tell me that? If there's nothing else, then get lost. Yufensi's true body retrieved its divine soul and returned to his room. He opened his eyes, his expression grave. Although it was just a small illusion to test her, this dragon woman is only at the illusory realm, yet she could block my attack with her bare hands. It's clear her physical body is very strong. An 11th dragon. If the dragon race produces a 3rd generation, that would be terrible. On this side, Li Yunxin looked towards the rustling sound, letting others know our secrets. Do you think we should kill them to silence them? Hearing this, Ing Jinjua hurriedly ran out and begged. Please, senior, be merciful. The white-bearded old man spoke up to explain. To be honest with you, sir, we thought old Taoist Lu was being deceived, so we just wanted to disband the divine dragon cult. Then we would invite my old friend into the town to be our strategist. Li Yunxin frowned suspiciously. What town? Ing Jinjua clarified. The Great Qing is unstable right now. 300 miles east of Wei City, we came out of Yinshan Gorge stronghold, gathered a group of brothers, took in refugees, and are acting on heaven's behalf. Hearing this, Li Yunxin had to give a thumbs up in admiration. What a talent. Establishing a sect in the heartland of the Great Qing, acting like gangsters. It really could only be you. Ing Jinjua denied it. We're not trying to rebel. The world is getting worse and worse. I plan to provide relief for the refugees for 3 years. Li Yunxin said bluntly. Right now, even getting enough to eat has become a problem. The black-bearded old man, hearing this, couldn't refute it. He's too persuasive. Go back to the town and pack up. From now on, follow me. I have a say in Wei City now. Hearing this, the white-bearded old man was worried. In the camp, there are over 1,000 elderly, women, and children within these 300 miles. Before the old man could finish, Li Yunxin had already turned and left. Whether you come or not is up to you. I've given you a path. Think it over carefully and then talk to me. Great hero Ing, what should we do? Ing Jianjue pondered for a moment and then decided. Go back and bring everyone here. San Huanyang asked suspiciously. Great king, what do you need these people for? Aren't we enough? People. Of course, he needs as many as possible. Li Yunxin looked up at the sky and chuckled softly. The war has already begun. The next day, in the bean fields outside the city, a crowd of people gathered. Li Yunxin raised a shovel and said heroically, the drought has lasted for a long time, and the fields are barren. Today, I summoned the great dragon god, who has commanded my divine dragon cult to repair the roads for the people. After speaking, he slammed the shovel into the ground. The first shovel, to stabilize the dragon chi. The people below shouted, Thank you, Dragon King. We'll come and help too. Li Yunxin handed the shovel back to Steward Liu. No rush. Steward Liu, you dig the second shovel. When you eat the beans, don't forget the one who dug the well. Let the villagers remember the kindness of you benefactors. The villagers below were moved to tears. The benefactors are digging the ditch themselves. At this moment, Li Yunxin continued to win over the people's hearts. Everyone, let's repair the ditch together. Pray for favorable winds and rain to show our sincerity. Everyone enthusiastically participated. Before long, a large ditch had been formed. Seeing that everyone had gathered on both sides of the ditch, Li Yunxin spoke up. The path we have dug is a testament to the divine dragon cult and the love of all the villagers in the country. I think it should be called the Divine Dragon Canal. He held up a bucket of water. Let me lead the way with this first bucket of water. The people below all raised their hands and shouted, May the dragon god protect us and grant us a bountiful harvest. At this moment, Li Yunxin directly poured the bucket of water into the ditch. Everyone around was excited to see the long ditch immediately fill up. At this moment, Yu Fenci was watching everything from above, his brow furrowed in suspicion. What is Yazid doing now? Returning to his study, Yu Fenci drew the clues he had gathered recently, circling Old Lu. The shape of the ditch, Lu Gongsan, the dragon temple, Yazid. Suddenly, he spoke. Still haven't returned? Behind him, 2 women appeared. Qing Fuzi threw Lu Ling to the ground. Following the immortal master's instructions, the person and the item have been delivered. But there's one thing. When I caught her, it seems she swallowed something. Hearing this, Yu Fenci knew that keeping Lu Ling was useless. Then put her away. Lu Ling, her face covered in wounds, trembled and said, How can you do this and still be worthy of the reputation of a prestigious sect? Yu Fenci didn't even bother to look. To him, killing someone who sided with demons was nothing wrong. Do it. Siding with demons. What's wrong with me killing you? Do it. Qing Fuzi, her face twisted into a sadistic smile, held a knife to Lu Ling's throat. Immortal Master, I'm afraid of blood. So, I'll have to trouble you to bleed out completely before we proceed. Lu Ling's carotid artery was immediately severed. Her eyes, filled with hatred, stared at the 2 people before her. Demons, you are the real demons. Yu Fenci looked back at the clues in his hand. This hard art is not one of the 108 Dharma gates of the Taoist sword sect. It seems to be the heavenly heart true Dharma. He chuckled softly. In that case, it can only be the Danqing Taoist art. So Lu Gongsan cultivates the painting Tao. Yu Fenci stood up, clasped his hands, and sighed mockingly. Yazid. What a grand scheme. Even I almost fell for it. All this talk of repairing roads and bridges, bringing blessings to the villagers, spreading the faith, absorbing the power of incense offerings. It was all just a smokescreen. He had seen through it. Li Yunxin wanted to use the land of Wei City to draw it in. The ditches, roads, bridges were all part of a grand formation. He slammed the table and laughed loudly. What a demon, Lord Tongtian. To think there's such a character among demons. Yu Fenci's eyes were bloodshot with excitement and a sinister smile. Now this is a worthy opponent for Yu Fenci. Using the Wu family and the Divine Dragon cult to repeatedly attack the city around Wei City. Only the places where Yazid and Lu Gongsan personally participated became the marks of the painting formation. Yu Fenci was now completely lost in his own thoughts. If Li Yunxin had such courage, and he still had the sword heart, He was determined to let Li Yunxin die a glorious death on that day. On this side, Li Yunxin was bored, resting his head on his hand. It seemed that everything was progressing smoothly according to his wishes. Old Lu reported, "This morning, the people from the Wu residence said they are quickly building the main altar by our Tao Creek Road. Next, several places in the outer city still need locations for repairing bridges and roads. We also need to arrange that." Li Yunxin immediately stood up, also preparing to go to the next location. Old Lu looked at his condition and advised with concern, "Brother Exine, these past few days, your cultivation has dropped to the early stage of the transformation realm. Why don't you rest for a bit?" Li Yunxin knew he couldn't rest now. "Old Lu, if I don't go, how can we infuse the spiritual energy? Yu Fenci is an enlightened true person. Every brushstroke must be flawless." Li Yunxin clasped his hands and added, "Besides, our enemy, I'm afraid, is not just the people of the Taoist sections." At this moment, the black cat suddenly ran over, calling, "Great King." Li Yunxin knew that the investigation from before had yielded results. "What is it? Last time, I told you to give that family a gold ingot. Any news?" "Yes. Last night, there was a loud noise in their house. That Wang Sheng rushed to the Wu residence early this morning to inquire. That shop is also considered the Wu family's property." "And then what?" The black cat continued to report. "After that, Wang Sheng didn't return for long. While he was eating lunch, his head was cut off. The head immediately disappeared without a trace." Li Yunxin smiled. "So they've arrived?" On this side, Yu Fenci was asking Qing Fuzi where Yazi had gone this morning. Humming Creek outside the city. Before she could finish speaking, a strong wind blew past. Her whole body went limp, and her eyes flashed red. Yu Fenci looked at the woman with a cold expression before him and realized something was wrong. "Who are you?" She opened her mouth. "Lin Liangzi and Qing Liangzi are the same person." Then she arrogantly ordered, "Kill that dragon. The sooner, the better, preferably tonight. After it's done, my sect will reward you handsomely." Yu Fenci was angry. "What a big talker. Do you think my Langya Grotto heaven is short of your things? I am friends with Qing Liangzi, but not with you. I hate being ordered around the most. When that dragon dies, and how it dies, I will arrange. If you want to kill it, go kill it yourself. But if you ruin my good work, I won't be polite to you." She half closed her eyes and smiled. "Since you are so stubborn, I hope you are well prepared. Don't fail." Immediately, Qing Fuzi's body flashed with a red light, flew out, and then fell down. On this side, Old Lu followed Li Yunxin and asked, "Is there a problem with Wang Sheng's house?" Li Yunxin smiled coldly. "Someone is preventing this world from progressing. Or rather, from changing. That person didn't think I was still alive." The black cat beside him was worried. "Great King, the head of the scene cannot be without the Great King." Old Lu, remembering, also had a pained expression. "Brother Exine, it hasn't been easy for you to get this far." Seeing the two of them worrying about him, Li Yunxin showed a rare, warm smile. "It's not easy, but I have to survive." Through death, he learned that having eyes, a nose, ears, a mouth, and being able to feel this wind, to talk with friends, he learned that being alive is very good. Old Lu, hearing this, had tears in his eyes. "That's right. If it weren't for Brother Exine, I would have long been a pile of yellow earth." At this moment, Li Yunxin stopped and comforted him. "Old Lu, Yu Fenci's people have crossed the South Mountain. Don't think too much. We have important things to do now." Ahead, a group of people were arguing loudly. "The sect master's blueprint has already marked it. This road will go straight through there." The several strong men building the road angrily pointed straight at the mountain. "Look clearly. Ahead is a small mount. Why not go around it instead of through it?" A subordinate of the divine dragon cult coldly held up the blueprint. "No. Everything must be done according to the sect master's map." At this moment, Old Lu spoke up and told them not to make a fuss. "The sect master is here." The several strong men building the road hurriedly clasped their hands and voiced their opinion. "Greetings, sect master. You've come at the right time. If we are to follow the sect master's way of doing things, we need to open up the mountain and break the rocks. I'm afraid the construction time will be more than double." Li Yunxin smiled faintly and told the old men to step aside. "Let the brothers start construction. Turn back." One of the road workers whispered under his breath, "Cutting a road through a mountain. Isn't that just a joke? I don't know what this sect master is trying to do." Old Lu, hearing this, immediately told everyone to get out of the way. At this moment, Li Yunxin gently raised his left hand. A bolt of lightning immediately and powerfully shattered the small mountain into hundreds of pieces. The road workers' jaws dropped in fear. "No way. This sect master has such divine power." He looked at Li Yunxin in fear. "What did we just say?" At this moment, Li Yunxin turned his head back, his expression cold and full of warning. Now the road can be built straight, right? On the other side, Yu Fenci was also redrawing Li Yunxin's painting formation. He calculated, it must be a straight line to connect a part of the painting like this. Just for this, he's already in a hurry to show off his divine power. Looking at the painting formation before him, Yu Fenci's eyes shone with a crazed excitement. So this is what you're drawing. It's rare to meet such an interesting demon. Then let me play with you. Time passed. On the 16th day of the 6th month, the main altar of the divine dragon cult was about to be completed. In the outskirts of Wei City, a total of 16 righteous deeds, 19 roads, and 6 bridges were under construction. In addition, 24 rain shelters were being built in various places. And among them, 36 Taoist cultivators sent to Wei City had all been killed. 21 of them died at the hands of the divine dragon cult. The remaining 15 were trying to escape from Wei City. In half an hour, their clones were killed by Yu Fenci, their souls scattered. On this side, Li Yunxin heard Yu Fenci recount this story and clicked his tongue. Tsk, Taoist master, you are truly ruthless. You can even kill your own fellow Taoists. Yu Fenci acted as if he had no choice. You didn't follow our agreement. I had no choice but to act in your place. I never agreed to anything with you. Yu Fenci didn't pay attention and reminded him. Tomorrow is the day Li Yunxin stands before the believers to pray for rain. He kindly gave him a reminder. After you've consolidated the believers and obtained their faith power, you'd best leave Wei City. Hearing this, Li Yunxin put down his fan, puzzled, and asked for the reason. You are the first in spirit to so brazenly perform miracles in a major city. Yu Fenci will also report the news of the killed cultivators. The Taoist sects will realize the seriousness of this matter. Yu Fenci clasped his hands and looked at the sky. Perhaps he will also be mentioned and criticized, but for the time being, his position cannot be replaced. The higher-ups will let him continue to preside over Wei City. But next, the assistants sent by the Taoist sects will not be small fry, but people who can really get things done. Li Yunxin frowned suspiciously. Are you really that kind-hearted? Yu Fenci didn't care whether Li Yunxin believed him or not, left a sentence, and then turned to leave. You don't have to listen to me, but you should know, peaceful coexistence is beneficial for both of us. Old Lu, beside him, also stroked his beard suspiciously. He's gone? What does he mean? Li Yunxin said grimly. He wants to make a move. He's here tonight to probe for information. Yu Fenci returned to his room, also frowning in suspicion. He has believers, so why has Lord Tongtian's aura become weaker? Beside him, someone suddenly spoke. Have you realized something is wrong? This person was Lin Liangzi. Yu Fenci asked him what he was doing here again. Lin Liangzi came to remind you. Don't mistake the person. Yu Fenci asked back, confused, what does that mean? These past few days, I've been wandering around the city and heard some interesting things. Lin Liangzi recounted the things he had investigated recently. A small merchant confidently declared that he had been harmed by Li Yunxin. I've met this Dragon King before. He was the one who drew my sour soup into the lake. Reminded by this small merchant, not a few people also remembered. They had seen this Dragon King in Bailu Prefecture before. Yu Fenci already knew everything Lin Liangzi said. Lin Liangzi poured a cup of tea and slowly explained. He transformed into the appearance of Li Yunxin. He also claimed to the outside world to be Li Yunxin, but the timing doesn't match. The Dragon Prince Yazi fought with your disciple on the 28th of the 4th month. On the 24th of the 4th month, his whereabouts were unknown. He smiled confidently. It wasn't just one person who said it. That Li Yunxin appeared in Bailu Prefecture on the 20th of the 4th month. The night that the 9th Dragon Prince, Li Gun, died, Li Yunxin was not yet dead. He sneered. Xing Liangzi said you are a smart person, but you are too arrogant. Lin Liangzi moved closer to Yu Fenci and mocked. Actually, you already suspected it, didn't you? The painting Dao is not a technique that a demon can use. What convinced me the most is that I've seen a similar painting before, and the painting technique is only known to Li Chunfeng and his wife. Only then did Yu Fenci reflect on it. He was so angry that veins bulged on his forehead. He gritted his teeth and maintained his composure. He had indeed been suspicious. The sudden appearance of the dragon woman, the decline in his cultivation, were all suspicious points. He never expected that Lord Tongtian would use the dragon woman's body to hide his tracks. He had been tricked by a child. At this moment, his eyes flashed with a ruthless light. But it doesn't matter. A superior plan leaves room everywhere. Yu Fenci regained his immortal-like demeanor and said loudly, respond to 10,000 changes with 100 transformations. Let him call the wind and summon the rain. I will not move. The plan is set. Whether he is Li Yunxin or Yazi, tomorrow he will die. Yu Fenci, without turning his head, said to Lin Liangzi. For your sincerity, I will befriend you. Tomorrow, after I take that brat Li Yunshin's head, I will discuss the grand plan with you. The next night, on the 17th of the 6th month, the streets were bustling with decorations for the rain-making ceremony. Lanterns filled the streets. A team of gongs and drums played festive music everywhere. At this moment, Li Yunshin stood behind a curtain, looking at the people gathered around the dragon throne, and was also speechless. What are all these things? Old Lu laughed. The Dragon King is in a good mood right now. At this moment, the gongs and drums sounded. Cheers for a bountiful harvest, favorable winds and rain, and blessings for the people echoed everywhere. Li Yunshin stepped out and shouted, Everyone, please join me in welcoming the Dragon God. The Dragon King is a true sage. The true dragon is a true sage. As soon as he finished speaking, a bolt of heavenly thunder struck the ground, tearing through the night. San Huanyang, her head ablaze, stepped onto the stage. Below, everyone was surprised and awestruck. It's real? The true dragon is a true sage. Yu Fenci, below, was furious at this scene. You've finally revealed your true face, Yizi. On the stage, San Huanyang laughed with joy, and fierce flames erupted on both sides of her. Haha, it's finally my turn to become a sage. Yu Fenci, seeing this, was also confused as to why Lord Tontian was doing this. Just then, the sound-transmitting jade tablet on his waist lit up. He ran out of the crowd and answered. It turned out to be the sect leader, Kuan Wuzi, calling. Greetings, sect leader. He was puzzled. Strange. Why would the sect leader personally appear at this time? On the other end, Kuan Wuzi had an important mission for him. 5 days ago, I investigated the whereabouts of the second dragon's son and Yizi. After the battle, he has now entered the Qin kingdom. The second dragon's son's cultivation has been restored to the harmonious true person realm. He is just one step away from returning to the mystic realm. Hearing these words, Yu Fenci's eyes widened in disbelief. He continued to listen to Kuan Wuzi. The Taoist sects are determined. I need you to coordinate in the south and fight together. He was silent for a moment before asking. Sect leader, are you sure it's the second dragon's son, and Yizi? Kuan Wuzi frowned. Certain. Of course, it's not wrong. You must be careful. Pay attention to any abnormalities inside. Immediately after he transforms into a human body, his body is long, he likes to wear a yellow robe, and he wears a golden crown on his head. Remember his appearance. If you meet him, fight him. Don't be careless. Yu Fenci was suspicious. Yizi has just entered the Qin kingdom. So who is the person on the stage? At this moment, on the stage, San Huanyang was joyfully performing. I am the three-flower dragon woman under the way river dragon king, Li Gun. Hearing this, Yu Fenci was so angry his blood vessels were about to burst. Li Gun is the name of that dead ninth dragon's son? So I've been tricked in a big way. I thought I was the chicken, but it turns out I'm the rice grain. These people, I want to peel off several layers of their skin. A bunch of thieves, daring to use Yizi to trick me. Li Yunshin, on the stage, continued his performance loudly. A few months ago, a demon appeared in the vicinity of Manhwa City. The Dragon King manifested his divinity to slay the demon, fighting 300 rounds with it on Wild Plain Mountain before killing it. Because of this, the Dragon King's vital energy was greatly damaged, which is why the world is now in a drought, without a single drop of rain. The people below were worried. If there's no rain, how can things be good? The bean fields are about to dry up and die. We begged the Dragon King to find a way to make it rain. On the stage, Li Yunshin spread his arms and shouted, Today, the Wei River Dragon King, out of compassion for the people of Manhwa City, has sent my divine dragon cult and the three-flower dragon woman to perform a divine feat. His expression was sincere and earnest as he said, As long as you are moved by and remember the great kindness of the Wei River Dragon King, who has protected our city, then sincerely chant the title of the sect master of my divine dragon cult, the Wei River Dragon King. The Dragon King will send down a heavy rain today, bringing blessings to tens of thousands of people. The people below hurriedly and enthusiastically shouted, and 1,000 people sincerely knelt before Li Yunshin. Thank you for the great kindness of the Wei River Dragon King's protection. We pray for the Dragon King to send down rain. Li Yunshin saw that the time was right. He raised both hands and slammed his magic staff onto the ground. Immediately, a wave of sound spread through the air. At this moment, the people looked up in amazement. A strong wind carrying moisture suddenly blew across the sky. The wind is blowing. Thank you for the great kindness of the Wei River Dragon King's protection. Just then, Yu Fenci, from below, loudly pointed at Li Yunshin and cursed, A bunch of nobodies daring to fish in troubled waters in front of me. It's a good thing the sect leader reminded me just now, telling me to clean up. He immediately used a magic treasure to cover the sky. Everyone was surprised. It's still daytime. Why is there such a bright moonlight? Yu Fenci stepped on the moon and looked down at Li Yunxin, his eyes cold and angry as he recited, Langia Grotto Heaven of the Taoist Sects, Disciplinary Seat, Enlightened True Person Yu Fenci, here to slay demons. The people below were confused. The demon the immortal is talking about is. Before the ordinary people could understand what this meant, they saw a woman covered in injuries run over, shouting and interrupting. You've all been deceived. Many people have died in the city. The one on the stage is not the Dragon King, but a demon. It wants to kill all of you, refine you into Een souls. There's no rain. There was never any rain. We've all been deceived. Yu Fenci, with a triumphant expression in the sky, said to Li Yunxin, you used a painting formation to pray for rain, just to increase your faith power. As for who the faith power is for, you, a demon, or me, it doesn't matter. Your plan is a chain of schemes, and so is mine. The people below, hearing this, were all terrified and started murmuring, is what that person said about being refined into Een souls true? After he finished speaking, he jumped down and put on a show with Qing Fuzi. Fellow Taoist, what is the meaning of this? Qing Fuzi hurriedly and tragically cried out, there's a change in the city. These demons have refined a group of Een souls in Wei City, intending to turn this place into a land of the dead. Li Yunxin, listening from the side, remained calm and smiled coldly. Humph, these two are putting on a play for me. Yu Fenci smugly turned back to look at Li Yunxin, thinking his plan had succeeded. Qing Fuzi, this big commotion, the common people are all wavering. Once they have doubts, the faith power will be gone. Let's see how you brat, will deal with this. He exposed Li Yunxin's scheme. Brat, I know you're using this city as a scroll, a painting formation. But in the end, it's just a few tricks. You killed more than 20 people in the city, and I also killed several dozen. What do you think I used the spiritual energy of those Een souls for? As he spoke, his eyes turned red with a vicious excitement, veins bulging on his face. Let me tell you, it was to break your painting formation. He then pointed at the wounded Qing Fuzi beside him, and said casually, this person, later I will also let you kill her in front of many people, to prove that you are a demon. Li Yunxin sneered and slammed Qing Fuzi's head onto the ground. The surrounding earth and stones shattered and sank into a deep pit. Why waste words? He killed her instantly. Yu Fenci was surprised that he dared to do this in front of the common people. Yu Fenci gritted his teeth in anger. You still dare to show off in front of me? He flew into the sky and shouted, audacious demon, don't you dare commit violence. The people around, seeing this scene, were in an uproar and confused. The sect master killed someone. Li Yunxin raised his bloody fist and smiled coldly. Didn't you want me to kill someone to cut off my source of faith? You say Li Yunxin wants to refine Een souls, but the one who really wants to make a move is the seemingly righteous Taoist in front of you. He looked coldly at Yu Fenci in the sky and opened his mouth to provoke him. The spiritual energy of this painting formation of his comes from the faith of the tens of thousands of people below this stage. As long as their faith is immortal, you can do nothing to this painting formation of mine, unless you really want to kill them all. Hearing this, Yu Fenci took out a paper effigy talisman that was emitting a chilling aura. No, it is you, demon, who has killed them. After speaking, he raised his hand, shouted, and chanted a spell. Where is the Gong Shun? Immediately, a dazzling green light shone all around. The people of Wei City instantly transformed into vengeful souls and were sucked into the sky. They couldn't stop moaning. Why did you kill me? I died a wrongful death. At this moment, Yu Fenci in the sky was still pretending, shouting angrily and cursing Li Yunxin. Wicked creature, you want to use the lives of all the people in the city to refine your evil art? How can I, a humble Taoist, let you be so rampant? The people around who were lucky enough to be alive saw this scene and shouted in fear for their lives. Help! We pray to the Dragon God for help. The Dragon God? He's a demon. Yu Fenci, witnessing everything from above, clasped his hands in triumph and thanked Li Yunxin. Thank you for the faith power you worked so hard to gather. Once their faith collapses, all the faith power will be absorbed into my Een spirits. After everyone has been killed by him, the Taoist sects will come again. As for what Li Yunxin says, besides him, who else would believe it? Li Yunxin remained calm and smiled coldly. You're really confident. Yu Fenci didn't even pay attention to his attitude. 1,000 years ago, this formation killed that demonized painting saint. Today, he will recreate this formation. At that time, the Een spirits that were refined were 108 mystic realm cultivators. Now, This formation of his only takes 36 heavenly stems to refine the Gung Shun In spirits. He sneered arrogantly. Perhaps you still want to rely on that little demon you arranged outside the city to cause trouble? Let me tell you, someone has already gone to kill them. He thought that even though he had been tricked twice before, he had never truly considered Li Yunxin a real opponent. Hearing these words, Li Yunxin had to praise him to save him some face. You are indeed a smart person. Suddenly, a drop of rain fell, cutting through Yu Fenxi's confidence. Startled, he looked up at the sky. Is this rainwater? The people below, seeing the downpour growing heavier, were also startled and overjoyed. It's raining. It's really raining. They realized the divine dragon cult had truly summoned the rain to save the people. It's the Wei River Dragon King. That evil Taoist was lying to us. At this moment, Li Yunxin glanced at Yu Fenxi and said with amusement, "It seems heaven is on my side." Yu Fenxi immediately formed a hand seal. This heavenly timing. Brat, it's a gift for you. He pointed to the sky, wanting to summon lightning to strike down this deceitful brat before him. The green light sucking up the vengeful souls grew even more ferocious. Yu Fenxi's eyes flashed with a sinister, triumphant light. No remains. Who would have thought he was so wicked that the heavenly thunder would directly backfire and strike him on the head? Startled, he thought, why is there lightning? From behind, Li Yunxin's mocking voice sounded. It's not heavenly timing, you fool. At this, he broke out in a cold sweat. You really are Yazi. No, the sect leader's information can't be wrong. No, you are not Yazi. At this moment, Li Yunxin had transformed into his half-dragon form. Horns 2 meters long grew from his head, his body was clad in dragon armor, and his eyes were blood-red as he said, "You stinking Taoist, listen carefully. I am the Wei River Dragon King, Li Yunxin." In the rain, Yu Fenxi couldn't believe it. There's still a Wei River Dragon King? Could it be that the dead Li Gun has been resurrected? I am not Li Gun. I am Li Yunxin. It doesn't matter if you don't know. After I slay this evil Taoist of yours, Yu Fenxi, today, and save the people of the Wei River, the whole world will know the name Li Yunxin. Hearing this, Yu Fenxi's face darkened with anger. Kill me? A mere transformation realm demon dares to speak so arrogantly? Don't forget that you are still within my formation. He immediately took out his Sailor Moon treasure and threw it into the sky. He took out an ancient scroll and unfurled it. Immediately, a group of cultivators jumped out from the painting and attacked Li Yunxin. Today, I will refine your soul. Hearing him, he laughed coldly. Refine me? You must be dreaming. Immediately turning, Li Yunxin erupted with lightning, shattering everything. After the attack, he smoothly transformed into a green dragon and, carrying the lightning, charged at Yu Fenxi. Yu Fenxi, not flinching, took out a brush and wrote several restraining seals to block Li Yunxin. Li Yunxin, in his ferocious dragon form, roared, I have no karma with this world. The spells you use to deal with the dragon race are useless against me. Immediately, he summoned a pillar of heavenly thunder that struck Yu Fenxi directly. The people below, seeing this, were so shocked their jaws dropped. It's the Dragon King. The Dragon King has come to save us. The sect master didn't lie to us. But Yu Fenxi, like a snake that wouldn't die, emerged from the rubble and said coldly, I don't know what tricks you used, but the 3 Steps chapter and the true talisman Taoist art are both useless against you. He angrily looked at Li Yunxin, and when he couldn't win, he resorted to lecturing. You're just a demon doing wicked things. Unless you rely on your innate strong body, my Taoist sect is not like you foolish things. We don't like to use magic power. He took out a treasured sword from the void and slashed fiercely at Li Yunxin. Arrogantly speaking, but that doesn't mean I can't just cut you down. Seeing Li Yunxin dodge and flee, Yu Fenxi excitedly chased after him with his sword. Trying to run? With that, he immediately slashed and struck Li Yunxin. Li Yunxin was wounded and bleeding, letting out a cry. Li Yunxin shouted wildly in his heart, Come down. Keep raining. Even heavier rain. At this moment, Yu Fenxi did not continue his pursuit. He wanted to watch this prey struggle in pain. You are one of the most intelligent demons I have ever met. You have many tricks, but this is where you stop. He arrogantly frowned and lectured. 1 realm higher is complete suppression. If you listen to me, I can leave your corpse intact. At this moment, Li Yunxin brought out his familiar line. Where do you get your confidence from? You don't want others to know you're refining human souls, so you're hiding what's happening in the formation. He bared his dragon fangs and smiled. This is a great help. Hearing this, Yu Fenxi was still surprised and didn't understand what he meant. Outside the city at this moment, the people were joyfully shouting, It's raining. The crops are saved. Today, the divine dragon cult said they would pray for rain, and the Dragon King immediately sent rain. Yu Fenci was shocked to see faith power flying in from all directions. He wondered, since when? The moment Li Yunxin had been planning for so long had arrived. He immediately absorbed the faith power. The wounds on his body instantly healed. His eyes shone with a dangerous light as he explained, "The source of my faith power is not just within Wei City." Seeing this, Yu Fenci angrily activated the power of his Sailor Moon treasure to cover the sky. "You want to break through to the true realm under my watch? In your dreams." His eyes were bloodshot as he shouted, "Mystic light precious mirror, lock realm." Immediately, the moonlight in the sky turned red. He charged forward to attack. The mystic light precious mirror can reveal another's cultivation realm, and it can also lock another's cultivation realm. Yu Fenci gave Li Yunxin another lesson. You've gained faith power and want to break through? It's not that easy. Li Yunxin's body had been buffed by the faith power, so how could he fall so easily? He turned back and shouted. Then he sent Yu Fenci flying like a mosquito. Yu Fenci was sent flying and was terrified. A demon's body is so strong? I absolutely cannot let him break through to the true realm. He activated his magic treasure again. He summoned thousands of swordsmen to slash at Li Yunxin, shouting, "Lock him down." Li Yunxin was annoyed and on guard. My movements have slowed. That Taoist magic weapon is causing the blood in my body to burn. Immediately, Li Yunxin was chained and unable to move. Yu Fenci didn't waste any more words and immediately raised his sword to strike. "Today, I will eliminate this disaster for the Taoist sects." Just as he struck down, Li Yunxin didn't hesitate to play his trump card. "Karma Emperor, where are you? If you don't come and help me now, when will you?" As soon as the words fell, a black shadow enveloped Yu Fenci. Surprised, he turned his head to strike back but couldn't dispel the darkness surrounding him. "What is this? Karma Emperor?" Li Yunxin, still not free from his shackles, said arrogantly, "I never said I was alone." Only then did Yu Fenci remember the past with shock. Could it be that the seal from hundreds of years ago has been broken? At this moment, a troop of Yin soldiers emerged from the darkness. The leader, Imo Huangbao, shouted, "I am the great Karma Martial Emperor, Lu Zhenyang. A Taoist sect wants to kill the people of my great Karma capital, Wei. According to the laws of great Karma, behead him. Execute immediately." He raised his voice and commanded, "Great General of the Jinwu Guard, Fifth Bayou of the great Karma capital, hear my command." Seeing this scene, Yu Fenci still couldn't believe that things that had always been under the control of the Taoist sects had slipped from their grasp. This is impossible. The Ghost Emperor has been released, and the Taoist sects have no news of it. At this moment, the Karma Emperor pointed at Li Yunxin and said, "Wei River Dragon King Li Yunxin, today, I, Zhen, will help you slay this ruffian as promised." Immediately, tens of thousands of corpses rose from the ground. Li Yunxin also took this opportunity to reveal his true form. The people below now saw Li Yunxin for the first time and shouted in fear, "It's a dragon, a real dragon." They all immediately bowed their heads and prayed. The people's faith power surged and instantly transferred to Li Yunxin's dragon body. Yu Fenci hadn't expected Li Yunxin to dare to take this step. "You dare to reveal your true form in front of 100,000 people? Your death is not far off," he shouted. "When my Taoist sect learns of this, they will surely kill you." At this point, Li Yunxin, unafraid of anyone, shattered the chains and roared, "You evil Taoist scoundrel! With me, your lord, presiding, how could I let you harm the people of my Wei City and refine your evil formation?" Yu Fenci, seeing that the situation was not good, hurriedly raised his hand and performed a magic seal. "Damn it, I let him break through to the true realm, and he has hundreds of thousands of Yin soldiers supporting him. This battle is a dead end." He also unleashed everything he had. "To the Green Dragon, don't you dare tarnish the reputation of my Taoist sect." A burst of light exploded in midair. It turned out Yu Fenci had self-destructed. The Karma Emperor also looked on with suspicion. Is he dead? At this moment, Yu Fenci's soul took advantage of the massive explosion to rush out. The soul of a true person is immortal and indestructible. Using the power of self-destruction to cover my tracks. This place is filled with ghost chi. As long as I blend in and escape back to the Taoist sect, I will definitely make this demon be buried with me, a true person. Li Yunxin, how could he be foolish enough to believe he would die so easily? He immediately chained Yu Fenci's soul. "You want to run away quietly? Do you think I'll fall for your tricks again?" Yu Fenci hadn't expected Li Yunxin to have the soul-locking chain. Only then did he remember with fear the death of Qing Liangzi. So his soul didn't leave a trace either. He shouted and questioned Li Yunxin. "It was you. You killed him, didn't you?" At this point, Yu Fenci was still arrogant. He could turn this situation around. "Li Yunxin, you've miscalculated. the soul of a true person. Even if the black and white Yama Kings were here, they couldn't easily take it away. Do you know that the sect leader of my Langya Grotto Heaven is already on his way here? Can you continuously kill 2 true persons? At this moment, Li Yunxin also transformed back into his half-dragon form and admitted, killing 1 true person is indeed my limit. But, you foolish Taoist, from the moment you came to Wei City, I've been thinking about how to kill you. Destroying Li Yunxin's physical body was originally the most difficult step, but now, the foolish Yu Fenci had helped him succeed. Hearing this, Yu Fenci coughed up blood. You audacious brat. He took out an umbrella and gently fanned Li Yunxin. Do you know that the sect leader of my Grotto Heaven, the great achievement mystic realm cultivator Kun Wuzi, is in this Wei City? The sect leader will not let you go. Just as Li Yunxin was about to destroy Yu Fenci's soul, he was suddenly blocked by a spiritual force. Yu Fenci called out in fear, "Sect leader, you're here?" At this moment, Kun Wuzi appeared behind him, coldly asking, "Wei River Dragon King, why did you harm a cultivator of my Taoist sect?" Li Yunxin turned around and asked, "I am the Wei River Dragon King, and also Li Yunxin. Have you ever heard of me, sect leader?" Kun Wuzi gave a vague answer. "I heard that my Linger lost her life at the hands of Li Yunxin, so of course I've heard of him." Hearing this answer, Li Yunxin realized that the sect leader before him was clearly just a clone. It was clear he was a cautious person. He only mentioned the matter of Li Yunxin and Linkongzi, but he didn't mention Li Yunxin's background. Is it because he doesn't know, or is he deliberately not knowing? Li Yunxin's eyes flashed. In any case, even Yu Fenci and Linkongzi know my background. He is a dignified sect leader in charge of a Grotto Heaven. If he really doesn't know, then this is interesting. Li Yunxin, with a relaxed demeanor, fanned his fan and condemned the sect leader's action of attacking without meeting first. If you already know about my affairs, then you should have spoken up. But, in any case, Li Yunxin has just ascended to the true realm, so he can't compare to you two. He then condensed clouds into a solid form, creating a set of tables and chairs, and invited the sect leader to sit. Flying is very tiring for us. Please, sect leader, make yourself at home. Seeing this scene, Yu Fenci's heart ached. He shouted with tears in his eyes, "That's my mystic light precious mirror. How can you command it? You've angered me." Li Yunxin, seeing him acting like a dog relying on its master, clicked his tongue twice and said with feigned pity, "A true person, yet he's lost his mind like this. What a pity." Kun Wuzi, still maintaining his immortal aura, frowned slightly and criticized, "Dragon King, you're joking. Weren't you the one who destroyed his physical body?" Seeing that this pair of master and disciple liked to twist black and white, Li Yunxin didn't hold back and listed their crimes. First, it was Linkongzi of your esteemed Grotto Heaven. She wanted me to go up the mountain with her. I wasn't willing, so she wanted to fight and kill. Next, it was this fellow Taoist. He also ran to Wei City to aid in evil deeds. Li Yunxin's eyes flashed with annoyance as he continued, "I have no time to run 1,000 miles to your esteemed Grotto Heaven to cause trouble. On the contrary, 2 major incidents have occurred in Wei City, and it's filled with wandering souls. According to the laws of the cultivation world, Yu Fenci deserves to die 10,000 times over." Kun Wuzi, of course, did not admit it. With a calm demeanor and a slight frown, he retorted, "I'm afraid this is just the Dragon King's one-sided story. Now, this disciple of his has had his physical body destroyed by the Dragon King, and he almost didn't even survive. He, on the other hand, finds it strange. Wasn't the Dragon King only at the transformation realm before? How did he suddenly become a true realm cultivator in a flash?" He then cast suspicion on Li Yunxin. Who knows if the Dragon King needed the resentful energy of the Yin soldiers to form a formation to raise his cultivation. Li Yunxin was angry. "Are you trying to start a fight here?" Kun Wuzi didn't speak but condensed his qi and sensed. Just now, he had felt that Wei City was filled with resentful qi, thick with ghost qi, and Yin soldiers were passing through. But they only appeared for a short time. This was just a clone. After the clone arrived, the resentful qi and Yin soldiers' whereabouts were unknown. He didn't know if there was anything strange or not. He frowned, sensing that there was a hidden but inactive grand formation near Wei City. This place is not to be stayed in for long. Kun Wuzi immediately, without further ado, placed the blame on Li Yunxin. "You used a human body to possess a dragon prince, all to plot against the cultivators of my Taoist sect and harm the lives of the people of Wei City. The Taoist sects will investigate this matter thoroughly. Killing a true person has broken the rules between the Taoist sects and the demon race. The Taoist sects will make their own decision." After speaking, he immediately wanted to take Yu Fenci's divine soul and leave. Li Yunxin's eyes narrowed and he smiled coldly. "Want to leave? Not so easy. Yu Fenxi's divine soul was immediately pulled out, to Kun Wuzi's astonishment. Li Yunxin sat majestically on a cloud, fanning himself. He said in a low, provocative voice, "You want to take him back to the Taoist sect to complain to his parents? Fellow Taoist, you are quite resourceful. Why do you think I can use the mystic light precious mirror? Of course, it's because even his soul belongs to me. How could his magic treasure not be mine?" At this moment, Li Yunxin raised his fan. A bolt of heavenly thunder exploded, tearing across the ground. A black, resentful chi immediately surged up from the ground, locking onto Kun Wuzi. Kun Wuzi was horrified and asked himself, why is the resentful chi so strong? The Yin soldiers that flashed by earlier have all turned into resentful spirit chi. How did this happen? On the other side, Yu Fenxi was trying to resist his soul being sucked away and shouted, "Sect leader, save me." Kun Wuzi, disregarding his disciple, shouted and argued with Li Yunxin, "Are you crazy? Once this resentful chi spreads, you'll destroy half of Wei City." As soon as he finished speaking, the ground had completely cracked open into deep chasms, and the resentful chi surged up violently. Kun Wuzi, seeing this situation, was also terrified. If this continues, even half of the Qin kingdom will be destroyed. Li Yunxin smiled calmly. How could that be? Then he gently fanned, gathering all the blood essence resentful chi onto the surface of the fan. Kun Wuzi had no time to care about his disciple screaming for help. He realized that the only person who could do this had died 100 years ago. At this moment, he couldn't maintain his immortal-like demeanor, and his eyes were blood-red. You are. Before he could say it, Li Yunxin folded his fan and replied with a cold smile. The legacy of the painting saint. You see, now you have no way to report me, do you? Kun Wuzi realized. The things from just now were, my grand formation, Li Yunxin replied. That Yu Fenxi, his layout was too small. He thought I was drawing a person in and around Wei City to make a small formation. As long as he could corrode that small formation of mine, my layout would be his to use. But that was just a part of my real formation. My grand formation. Is this half of Wei City? The formation that bites and spreads in the 4 directions of the city. That fool intended to use his own spiritual energy to attract the resentful spirits to corrode my small formation. But he didn't know that his spiritual energy followed the meridians of the small person for a round. That person's small formation was transformed into his own spiritual body. He had long since trapped himself in my 1,000-mile rivers and mountains painting. Kun Wuzi found it hard to believe. How could this be? He was angry. Bringing heaven and earth into a painting is a divine ability that only a mystic realm painting master has. You are merely at the true realm. Li Yunxin smiled faintly. Who do you think I am? Kun Wuzi sighed. Forget it. If you are the legacy of the painting saint, then there's no need for a reason to kill people. I will take you today. Before he could finish, he was interrupted, laughing maniacally. My father is Li Chunfeng. The Karma Emperor is willing to use 1,000,000 Yin souls to help me form a formation. Can you touch me? Huh? He asked again, who is Li Chunfeng? Haha. He laughed even louder than before. You don't know? What's so strange about that? I've been cultivating for over 500 years. Kun Wuzi was annoyed at being looked down upon by him. I'm a person, not some animal that's expected to know everything. I've met countless people. I can't possibly remember them all. Linkong Zi and Yu Fenxi both know. Even 2 low-level cultivators from the Lingshu sword faction both know. But you, the sect leader, don't know? Huh, on second thought, what's so strange? He continued. No, I'm afraid the twin saints don't want you to know. Before Linkong Zi came down the mountain, she had met the twin saints. It was the twin saints who told her about my background. Shut up. Kun Wuzi just wanted this guy to shut up right now. He moved closer, his voice provocative. What's wrong? Afraid of knowing what the twin saints want to hide. Afraid of offending the twin saints. To be honest with you, I've already made arrangements. If you kill me, things will escalate, and the whole world will know. Your 2 great leaders won't be happy either. He smiled mockingly. Let me add one more point. Yu Fenxi knowing my background probably wasn't the twin saints' idea. There's someone else behind him. This guy brought those low-level cultivators to my doorstep for me to kill. He actually wants to cause a conflict between the Taoist sects and the demon race. He even arrogantly said that the Taoist sects want to declare war on the Dragon God dynasty. It's safer to develop in Wei City. Someone is rushing over, calling for the sect leader. Sect leader. But is this really what the Taoist sects want? I'm still investigating the identity and purpose of the person behind Yu Fenxi. If the sect leader is willing to help me and stop the people of the Taoist sects from bothering me, perhaps I can share the results of my investigation with you. The sect leader looked disdainful. You, on the other hand, are quite scheming. But today, these words are just your one-sided story. I will verify them later. Hand over Yu Fincy's soul to me. Perhaps we can truly cooperate in the future. He turned his back. Haha, I've said my piece. Believe it or not, it's up to you. I obtained this soul through my own ability. I have a use for it later. I can't give it to you. If there's nothing else, please feel free. I advise you to go back to your subordinates. Don't be deceived by them and not even know it. He turned his head and left, vanishing into the void before him, leaving Koen Woozy standing there, deep in thought. A human like him can actually obtain the body of a demon and scheme with the Een soldiers of the underworld. How much of what he said is true, and how much is false? Black and White Wuchang stood on a high place, observing everything and commenting. A million Een souls. You've put so much effort into him now. It's very difficult to change people. Humph. If you hadn't begged the Karma Emperor for those words back then, this wouldn't have happened today. Wuchang, hearing this, got angry. You were the one who got all the benefits at the beginning. He grabbed White Wuchang by the collar. White Wuchang looked ahead and announced, that kid is here. Someone appeared. Greetings, you two. Thank you, Yinjun, for your help. Are you two Yinjun satisfied? Humph. Wuchang disappeared to another place, leaving only by Wuchang. He clasped his hands in thanks. Fortunately, someone helped with the big matter. Now he's been scared off by me. He's probably not reconciled in his heart and is still undergoing an intense psychological struggle. Later, if he comes to negotiate with me, I should still borrow your might. Wuchang asked, why not chase him away? Keep him from leaving? If he can't think it through and wants to beat you to death, I can't help you. He smiled. No rush, no rush. I've now killed demons and cultivators. I've offended both sides. If one comes, I'll fight one. Now Koen Woozy feels that I'm not an ordinary person, showing a bit of curiosity and respect for me. But it's still not enough. I have to make him stand on my side. At least, I have to make others feel that he's on my side. It'll be more comfortable in the future. White Wuchang, hearing this, was satisfied. Interesting. If one day I see you fail to harm others and instead get harmed by others, that would be even more interesting. He looked friendly. Yinjun has put in a lot of effort just now. I can't let your investment go to waste. That's right. I also want to ask what exactly the Karma Emperor did back then to make you two Yinjuns leave him a million Een souls. White Wuchang turned to another place, not answering, his eyes profound. He understood the hint and said, if Yinjun doesn't want to say, then let me guess. If I say anything wrong, please forgive me, Yinjun. Huh, you're quite smart. Speak. Wuchang smiled faintly. He began his presentation. At the beginning, the Earth Ghost ate the great painter from the capital. After being subdued by Ling Kongzi, he was handed over to me. And when I was taking him away from the Balhua Society, I happened to meet you. If you say Yinjun didn't discover him, I wouldn't believe it. But not only did you not catch him, you even told me how to possess him. From the beginning, I only suspected that this great ghost had a different background. Who would have known that after talking to him, I would find out? That great ghost was the emperor of the Karma dynasty from hundreds of years ago, who defended Wei City for over 60 years, Ling Yang. White Wuchang, hearing this, got angry, his eyes glowing brightly. I never told you to possess him. Don't push all the blame onto me. This Yinjun. White Yinjun has reminded me many times with his kindness, and I will forever remember it in my heart. He sensed White Yinjun's anger and immediately bowed his head to admit his guilt. But he was still not done being angry. He said loudly, do you think I will fall into your trap? You want Koen Woozy to think that I, this Yinjun, am on your side? He chuckled. Yinjun, don't joke. How would I dare to have Yinjun on my side? I know Yinjun is nurturing me, surely because there will be a need for me in the future. Seeing him say this, White Wuchang fell silent. He continued, I heard that Karma Emperor say that because of some things he did while he was alive, he received a promise from Yinjun in a dream. Yinjun gave him a prosperous national fortune in this life, and it wasn't until 100 years later that the Karma Kingdom was destroyed. I never thought Yinjun would go back on his word. The army massacred the city, captured the Golden Palace. The moment the Karma Emperor was beheaded, he probably couldn't understand why Yinjun went back on his word, right? That Karma Emperor held a grudge in his heart. After death, 1,000,000 yuan of power was added to his body. Although not like the Li Emperor who approached the great demon's state of supreme forgetfulness of emotions. But by the time White Yinjun went to collect his soul, the Karma Emperor had already transformed into a true realm demon. The Karma Emperor at this time had lost a part of his mind, only remembering why Yinjun went back on his word. The Karma Emperor asked Yinjun why he lied to him. White Wuchang replied, it's fate. Following his words, Yinjun allowed him to be the ghost emperor of this Wei City. Within 100 miles, it was all sealed as his ghost kingdom. The souls of Wei City were all considered his people, and none of them were reincarnated. He could stay in this ghost kingdom as emperor for as long as he wanted. After the Karma Emperor agreed, his originally complete soul was immediately taken away by Yin Jun by half, and the other half turned into the foolish great ghost that I saw later. A few months after the Karma Emperor's death, the Taoist sects used Taoist techniques to seal and suppress his abandoned palace, which was filled with resentful qi. So this ghost emperor turned into a ball of resentful qi that couldn't even return home, and he drifted in the territory of Wei City for hundreds of years. White Wuchang finally turned back to look at him. I didn't expect you to dig up all these old stories. He asked again. I'm curious, why did Yinjun promise the Karma Emperor a prosperous national fortune in the beginning? After going back on his word once, why did he deceive him again? White Wuchang continued to be angry when he heard the next sentence, saying loudly, when did this lord ever deceive him? This lord said he would seal this 100 miles of Wei City for him, and none of the souls in the city would be reincarnated. Which of these was not done? It's just that I took half of his soul, to make him forget a few things, so he wouldn't become a great true realm demon. And those dead people, their souls indeed did not reincarnate. This lord just took them to the underworld. He praised. Yinjun really knows how to do business. As for the first promise, it wasn't that this lord wanted to go back on his word. It's just related to that demon. It's better for you not to know the details. Hearing this, he was disappointed. Then please reveal some news to me. White Wuchang pressed close to him. You brat, that ghost emperor, on the other hand, has taken a liking to you. Didn't you ask me why I kept 1,000,000 soldiers for him? You helped him regain his sanity, and lifted the seal of the main palace. Hearing this, he became grim. To repay you, he came to me to ask for his people back. The 1,000,000 souls, just now, are the souls of the people who have died in Wei City for over 400 years. So this lord is not giving you face, just completing the matter of that ghost emperor. If you really have some trump card in your hand, this lord advises you to take it out quickly. That guy is about to arrive. A vortex appeared in the sky. Kuan Wuzi appeared, his face full of murderous intent. Tell me about you, Finzi and Linkongzi. His eyes were grim. He looked behind him. Have you thought it through? But this is related to the twin saints. If you really want to know, that's fine. But my information can't be obtained for free. I am a great saint cultivator of the mystic realm. He threatened. He still replied calmly, as if under no pressure. Withdraw this move of yours, fellow Taoist. If you still care about cultivation realms and strength, thinking they can decide everything, then we have nothing more to say. In this world, martial force cannot solve everything. In fact, it can only solve very few problems. Kuan Wuzi withdrew his killing intent. If you were a Taoist cultivator, I would believe you would become an outstanding person. But unfortunately, you became a demon. All right, what do you want to know? Just ask. His eyes lit up. Tell me, what kind of people were my parents? He looked puzzled. I remember you said your father's name was Li Chunfeng. Your mother's name was Shang Wanyu. He said, as if remembering something. His pupils widened. Noticing a change, he asked happily, you know her? Her. Your parents never told you. Kuan Wuzi asked. No, he answered honestly. He sighed. Changed the question. He calculated in his mind. Asterisk before, when I mentioned my father, he pretended not to know. But as soon as he heard my mother's name, his reaction just now was clearly a taboo. It seems my mother's identity is not only extraordinary, but she also has some connection with him. If he won't answer the previous question, then I'll ask for a more unreasonable request. He might reluctantly accept, right? Asterisk thinking this, he smiled. Then please come with me to meet an old fellow. Hearing this, he frowned in anger. I'm temporarily not killing you. That's already the biggest concession. You should know that you have the lives of more than 35 low-level Taoist cultivators on your hands. 1 transformation realm cultivator and 1 true realm cultivator. Now you still want to borrow my power. Want me to go with you to that Karma Emperor's place? He replied to Kuan Wuzi, those 25 people were you Finzi's doing, I don't accept it. Besides, I don't want to see the Ghost Emperor. Didn't you want to know why you Finzi and Linkongzi came? Then he turned and left, fanning his fan. Let's go. We can talk as we walk. At Daunting Lake, the green dragon dived towards the small island in the middle of the lake. Boom. As the dust settled, 2 figures appeared. He continued, the jade slip of wisdom and linger, are they really in Daunting Jun's hands? There's no need to hide this. You can confirm it in a moment. Kuan Wuzi reiterated his original intention. Let me say this first. On this trip, we are not allies. When we get there, I won't help you. Of course, he readily agreed. On this trip, we each have our own needs. Even if we fight and kill later, that's a matter for later. Oh, right. Just in case, let me remind you of one thing. I know how to open the jade slip of wisdom. He widened his eyes, as if he had heard some shocking news. Impossible. Even the twin saints can't. He immediately denied his words. You also know that it's something even the twin saints can't do. So I hope you will treat me with caution. Before you do anything, you must think carefully. Is it necessary to be so extreme? After all, even if you have the jade, you can't open it. What's the use of getting it? He reminded him. He asked back about the purpose he held in his heart. Then what is the purpose of your trip? He said lightly. I want that old man's daughter. Daughter? What does that mean? Koen Woozi was confused. Literally. Then, he turned to the lake and used his spiritual energy to transmit his voice. I am the Way River Dragon King, Li Yuntan. Is Dong Bingjun here? Come out and meet me for a bit. The lake's surface remained still, without a single ripple. Only the wind blew, rustling the leaves. Yuntan smiled and scratched his head. That guy's not giving me face. Why don't you give it a try? Koen Woozi cautiously asked. Is Linger really in this lake? That's right. I met her once before at the heart of the lake. She was ordered by Dong Bingjun to be at Muyun. Do you know what Muyun is? He asked him again, just to be sure. But just hearing that, he immediately released his chi. Then I'll be impolite. Up. The water swirled into a vortex. Wave after wave rose high. Thunder and lightning crashed. He was surprised by the scene before him. Whoosh. The water was lifted into the sky. Then he pointed down. Boom. The water crashed back down, creating a massive wave that submerged everything. Boom. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The once calm lake had now become a raging flood. A beam of light shot out from the flood. A figure appeared. Koen Woozi, you're going too far. Koen Woozi's face darkened, his brow furrowed in anger. Dong Tingjun, you've got some nerve, daring to monopolize my Taoist sect's magic treasure, imprison a cultivator of my Taoist sect, and even order him to. Muyun, Dong Bingjun, do you not know how to die? Dong Bingjun angrily retorted. That Taoist cultivator of yours, Linkong Zi, killed Li Gun of my water tribe. Now you dare to come to my door and talk to me like this? The Taoist sects may be strong, but this lord has been running this area for 3,000 years. Do you think I, a mystic realm demon spirit, am someone you can touch? He asked back in surprise. Li Gun? Li Yuntan sensed danger. Koen Woozi. He pointed at him. Isn't Li Gun still alive and well? This kid somehow managed to possess Li Gun. As I see it, Linkong Zi of my Taoist sect and Li Gun of your water tribe were probably plotted against by him. Dong Bingjun, don't misdirect your anger. Koen Woozi smirked. After Dong Tingjun heard this, his expression turned grim. He turned back to look at Koen Woozi. This Koen Woozi, I really can't figure out his personality. Still alive? Have you seen him with your own eyes? Where? Dong Tingjun's expression softened slightly. Li Yuntan was puzzled. He didn't understand. Koen Woozi tried to explain. I've already made it very clear. That Li Gun is not dead, but he is no longer the original Li Gun. A brat has planned to possess him. Boom. Dong Tingjun remained silent. Stop acting so mysterious and trying to amuse me. I will make sure you don't leave this Dong Ting. Where exactly is he? His face was filled with murderous intent as he asked back. Hearing this, he became annoyed. The ninth young master is already dead. I was the one who killed him, possessed him. Now I am Li Gun. I don't know how you got the dragon chi on his body, but you are not Yizi. Dong Bingjun pointed straight at Li Yuntan. Only now did he realize something was strange. Strange. Our conversation is completely on different frequencies. It's as if all content related to possessing Li Gun is being automatically ignored by this Dong Tingjun, a mystic realm great demon. Why is this happening? He glanced at the other man, whose face was still as grim as before. He asked him again, do you know what's going on? Koen Woozi covered his mouth. You two are on the same side. At this point, he was also officially angry. He immediately explained, it's a misunderstanding. I don't know what's going on either. He calculated. A great mystic realm demon is acting so abnormally. It's foolish not to know. There must be some mystery behind this. It's not worth the risk. It doesn't matter if I don't know. Excuse me for not staying. He was about to turn and leave. Li Yuntan called out. Wait a minute. Something appeared in his hand. Koen Woozi seemed to sense it and turned his head. Strange characters appeared around Li Yuntan. He introduced. This is the restriction of the Jade Slip of Wisdom. The Jade Slip of Wisdom is in your hands, right? If you've had your fill of looking, you should take a look at this. Dong Bingjun held out a blue jade slip and asked, this thing is the Jade Slip of Wisdom. Li Yuntan continued, you see, everything I said is true. The Jade Slip of Wisdom is in his hands. I know the restriction, and I know how to open the restriction. He still stubbornly turned his back. I don't want to know. Hearing this, he became angry and said loudly, if the twin saints know that you and I have met Dong Bingjun and know the whereabouts of the Jade Slip of Wisdom, but you return like this, what will they think? That thing is a relic of the painting saint. The Twin Saints specifically want to find this thing. Right now, Kuan Wuzi probably can't do anything to you, but what if the Twin Saints come personally? Whether you two want it or not, the three of us are now in the same boat. I want this thing, and also Hong Yangzi. If you give both of these to me, I won't tell anyone that you got it. Kuan Wuzi can guarantee it. Kuan Wuzi turned away. What does this have to do with me? Dong Tingjun replied to his invitation. How do I know if you just happened to see this jade slip by chance and are making up lies to trick me? And you want my daughter too? How ridiculous. Hearing this, he sneered. You two should know, the Twin Saints have let the jade slip of wisdom wander outside for so long, but they have to act in secret. It's clear they absolutely don't want others to know about this thing. And they've been working on it for so long, but still haven't been able to open the jade slip, all because of the characters of the restriction. He spread his hands, and a string of characters appeared. This string of characters is Rakshasa script. It means, how are you? Dong Bingjun picked up the jade slip. It was indeed as he said. If you want to open the restriction, you just need to write on this light. He wrote a line of characters forward. Qing Yao. It means, I'm fine, thank you. Now you know how to lift the restriction. If you don't believe me, you can try. Dong Tingjun held the jade slip of wisdom in his hand, hesitating. He taunted, don't you dare try? This is a secret that even the Twin Saints don't know. Do you two know what this means? Kuan Wuzi was angry. Brat, you dare to harm me? I'll kill you now. He remained calm, as if he had a way out. First of all, we don't know if Dong Tingjun will spread this news or not, but how do you know I haven't made arrangements? Could it be that I've told the whole world about this? He raised his hand in a threatening gesture. If you don't want to die, Dong Tingjun, hand over the jade slip. Dong Tingjun was angry, his hand tightening around the jade slip. It seemed that in just a moment, the jade slip would turn to dust. He continued, you can't possibly wait for the Twin Saints to come and get it themselves. Do you want to risk your life against the Twin Saints for this jade slip? Then he looked at Kuan Wuzi, who was standing there with a grim expression. Or do you want it? That's right, you don't dare. If I were the Twin Saints, I would definitely think you had stolen what was inside. You there, you don't dare to bet. This deadly thing, I will take it for you too. Dong Bingjun, though angry, had no choice but to hand over the jade slip of wisdom. He was smart enough to understand what he had just said. Seeing the jade slip of wisdom return, he smiled with satisfaction. It's finally back. He clenched the jade slip in his hand. Kuan Wuzi sneered. Oomph, you're quite bold. But you probably don't have long to live. When the Twin Saints find you. As if sensing the threat, he retorted, when the Twin Saints find me, I'll still rely on you two to protect me. Otherwise, we'll all be dragged down by me. Dong Tingjun was starting to get angry. He shouted, I don't care about anything else. Quickly tell me about Li Gun. He was annoyed because Dong Tingjun had been acting like he didn't understand from the beginning. If you don't listen when I talk about Li Gun, then do you find this familiar? He took something out of his Chinkoan bag. Dong Bingjun immediately recognized it. This is Li Gun's reverse scale. He held out the reverse scale. He made a condition. First, hand over Hong Yangzi to me. I will slowly tell you the truth. Dong Bingjun was angry. I'm disciplining my own daughter. It's not your place to interfere. Don't think that just because she said a few words to you, she has feelings for you. He took back the reverse scale. I just want to say a few words to her, to see if she's safe. This request isn't too much, is it? I have the information you need. We can cooperate. If Dong Tingjun insists on being my enemy, then I'll have to find another ally. The three of them stood in a triangle, as if facing off against each other. Kuan Wuzi assessed the situation from the side. This kid is using the matter of the jade slip of wisdom to control both me and a mystic realm great demon. How terrifying. But why does he care so much about that Hong Yangzi? Could it really be the bonds of love? The people below were all affected by the flood, crying out, oh heavens, how can we live like this? Help! Dong Bingjun, seeing this scene, turned back and said, you've caused such a big commotion. You won't be able to see Hong Yangzi today. If you really want to see her, at noon tomorrow, I will be here waiting for you to explain about Li Gun. This matter is settled. Excuse me for not staying. Then Dong Bingjun vanished into the water, leaving the two of them behind. Kuan Wuzi asked, are you just going to let him go like that? He's smart, he replied. Swish. He fanned out his fan again. Kuan Wuzi noticed the movement and glanced over. Then he folded the fan. He moved closer. Then he looked out into the distance. Dong Tingjun has a point. We've caused such a big commotion, we have to give an explanation. What do you mean? Take a look. Who's going to take the blame for this disaster? What do you think? That old man ran away very quickly. Originally, I wanted you Fancy to take the blame, but since you just made a move, I'm afraid you Fancy can't handle it. Plus, we're good friends now. No matter what, we can't let the Taoist sects take the blame. He frowned, annoyed by his righteous demeanor. Are you thinking for me? Even if you want to call that old monster Dong Jun to take the blame, it won't be that easy. Some of his trump cards, I'm afraid even the twin saints don't know about. You want to find someone to take the blame? I, on the other hand, have a suitable person. Let me be blunt first. Don't get any ideas about me, he said back. Do you know that there is another great demon on the territory of Wei City? There's another great demon? He was alarmed. Swish. The fan was opened once again. He rushed over and criticized. I thought you were a smart person. I'm talking about your cheap second brother, Yizi. No way, he said loudly. Absolutely not. As a dragon prince, even if we fight and scheme in the future, our bloodlines are connected. I can't do this. Hearing this, he became annoyed, his eyes shining. He reached out and grabbed his neck. Li Yuntan, what are you playing at? Are you playing with me? A demon who possessed someone like you. What kind of dragon prince are you? You think you're a dragon? He pushed his hand away and shouted. What possession? What are you talking about? Who is Li Yuntan? I am of the dragon bloodline. Although we each guard our own territory and are not close, I will absolutely not do anything to harm the dragon race. I still have things to do, so I'll take my leave. He thought for a long time. Why did this kid's personality suddenly change so much? Could it be that he's like Dong Bingjun? He put his hand on his shoulder. Stop. A bolt of lightning struck from a clear sky, right between the two of them. Someone shouted, You scoundrel. The two of them immediately had to separate. If you don't want to die, slandering me, and even wanting to make a move on my beloved brother. Another character appeared. Have you asked for my opinion? Yizi. Kuan Wuzi couldn't believe his eyes. Yizi clapped Li Yuntan on the shoulder. Well done, my ninth brother. Your second brother has remembered everything you just said. You just wait. Your second brother will immediately go and kill this stinking Taoist. Kuan Wuzi explained. Lord Tongtian, we may have had some misunderstandings before. But now, don't blame me for not reminding you. This ninth brother of yours in front of you has long since had a change of heart. The soul inside him is really named Li Yuntan. He was the one who planned to kill your ninth brother, Li Gun, and then possess him. I advise Lord Tongtian to be a little more careful. The body of a mystic realm great demon is a good thing. Yizi asked back, What do you want to remind me of? Go on, say it. He realized something was different. Strange. It's like the situation with Dong Bingjun just now. They're not listening to me. What kind of power is this, to be able to reach this level? I must leave. Realizing there was a change, he quickly decided on his next move. Whoosh. Then he fled, leaving Yizi and Yuntan behind. Yizi immediately gave chase. Trying to leave? You think you can run? Ninth brother, you stay here and wait for me. Don't step out of the circle to avoid being affected. Before leaving, he didn't forget to turn back and remind Yuntan. After your second brother kills this stinking Taoist, ninth brother, you can tell your second brother the interesting details. A circle surrounded Yuntan. He thought, this smile. Yizi is someone who always gets revenge. Is his personality really like this? Whoosh. He chased Kuan Wuzi all the way. Yizi blocked his path. You can't outrun me. He attacked. He still tried his best to escape, casually unleashing a technique. The six paths open. Yizi, as usual, smiled and advanced. Kuan Wuzi said loudly, Lord Tongtian, do you think you're still at the peak of the mystic realm? At most, I'll fight you for 3 days and 3 nights, and you still won't be able to stop me, right? Yizi let out a wild laugh. I can't hold you by myself, but 2 people can. Relying on your earth, true realm? Of course not. Kuan Wuzi thought again. No way. That old monster probably can't leave Dongting Lake. Dong Bingjun, if you want to leave this place, come out and meet me quickly, Yizi shouted. Dong Bingjun appeared from under the water. Is what you said true? He asked Yizi. How could it be? Kuan Wuzi couldn't believe his eyes. You don't know why this old monster is trapped in this place, so why do you dare to appear here? Yizi explained. Dong Bingjun, if it weren't for these stinking Taoists obstructing, I would have long since helped you out of your predicament. Now, can you help me kill this stinking Taoist? Only then did Kuan Wuzi begin to feel the danger. Have you all thought this through? The battle between Lord Tongtian and the Li Emperor resulted in the loss of 5 Mystic Realm cultivators from my Taoist sect. If you kill me today, it's a declaration of war on the Taoist and sword sections. You demons, can you withstand a full-force attack from the Taoist and sword sects? Your ninth brother and I can be considered to have a deal. If you let me go, I can still help you a little. Do you really want to start an all-out war? When Yizi heard the word war, he sneered. War? That's exactly what I want. Dong Bingjun, this is the Dragon God command. It can let you travel this world without hindrance. Yizi held out the Dragon God command. Kuan Wuzi recognized it. Danger was imminent. If he didn't leave now, he might not make it. A dazzling light appeared. Kuan Wuzi fled forward. Yizi smiled. Destroying a magic treasure, you run quite fast. That stinking Taoist really knows how to cherish his life. That's a life-bound magic treasure. Destroying the magic treasure and absorbing its spiritual essence to escape can also damage his cultivation. Besides, he can't escape at all. I've been in Daunting for 3,000 years, and it hasn't been for nothing. He took out something. This thing is called the Misty Waves of Daunting Lake. 8,000 miles of misty waves, all within my sight, let alone a single cultivator. Yunin seemed to realize something. It's like the 1,000-mile rivers and mountains painting of this fan. It's a spirit diagram. The fan trembled as if sensing a kindred spirit. Boom, 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 boom. An oasis moved. Found it. Dong Bingjun had pinpointed the location. With this map, no matter how far he runs, he reached into the map. He'll have to be pulled back. Behind the fleeing Kuan Wuzi, a vortex appeared. Boom, boom. Go. The vortex grew larger and larger. Yuntan watched the whole scene, thinking to himself, it's also a spirit diagram. This diagram of mine can only cause things to happen in the real world, but this Dong Bingjuan's diagram can already affect the real world. This is a technique that only a mystic realm Danxing Taoist can use. Kuan Wuzi sank into the water, unconscious. Daunting Jun informed Yazi, he's been trapped. Lord Tontian, there's no need to be so hasty. I will go and capture him. Or rather, how did you escape from there? Ha ha ha, Daunting Jun was originally imprisoned. In fact, you want to protect a great treasure. Lord Tontian laughed and said, as if hitting the nail on the head. He continued, 2,000 years have passed. It's time. Do you know who asked me to come and release you? The true dragon wants to see you. The true dragon wants me to come and see him, he asked back as the two were returning. The true dragon has already given the order. Once you are free, it will be up to me, this young master. I will take over the grotto heaven. That great treasure will also be guarded by me. You, sir, can successfully retreat. Yuntan heard every word clearly. Yazi just called himself this young master. So, this is a big deal. Daunting Jun then received the information from Yazi. So it was the true dragon who taught Lord Tontian the method to open the restriction? That's right. But this matter requires the help of my ninth brother. He came before Yuntan. This restriction requires the combined strength of 2 dragons to open. My dear ninth brother, your usual presence in the Wei River is actually the key to opening the restriction. Did you know this, ninth brother? Hearing this, he broke out in a cold sweat. This, your little brother didn't know how. The method is very simple. He placed his hand on his shoulder. This daunting restriction is yours. The eye of the formation was formed using a point of dragon chi. Now, to destroy it, you must also use dragon chi to destroy it. If there is a peak transformation realm dragon here, refine his physical body, use the dragon chi to break the eye, and then have another dragon lead it out. The restriction will be immediately lifted. If there is a true realm dragon, it's even better. His face changed, no longer as gentle as before. Daunting Jun asked tentatively, Lord Tongtian's meaning is. It's a tragic story. Our 9th dragon prince. Although he is also of the dragon race, we have never met. 2,000 years ago, I was assigned to the Tongtian Sea. 1,000 years ago, my 9th brother was assigned to the Wei River. I really can't tell the difference. It seems Lord Tongtian already knows. Daunting Jun glanced over. Inside Li Gun's body is the occupation of another Een spirit. Haha, so he's been refined like this? If he really is a dragon, it's just right to lift Daunting Jun's restriction. Yazi raised his hand, wanting to take Yuntan's life. If he's a fake, daring to replace the bloodline of the dragon race, then of course he deserves to die. He was stunned by this scene. Although there's no proof, this familiar smile. This Yazi. Inside this Yazi's body is the former Li Gun, the 9th young master. Yuntan grew horns, his mouth grew fangs, and he showed signs of transforming into scales. He shouted angrily, In your dreams. Trying to run? You think I'll give you a chance? Yazi looked at him with half-closed eyes, sneering. A circle appeared around Yuntan. He realized he couldn't run. He said loudly, Daunting Jun, you have love, and demons also have feelings. This Yazi, for the sake of his brotherly affection, is he really trustworthy? Yazi laughed. Huh, demons talking about feelings? How foolish. Daunting Jun, I will remove the restriction for you. Daunting Jun grabbed Yuntan's hand. Wait a minute. Yazi asked back, Dong Bingjun, do you still have any worries? Lord Tontian, don't be in a hurry. I have been in Daunting for 3,000 years, so I'm not in a hurry at this moment. Today, Lord Tontian suddenly appeared, holding the dragon god command and telling me to leave. But how do I know that Lord Tontian is really Lord Tontian? His eyes were grim. Are you doubting me? I am under orders to protect Daunting. so of course I must be a little more careful. Do you know that the treasure in Daunting Lake can test for dragon chi? Why don't you, Lord Tantian, exert a little effort and put it into the lake, so I can see if it's real or fake? Yazi asked back. Dong Bingjun, it's better not to delay. I will release you, so we can deal with Kuan Wuzi together. Kuan Wuzi is just a clone. Why should Lord Tantian care about him? Daunting Jun replied firmly. Then he pointed down. The water formed a vortex. Boom, boom, boom. Lord Tantian just needs to use a strong force to strike this restriction. The spiritual power will be transferred to the eye of the formation. Of course, it can test whether you are of the dragon race or not. Humph, then we'll do as you say. Yazi laughed coldly. Then he struck the eye of the formation with a bolt of spiritual power. The vortex swirled into a line. Daunting Jun, seeing this, continued. Is this all the strength Lord Tantian has? This treasure has never sensed dragon chi. If we don't hurry, that Kuan Wuzi will be pulled back by my water waves. Yazi seemed to see something. In the distance, a column of water was pulling back. You're good. You old man. You have to cause such trouble? Yazi was angry. He used his full power. He struck the eye of the formation. Gurgle, gurgle. The formation emitted a golden light. This should be a success, right? First, help me kill that Kuan Wuzi. Success. Dong Bingjun laughed loudly. You, a mystic realm great demon, helped me create such a crack. I must thank you for that. What? Yazi was confused. Clang. Daunting Jun helped Yuntan break the restriction. Then he pulled his shoulder. Yazi realized he had been tricked. He said loudly, You all, that Taoist clone, I have already obtained it for Lord Tantian. Lord Tantian, please take your time torturing him. My apologies. Daunting Jun and Yuntan disappeared instantly before Yazi's eyes. Before leaving, he didn't forget to give a few instructions. Don't you dare leave. Yazi was angry and flew over. But he had to stop before the restriction. Damn it, he roared from above. What does this Daunting Jun want to do? Boom, 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 boom. Kuan Wuzi appeared inside the column of water. Well done, Yazi. If you don't come with me, I'll settle the score with you. Boom. The water was turbulent, a chaotic mess. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Under the water, Yuntan was being pulled along by Dong Bingjun with one hand. Are you afraid of water? He asked. That's right, Yuntan immediately admitted. He continued, Li Yuntan, you are indeed the person I first met on Mount June. But if you were a Een spirit and then became a dragon, why are you still afraid of water? Yuntan replied, I drowned in my past life. I can't forget that feeling, and I don't want to forget it. A dragon who fears water. I think I'm the first. If you are both Li Yuntan and a dragon, Li Gun, then where is the original Li Gun? Daunting Jun asked again. Dead. He left only that one sentence. Daunting Jun paused for a beat. Killed by you? I'm looking forward to it. Say it again. I will consider whether to take you to Red Flower City, or to take your corpse. He had changed his state. Huh? He asked back. I thought you had already made your decision. After all, I killed your son, yet you still chose to save me. Daunting Jun was surprised. You know about this? Li Gun, although he is of the dragon race, has fish scales on his body. Besides, the first time I met you, you said the 9th young master was thinking of you. You were moved. If you are not his father, could you be his brother? He fell silent upon hearing this. I'm very sorry. I killed your son. He put on a look of reluctance. At the beginning, we were indeed considered friends. At least, he thought so. The first time we met, he could have killed me. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Daunting Jun sighed. In the end, he really... There were some words he couldn't say. At that time, he only had one breath left. Looking at me, I knew what was in his heart, but there was nothing I could do. Yuntan placed his hand on his chest and said sadly, I originally wanted to do something for him, but I didn't think it would turn out like this. But in the end, you still haven't told me how you became Li Gun. Daunting Jun was still curious. Yuntan said again, I possessed him. He turned his head and left, telling Yuntan, follow me. He still can't hear me? He was annoyed. Ahead is the White Tree Forest, he introduced. All around were the bones of giant animals. The atmosphere was somewhat dark. White Tree Een, Red Flower City. This is the White Tree Forest? He asked again. These are all my defeated foes, Daunting Jun said, walking past many skeletons. In this White Tree Forest, there are 4,667 trees. They were all enlightened demons. This is a Tung Jiao. Its cultivation before it was alive was the highest, already at the mystic realm. It took me over a month to kill it. He talked about an animal skeleton, explaining at length to Li Yuntan. This is a Pan Jiao. It was cunning, but very beautiful. My daughter was almost infatuated with him. I also killed him. But now, this skeleton has some of his former style. He pointed to the skeleton of a beast in front of them. This skeleton had to be as large as an entire city. Each joint was as big as a large building. There are so many? Looking at the skeletons of the dead beasts around him, Yuntan asked in his heart with surprise. This is one of the least accomplished Jiaolong. Its cultivation is also on par with yours. Dong Tingjun introduced. Are they all Jiaolong? Li Yuntan, don't you know? In the secular world, no one knows this name. It was you who wrote this character Jiao. The most learned scholar wouldn't recognize it. You, on the other hand, are not the least bit surprised. Dong Bingjun turned his glowing green eyes to look at Li Yuntan, asking him back, where did you hear this character? Yunin was puzzled. In this world, has no one really ever heard of the word Jiao? This old man is still testing me. He replied, I've never heard of it. I just heard Dong Tingjun use that term, so I followed your way of speaking. Is this a character you created? Created a character? It wasn't me who created it, but someone else who told me. Dong Tingjun replied to Yuntan. That person said, it looks like a dragon but has no horns. That is a Jiao. When you meet them, kill them on sight. What do you think I've been doing in Dongting for thousands of years? He stood majestically in the water. Yuntan, seeing his expression, thought to himself, I underestimated this old fellow. I thought everything was under my control, but things have started to take an unexpected turn. Dong Tingjun said seriously, now that you've seen these things, do you still consider me someone to be trifled with? I know you used these tricks because you wanted me to remember my son when I saw you, so I couldn't bear to kill you. If you told this to an ordinary person, they would probably call you a daydreamer. But the method you used was not like a divine ability, nor was it like a Taoist art. I almost fell for it. Now I'm very curious, what trick did you use? How could you do it? Haha. Yuntan, hearing this, laughed loudly, as if something was very funny. Then I'll tell Dong Tingjun. What I used is psychology. Psychology. He looked confused. Perhaps it's a term from another world. Yuntan slowly explained, you're not wrong. I had long guessed that your son was Li Gan. Now I have also become Li Gan. I thought you would remember your son, that you would cry for him. You hate the enemy who killed your son, so you will remember him that much. These two feelings are not completely opposite. There is a subtle boundary between them. I kept giving you hints, guiding you, wanting the sorrow in your heart to overwhelm the hatred in your heart. But I found that I was wrong. You weren't crying for that son of yours at all, were you? Dong Tingjun, after listening to Yuntan's long speech, his eyes turned grim. That's right. I wasn't crying for him. You see a fan, and you remember a woman, tossing and turning. You cherish that fan, but do you like the fan itself? If that woman had originally given you just a jade vase, you would also like the jade vase, right? But one day, that fan is destroyed. You shed tears. Would you say those tears are for the fan or for the woman? Yuntan, seeing the scene before him, felt it was strange. I'm not perverted enough. Who would see their own child as a tool to remember their child's mother? So you want to, through the ninth young master, think of that true dragon. But the dragon has 9 sons. Could there be 8 other true dragon consorts like you? Do you feel uncomfortable in your heart? Dong Tingjun snorted heavily, showing his displeasure. You're not afraid of death. You've been wrong once, and now you're wrong a second time. Why don't you think about why I brought you to this Dongting? Yuntan swam to his side. Dong Tingjun, could it be that you really want to go? As if you want someone to be in this lake. We'll talk more when we get to Red Flower City. Dong Tingjun didn't answer Yuntan's question anymore, swimming straight ahead. Yuntan followed behind. We're here. At the largest skeleton, Dong Bingjun stopped. Huh? We're here so quickly. Yuntan thought it would take longer. This is Red Flower City. Dong Bingjun pointed to the red flower ahead. It glowed brightly in the dim space. It is also my palace. Yuntan asked again, this is Red Flower City? When I was a red carp, Dong Tingjun recalled the past. A woman once picked a red flower in the stream and threw it at me. And I sensed this thought, and only then did I gain sentience. Do you know who that woman was? He asked Yuntan back. A true dragon transformed into a human, Yuntan replied. I thought you were a smart person, but you're so ordinary. Follow me. Then he vanished into the red flower from before, turning into a stream of air and disappearing before Yuntan's eyes. After Dong Bingjun disappeared, Yuntan stood before the flower, thinking for a while. This old man has been trapped for 2,000 years, killed thousands of true realm and mystic realm Jiao demons. His strength is unfathomably deep. I can't escape, so I might as well bet big. He carefully touched the red flower. As soon as his hand touched the petal, a flash of light erupted, pulling him inside. Before him appeared a field of eye-catching pink flowers. Beyond the flower field was a lake. In the middle of the lake was an island, with smoke rising from it. He was stunned by the sight before him. Inside Dong Bingjun's palace, there's such a vast world hidden. This is probably what Dongting Lake looked like many years ago. Walking forward, he saw Dongting Jun roasting a fish. Beside him sat a woman, perfectly still. He was stunned, not knowing if he should sit down, or perhaps wondering who that woman was. Sit. Dong Bingjun invited him. How many years ago was this? He asked as soon as he sat down. 3,000 years ago, Dongting Lake was already like this, he replied. That day, I was swimming in this shallow water and saw someone starting a large fire under a tree. She was probably very hungry and wanted to roast a fish to eat. I remember she was wearing yellow clothes and holding a red flower. That was the first time I met her. So who exactly is she? Yuntan was filled with curiosity. As for Dongting Jun's questions, he only replied softly, You should thank her. The reason I didn't kill you is partly because of her. Could it be? As if realizing something, he widened his eyes. But the affairs of the world are impermanent, and so is karma. Are you happy or unfortunate? That woman 3,000 years ago was just a young Taoist who had just begun her cultivation. She was merely at the idea realm, understood Taoist arts, but had no divine abilities. At that time, she looked very miserable. In this world, there are thousands upon thousands of cultivators. Even if they cultivate to the mystic realm and have heaven-defying Taoist arts, their longest lifespan is only 1,000 years. But she could actually live for 3,000 years. He closed his eyes and calculated. From the very beginning, I was wrong. Dongting Jun shook his head and smiled faintly. A saint, still the sword saint. At this moment, he was truly scared. No rush. Dongting Jun raised his hand, indicating for him to take his time. Then he continued. But this woman later got married and had a son. According to the human cultivators, this child is also considered a Taoist child, but he didn't like to cultivate the Tao. Instead, he admired the prosperity of the world. At that time, Dongting was surrounded by lakes, and there was no emperor. At that time, this place was called the 100 Kingdoms of the Southern Marshes. He gently probed. That day, I went to Mount June to meet you. On the boat, I heard you say that 2,000 or 3,000 years ago, Dongting Jun assisted the king of the Wei Kingdom to unify the 100 Kingdoms of the Southern Marshes. That is the shape of the Qing Kingdom today. Is that true? That's right. There are still people who remember this. He held up a fish for each person. The roasted fish is ready. The ancestor of the royal family of the Wei Kingdom was the Taoist child that the woman in yellow gave birth to that day. He married and had children in this secular world. By the 10th generation, the royal family of the Wei Kingdom was established. They lived and multiplied for generations in Guanxiu, and also proclaimed themselves emperors in Guanxiu. At that time, the royal family's surname was Xia, so the royal family of the Wei Kingdom was surnamed Xia. Shangguan. He was surprised to hear this. Shangguan. After that, the Wei Kingdom was destroyed, but a branch of the Shangguan family remained. They multiplied for another 97 generations and gave birth to a baby girl. It must be said that that little girl was also a Taoist embryo. At a young age, her talent was outstanding. She was taken by the people of the sword sect to cultivate the Tao. At over 20 years old, she had already cultivated to the transformation realm. Moreover, the people of the sword sect just investigated and found out that she was a descendant of the sword saint. And it is said that the genius woman of the sword sect later met a man. That man was a remnant of the painting saint. But who would have thought that this remnant would fall in love with that woman, causing her to betray the sword sect and run away with him? And that man's surname was Li, and his name was Chunfeng. So that woman's surname was Xia Shangguan, and her name was Yu. Hearing this, he bared his teeth and smiled. So the woman you met by the river back then was the current sword saint. I also heard that the sword saint's former father was the current calligraphy saint. So, I've become a relative of the twin saints. A relative? Dongting Jun asked back. For now, you are considered the only descendant of the twin saints. But 2,000 years ago, they had a falling out and have had very little contact since. Now, everyone who knows is dead. There aren't many people who know. He thought to himself, no wonder Kuan Wuzi had that reaction when he heard my mother's name. But if what you say is true, and my parents' backgrounds are so great, why did what happened later happen? And why are you telling me these things? Cutting off Yuntan's train of thought, Dongting Jun's face turned fierce as he continued. Don't be in a hurry, brat. This layer is not enough. The other matter is the fundamental reason why I didn't kill you. Do you know where the dragon chi on your body comes from? He waved the roasted fish. Please enlighten me. At the bottom of this Dongting lake is sealed half of a true dragon's soul. Huh. He looked incredulous upon hearing this strange story. You're quite bold. You say I'm the consort of a true dragon, but that's just you using human thinking to speculate about demons. 2,000 years ago, the true dragon encountered a great calamity. Afterwards, it split off a part of its divine soul and sealed it at the bottom of Dongting Lake. To protect this divine soul, I split off my essence and spiritual chi. The true dragon's split divine soul became the ninth dragon prince, Ligun. As soon as this Ligun appeared, he was a mystic realm great demon. His cultivation was not much worse than mine at the time. But the true dragon took away half of his divine soul's memories, and also took away half of his spiritual chi. The true dragon sealed his divine soul at the bottom of the lake as the source, and used half of Ligun's divine soul's spiritual chi to lead it into a formation. This is the Wonjong restriction of Daunting Lake that you see today. Dragon chi interacts best with dragon chi. Ligun himself is just a key to the daunting restriction. If the key is here, then the dragon god command. He was restless. Daunting June continued. This dragon god command is a part of the true dragon, a dragon scale. Back then, when the true dragon appeared and wanted to subdue all the demons in the world, there was a fierce battle with the golden-winged Great Pung. The true dragon was injured on one scale, and the golden Pung lost 3 feathers. This dragon god command is a broken corner of that scale. He held it out. Yazi said he was under the orders of the true dragon, wanting to lift the restriction and have me go see him. By combining the strength of 2 dragons, it's possible to break the balance of this dragon chi and open the restriction. But he didn't know that this method only temporarily suppresses the restriction, and the effect is not long-lasting. He also didn't know that the true dragon had also told me that if I really wanted to leave Daunting, I just needed to call Ligun over, perform a spell to make the 2 chis clash, and the restriction would be immediately lifted. Why would I need him to save me? Daunting June immediately changed his attitude. This is a bit strange. Yazi is falsely transmitting the true dragon's command, but the command token in his hand is real. I haven't seen the true dragon for over 2,000 years. I'm afraid something big has happened. I don't care how you became Ligun, but since you are of the dragon race, I can hand this Daunting over to you. I want to go and see which deity is plotting in Daunting. He replied, because I am now Ligun, you trust me? You're handing over the Daunting you've guarded for 2,000 years to me? This is so good it makes me feel dangerous. I know you are the person I'm looking for. He blew on the cooked fish. In this, later, if you are still alive, you will naturally know. She both loves you and remembers you. It also depends on whether you can save her. Daunting June handed the fish to him. He took his hand off the fish, and a green light appeared. The fish transformed into a girl. Hong Nyangzi. He was surprised. Just now, I made Yazi use his full power in one strike. Once the balance of the restriction is disturbed, it will return to its original state. Now, this Daunting Lake, you can't get in and you can't get out. Even if I try my best, it will take several years. So, you can rest assured and wait. Wait a minute. Seeing that Daunting June was about to leave, he held Hong Nyangzi in his arms and said loudly, the true dragon's divine soul has been sealed at the bottom of the lake, so there must be dragon chi leaking out. Once a water tribe member passes by and obtains this dragon chi, they will immediately transform into a great demon. They don't have reason like that. They only know how to pursue blood and food. You must be careful in the future. He transformed into a fish, flew into the sky, leaving only a few words of advice, and then left. All the flowers and grass around them disappeared. Red Flower City was also taken away by him. Only the soul of the girl was left flying around. Along with the blue, those guys were all abandoned by him. Lu Ling was now just a soul in a skin and a bracelet. If she was in there, the crushed skin would be even harder to find. What a perverted old man. He cursed silently in his heart. Suddenly, a dragon appeared in front of him. I was actually dragged down by this kind of person to do his dirty work for free. Hong Nyangzi also needs to heal. He gritted his teeth. Roar! The dragon opened its mouth and charged towards him. Well done. For 2,000 years, Dong Bingjun has been fighting with guys like this. Time to run. This is not something I can deal with right now. He swam forward, the dragon close behind. But it got stuck in the skeleton. He thought to himself, as expected, it doesn't dare to enter. These white bones have been soaked in dragon chi for a long time, and their material is like a sharp knife. But right before his eyes, an even more terrifying monster appeared. Whoosh whoosh. In such a harsh environment, it has become my temporary palace. He opened the fan. Even if it's not as good as Daunting June's Daunting, it has some splendor. The area around him changed, and everything appeared. It's really not a place for people to live. I should fix it up a bit. Li Lang, you're here. Hong Nyangzi had also woken up, her hand caressing Li Xian's face. Dong Bingjun has probably left Dongbing. Before he left, he threw you to me. He briefly explained the current situation. Before, he used wood to roast. He treated you like that because of me. Hong Nyangzi replied, it's not because of you, but I'm very happy. You've come to Daunting. You don't understand my father. The branch you saw is the Jinmu branch. That bonfire is the red-tail fire. I am a Yin soul ghost cultivator, always afraid of yang qi. My father refined the Jinmu branch and put it into my body. It was also infused with his red-tail fire. So even though I am a ghost cultivator, I am not afraid of those things. You were first killed by him, then became a ghost cultivator, then suffered a lot, and stay by my side. And you still say you want what's best for me, he muttered. But how can you tell what's sincere and what's fake? She looked at herself. Li Lang said before that he admired me, but it turned out to be a lie. He said it was a lie, but now he has personally come to Dongting. Li Yuntan was speechless. Li Lang can say it was out of necessity, can say it was for Ling Kongzi. Some words, once said, you don't know if they're true or false. It's better not to say them. In this world, no matter how you live, isn't it all about coaxing others and being deceived yourself? Her hand covered Yuntan's mouth, preventing him from saying any more. You're doing something very dangerous. He took Hong Yangzi's hand. If I were you, I would stay away from people like me. The pain I bring you is 100 times greater than the joy I give you. In a moment, I will take you to Mount June. Although this Dongting is sealed, it's so big, you have a place to go. Don't appear before my eyes again. You, Hong Yangzi was a little annoyed to hear this. What if I say that without me, there are some things you can't do? She hugged herself. He turned his back to her. Without you, what can I do? She replied, aggrieved. I heard my father say that Li Lang initially planned for Bai Fengtian to kill Ling Kongzi, precisely to make the Golden Peng's adopted daughter misunderstand that it was Ling Kongzi who killed you, who killed the 9th young master. Does Li Lang know why Bai Yuntan is so angry? She sighed and closed her eyes. This is the layout I arranged. Of course I know. Bai Fengtian likes to eat dragons. And besides, there's the 9th young master. He turned his back. Sigh, Li Lang. She interrupted. Bai Fengtian says she likes to eat dragons, but the 9th young master is just a transformation realm demon. For a true realm Bai Yuntan to catch him would be as easy as turning over her hand. Because for 1,000 years, she has never eaten him. Hong Yangzi voiced her opinion. He turned his head, frowning. Hearing you say that, it is indeed a bit strange. Li Lang, think again. That 9th young master has been in the Wei River for 1,000 years. How could Bai Fengtian not know? She moved closer. But why did she let him escape a while ago? She pressed herself against Li Xian. He glanced at her. I originally thought that the 9th young master was, after all, a son of a true dragon. Bai Yuntan, although she is the daughter of the great sage Jin Peng, couldn't just eat dragons as she pleased. Hong Yangzi blushed, looking into his eyes. It's rumored in the world that the golden-winged great Peng king likes to eat dragons. But how many dragons are there in this world? 1 true dragon and 9 dragon sons, that's all. Where would you go to eat them? But if this is a rumor, the true dragon, as the co-ruler of all the demons in the world, how could he allow such baseless rumors to spread? She bit her fingernails. So the legendary golden-winged great Peng who likes to eat dragons is actually, after this? He seemed to have thought of something. Li Lang is indeed smart. That's right. Bai Fengtian says she's traveling the world, but in reality, she's looking for food for her adopted father. The 9th young master is the one who communicates with her, and I am the representative of the people of Dongting who communicates with the young master. Li Lang can think about it. The thousands of skeletons, blood, and flesh in this lake, where have they all gone? If we let them rot slowly, would this Dongting still be habitable? Thinking back to the scene of Dongting filled with white bones, he replied, these Jiao dragons, no matter what, have been tainted with a part of the true dragon's divine soul's spiritual energy. If the true dragon knew that the golden-winged great Peng was eating this, wouldn't he be furious? She smiled. What is Li Lang worried about? My father said this matter has received the true dragon's consent. Perhaps the true dragon encountered a calamity and his strength was greatly reduced, so he used this method to win over the Peng King and intimidate the other demons. The 9th young master doesn't know about this and thinks I'm hiding it from my father. Before, Bai Yuntan followed the 9th young master because this year, the Jiao dragons were born a little later. The golden Peng had no patience, and Bai Yuntan had no patience either. To put it bluntly, she was going to take the 9th young master and give him to her adopted father. It's just that, Li Lang, this Dongting is now sealed. There's no more Jiao meat to give to Bai Yuntan. Does Li Lang have a way to deal with this? Hong Yangzi took Li Yuntan's hand and placed it on her chest, her eyes clearly showing her admiration. Anyway, I'm sealed in this Dongting. I can't beat that Jiao dragon either. If Bai Fengtian wants something, she can think of a way herself. We'll deal with it when the time comes. He replied foolishly, seemingly unable to think of a countermeasure in this situation. He scratched his cheek, secretly calculating in his heart. But why did Dong Bingjun keep me here and tell me about my background? Ling Kongzi went to see the twin saints. Did she only talk about the jade slip of wisdom? Is it related to me? I've received too much information at once. I need to slowly sort it out. I also don't know how Linkhong Z is doing now. If I knew what the twin saint said from her, perhaps I could add another piece to the puzzle from a different perspective. Boom, boom. The space suddenly shook violently. The two of them lost their balance. Hong Yangzi warned, Li Lang, there are people fighting outside. They've touched the restriction of daunting. He seemed to not yet realize what was happening. Hong Yangzi continued, the fighting is very intense on the east side of the lake. My father refined the Jinmu into my body, so I can sense it. The east, the direction of Wei City. He quickly realized. Let's go and see. Yuntan and she swam towards the east, their faces grave. Approaching the lake's surface, light gradually appeared. Finally reaching the surface, Yuntan took a deep breath. The two of them looked ahead. The sky was filled with fire. He said to Hong Yangzi, let's go over there and see. I don't know how Wei City is doing. I still have several assistants and friends outside. Hong Yangzi immediately conjured a wooden boat. The two of them quickly got on. So that's why I said you would need me. A boat with two people sped towards the sea of fire in the distance. He realized something. Be careful. A beam of light shot towards the two of them.